In the Defy Dynasty, within Xingfeng Prefecture Chuan County to the west of the county city, Li Qi sat before a dilapidated wooden hut, occasionally glancing about, to either side a trace of bewilderment flickering across his features. What on earth? I crossed over. Li Qi tugged at his somewhat worn single-layer garment, staring at the stream of people along the street, while the cries of peddlers rang out, without in his mind momentarily unable to catch up with reality. The scene before him was antique and austere, simple, yet unadorned, no longer the world he had once. Soon a torrent of memories surged into his mind. Li Qi's brows tightened ever so slightly, as these foreign recollections were rapidly absorbed and digested by his brain. After a short while, a glimmer of comprehension emerged in Li Qi's gaze. So that's how it is. Having inherited this body's memories, he now possessed a clear understanding of his current situation. The former owner of this body was also called Li Qi, once merely a poor scholar in the county city of Chuan County with a humble background, and now utterly alone. Many years ago, his mother, frail of constitution, fell ill and passed away not long after giving birth to him. His father, by contrast, had been an aging shotsai who, after his wife's death, survived by selling calligraphy and paintings or trading brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, scraping together silver to raise the boy to adulthood. Yet just 2 months ago, that old scholar too passed away. The Defy Dynasty was racked by turmoil, wars flared on all sides, and rebel forces ran rampant. In many regions, common folk could scarcely survive. 2 months prior, a band of rebels swept through, passing by Chuan County City and leaving chaos in their wake. The old scholar's stall of calligraphy and paintings was smashed by several ruffian soldiers, and the silver on the stall was looted. That stall had been the livelihood by which the old scholar and Li Qi eked out their days. Unable to swallow the humiliation, the old scholar confronted the rebels, arguing in lofty classical phrases. But how could a band of military ruffians waste words on a mere scholar? They pinned the old man down and beat him mercilessly. Once they had vented their anger, they burst into boisterous laughter and swaggered away. The old scholar, advanced in years, and lacking even a few tails of flesh on his bones, was frail and thin. Oh, he could not withstand such a beating. He died on the spot, departing this world in anything but peace. Wherever the rebels passed, they were like locusts devouring the land, leaving countless calamities behind. The old scholar's miserable fate was far from unique. Many were bullied and oppressed by the rebels, dying unjustly in the streets. After such events, many victims, wailing and tearing at the heavens, went to the yamen to beat the grievance drum, begging the magistrate to come forth and uphold justice, only to be driven away by a pack of yamen runners as fierce as wolves and tigers, their clubs swinging. The yamen gate opened to the south if you had reason, but no money, you had best stay outside. Who would care for the lives and deaths of these ordinary folk? If they disturbed the officials' tranquility, their legs would simply be broken. After receiving such warnings, no one dared seek justice from the After the old scholar's death, Li Qi's former self neither wailed nor caused a scene. It was as though he had grown up in an instant. Once he had properly buried the old scholar, he returned home, snapped his brush in two, and burned his books, sweeping these useless objects away entirely. In life, the old scholar's greatest wish had been for his son to study diligently, obtain scholarly honors, and bring glory to the family name. But in times such as these, such hopes had become hollow. Rebel armies were rising everywhere. The common people could no longer live, and the chaos showed signs of only intensifying. An age of turmoil had arrived. Study. Study what useless classics? Even if one studied well, it would merely feed fists. Determined not to follow in the old scholar's footsteps, the former Li Qi resolutely cast aside his useless books and unhesitatingly plunged into the Jianghu, joining a gang. Within Chuan County City, the underworld forces of the Jianghu were numerous. The Rui gang was but one of them. The name Rui, meaning auspicious, and as one wishes, was chosen for its air of good fortune and celebration. Although the gang's strength was not great, and it was only considered second-rate among the forces in Chuan County City, it held no industries stained by blatant crime. Its reputation was still passable, and thus the former Li Qi chose to join this gang. The member in charge of receiving newcomers, upon seeing a bookish youth not yet past the age of weak crown, and with a thin, fragile build, surprisingly, did not turn Li Qi away. After briefly inquiring into his background and origins, he smoothly allowed the young man to join the Rui gang. Conflicts and brawls between gangs were frequent, casualties were inevitable. Even though Li Qi had no backing and lacked a robust physique, the Rui gang was still willing to accept him. After all, an extra piece of cannon fodder was always useful. Upon entering the Rui gang, Li Qi paid respects to gang leader Huang Yuanqing, received a martial art known as Pashan Fist, and was gifted a strengthening pill. This was a benefit granted to everyone who joined the Rui gang. Gangs usually made a point of cultivating their own disciples, gifting them martial arts and pills to enhance their strength, so that these disciples might better fight rival gangs and seize more territory. Sometimes they also bestowed silver to gather hearts and loyalty. Although Pashan Fist was merely a low-grade martial art, a very ordinary set of punching techniques, it still delighted his former self. This had been the primary goal behind joining a gang. Only by obtaining strength could one secure a foothold in an era of chaos. Up to now, his former self had been in the Rui gang for 2 months. After taking the strengthening pill, he cultivated diligently, without slackening, bitterly training his martial arts. He had already entered the introductory level of Pashan Fist, and with a ruthless courage to fight and kill, he had managed to establish a foothold within the gang. As one of the more presentable gang forces in Chuan County City, the Rui gang naturally possessed more than just Pashan Fist. There were other decent martial arts available for members to learn. Yet to learn any techniques beyond Pashan Fist, one had to pay a certain price. They were not gifts to be bestowed without condition. One might exchange them by rendering meritorious service to the gang, trading merit for martial arts. Some techniques could even be purchased directly with silver. It was said that gang leader Huang Yuanqing possessed a technique called Puffone Blade Art, a mid-grade martial art capable of cultivating martial true chi, making the entire gang covetous. Yet over the years no one had ever been heard to obtain this blade art from Huang. Seeing how dearly he cherished it, many guessed he intended to take this technique with him to the grave, and most eventually abandoned such hopes. Li Qi slowly rose to his feet, letting out a faint sigh as he brushed the dust from his clothes. The many misfortunes of his former self were truly tragic and sigh-inducing, yet in one regard Li Qi felt the former him had chosen well. That was joining a gang. In a languidly crumbling world where human lives were like grass, mastering martial force was a necessity. Now the imperial situation was unstable, and chaos rose everywhere. Persisting in the pursuit of scholarly honors had become sheer folly, and hoping to use such honors to enter officialdom was even more impossible. Was he not fully aware of his own circumstances? Joining the Rui gang was not a mistake. For now there truly is no path more suitable. Although Huang Yuanqing's Puffone Blade Art is likely beyond reach, the other martial arts of the Rui gang must be obtained. This was Li Qi's resolve as well. Only by constantly learning more and stronger martial arts, ceaselessly elevating his cultivation along the martial path, could he grasp his own fate amid this chaotic age. He turned around and gazed at the shabby little wooden hut behind him, his expression complex. This is all the property the old scholar left me. Though it is indeed rather shabby, it is still far better than the fate of those refugees wandering without home. Li Qi stepped forward, pushed open the creaking wooden door, and entered. The room was dim. Only after he opened the window did it grow slightly brighter. Standing within, Li Qi swept his gaze around, and his brows knit ever more tightly. There was only a bed, a table, a cabinet, and a few crooked stools on the verge of falling apart. That was the entirety of the furniture. This is a bit too miserable. Having crossed into a martial world endowed with extraordinary power, and the possibility of a path completely different from his previous life, Li Qi had felt a measure of joy. Yet looking at this starting point so low it could scarcely be lower, he could not help feeling a wave of helplessness. Let me think. There should be something of value here. Li Qi's gaze shifted, coming to rest upon a 3-foot scroll hanging beside the window. It was the Qingyun white crane painting. Within the scroll, 6 white cranes stood upon green pines among the mountains, each with a distinct posture and bearing some spreading wings as though about to take flight, some grooming their feathers at rest, others chasing and frolicking. They seemed vivid and alive, imbued with remarkable spirit. Above the mountain ridges in the painting, clusters of white clouds drifted, mists coiling and uncoiling, suffused with a lofty and agile charm. The brushwork was exquisite and delicate, revealing a creator whose spirit seemed detached from worldly cares, refined and untainted. According to the old scholar, the origins of this Qingyun white crane scroll were likely not clean. The seller's clothes had traces of earth, and the painting itself carried a strong smell of soil, making it seem as if it had been stolen from a tomb. The old scholar, well versed in calligraphy and paintings after a lifetime of trading in such works, instantly recognized that this Qingyun white crane painting was no ordinary piece. Its technique was extraordinary, its conception lofty, and it seemed to conceal deeper meaning within, by no means a common item. It was highly valuable. Without hesitation, the old scholar spent 3 taels of silver to buy it from the man who likely practiced the trade of grave robbing. With his keen eye, the old scholar knew this painting was worth 100 gold coins. Yet the seller, ignorant and blind to its value, sold it cheaply, allowing the old scholar to take a huge advantage and obtain the Qingyun white crane scroll at an extremely low price. The old scholar had said that the painting was precious and worthy of collection, yet if hardship arose in the future, it could be exchanged for silver to survive the crisis. Li Qi felt that the time had come. His situation was dire, his household was so poor it almost echoed, and expenses pressed in from all sides. In particular at the Rui gang, Li Qi urgently needed silver to exchange for better martial arts. The strengthening pill he had taken had worked remarkably well, enhancing his constitution, advancing his cultivation, and hastening his training. He planned to use silver to purchase more pills. At present, he had no time to slowly accumulate contributions to exchange for resources. That path was far too slow. It would be faster to buy them directly with money. In this strange and dangerous world, a sense of unease gnawed incessantly at Li Qi's nerves. He had to seize every opportunity to enhance his strength. Just as Li Qi stepped forward to take down the Qingyun white crane scroll, sudden change erupted. The painting began to emit a faint radiance, shimmering softly, as though breathing. At the same time, a deep blue light screen appeared before his eyes. Martial art detected and ready for recording. Supreme Martial Dao System activated. Martial art recording in progress. You have obtained mid-grade martial art. Cloud Crane Dance Sword. Faced with such a sight, Li Qi's eyes widened, his heartbeat abruptly quickening. This is a system. My golden finger has arrived. Staring at the light screen floating before his eyes, Li Qi was utterly exhilarated. He had not only transmigrated, but also obtained a system. Supreme Martial Dao System. When a target dies, this system can absorb the life force that spills from the target and convert it into potential points. Potential points can be used to enhance the mastery level of martial techniques. Li Qi quickly figured out the purpose of this system. As long as he could continuously obtain potential points, he could rapidly raise his mastery of martial arts techniques, allowing his strength to advance by leaps and bounds. What a marvelous thing! Li Qi's eyes shone, his expression filled with excitement, and at that moment, he also saw his own detailed status. Name: Li Qi. Realm: Early Tempering Body Realm. Martial Arts: Pashan Quan Yunzhong, He Wu Jian. Potential points 0. Li Qi's current martial cultivation was only at the early stage of the Tempering Body Realm. From low to high, the realms progressed, as Tempering Body, True Qi, and True Yuan. Above True Yuan lay even higher realms, yet Li Qi's level was too low for him to know what lay beyond. The so-called Tempering Body Realm, as its name implied, required one to ceaselessly temper the body, strengthening sinews and bones before one could take another step forward and break through to the next realm. At this stage, a martial artist's strength soared, the body becoming robust and powerful, capable of casually felling more than a dozen ordinary people. To hoist a massive cauldron or uproot several bulls would no longer be surprising. Once a tempering body cultivator had refined and hammered the physical body to a sufficient degree, they could begin to approach internal cultivation methods and attempt to cultivate a strand of martial True Qi. If a martial artist stepped into that realm, it would be the so-called True Qi realm. True Qi was formidable. It could harm others, yet it could also harm oneself. Should one recklessly train inner strength with an insufficiently tempered body, the Qi would only rebound and injure its host. Li Qi's Pashan Quan was merely an inferior grade martial technique, containing no method of inner cultivation, and thus was far from enough to support him in breaking past the limits of the tempering body realm and stepping into the level of the True Qi realm. At the very least, one needed a medium-grade martial art. Only then would it contain an inner cultivation method that could guide a person into the stronger True Qi realm. Only a short while ago, Li Qi had been worrying over where he might obtain some high-quality martial techniques, and was deeply troubled by it. But never in his wildest dreams did he expect that while examining the Qingyun Baihe painting, he would not only activate the system, but also obtain from that scroll a precious medium-grade martial art. It was truly unbelievable. Yunzhong He Wu Jian. Grade medium-grade martial art. Mastery: uninitiated consumption of one potential point can unlock intra-level. Techniques: Yi Wu Chunxiu, He Yi Lian Yu Ta, He Hengxing, He Ying Zhui Feng, He Ming Qiu Shui, He Wu Jiutian. Introduction: Yunzhong He Wu Jian is the foundational martial art of the Songhe Wanshou men, divided into an upper and lower section formed by the fusion of He Wu Jian and Baiyun Xinfa. The upper section, He Wu Jian, contains the methods for the tempering body realm, while the lower section, Baiyun Xinfa, houses the methods for the True Qi realm. Upon acquiring this technique, a vast amount of information related to Yunzhong He Wu Jian surged endlessly into Li Qi's mind, and he swiftly understood the entire course of events. Yunzhong He Wu Jian was a martial art belonging to a sect called Songhe Wanshou men, and the clouds and cranes were precisely the essence embedded within this art. Li Qi turned his gaze back to the Qingyun Baihe painting hanging by the window, and in an instant perceived the profound mysteries hidden within the scroll. On the scroll, 6 white cranes were vividly rendered, each bearing a distinct demeanor. One crane was spreading its wings in soaring flight posture, graceful, yet edged with a faint sharpness, and the movement of that wing-spreading soaring crane was precisely a sword technique from Yunzhong He Wu Jian. Yi Wu Chunxiu. Beside this crane was another that seemed to be grooming its feathers, resting for a brief moment. This resting crane corresponded to another sword move from Yunzhong He Wu Jian. He Yi Lian Yu. Altogether, the scroll contains 6 white cranes perfectly corresponding to the 6 sword techniques of Yunzhong, Hiwu Jian. Nor was that all. Several patches of cloud within the painting were far from ordinary. Those wisps and coils of misty vapors in fact depicted a diagram of inner circulation for an internal cultivation method. Each cluster of white cloud corresponded to the content of the lower section of Yunzhong, Hiwu Jian, the Baiyun Xinfa. This deeply hidden Yunzhong, Hiwu Jian had actually been detected and extracted by the system, thereby granting it to Li Qi. So that is how it is, he murmured. So that is how it is. Li Qi tapped his hand against his thigh in admiration, and in an instant countless matters became clear in his mind. No wonder the old scholar had previously felt that the Qingyun Baihe painting was unusual. Not only was its brushwork exquisite and its conception lofty, it also seemed to conceal a profound intent. It was precisely because a medium-grade martial art was hidden within this scroll. The old scholar had never practiced martial arts, and thus could not discern the martial subtleties of the painting, yet being well-versed in calligraphy and painting, he sensed its oddity and stubbornly asserted that this work was anything but simple. The old scholar's intuition had indeed been correct, but neither he nor Li Qi had imagined that this scroll would prove to be an heirloom of a martial sect. Once his initial joy subsided, Li Qi gradually regained his composure. He paid close attention to the origin of the sword art, Songha Wanshomen. It was clearly the name of a martial sect, grand and imposing, likely with an extraordinary background. Li Qi had never heard of this sect before and did not know whether it was righteous or demonic, and this uncertainty planted a seed of doubt in his heart. The Qingyun Baihe painting had come through dubious channels and might well have been unearthed from a grave, which made the matter serious. What should I do, he wondered. Should I learn it or not? After only a brief hesitation, Li Qi's gaze hardened. I'll learn it, he decided. What is there to be afraid of? The grave wasn't dug by me after all. Debts have their rightful owners, whoever they seek, it should not be me. In these troubled times, with soldiers and bandits running rampant and refugees scattered everywhere, even staying alive was arduous. Who had the leisure to be overly cautious here? Right now he ought to seize every opportunity to raise his strength and grasp every chance to escape the bottom rungs of society. Li Qi yearned desperately to advance. His current strength was still merely at the early tempering body realm. Placed upon the vast stage of the martial world, he was nothing more than a tiny, insignificant nobody, how any somewhat renowned expert could easily kill him. The matters of the future could wait until the future. For now he would first learn this sword art. Even if members of Songha Wanshomen came seeking their lost inheritance someday, Li Qi might not necessarily be doomed. After all, he was one who had activated a system, and it was not impossible that he could eventually stand toe-to-toe with them. Just as Li Qi was weighing these possibilities, his door was suddenly knocked upon. Li Qi, are you there? Come out quickly, something has happened in the gang. The voice outside was familiar. It belonged to a gang member who was on rather close terms with Li Qi. His expression changed at once. He strode forward, took down the Qingyun Baihe painting from beside the window, carefully stowed it away, and only then opened the door. Xiaoge, what has happened? Han Yanxiu was also a member of the Rui gang and lived very close to Li Qi. The two maintained fairly good relations, yet at this moment Han Yanxiu's expression was marked by obvious tension and panic. Something has gone wrong. People from the Changel gang smashed up several of our taverns and left more than 20 brothers dead or wounded. Hearing Han Yanxiu's words, a solemn weight appeared on Li Qi's face as well. The Changel gang was also one of the factions in Chuan Commandery City. Compared with the Rui gang, its name sounded far more festive, and many people suspected that when the Changel gang sought out a fortune teller to name their sect, they had gone to the very same person that the Rui gang had consulted. Despite its auspicious name, the Changel gang engaged in few decent enterprises. Not only did they run gambling dens and brothels, they had also forced many good women into prostitution. Within Chuan Commandery City, their reputation ranked among the very worst. The Rui gang rarely interacted with the Changel gang, whose influence was somewhat weaker than that of the Rui gang. Moreover, their leader Huang Yuanxing openly despised the people of the Changel gang. In the words of this gang leader, I Huang share irreconcilable enmity with gambling and drugs. Even when conflicts broke out between gangs in Chuan Commandery City, they were generally restrained. Absent extraordinary circumstances, both sides would avoid large-scale casualties. Now, however, with many Rui gang businesses smashed and so many members killed, remained, it seemed unlikely that the matter could be settled peacefully. How could something like this happen so suddenly? Li Qi asked in a low, steady voice. Han Yanxiu shook his head as well. I don't know either. The people of the Changel gang seem to have gone completely mad. Right now, Master Huang is gathering manpower and will likely strike back with ruthless force. We should hurry over. If we arrive late, we'll be punished. Li Qi said nothing more. After locking his door, he headed at once toward the Rui gang's headquarters. The Rui gang's compound was not far from Li Qi's home. Crossing only 2 streets brought them there. Li Qi and Han Yanqiu hurried along the way and entered a spacious courtyard where many people had already gathered. A group of gang members huddled together, all wearing dark expressions as they muttered among themselves. Li Qi and Han Yanqiu pushed their way into the crowd and saw the figures lying on the open ground in the center. More than 20 members had been killed or wounded and brought back. Some were already cold to the touch. Those still alive were grievously injured, lying on the ground and groaning as cries of pain filled the air. "Ah, I'm about to die. Those beasts of the Changel gang. You must avenge me. If I can pull through this time, I will never let those people of the Changel gang go unpunished." The ceaseless groans and wails tugged at the hearts of all who heard them. Besides taverns, the Rui gang also owned a pharmacy, and the physician stationed there had rushed over as well. He was now tending to the wounded who still clung to life. Li Qi saw a gang member whose body had been hacked 7 or 8 times. The man's flesh was split and turned over, blood streamed in rivulets. Such a gruesome sight that it was shocking to behold. He was already at death's door. Soon the man's chest no longer rose and fell, and his groans faded away. A line of notification slid across Li Qi's vision. Potential point 1. Li Qi's heart jolted, yet he kept his composure as he stared at the notification. I can gain potential points from this. Until now he had assumed he needed to personally kill a target to obtain potential points, but reality proved otherwise. Even though this man's death had nothing to do with him, the system still granted a potential point. Before long, several more gang members whose injuries were too severe died one after another. Lines of text appeared. Potential point 1. Potential point 1. One notification after another streaked across Li Qi's vision. Wasting no time, he seized this opportunity to explore and soon figured out part of the system's nature. First, it was not necessary for the host himself to kill a target in order to obtain potential points. If others did the killing, the system could still harvest potential points. Second, the range for acquiring potential points extended to 100 steps. As long as someone died within this radius, the system could capture the life energy dissipating from the corpse and convert it into potential points. Furthermore, only Li Qi could see his system interface. It was invisible to everyone else. Excellent. Joy stirred within Li Qi. These traits were highly favorable to him, meaning he could obtain more potential points with greater ease. Soon several more grievously wounded members succumbed one after another, and Li Qi gained a total of 6 potential points. Seeing the additional potential points on his personal panel, Li Qi felt a faint sense of relief. At the very moment he most needed, potential 6 points had arrived like charcoal scent in the snow. Though the amount was not great, it was enough to put to use. Shortly thereafter, Rui gang's leader, Huang Yuanqing, arrived. The gang members surrounding the area quickly parted, opening a path as Huang Yuanqing strode inside. Huang, well past 30, possessed a robust, imposing build. As the strongest fighter in the Rui gang, he had long since cultivated martial true qi and stepped into the true qi realm. A crushing aura radiated from his body. He looked upon the gang members lying on the ground, all gravely injured and hovering between life and death. The muscles in his face twitched uncontrollably, and his gaze grew so cold it was terrifying. Everyone could tell that. The gang leader was teetering on the edge of fury. The physician who had been bent over treating the wounded straightened and walked toward Huang Yuanqing, clasping his hands in salute. "Leader, forgive this old man's incompetence. 6 of our members were too severely injured for me to save." Huang Yuanqing forced a thin smile onto his face and said, "It is of no consequence. You have worked hard, Doctor whose medical skills were outstanding, especially in treating external wounds. Nearly all injured members of the gang were healed by his hands." Within the Rui gang, he enjoyed considerable prestige and was widely respected. After finishing with the wounded doctor, who also departed, and only the members of the Rui gang remained, Huang Yuanqing swept his gaze around, letting it pass over one face after another, and said in a chilling voice, "The people of the Changel gang dared to strike my Rui gang with such vicious hands. Tell me, what should be done? Kill them in return. Avenge our brothers. Make the Changel gang pay the price. Kill, kill, kill." The gang members were ablaze with indignation, each one roaring. Many of the dead or wounded were their own blood brothers. How could they not be enraged? Huang Yuanqing nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Gather all our manpower and follow me to slaughter the Changel gang." In the press of the crowd, Li Qi's face momentarily went blank. In his previous life, he had been merely a 9-to-9 office drone, living a calm and ordinary existence. Now, having just crossed into this world, he was about to be drawn into a brutal gang war. Was this not a bit too thrilling? Although he had inherited all of his predecessor's memories, he still felt somewhat unaccustomed at this moment. Standing amidst the crowd, Huang Yuanqing called out in a ringing voice, "Anyone who kills one member of the Changel gang shall be credited with a minor merit. Anyone who kills 5 shall be recorded with a major merit. Any who flee from battle will be treated as traitors to the gang and subjected to the punishment of 3 blades and 6 holes. Hearing talk of betrayal and such cruel punishment, Li Qi understood in his heart that there was no possibility of a peaceful resolution. The two sides were destined for a bloody clash. The Rui gang summon order had already been sent out. Many members who were far away were hurrying back at full speed. Once everyone was assembled, that would be the moment the great battle erupted. After giving a few final instructions, Huang Yuanqing left. He too had matters he needed to prepare. At most half an hour more than we move, Han Yangqiu said, gravely watching as more and more gang members rushed in. The people in the courtyard grew in number, and his expression was solemn. Li Qi nodded, a faint frown between his brows. Time was running out, and he also had matters to take care of. Finding a casual excuse, he said, "I'm going to the latrine." He then sought out a deserted corner and opened his system interface. Name: Li Qi. Realm: early tempering stage. Martial arts: mountain breaking, fist crane dancing in the cloud sword art. Potential point 6. With 6 potential points in hand, he could begin a round of strengthening. Just now there had been too many people around, and Li Qi had not been sure whether using potential points to enhance a technique would produce any strange light and shadow effects. If someone saw it would be troublesome. Now he could finally test it in peace. Enhance the upper volume of crane dancing in the cloud sword art. A single potential point instantly vanished from the system interface. At once an enormous flood of cultivation memories surged into Li Qi's mind. It was as if he had practiced crane dancing in the cloud sword art for a full month already. Not only that, the body beneath his clothes became a little more robust. Li Qi could clearly feel a distinct increase in his strength. After briefly adapting to it, he continued speaking. Continue enhancing. The system interface instantly lost another 5 potential points, and his mastery of the upper volume of crane dancing in the cloud sword art rose from the entry level to proficient. The mastery levels of martial techniques from low to high were entry, proficient, mastery, minor completion, and great completion. If one relied on ordinary means to raise a low-grade martial art to the entry level, an average person would need a month of diligent, bitter practice to succeed. To reach the level of proficiency would then require a full year of effort. Yet by spending 6 potential points with the system's aid, Li Qi had instantly leaped over a realm that others would need more than a year to reach, elevating the upper volume of crane dancing in the cloud sword art to the proficient level. At this level, his sword art was already usable in real combat and could produce quite effective results. At the same time, Li Qi's martial realm also rose, advancing from the early to the middle tempering stage. His body became even more solid and powerful, and beneath his clothes distinct muscle lines emerged, brimming with a sense of strength. Excellent. Li Qi gently clenched his palm, feeling the power constantly welling up from his body. A trace of excitement appeared in his eyes, and he felt far less anxious about the upcoming gang battle. The Rui gang had over 200 members. Aside from a few trusted confidants of the 2 gang leaders who had broken through the limits of the tempering stage and stepped into the true Qi stage, the rest were all tempering stage martial artists. Among these ordinary members, someone at the middle tempering stage already counted as a capable fighter. By now, Li Qi had already shed the bottom rung of the gang hierarchy and possessed the strength to fight. Perhaps this coming bloodbath might even be an opportunity, Li Qi thought. It was foreseeable that the gang clash to come would be extremely brutal, with casualties inevitable. And as long as someone died before Li Qi's eyes, he would be able to obtain potential points in an unending stream. He had just enhanced his martial arts twice in succession and confirmed that the process produced no light or shadow phenomena and made very little disturbance. That was a fortunate discovery. Li Qi could completely strengthen and enhance his martial arts right on the killing field. So long as he gathered enough potential points, he could immediately spend them, rapidly converting them into his own strength. Nourishing war with war. At that thought, a spark of excitement lit up Li Qi's eyes, and he began to look forward to the imminent great battle. After the gang leader Huang issued his summon order, more and more people arrived at the gang stronghold. Many of them already carried sabers and swords on their backs, fully armed and ready to fight. Everyone could feel a biting, murderous chill in the air. Once every available man had arrived, Huang Yuanqing appeared again. He walked to the front of the assembled crowd, and all the gang members fixed their gaze on him. "I believe I don't need to say much. All of you know what has happened," he said. "Those scum from the Changel gang smashed our gang's tavern and left many of our brothers dead or wounded. If this hatred goes unanswered, how can our Rui gang stand firm in Chuan County? Today we will make those scum pay their blood debt in blood." With Huang Yuanqing's furious shout, the gang members below roared back in anger. "Kill them! Avenge them! Avenge them!" The Rui gang seethed with rage. Squeezed among the crowd, Li Qi's gaze remained calm as his mind rapidly calculated how he should respond in the coming battle. Soon the Rui gang emptied its nest. Over 200 men marched to slaughter in the direction of the Changle gang. Hundreds of gang members wielding spears and cudgels swept through the streets with murderous expressions. Such commotion alarmed many people. Residents on both sides of the street quickly stepped aside, retreating for fear of being caught up in the conflict. Many of them whispered to one another, "What's going on? They're all from the Rui gang. Where are they going? I heard the Changle gang struck the Rui gang hard. They're going to take the Rui gang. Those bastards from the Changle gang have long needed someone to teach them a harsh lesson. There were rebel troops rampaging not long ago, and now the gang fights in the city are growing more and more frequent. This world has fallen into chaos." Ignoring all else, the Rui gang members kept their eyes straight ahead and marched on. They soon arrived outside the Changle gang stronghold. At the forefront of the crowd, Huang Yuanqing stood facing the Changle gang's territory. True essence surged within him as his voice boomed far into the distance. "Scum of the Changle gang, all of you come out and die." After Huang Yuanqing issued a challenge, the gate of the opposing base opened and numerous figures poured out. A lean young man emerged from the crowd of the Changle gang. He was none other than the leader of the Changle gang, Shurchun. Shurchun looked at the furious Huang Yuanqing with a mocking expression. "Oh, isn't this the leader, Huang? What brings you here? Why not come in and have a seat? I assure you, you will be well entertained." Seeing Shurchun's playful demeanor and lack of fear, Huang Yuanqing's anger intensified. "You sure stop pretending here. Your people broke the rules and recklessly vandalized my tavern, causing injuries and deaths among over 20 of my brothers. You don't think you can just brush this aside, do you?" Shurchun chuckled. "It was just a few of my subordinates who had a few drinks at your tavern. In a fit of drunken impulse, they did something foolish. I hope you'll forgive them. Those few subordinates have already been dealt with by me. Let's just let this matter go, shall we?" Shurchun said with a carefree grin. This attitude only provoked a torrent of curses from the members of the Rui gang. Huang Yuanqing took a deep breath and said coldly, "If that's your answer, then you can go to hell. Kill." With a loud shout, the two sides immediately engaged in battle. Shurchun of the Changle gang was also a practitioner at the True Qi realm, though he was only at the early stage and not as strong as Huang Yuanqing. However, he showed no fear as he swung his sword towards Huang Yuanqing's neck. The wind-breaking blade technique. This was Huang Yuanqing's renowned martial art. His long blade flashed and intercepted Shurchun's sword, resulting in a clash of blades that sent waves of energy erupting between them. All the members of both gangs were locked in fierce combat, and the streets echoed with the sounds of battle cries. "Li Qi, stay close to me," Han Yanxiu called out, positioning himself beside Li Qi as they covered each other against the oncoming members of the Changle gang. Such street brawls were not a first for them. Li Qi and Han Yanxiu had coordinated several times before allowing them to work together quite seamlessly. "Understood, Brother Qiu," Li Qi replied, moving closer to Han Yanxiu without being swept away by the chaotic crowd. Han Yanxiu was still at the early stage of the body refinement realm, and had not realized that Li Qi had already broken through to the midstage. Li Qi had surpassed him, but Han Yanxiu, experienced in combat, had always looked out for Li Qi. But now it was Li Qi who was taking the lead. A burly man from the Changle gang locked onto Li Qi's figure, dodging Han Yanxiu's attack and charging at Li Qi with his sword. "Ha ha ha, little brat from the Rui gang. You haven't even grown a beard, and you are trying to mix it in the martial world. Go die." Because of Li Qi's youthfulness and his bookish demeanor, he stood out among the rough characters in the martial world. Even though Li Qi had been in the martial scene for over 2 months, his scholarly air had diminished somewhat, but he still drew attention. The burly man immediately noticed Li Qi. As the saying goes, one picks the softest persimmons to squeeze. This principle was particularly true on the blood-soaked battlefield, and soon someone had set their sights on Li Qi. The burly man thrust his sword towards Li Qi's chest, and Li Qi's gaze turned cold as a flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes. Crane shadow chasing wind. This was a movement technique from cloud-crossing crane dance, allowing for rapid movement like a crane weaving through the wind, making it difficult for enemies to target. Li Qi's figure shifted slightly, evading the burly man's thrust. The sword grazed past Li Qi's shoulder without inflicting any harm, and Li Qi seized the opportunity to close in on the burly man, penetrating his defenses. His right hand shot forward like lightning fingers, forming a sword shape as he swiftly stabbed towards the burly man's throat. Crane wings gathering feathers. This was also a sword technique from cloud-crossing crane dance, where the tip of the sword trembled slightly, resembling crane wings closing in as it swept past the opponent's side, attacking unexpectedly. A very concealed and hard-to-defend sword style. Although Li Qi had no sword in hand, how could blades be so inconvenient? Even without a sword, Li Qi could use his mid-stage body refinement realm's formidable physique and bones to form a sword with his fingers. He could still inflict lethal damage. His finger pierced deeply into the burly man's throat, going in over 2 inches. With the force behind it, the burly man's throat shattered, quickly bruising. As such a vital spot suffered a heavy blow, excruciating pain and a sense of suffocation surged over him. The burly man's vision darkened, and he fell backward, his sword slipping from his grasp. Li Qi swiftly turned his wrist, snatched up the long sword, and lightly thrust it forward, the tip of the sword instantly slicing across the burly man's neck. Potential point 1. After killing the burly man, Li Qi gained another point of potential. Meanwhile, the surrounding battle had reached a fever pitch, with large-scale casualties starting to appear. Potential point 1, potential point 1, potential point 1. Notifications kept flashing across Li Qi's vision. As long as someone died within 100 steps of Li Qi, the system could acquire potential points. And the potential points in Li Qi's hands were increasing at a visible speed. Yes, that's it. Looking at the rapidly rising potential points, Li Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement. As long as he gathered 10 potential points, he could further enhance cloud-crossing crane dance to a proficient. After slaying the burly man, Han Yangxiu looked over astonished at the sight of the man lying dead on the ground, unable to believe it. Huh, you already took care of him. Li Qi replied while fending off an attacking enemy. Yeah, got lucky, took care of it already. Han Yangxiu also let out a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, the burly man with the sword had breached his defenses and attacked Li Qi from behind. He had been worried and was about to turn back to assist when he didn't expect that Li Qi had not only dealt with the man, but had also seized the opponent's sword. That's good, just be careful. Call for me if there's trouble. The two of them stood back to back, acknowledging each other. While Li Qi and the others fought fiercely, the central area of the battlefield was embroiled in a stalemate. Two practitioners at the True Qi realm were locked in a deadly struggle, forming an independent battle circle. Leader Huang, earlier I came to visit you intending to negotiate amiably and even offered a hefty sum to buy several of your taverns. But you, instead of appreciating it, actually gave me such a cold shoulder. Now look what's happened. Your taverns have been smashed, so enjoy those 2 broken taverns on your own. He. As Shi Chun mocked while engaging Huang Yuanqing in battle, Huang Yuanqing's face twitched in anger, laughing in fury. Fine, fine, fine. So this is how you want to play. You will surely die here today. The oppressive killing intent descended like ice, yet Shi Chun remained unfazed, showing no signs of panic. He slowly replied, Leader Huang, you are mistaken. The one who will die today is not me, but you. At that moment, a figure leaped out from the crowd, rushing towards Huang Yuanqing. Upon seeing this figure, Huang Yuanqing instantly recognized the identity of the newcomer, shouting, Mo Insho Chui Gu. The newcomer was also a practitioner at the True Qi realm, and like Huang Yuanqing, he was at the mid-stage of the True Qi realm. Chui Gu was notorious for his devastating demon silver hands, which could crush any target, leaving them bloody and lifeless. Chui Gu's hands, suffused with true qi and radiating a faint silver glow, struck towards Huang Yuanqing's head. Meanwhile, Shi Chun seized this opportunity, swinging his sword towards Huang Yuanqing. Caught between the two, Huang Yuanqing found himself in a perilous situation. The strength of the Chang'e gang is inferior to that of the Rui gang, whether in terms of the number of members or the disparity in power between the two leaders. Chang'e gang is indeed weaker than Rui gang. Under normal circumstances, the Chang'e gang should avoid provoking the Rui gang, lest they suffer significant losses. However, the reality is that the Chang'e gang not only dared to provoke the Rui gang, but did so thoroughly, showing no regard for the consequences. This is quite strange. Although Shi Chun from the Chang'e gang is of dubious character and has committed numerous heinous acts, he is not foolish enough to undertake such unwise actions. Perhaps the other side has some kind of reliance. After the incident, Huang Yuanqing thought of this point. He had already been on guard against it, and when he saw the magic silver hand of Chui Gu appear, he did not panic excessively. At this moment, Chui Gu and Shi Chun joined forces to besiege Huang Yuanqing. He shouted loudly, exhaling forcefully, his sword held before him, as his true qi surged violently. With the wind-sweeping clouds of the breaking wind sword technique. In merely a breath, Huang Yuanqing unleashed 6 strikes. Heavy shadows of blades intertwined before him, accompanied by translucent blade energies that flew towards Shi Chun and Chui Gu. As the blade energies approached, the two dared not be careless. Chui Gu's palms were covered in true qi as he struck towards the incoming blade energies. The magic silver hand technique was relentless, forcefully dispersing the waves of blade energy. Protected by true qi, it was as if he wore a set of iron gauntlets. Chui Gu's hands were not slashed by the blade energies, but the immense force they carried pushed him backward continuously. Meanwhile, Shi Chun also employed his sword technique to block Huang Yuanqing's blade energies. After forcing the two back with successive strikes, Huang Yuanqing's true qi had directly diminished by 30%, and a hint of fatigue showed in his body as he glared at them, gritting his teeth. So that's how it is. No wonder you, Shi Chun, dared to target the Rui gang. Your reliance is this. Chun stood with his sword laughing maniacally, haha. Huang Yuanqing, I told you you will die here today. Do not resist any longer, accept your fate. Not just you. Everyone in your Rui gang must die. Ignoring Chun's taunts, Huang Yuanqing turned his gaze to Cui Gu, who stood beside Chun, and spoke in a deep voice. Cui Gu, what do you have to say? Why must you step into this muddy water? Cui Gu is a lone traveler. Although there have been factions attempting to recruit him, he has always refused remaining aloof from the major powers. His involvement this time came as a surprise to Huang Yuanqing. Faced with Huang Yuanqing's question, Cui Gu's expression was indifferent as he looked at Chun beside him. As per our usual agreement, after taking care of Huang Yuanqing, I want half of the benefits from the Rui gang. If you play tricks later, I will deal with you too. Chun nodded affirmatively, saying, rest assured, I will not go back on my word. That's good. Huang Yuanqing's expression turned cold. It seemed these two had already plotted against him. The Rui gang has numerous assets, all of which are well managed. Although they do not earn gold by the day, they still accumulate a considerable amount of wealth. Now the wealth of the Rui gang has attracted the envy of others, prompting people to come knocking. Huang Yuanqing's face darkened. He was still alive, yet Cui Gu and Chun were already discussing how to divide his property, which intensified his murderous intent. Good. It seems one of us must die. To conclude this matter, Huang Yuanqing adjusted his breathing to quickly recover the consumed true qi while shouting, Brother Chun. A figure appeared on the rooftop, beside him a tall and strong middle-aged man. Chen Xiaohan. Chen Xiaohan is also a well-known martial arts expert. His cultivation has reached the late stage of true qi realm, stronger than everyone present. Upon seeing Chen Xiaohan appear, Chun could not help but exclaim, Chen Xiaohan, how could you be here? Huang Yuanqing and Chen Xiaohan have been friends for many years, but they seldom interacted, leading many to be unaware of their relationship. At this moment, Chen Xiaohan's appearance was unexpected for everyone. Standing on the rooftop, he laughed heartily, then in a flash appeared beside Huang Yuanqing and said slowly, what's the rush? Didn't I come? After the incident with the Rui gang, Huang Yuanqing keenly sensed something was amiss, suspecting that there might be a scheme, so he urgently sent word to Chen Xiaohan to come and lend his strength. With Chen Xiaohan's appearance, Huang Yuanqing let out a long sigh of relief, feeling much more at ease. Meanwhile, the expressions of the two members of Chang'e gang were far from pleasant. Cui Gu wore a fearful expression, not daring to look directly at Chen Xiaohan, his eyes darting around as he contemplated an escape route. Chun appeared, even worse, his face was pale, betraying his anxiety. Chen Xiaohan, how can this be? How is it possible that it's you? A strong expert in the late stage of true qi realm can easily suppress several individuals in the early stages. For Chun, facing Chen Xiaohan, not only was resistance futile, but even a smooth escape was a luxury. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaohan appeared relaxed, leisurely surveying the two, sneering. You two have some guts, daring to act against the Rui gang, forcing me to come all this way. Prepare to die. With a low shout, Chen Xiaohan charged at the two true qi warriors. Li Qi, who had been embroiled in the chaotic battle, was also watching the changes in the core battlefield. First, there was the emergence of the magic silver hand Cui Gu, followed by Chen Xiaohan's appearance, causing the situation to shift dramatically. Ultimately, the situation completely tilted in favor of their side, and Li Qi let out a sigh of relief. After all, the earlier statement made by Chun, that not only Huang Yuanqing would perish, but everyone in the Rui gang would die here, was quite alarming. Fortunately, such a thing did not happen. After several fierce battles, the number of enemies that died at Li Qi's hands had exceeded 5, in addition to many who had perished at the hands of others. Li Qi's potential points had now reached as high as 18 points. In a short span since the battle began, Li Qi effortlessly acquired a large number of potential points. It's time to proceed to the next enhancement. Li Qi thought to himself as he opened the system interface and began to operate. Continue to upgrade the first volume of the Cloud Crane Dance Sword. Instantly, 10 potential points were deducted from the system interface, and a wealth of memories surged into it. Simultaneously, his physique was once again enhanced, his muscles becoming more robust and full, and his bones growing harder and more resilient. 10 breaths later, the enhancement was complete. The first volume of the Cloud Crane Dance Sword had been upgraded to the mastery level, and his martial arts realm had also broken through to the late stage of body tempering. This level of strength among the many members of the Rui gang cannot be said to be top tier, but it certainly belongs to the first echelon. After another surge in power, a glint of excitement flashed in Li Qi's eyes. Good. Two factions emerged en masse, erupting in a battle involving hundreds. Such a grand spectacle. In everyday life, skirmishes between factions are trivial with mutual restraint, but this clash is a catastrophe for many, yet an opportunity for Li Qi. Now both sides are blinded by rage, with lives extinguished at every moment. Li Qi's potential points are rapidly rising. Potential points 10. Potential points 20. Potential points 30. Li Qi's potential points quickly surpassed 50, heading towards the milestone of 100. If it weren't for the inappropriateness of the situation, Li Qi would have nearly burst into laughter. By now, Li Qi had fully adapted to this battlefield. In this world, he even felt a sense of comfort and ease. Continue killing. We must not stop. A faint crimson hue stained Li Qi's eyes, filled with murderous intent resembling a ferocious beast ready to devour. He remained oblivious to the fact that Han Yanxiu, who had been approaching him, had changed in color, his eyes filled with shock and a hint of fear. The number of people who died at Li Qi's hands had exceeded 10. His clothes were soaked in blood, emitting a pungent smell, yet he bore not a single wound. All this blood was from the enemies. This was terrifying. Having killed 10 without injury, this was no longer the Li Qi he once knew. Han Yanxiu even witnessed a latest-stage body refinement warrior from the Changlu gang being pierced through the throat by Li Qi's sword, dying tragically on the spot. How is this possible? How could Li Qi have such strength? Han Yanxiu was shaken to the core. His gaze towards Li Qi was now tinged with unfamiliarity, feeling that the person before him was not the former Li Qi. Unbeknownst to Han Yanxiu, he unconsciously took a few steps back, creating distance from Li Qi. The numerous deaths at Li Qi's hands had drawn the attention of many from the Changlu gang. 2 latest-stage body refinement warriors charged towards him. Bold, you dare to slaughter so many brothers of the Changlu gang. You shall not escape today. Prepare to die. As he faced the 2 attacking warriors, Li Qi smiled, his clothes stained with blood, exuding killing intent. He resembled a blood-soaked god of death. The cloud crane dance sword technique, particularly the wings dance of spring and autumn. This was one of the sword techniques, its momentum expansive, the sword and arms flying in unison like crane wings dancing in the air. Li Qi's sword danced repeatedly, intertwining sword light, enveloping the 2 latest-stage body refinement warriors rushing at him. Coincidentally, these 2 warriors also employed sword techniques. The 3 swords clashed together, sparking a shower of sparks. Yet the gap between them became apparent. Although these 2 warriors were also latest-stage body refinement practitioners like Li Qi, their sword techniques were of very ordinary quality, mere low-grade martial arts, while Li Qi's cloud crane dance sword was of higher quality. Moreover, Li Qi had mastered the cloud crane dance sword to a proficient level, achieving a high rank. Typically, for an ordinary person to cultivate a sword technique to mastery would require 3 years of hard work. If the practitioner possessed outstanding talent, this time could be shortened. Yet Li Qi achieved this level in just 1 day, a tremendous boost in strength. The 2 warriors confronting Li Qi, whether in the quality of their martial arts or their mastery level, were vastly inferior to him. Even though it was 2 against 1 now, they were the ones being suppressed. Li Qi's wrist twisted effortlessly, executing various sword forms from the cloud crane dance sword, forcing the 2 latest-stage body refinement warriors into a frantic retreat. This kid's strength is strange. How can we not take him down? How is this possible? Just a kid. Why is he so difficult to deal with? Watch out. One of the warriors cried out in pain. Li Qi's sword technique was not only light and graceful, but also extremely fast, piercing through the wrist of the sword-wielding arm before he could react. Blood gushed from the wrist, and excruciating pain surged. This warrior cried out in agony, his eyes reflecting a hint of fear. He realized he had kicked a hardboard. Though this person was relatively young and had a youthful appearance, his swordsmanship far surpassed that of the 2. They had no hope of defeating him. Run! Realizing they were outmatched, the 2 warriors attempted to flee, but it was too late. Li Qi twisted his wrist, and the tip of his sword flashed past, directly severing the wrist of the warrior opposite him. The hand holding the sword flew far away. Oh! A scream erupted, but it was abruptly silenced. The warrior's throat was now marked by a fine line of blood, a torrent of blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Annoying. After sealing the throat with a sword, Li Qi gently shook the blade, removing the blood that clung to it. Potential points 2. By killing this latest-stage body refinement warrior, Li Qi gained 2 potential points. The stronger the individual, the more life energy dissipated upon death, thus yielding more potential points. After slaying 1, the remaining latest-stage body refinement warrior turned pale, with fright, not looking back as he turned to flee. But how could Li Qi let the potential points before him escape? He easily caught up, then killed him with a single sword. Potential points 2. With one after another falling at Li Qi's feet, his state of mind underwent constant change, from initial stirring to later indifference, finally turning to numbness. This is a chaotic world. Either you die or I die. Weaklings have no right to survive. To avoid becoming one of those lying on the ground, Li Qi had no choice but to eliminate all foes, leaving him no time to mourn. Li Qi felt his current state of mind colder than that of the person who had spent 10 years killing fish at the supermarket. The slaughter between the Ru Yi gang and the Changlu gang never ceased, and the battlefield at the core revealed its victor. Chen Xiaohan seized upon a flaw in Shi Chun's defense, striking his chest with a palm. The immense force erupted, creating a hole the size of a bowl in Shi Chun's back, scattering blood and entrails. Shi Chun's eyes widened, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, his martial spirit quickly fading. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but no words came out, ultimately collapsing to the ground and dying a tragic death. The criminal Shi Chun is dead. You all should surrender quickly. After killing Shi Chun, Chen Xiaohan exhaled and bellowed. Seeing all this, the members of the Changlu gang were taken aback, revealing expressions of terror. The leader is dead. Run, quickly. We can't win. Our lives are more important. With the leader dead, the members of the Changlu gang lost all will to continue fighting, scattering like birds and beasts, fleeing for their lives. With the defeat of the Changlu gang now certain, the Ru Yi gang members seized the opportunity to ruthlessly pursue those fleeing. At this point, Li Qi let out a sigh of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, this battle for the Ru Yi gang could be deemed a victory. He no longer had to worry about how to escape after defeat, feeling a slight sense of relief. After fighting for a long time, Li Qi felt a hint of fatigue, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air as he pursued the fleeing members of the Changlu gang. Potential points are never too many. It would be a pity not to seize the chance to harvest a bit more, and Li Qi would not let such opportunities slip away. Thus, in Chuan County, the Changlu gang no longer exists. After the battle ended, the once chaotic streets gradually quieted down. The leader of the Changlu gang was killed on the spot, with more than half of the gang members slain, while a portion managed to escape. The entire Changlu gang vanished from the sight of the residents of Chuan County. As the dust settled after assigning some personnel to clean up the battlefield, the others returned to the Ru Yi gang's base for a brief rest. Now, it was time to discuss merits and rewards. All intelligence regarding the Changlu gang's involvement in this battle was soon delivered to Huang Yuanqing. Except for a few casualties and severely injured members, most of the people gathered here watched the leader, who was reviewing the list ahead with eager expressions. Soon Huang Yuanqing finished reading the list, raised his head, and looked at the crowd. We have fought and triumphed over the Changlu gang. This is excellent news worthy of celebration. All participants in the battle will receive 3 taels of silver as reward. For the severely injured, 5 taels. For the slain, 10 taels to their families. And a proper burial. At these words, all present cheered loudly, expressing their gratitude to the leader. The leader is wise. I am willing to serve the leader unto death. Thank you, leader. Ru Yi gang. Ru Yi gang. This reward required a significant amount of silver, a considerable sum indeed. However, having just defeated the Changlu gang, and considering the wealth of gold and jewels from their side, it was feasible to resolve this matter by taking a share from that. The Changlu gang had come prepared, having long devised strategies on how to take down the Ru Yi gang, and even how to divide the spoils. This made Huang Yuanqing extremely furious. After countering the Changlu gang, Huang Yuanqing showed no hesitation and decided to swallow them whole. You think you can take my Ru Yi gang? Watch me swallow you first. Huang Yuanqing vented his frustration fiercely, then slightly turned his head to ask a trusted confidant beside him. In this battle, did anyone flee from the battlefield? Upon hearing this question, the hearts of everyone present tightened, for they all knew the fate of those who fled. The confidant stepped forward respectfully and replied, reporting to the leader, in this fierce battle against the Changlu gang, our Ru Yi gang had a total of 243 disciples participating. Among these 243 brothers, some fell in battle, some were injured, and some were severely wounded and unconscious. Yet not a single person fled. Upon hearing his confidant's words, Huang Yuanqing's smile grew even wider. Very well. You have all done exceptionally well. It is a testament to my usual training of you all. Huang Yuanqing was particularly pleased, feeling a rare sense of exhilaration. Alright, as I previously mentioned, anyone who kills an enemy will receive merit. Tianfeng, please read out the merits of our brothers. Yes, leader. Tianfeng. Huang Yuanqing's confidant took out a list from his pocket and began reading it one by one. Yi Cheng killed 2 enemies, recorded 2 minor merits. Yang Guangyu killed 1 enemy, recorded 1 minor merit. Shi Wenbin killed 5 enemies, recorded 1 major merit. Tianfeng continued reading, soon mentioning Li Qi. Li Qi killed 16 enemies, recorded 3 major merits and 1 minor merit. At this point, Tianfeng paused, looking towards Li Qi. Not only Tianfeng, but the other gang members also turned their gazes towards Li Qi, standing among the crowd. Even Huang Yuanqing found it hard to believe and asked, killed 16 enemies. Tianfeng, are you sure you are not mistaken? Tianfeng replied respectfully, I have confirmed Li Qi's achievements twice, and it is indeed true. With Tianfeng's assurance, the crowd was even more astonished, collectively gasping in surprise, while Huang Yuanqing's gaze remained fixed on Li Qi. Li Qi stood calmly among the crowd, smiling as the gazes fell upon him. Even Huang Yuanqing stared at him intently, the pressure mounting. Yet Li Qi remained unmoved, completely unaffected. Just this composure made Huang Yuanqing regard him with newfound respect. Li Qi, how did you manage to kill so many? Li Qi cupped his hands, saying it was merely luck, it isn't worth mentioning truly. Huang Yuanqing chuckled in disbelief, shaking his head helplessly. Among the over 200 members in the gang, he remembered Li Qi distinctly. 2 months ago, Li Qi had come under his wing. At that time, Li Qi was merely a down-and-out scholar, frail and weak, with an air of being easily bullied, which made him stand out among the fierce and rugged men of the martial world. Initially, Huang Yuanqing had judged that Li Qi would not survive even a month after joining the Rui gang, but reality had greatly exceeded his expectations. 2 months later, not only had Li Qi survived, he had become a ruthless figure in the martial world, capable of killing 16 enemies. Even the scholarly aura around Li Qi had diminished significantly. Looking back, how much of the past? Li Qi was drenched in blood, his clothes soaked, yet upon closer inspection, Huang Yuanqing discovered that Li Qi bore not a single wound. All the blood on him was from others. This was truly absurd. To kill so many yet remain unscathed, even among the entire Rui gang. Few could achieve such a feat. Is this child a martial arts genius? A thought flashed through Huang Yuanqing's mind, and he looked at Li Qi with a hint of astonishment. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Qi's rise was a good thing. Though the recent battle had resulted in a victory for the Rui gang, it came at the cost of many brothers' lives. Now was the time to strategize for the future. Even if Huang Yuanqing had doubts about Li Qi's current strength, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. After praising a few words, Huang Yuanqing moved past the matter. Once the merits were announced, the crowd received their rewards and gradually dispersed. Li Qi's heart was thrilled as he walked directly towards the person in charge of the gang's merit exchange. Finally, I can exchange for the cultivation method. Li Qi strode directly up to the steward and said, "Steward Zhang, I wish to exchange my battle merits for a martial art manual. But wouldn't you like to rest first?" After receiving their rewards, the others dispersed. Having just emerged from a fierce battle, less than 2 incense sticks time ago, most bore wounds of varying severity and hurried off to tend to them. Even those unharmed felt profound exhaustion. Gang warfare was no child's play, it was life-threatening labor, and all returned home to recuperate. Who else would behave like Li Qi? The moment his battle merits were secured, he rushed straight here to redeem them for a martial art. He hadn't even changed clothes, his garments still soaked in blood, reeking of iron and slaughter. Though the slaughter had ended, a faint aura of slaughter spirit still clung to his frame, tinged with exhilaration. Staring at the flabbergasted steward, Li Qi chuckled. A substantial sum of battle merits has just fallen into my hands. How could I possibly sleep or eat until I've converted it into tangible power? Very well, sighed Steward Zhang, shaking his head in resignation. Follow me. With that, he led Li Qi deeper into the Rui gang's compound. The Rui gang's martial arts manuals were stored in a heavily guarded armory deep within the compound, some distance away. As Li Qi walked alongside the steward, he opened his system interface to review the spoils of the recent battle. Name: Li Qi. Realm: latest body tempering. Martial arts: mountain shattering fist, crane dancing in clouds, sword art. Latent potential points: 172. 72 points of latent potential. At the sight of the number, Li Qi's heart surged with fervent heat. Though only 16 foes had fallen beneath his blade, the system had still harvested latent potential from many others, even those slain by comrades. Particularly, the stronger the slain cultivator, the greater the latent potential yielded. A latest body tempering expert granted 2 points, while Shi Chun, a nascent Qi realm pioneer, yielded 5 upon his demise. If Li Qi invested all 172 points, his strength would surge beyond measure. He would surely break through into the nascent Qi realm. Passing through several courtyards and winding corridors, Li Qi arrived before a tightly secured warehouse. After passing inspection by several gang members, he entered with Steward Zhang. "This is our armory. You're likely visiting for the first time. A word of warning: do not touch what you ought not. Should you trigger a hidden mechanism and suffer injury, don't blame me." Li Qi nodded. Understood. They approached a row of bookshelves where the steward retrieved a slim booklet and handed it to him. "Peruse this first. It lists every martial art available for redemption. When you've chosen one, tell me." Li Qi accepted the booklet and glanced inside. It was an official catalog of the gang's martial arts collection. Only 8 martial arts were available for exchange, 6 ranked as lower tier, 2 as middle tier. The number was far fewer than Li Qi had anticipated, disappointing at first glance. Yet he quickly accepted it. After all, the Rui gang was merely a second-rate faction in Chuan Prefecture City. Such a collection was already commendable compared to its stature. Without hesitation, Li Qi flipped through the pages. Vein Sealing Palm. Lower-tier martial arts specializes in striking vital points and meridians of victims are left either dead or crippled. Requires 1 minor merit. Iron Crotch Art. Lower-tier martial art, a body-hardening technique offering exceptional protection against attacks targeting vital areas. Mastery unlocks unforeseen applications. Requires 2 minor merits. Centipede technique. Lower-tier martial art, a lightness skill excelling in wall crawling and vertical traversal. Requires 4 minor merits. Having read the entire booklet, Li Qi gained a comprehensive understanding of the Ruoyi Gang's martial arts repository. Lower-tier martial arts required only minor merits, but to redeem a middle-tier art demanded major merits. Even among lower-tier arts, quality varied widely. Some were notably weak and unpopular. Thus, while certain lower-tier arts cost only 1 minor merit, others commanded as many as 4. Li Qi's gaze swept repeatedly across the 8 entries, weighing his choice with careful deliberation. Recalling the recent clash with the Changle Gang, he instantly knew what he needed: lightness skill. During the pursuit of the fleeing Changle Gang remnants, a grave flaw had been exposed. His legs were too short. He couldn't run fast enough. Though the crane dancing in cloud sword art contained evasive footwork, it lacked the true essence of a dedicated lightness skill, falling short for sustained chases or rapid deployment. Had he possessed a genuine lightness skill, if he could have moved just a fraction faster, he might have hunted down far more enemies. He might have claimed vastly more latent potential. Regret tightened his chest. He'd let too many Changle Gang members slip away. His eyes paused briefly on the centipede technique, then passed over it, dismissing it outright. Though respectable among lower-tier lightness skills, the booklet held something superior: grass-running art. Grass-running art. Middle-tier martial art enables practitioners to move with the grace of a swallow and the swiftness of the wind, especially suited for long-distance travel. At peak mastery, one may tread lightly upon grass blades, drawing momentum from each step. Requires 3 major merits. An outstanding lightness skill, far surpassing the centipede technique. Li Qi immediately fixated on the grass-running art. Though its name sounded pedestrian, its substance was. I'll redeem the grass-running art. Your assistance is appreciated, Steward Zhang, Li Qi said, returning. Steward Zhang nodded. You possess exactly 3 major merits, sufficient for this acquisition. He placed the booklet back on the shelf, then retrieved a yellowed tome bearing 3 bold characters: grass-running. You may read this manual only here. No removal permitted. You have precisely 1 hour to memorize it. Understood. One final reminder. This art belongs solely to you, earned by your own merit. Should you ever transmit it to another without authorization, the gang's disciplinary code will be enforced. Rest assured, Steward, I understand the rules. Satisfied, Steward Zhang handed the grass-running art tome to Li Qi. As Li Qi opened the book, a cascade of system prompts shimmered before his eyes. Discovering acquirable martial art. Acquisition in progress. Acquired middle-tier martial art, grass-running art. Instantly, a new entry appeared on his system interface, and torrents of knowledge related to the grass-running art flooded his consciousness. Within mere breaths, Li Qi had mastered the art. Not yet practiced, but profoundly understood, as though he had studied it for years. Truly convenient to have such a system, he mused inwardly. Yet to avoid suspicion, he feigned diligent study, flipping through the tome 2 or 3 times before returning it to Steward Zhang. Steward Zhang recoiled in disbelief. Already finished? Have you memorized it entirely? Shall I grant you more time? Less than a single cup of tea had passed, unheard of in the gang's history. Ordinarily, brothers spent the full hour poring over texts, rereading dozens of times, terrified of misreading or forgetting a single character. Li Qi, however, skimmed it casually, then returned it seemingly indifferent. He smiled faintly. My memory is exceptional. I excel at retaining textual passages. Recalling Li Qi's scholarly past, reciting poetry and sutras daily, Steward Zhang relaxed, nodded approvingly, and restored the tome to its shelf. Having secured his desired martial art, Li Qi departed without delay and returned home. He first cleansed himself thoroughly, donned fresh attire, then eagerly opened his system interface, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Time to ascend once more. Break through the realm first. Enhance Yunzhong Hou Jian upper volume. His potential points decreased by 20, and the martial art immediately advanced to the minor accomplishment stage. Keep enhancing, Li Qi cried, and his potential points fell by another 30, as Yunzhong Hou Jian upper volume surged to the great accomplishment stage. Li Qi felt an intimate familiarity with the art, as if Yunzhong Hou Jian had been forged by his own hands. In his eyes it bore no secrets any longer. Now Li Qi's martial realm had reached the pinnacle of the Tsuade stage, quenching body stage. His physique had become supremely formidable. With the slightest exertion, his body was sheathed in muscles knotted like twisted steel, explosive power surging forth from every fiber. To cultivate a martial art to great accomplishment while elevating one's martial realm to the peak of the Tsuade stage, to reach an impassable summit, is exceedingly difficult. Ordinary people must pour out vast devotion, spending decades, or even a lifetime before such heights become attainable. Some lack the innate talent. Even a lifetime cannot bring them to Li Qi's present realm. Thus, many resort to extraordinary means to break into the Jinqi stage, true Qi realm. For example, taking secret elixirs. They borrow the power of pills to shatter their limits and enter the Jinqi stage. Some even swallow peerless forbidden drugs to force a breakthrough. Human effort has its bounds and reach. To transcend one's limit, one is sometimes compelled to. Yet whether secret elixirs or forbidden drugs, these are hardly accessible to ordinary folk and are exorbitantly expensive. Without a heavy price, they are nearly impossible to obtain. No one expected that in a shabby wooden hut tucked in a corner of Chuan County, a young man, without any pills, had reached such a realm and had done so in a startlingly short time. Li Qi was ready to take the next step. Fortify and enhance Yunzhong Hou Jian lower volume. The lower volume of Yunzhong Hou Jian is Baiyun Xinfa Baiyun Heart method, a cultivation method for the Jinqi stage. With Li Qi's present condition, he qualified to practice it. His potential points fell by another 3 and Baiyun Xinfa was entered. Soon a wholly different sensation rose within his body. A faint breath settled in Li Qi's dantian. It was moist and cool like mist lingering among mountains. And that breath was martial true Qi. Name Li Qi. Realm early Jinqi stage. Martial arts Pasan Quan mountain breaking fist Yunzhong Hou Jian Shaoshang Fei grass leaping technique. Potential points 119. Li Qi had now fully stepped into the Jinqi stage. Under his deliberate guidance, the Baiyun true Qi he condensed drifted through his body like mountain mists, nimble and ethereal. Li Qi raised his hand, and a filament of true Qi poured forth, floating in his palm. Gazing at that cloud-like breath, his heart swelled as he declared, "At last I have entered this realm." He drew the long sword at his waist and slashed. A thin blade of sword Qi flew out, striking the ground and carving a narrow yet exceedingly deep scar. True Qi can pass through the flesh, so practitioners at this stage can effortlessly cast sword Qi or blade Qi, striking foes from 100 paces away. When Huang Yuanxing fought Shi Chun and Shui Gu, Li Qi had seen the leader cleave vast blades of Qi, dazzling, razor-sharp, devastatingly powerful, and he had admired it deeply. Now that Li Qi had entered the Jinqi stage, he could likewise release sword Qi. He had at last risen from the lowest tier. A Jinqi practitioner is a figure who commands respect wherever placed. Continue the enhancement. Li Qi enhanced his art 2 more times, raising Yunzhong Hou Jian lower volume to mastery. His Baiyun true Qi swelled in rings, its intensity and total volume increasing several-fold. Li Qi's realm advanced into the mid-Jinqi stage, placing him on equal footing with Huang Yuanxing, the leader of the Rui Bang. He had intended to continue, but the rapid growth of his martial true Qi left his body feeling distended. After a brief reflection, Li Qi halted the enhancements to Yunzhong Hou Jian and turned his attention to Shaoshang Fei. Enhanced Shaoshang Fei. With the potential points he had left, he immediately elevated Shaoshang Fei to the minor accomplishment stage. Shaoshang Fei is a pure lightness technique that does not involve internal heart methods, so cultivating it imposed no additional burden on Li Qi's body and thus advanced effortlessly. This brought a tremendous boost to Li Qi's ability. His legs felt feather-light, as if a gentle push could free him from gravity and lift him into flight. Li Qi tapped his toe on the floor and vanished in a flash, appearing from one corner of the hut to another. So fast, Li Qi's face brightened with joy. Excitement surged through him. In his former life, he had envied the heroes of martial films, fleet-foot running along eaves and scaling walls. He had never imagined that in this world he would possess such wondrous lightness himself. Earlier he had not even used his martial true Qi, relying only on bodily strength and the technique. He reached such speeds when he channeled true Qi into the movement. The speed became yet greater, as if teleporting. Li Qi's figure flitted about the hut without pattern or trace. His swiftness had surpassed the limits of ordinary sight. Shaoshang Fei has no dedicated heart method, which almost any heart method's true Qi can be applied to this lightness art. The Baiyun true Qi Li Qi cultivated was light and nimble, harmonizing perfectly with Shaoshang Fei to create an effect greater than the sum of its parts. When Li Qi struck the ground with his feet, while performing the technique, faint wisps of cloud-like vapor rose from his toes. Speed aside, he seemed to glide upon the clouds like an immortal. An unexpected delight. Realizing this, Li Qi felt gratified. He had not expected the lightness technique selected from the Rui Bang to suit him so well. Having mastered the 2 mid-grade arts, Yunzhong Hou Jian and Shaoshang Fei, Li Qi could both fight and flee, his tactical options flexible and varied with no glaring weakness. Those who could not beat him could not catch him, those who could beat him could not pursue. His chances of survival had risen dramatically. At his current strength, it had become extremely difficult to kill him, and much of the unease that had long shadowed Li Qi's heart had dissipated. As Li Qi practiced these two mid-grade arts, Chen Xiaohan, who had earlier come to assist the Rui Bang, returned. He met Huang Yuanxing, but his face carried helplessness and gravity. Seeing Chen Xiaohan's altered expression, Huang Yuanxing was startled and immediately stepped forward. "Brother Chen, why do you look so? Has something gone awry?" When Chen Xiaohan killed Shi Chun with a single strike, Cui Gu sensed the danger and turned to flee while Chen Xiaohan pursued him. Chen Xiaohan, a common member of the Chang'e gang, was not worried about Huang Yuanxing and the others being able to deal with it, but the situation was different when it came to a true Qi realm martial artist. Especially Cui Gu, who was a mid-stage true Qi realm existence, he absolutely could not be allowed. Chen Xiaohan and Cui Gu were in a cat-and-mouse chase, quickly leaving Chuan County. As a true Qi realm expert, Cui Gu not only had incredible speed, but was also well-versed in the art of escape, managing to run far ahead without being caught by Chen Xiaohan, which infuriated Chen Xiaohan greatly. Moreover, Cui Gu deliberately erased his traces, further increasing the difficulty of Chen Xiaohan's pursuit. Several times Chen Xiaohan almost lost track of Cui Gu, but he was fortunate enough to track him down again using subtle clues. The two engaged in combat within the forest, and in an instant true Qi erupted with a thunderous roar echoing through the woods. During the confrontation, Chen Xiaohan severely injured Cui Gu with a single palm strike, and was on the verge of subduing him, but Cui Gu utilized a secret technique that drained his physical strength and life force instantly, leaving the battlefield and disappearing from Chen Xiaohan's sight at a speed that was hard for him to match. What? Cui Gu escaped. Huang Yuanqing's expression changed in shock. Chen Xiaohan was his longtime friend, and he knew Chen Xiaohan's strength all too well. He had thought that Chen Xiaohan would surely be able to capture Cui Gu, but he never imagined that Cui Gu would actually manage to escape from Chen Xiaohan. This situation was troublesome. Cui Gu was a notorious figure in the martial world, and today they had forged a deadly enmity. Not being able to kill the other posed significant future risks, and Huang Yuanqing did not want to be targeted by such a martial expert later on. He was in the light while Cui Gu was in the dark. If Cui Gu were to find his weakness in the future and come for revenge, it would not be a joke. Eradicating evil completely. This was a lesson learned through blood and life. Huang Yuanqing sighed helplessly and forced a smile, saying, "Well then, if Cui Gu has escaped, let him go. This time I must thank Brother Chen for his intervention. Oh, otherwise the Rui gang might have been wiped out already." Chen Xiaohan laughed heartily, gesturing for Huang Yuanqing not to take it to heart. "You are too polite, my dear brother. We have been friends for many years and no need for such formalities. Let us drink together later, that is what matters." Then Chen Xiaohan patted Huang Yuanqing on the shoulder and comforted him, saying, "Do not worry, my brother. Although Cui Gu escaped, he was injured by my strike and is already severely wounded. Furthermore, he has used a technique that drains his life force, which will only worsen his injuries. It will take him at least 3 to 5 years to recover. Even if he manages to restore his strength, it is uncertain whether he can maintain his current realm. There is no need for you to worry about Cui Gu. I will take action again when I find his trace next time." Hearing Chen Xiaohan say this, Huang Yuanqing felt much more at ease and expressed his gratitude once more. But then Chen Xiaohan shifted the topic to another matter. "Compared to Cui Gu, there is another matter you should be worried about." "Oh, what is it?" "The Divine Martial Army." Upon hearing these 3 words, Huang Yuanqing's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "The Divine Martial Army? Could it be?" The Divine Martial Army is the elite force of the Great Han Dynasty, numbering over 500,000, renowned and feared by all. So why are they referred to as a pack of tigers and wolves? Because this army possesses both the bravery of tigers and wolves, as well as their brutality. The military style of the Divine Martial Army is extremely fierce, having been involved in numerous incidents, earning them a reputation that is both praised and vilified. Many people dislike this army. Just when Chen Xiaohan was chasing Cui Gu, he unexpectedly discovered a vanguard unit of the Divine Martial Army in the forest. The opposing force was numerous, exceeding 20,000, and after observing their movements, he felt they seemed to be heading towards Chuan County. "Brother, if I am not mistaken, that 20,000 strong vanguard of the Divine Martial Army will reach Chuan County in a few days. They are likely coming for those rebel forces from before. You need to prepare early." Huang Yuanqing understood what Chen Xiaohan meant. 2 months ago, rebel forces passed through, stopping in Chuan County for just 2 days before leaving, but they did not go far. Instead, they lingered nearby in Fuping County. Fuping County is a major grain-producing area of Chuan County known as the Granary of Chuan. The rebels had their eyes on Fuping County's vast food supplies, defeating the local officials and building fortifications there, seemingly preparing for a long-term stay. And the Divine Martial Army is coming for the rebels in Fuping County. Now that the rebels are rising, the Dahan's official army is also fighting fires everywhere to quell the rebellion. Fuping County is not far from Chuan County, only 20 miles away. If the Divine Martial Army and the rebels were to engage in a fierce battle, Chuan County would bear the brunt. The rebels need not be mentioned, but the Divine Martial Army is not a good group either. They are overbearing and brutal, not much better than the rebels, and Huang Yuanqing knows this all too well. Huang Yuanqing's expression darkened, and he said hoarsely, "Are those people from the Divine Martial Army really coming?" Qin Shaohan nodded, saying, "Exactly, that is why I suggest you should act discreetly in the coming days, and while this news has not spread, sell off the properties of the Changel gang as soon as possible." Huang Yuanqing took a deep breath and nodded, saying, "I understand." Although he had just fought a fierce battle and taken over the Changel gang, leading to significant casualties on the Rui gang side, their combat strength had diminished, resulting in a shortage of manpower. In normal times, this would not be too concerning. Even if the Rui gang lacked manpower, other forces would not easily come to extort them. But the Divine Martial Army was different. The Divine Martial Army acts fiercely and without restraint, seizing and plundering like wolves. If those people set their sights on the Rui gang's interests, it would be difficult to protect what they had. Given this, the right course of action is to liquidate the assets of the Changel gang promptly. Qin Shaohan analyzed the situation thoroughly with him, helping Huang Yuanqing understand the crux of the matter. Huang Yuanqing felt grateful and hurriedly said, "Brother Qin, thinking of me like this, if there is ever a chance I can help, feel free to ask. I would go through fire and water without hesitation." "Haha, my dear brother, you are too polite. We need not be so formal. I have fought for so long, and am a bit tired. I will rest for a while, and then drink with you later." "All right, Brother Qin, go rest. I will arrange the banquet right away." While Huang Shaoqing and Qin Shaohan were discussing secretly, no one knew. A massive storm was. After obtaining the cultivation method, Li Qi returned home and completed his enhancements before going to bed early, having grown fatigued after the battle. The next day, Li Qi woke up early. After washing up, he felt refreshed, as if he had boundless energy. He pulled out 3 taels of gold from his pocket, and his face broke into a smile. This was the reward he earned from risking his life in battle yesterday. In this world, 1 tael of gold can be exchanged for 10 taels of silver, and 1 tael of silver can comfortably support a family of 3 for a month. 3 taels of gold is not a small sum. Forget not having been rich in this lifetime. He had never been wealthy in his previous life either. With money in hand, one must naturally spend some. Moreover, since coming to this world, I have not yet gone out to see it properly. Li Qi chuckled, putting the gold back in his pocket, then opened the door and left the wooden house, stepping onto the street. Li Qi strolled along the streets of Chuan County, his expression calm, resembling a young master casually wandering about. Yet his worn and thin clothing gave him a somewhat shabby appearance. Although Li Qi had already advanced to the true Qi realm, with powerful martial true Qi circulating within him, he did not feel cold in his thin garments, but he still looked more like a poor fellow than a rich young master. Li Qi glanced down at his clothes, then resolutely turned around and headed towards a nearby clothing shop. Moments later, he emerged in a new outfit, saying, "Very well, now I look like a rich young master. Since I've donned new clothes, I mustn't tread the old path." Li Qi prepared to do something different, such as drinking flower wine. "Just right, I haven't had breakfast yet." Li Qi had long known that the Long Lu gang had a flower house named Itsue Building, and he had always wanted to experience it. Now that the Rui gang had swallowed the Long Lu gang, this Itsue Building had naturally become the property of the Rui gang. This meant Li Qi was considered an insider there, and he might even enjoy discounts when he visited. Thinking of this, Li Qi became even more excited and immediately hurried towards the direction of Itsue Building. After turning a few street corners, he arrived at the entrance of Itsue Building and immediately sensed something unusual. Several guards stood at the entrance of Itsue Building. Li Qi did not recognize a single one of them. Strange according to the rules. Shouldn't the ones guarding Itsue Building be brothers from the gang? Why are they all outsiders? Li Qi approached one of the guards and politely asked, "Excuse me, brother, isn't it Building a property of the Rui gang? But I see that several of you don't seem to be from the Rui gang at all." The guard chuckled, "You don't understand, do you? That's right, yesterday the Rui gang wiped out the Long Lu gang and took over this Itsue Building. But our Lord Yin also set his sights on this Itsue Building, and it has now been acquired by him from the Rui gang. It now belongs to Lord Yin." After some clarification, Li Qi learned that the Rui gang had already transferred Itsue Building, which left him utterly astonished. This Lord Yin was a wealthy gentleman residing in the east of the city, and he was now the owner of Itsue Building. One must understand that a flower house like Itsue Building yields considerable profits. To say it makes money daily is not an exaggeration. It's truly baffling to see such a valuable property being transferred. The gang actually transferred Itsue Building. What was the gang leader thinking? Li Qi felt puzzled. This development was far beyond his expectations. For some reason a cloud of doubt enveloped Li Qi's heart, and a faint sense of unease emerged. He lost interest in drinking flower wine, and turned to leave. He casually bought 2 meat pies from a roadside vendor, eating as he walked. The crowd on the street constantly passed by Li Qi. It was early market hours, and the sounds of vendors calling out filled the air. Freshly made pancakes. Large and round pancakes, steaming hot, come and get them. Selling cool tea. 2 coins for a bowl. High-quality rouge for sale at a low price. Amidst the throng, Li Qi felt the ordinary flavor. What he saw and heard at this moment was so real, as if his previous life had been a dream. He couldn't help but sigh. It seems I truly can't go back. Well, it's fine not to go back. I'll just live well here. The previous world was an ordinary place, a space for common people whose existence was severely compressed. There is nothing worth reminiscing about not being able to return. Living well in the present is what matters most. Moreover, this world possesses an extraordinary martial civilization, and with the activation of the system, Li Qi has the possibility to seize his own destiny. This world is worth fighting for. Big brother, please give me something to eat. I'm starving. A weak voice echoed in Li Qi's ears, and then a pair of dirty little hands tugged at the hem of his cloak. Li Qi turned his head and saw a small boy holding onto him. The child was only about 8 or 9 years old, with a dark little face, looking at Li Qi, his eyes filled with hope as they fixated on the meat pie in Li Qi's hand. This was a child left to roam the streets. Recently, with the rise of rebel forces, the world had become increasingly chaotic, leading to more and more refugees fleeing everywhere. As Li Qi walked, he had already seen many refugees begging along the streets. Some were even selling their children, a sight too tragic to bear. Looking at the half-grown child before him, Li Qi was momentarily speechless. In his previous life, children like this would never have experienced war. They enjoyed a peaceful and beautiful childhood in school. Yet this child before him suffered from hunger and had become a beggar. The new clothes he had just bought were dirted by the beggar's grasp, yet Li Qi felt no anger. He reached out and stroked the beggar's head, then handed over the meat pie in his hand. Here you go. The meat pie had already been partially eaten by Li Qi, leaving only half, but the little beggar showed no disdain and ravenously devoured it. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Li Qi nodded, said nothing more, and turned to leave. He had only just escaped from the lower echelons of society, having barely secured his own basic needs. He had no ability to save this little beggar, and even less to rescue the countless refugees. All he could do was give the boy half a meat pie. Perhaps in the future, when his strength grew stronger, reaching its peak, he would have the power to speak against this chaotic world. I'll be damned. Li Qi sighed, walking alone. He thought of something, drew out the long sword from his waist, placing it before his eyes, his brows furrowed. This was the long sword he had seized from the members of the Long Lu gang. Just an ordinary iron sword of mediocre quality, which had already become insufficient after Li Qi's breakthrough to the true Qi realm. When he swung the iron sword, it felt as if it could break with just a little effort. This sword could no longer unleash Li Qi's full prowess. Just right, I have some money. I should go exchange it for a better long sword. After mastering the cloud crane dance sword, Li Qi wielded the blade with murderous intent, slaying numerous foes. Especially against those empty-handed warriors, he held a significant advantage with his long sword in hand. Between armed combat and unarmed fighting, there exists a high wall. A weapon can greatly diminish the gap between individuals and significantly enhance the efficiency of killing. This is a simple truth. Regrettably, many people fail to recognize this truth, otherwise a certain big shot from Kunshin back in the day would not have met his demise in such a manner. Li Qi clearly understood the importance of weaponry techniques. The Cloud Crane Dance sword was sufficient for him to use for a long time, and he intended to specialize in swordsmanship. If he could acquire a decent longsword, his combat power would multiply. Li Qi strolled down the street, meandering about, and soon found a blacksmith shop. Stepping inside, this was the largest blacksmith shop in Chuanan County, owned by a burly man named Tai Lao San, who was in his 40s. His skills in forging were among the finest in the vast Chuanan County. Upon entering, a clerk eagerly approached Li Qi, saying, "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? Do you need to purchase?" Seeing Li Qi dressed in high-quality new clothes, the clerk understood that this was a person of means, and his attitude towards Li Qi became even more enthusiastic. Li Qi tossed the longsword hanging from his waist onto a nearby table, saying, "I need to buy a better longsword. If it's of this quality, then there's no need to bring it out." The clerk glanced at the iron sword on the table and chuckled. "That is only natural, esteemed guest. This way, please." The clerk led Li Qi to a nearby shelf, took down a fine steel longsword, and handed it to him. This sword is crafted entirely from fine steel, durable and sharp, capable of cutting hair with ease, and you can acquire it for just 4 taels of silver. Do you have anything better? I want to exchange it for another. All right, esteemed guest, take a look at this one. Li Qi meticulously selected each longsword in the shop, yet none satisfied him. Eventually, even the shop owner Tai Lao San was alerted and rushed over from the back. Finally, Tai Lao San presented his pride and joy a 3-foot dragon-patterned sword, placing it before Li Qi, who nodded in satisfaction. This sword is called the dragon-patterned sword. I have incorporated numerous precious materials into its crafting, and combined with a special forging technique, the sword body reveals a pattern resembling dragon scales upon completion. Hence the name dragon-patterned sword. For just 2 taels of gold you can take it home. Li Qi picked up the dragon-patterned sword. It felt heavy and solid in his hand, emanating a cool aura. When he gently swung it, it felt extraordinarily smooth. A fine sword. He quietly circulated a stream of true energy into the dragon-patterned sword, feeling the energy flow freely within, as if it were an extension of his own arm. As Li Qi infused true energy into the dragon-patterned sword, Tai Lao San, standing nearby, froze, his pupils involuntarily contracting. Although he appeared calm on the surface, his heart was shaken. True energy. This person is actually a martial arts expert at the true energy stage. Tai Lao San was not a martial artist, but an ordinary blacksmith. However, his skills were exceptional, and every weapon he crafted was a masterpiece. Frequently, martial artists would come to purchase weapons, including those who had already entered the true energy stage. These individuals typically tested swords and knives in front of him, demonstrating their martial arts true energy, while unleashing waves of sword and blade energy. Tai Lao San had witnessed many people operating their martial arts true energy, and was very familiar with this level of expertise. Even though Li Qi had secretly circulated true energy, it did not escape Tai Lao San's notice. He never would have expected that a young person like this could be a martial arts expert at the true energy stage. This individual might be the youngest true energy martial artist in all of Chuanan County. After Li Qi paid, he left with the dragon-patterned sword in high spirits, while Tai Lao San remained in a daze for a long time. The clerk beside him noticed Tai Lao San's unusual demeanor and asked, "Master, what's the matter?" Tai Lao San shook his head, regaining his composure. "It's nothing." He had already figured it out. This person had entered the true energy stage at such a young age, undoubtedly a remarkable talent. However, Tai Lao San did not recognize him and had never heard of such a figure in Chuanan County. Considering the scene when Li Qi discreetly used his martial arts true energy, Tai Lao San speculated that the individual wished to keep his cultivation level and identity concealed. Naturally, Tai Lao San would not meddle in this matter. If he were to expose it or rashly inquire, it could lead to... Tai Lao San was a perceptive individual and quickly recalled the key elements of the situation, deciding to put Li Qi's matter aside and no longer focus on it. He kicked the clerk still standing nearby and said irritably, "What are you still standing there for? Go help me in the back. It's been so long and your skills haven't improved." The clerk muttered under his breath, reluctantly heading to the back. Li Qi walked down the street fondling the dragon-patterned sword he had just acquired, feeling incredibly pleased. Just then a voice called out from behind him, "Li Qi, are you here too?" Li Qi turned around and saw a fellow member of his gang, Yan Wenshu. Yan Wenshu was a peak martial artist at the body tempering stage, likely to break through the limits of body refinement and enter the true energy stage at any moment. He held a high status within the Rui gang. Li Qi had no prior interactions with Yan Wenshu, so it surprised him when Yan Wenshu greeted him so enthusiastically today. "Brother Wenshu, what brings you here?" Yan Wenshu approached, chuckling. "Don't just stand there. Come on, let's walk and talk. Let's go have a couple of drinks, bits on. I should thank you though. During the fierce battle with the Chong Lu gang yesterday, if you hadn't intervened in time, I might have ended up injured and bedridden. No matter where one is, there will always be small groups and hierarchies, and a martial artist of Yan Wenshu's caliber naturally holds a significant position within the Rui gang. Aside from the gang leader Huang Yuanxing and his 2 trusted aides who are at the true Qi realm, Yan Wenshu, as a peak practitioner at the body refinement realm, possesses the strongest power. Of course, this is without considering Li Qi. If Li Qi were to reveal his true cultivation level, not just the small Rui gang, even the entire Chuan County would be shaken. Martial artists like Yan Wenshu have little interaction with ordinary gang members. Everyone has their own small circles. Moreover, Li Qi's previous strength was mediocre, making him a mere nobody. Speaking of which, I must thank you. Yesterday, during the fierce battle with the Chong Lu gang, if you hadn't stepped in to help, I might have been injured and bedridden by now. Upon hearing Yan Wenshu's words, Li Qi was even more surprised. "Brother Wenshu, I don't understand what you mean." Yan Wenshu then began to explain to Li Qi. It turns out that during the intense battle with the Chong Lu gang yesterday, Li Qi was excessively fierce, killing anyone who blocked his path, and all the enemies in front of him were eliminated. Amidst this, Li Qi even effortlessly killed the opponent who was engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Yan Wenshu. This act of stealing the kill not only did not upset Yan Wenshu, but made him extremely grateful. At that time, Yan Wenshu had been fighting for a long while, and was exhausted, having also suffered some light injuries. An expert from the Chong Lu gang, seized the opportunity to engage Yan Wenshu in a desperate fight. They aimed to take down Yan Wenshu when he was in a poor state, and the situation was extremely critical. But no one expected that at that moment a formidable figure descended from the sky, and Li Qi appeared out of nowhere. Li Qi pierced the throat of the Chong Lu gang expert with a single sword strike, and then floated away. Wherever he passed, he left a trail of corpses. Such a scene left Yan Wenshu utterly astonished. Today, upon seeing Li Qi on the street, Yan Wenshu immediately greeted him and stepped forward to express his gratitude. After understanding the situation, Li Qi smiled lightly. I see Brother Wenshu need not thank me. We are all brothers in the gang, and helping each other is only right. The two walked together to a nearby tavern, where Yan Wenshu led Li Qi into a private room. Upon entering, Li Qi discovered that there were already people drinking inside. Brothers, I ran into Brother Li Qi outside. Come make some room, let's all have a few drinks together. Li Qi recognized everyone in the room. They were all members of the gang and part of Yan Wenshu's circle. Although these individuals usually did not overtly exclude the lower-tier gang members, there was always a subtle sense of detachment. However, upon seeing Li Qi today, their attitudes underwent a significant change. They were all extremely enthusiastic and immediately made room for Li Qi to take a seat. Today is different from the past. Li Qi has risen strongly, his martial arts cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. Anyone with discerning eyes can see that his future achievements will undoubtedly be substantial. Why delay in building good relations? Building a good relationship with Li Qi may not necessarily yield benefits, but it definitely won't bring harm. These individuals are clever and know exactly what they should be doing right now. Yan Wenshu raised his glass. Brother Li Qi, I thank you for your assistance yesterday. This cup is for you. Li Qi returned the gesture. We are all brothers. Brother Wenshu is being too polite. As everyone exchanged toasts, a few drinks down, the relationship between them grew significantly closer. Yan Wenshu had his own thoughts. Li Qi is a talented individual who has revealed such strength at a young age, and he intended to pull Li Qi into his small circle. Li Qi also had no intention of refusing. His previous status was too low and he had interacted with too few people. Many things were still unclear. This was a perfect opportunity to broaden his horizons. As everyone drank and chatted, the atmosphere was lively, and Li Qi also asked the question that had been on his mind. Brother Wenshu, have you heard about the situation with the Itsue building? I just took a stroll over there and found that the Itsue building has already been transferred. The current owner of the Itsue building is Lord Yin from the east side of the city. After downing a drink, Yan Wenshu sighed. Don't mention the Itsue building. Even the Xian Feng courtyard and Sui residence have all been transferred. The Chong Lu gang's properties have left nothing behind. Ooh, I wonder what the gang leader is thinking. Li Qi's expression changed. All have been transferred. Yes. Yan Wenshu nodded helplessly and replied in a somber tone. After joining the Rui gang members receive a monthly allowance. Oh, everyone buys their lives for the gang, so naturally there will be a reward. The more properties the gang has, and the better they are managed, the more monthly allowance the members can receive. Initially, everyone thought that after swallowing the Chong Lu gang's properties, their monthly allowance would significantly increase, but no one expected Huang Yuanxing to transfer all these properties away, leaving many confused. Brother Wenshu, do you know why this is? Yan Wenshu helplessly shook his head. How would I know what the gang leader is thinking? We dare not say anything nor ask anything. We can only keep our heads down and work. At this moment, the sense of unease in Li Qi's heart grew stronger. After learning that the Itsue building had changed hands, he felt uneasy, and now it was even more pronounced. Something must be wrong. Li Qi's mind raced, contemplating the various possibilities. In his impression, the gang leader Huang Yuanxing was certainly not a helpful person. Handing over these profitable properties was akin to charity, something Huang Yuanxing would never do. Such massive transfers of property, in Li Qi's view, seemed more like a desperate attempt to survive. When this thought flashed through Li Qi's mind, he was suddenly startled, a chill running down his back. Huang Yuanxing must know something. Something terrible is about to happen. And it certainly isn't anything good. Li Qi took a deep breath, trying to suppress the unease in his heart. No rush, Huang Yuanxing knows trouble is coming. But it shouldn't be too severe. If it were truly a life-threatening situation, Huang Yuanxing would have fled long ago, instead of busy transferring properties. Li Qi felt a bit more at ease, although a crisis was imminent. It shouldn't be too severe. No rush. Oh, when soldiers come we will block them, when water comes we will cover it. Let's first see what the situation is before making any decisions. To deal with uncertainty with stability was Li Qi's plan. As Li Qi pondered these matters, he showed no signs on his face, and the people at the table did not notice anything unusual about him. The table was filled with exquisite delicacies and fine wine, and everyone was enjoying their conversations. Amidst this joy, the vast majority did not notice. A massive cloud of darkness was looming over Chuan County. After interacting with Yan Wenshu and others, Li Qi's status in the Rui gang rose dramatically. More and more small circles attempted to embrace Li Qi, turning him into a sought-after figure within the gang. Additionally, Li Qi also came into contact with some lucrative tasks within the gang, those that were scarce but offered rich rewards. After spending 2 taels of gold to purchase the dragon pattern sword, the silver in Li Qi's purse began to increase again, improving his situation significantly. He no longer had to tighten his belt to get by. However, Han Yangqiu, who had always been close to Li Qi, became somewhat distant, as if an invisible barrier had formed between them. Li Qi could only shrug helplessly at this change. After defeating the formidable Chang'e gang, the brothers in the gang were delighted, indulging in lavish spending after receiving a massive bounty, while only Li Qi noticed the underlying anomalies. He did not dare to be complacent and immediately began preparations, including procuring supplies and planning escape routes from Chuan County. Since his last enhancement of martial arts, which improved the cloud crane dance sword and grass flying techniques, Li Qi had only 2 potential points left, making it impossible to further enhance his skills. He started to ponder where he could acquire more potential points. However, gaining potential points required someone to die, and after wandering around the county town, Li Qi found no opportunities to collect any. This is troublesome. Li Qi walked along the street pondering. Without potential points, I cannot improve my skills, which will greatly slow down my rise in power. Could it be that I have to practice the martial arts myself? Even without the system's assistance, Li Qi could rely on his own cultivation to enhance his realm, but his innate talent was average, merely of a medium level. If he practiced alone, it would take too long. What Li Qi lacked most at this moment was time. He needed to maximize his strength within a short period to better cope with the impending crisis. Just as Li Qi was contemplating where to acquire some potential points, he was suddenly blocked on his way. Hey, this young man has nice clothes. Why not lend us some money? Li Qi looked up to see 2 burly men with rough faces standing in front of him. He was actually being stopped and robbed by thugs. It was clear that these 2 men were habitual offenders, and the nearby residents, upon witnessing the scene, swiftly avoided it, fearing to get involved. The nearby onlookers were too afraid to make eye contact with the 2 thugs, worried about becoming targets themselves. Observing the 2 men blocking his path, Li Qi furrowed his brow slightly, but then relaxed. It seems that thoughts manifest as reality. What happens if I refuse? Li Qi chuckled, asking casually. One of the thugs showed a hint of menace on his face. He slowly drew a dagger from his sleeve and approached Li Qi, saying, "If you don't give, we'll have to make you bleed." For someone like Li Qi, the young master, these 2 thugs were all too familiar. They were used to dealing with pampered youths from wealthy families. A little lesson would compel them to obediently hand over their valuables. Even though Li Qi had a seemingly decent sword hanging at his waist, the 2 thugs dismissed it primarily because Li Qi's appearance was too deceptive. He looked young and tender, exuding an air of scholarly innocence, making him an easy target. A person like Li Qi was easy to identify as a pampered young master, trying to emulate the wandering heroes of the world, casually wandering around with a sword at his side. Today, let me show you the harshness of the world. Watching the 2 thugs closing in, Li Qi's smile grew. This reaction left the 2 thugs perplexed. Why was he smiling? Had he been scared silly, or was he merely mentally unstable? While the 2 thugs were puzzled, Li Qi's hands shot out like lightning, instantly grabbing both of their necks. With such terrifying speed, the 2 men were swiftly subdued. They realized they had kicked a hardboard. The fear of death enveloped them. Panic appeared on their faces as they were about to plead for mercy, but it was already too late. Li Qi circulated his true energy, exerting force, and with a twist, the heads of the 2 thugs rotated 180 degrees. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking bones echoed, and the 2 thugs fell to the ground, twitching for a moment before falling silent. Potential point 1. Li Qi's face lit up with joy as he gazed at the 2 unfortunate souls who had met their end. Rest in peace. Be more careful in your next life. Li Qi felt no burden in killing the 2 thugs. He could tell they were habitual offenders, and their actions were merely a service to the public. Moreover, they had initiated the attack. Not only did they attempt to rob Li Qi, but they also threatened to make him bleed, which made it all the more impossible for Li Qi to let them go. After eliminating the 2 thugs, Li Qi was not worried about whether they had any backing or if he would face retaliation. In this street of Chuan County, one would do well to inquire who his father is. If they wished to retaliate against Li Qi, they would need to investigate who Li Qi truly was. If the thugs backing learned of Li Qi's achievement in wiping out 16 members of the Chang'e gang, they might just refrain from seeking revenge. People always bully the weak and fear the strong. In the world of martial arts, the harsher one hits, the greater the reputation. The reality was that the more decisive Li Qi was in his actions, the less trouble he would encounter. After acquiring 2 potential points, Li Qi's perspective suddenly broadened. The appearance of these two thugs provided Li Qi with insight. He now knew where to acquire more potential points. At this moment the world was in chaos, and the government was primarily focused on suppressing the rebellious forces, leading to a weakened grip on the civilian populace, causing all sorts of demons and monsters to emerge. So much so that even these two mediocre ruffians dared to commit robbery in broad daylight. Even if someone reported them, it was highly likely that the government would not intervene. If all the ruffians in Chuanan County were to be killed, how many potential points would that yield? As this thought crossed Li Qi's mind, he quickly dismissed it. Killing all the ruffians in the city would create too much of a commotion. Overdoing things often leads to trouble. If Li Qi were to act on this, he might attract unpredictable complications. Moreover, these ruffians did not operate daily. They typically refrained from further wrongdoing after a robbery or extortion, wandering off to enjoy their lives until their money ran out, at which point they would re-emerge to commit further crimes. Trying to find and eliminate these scattered ruffians would be too inefficient for obtaining potential points, not aligning with Li Qi's expectations, prompting him to quickly abandon this line of thought. So aside from these scattered ruffians, were there any suitable targets for harvesting potential points? Of course there were. That would be mountain bandits and horse thieves. Given the current situation, the Great Han was in disarray, with not only rebellions rising, but also numerous mountain bandits and horse thieves occupying the forests and main roads, robbing passing merchants. If they were merely robbing for money, that would be one thing, but these mountain bandits and horse thieves sometimes sought both money and lives, committing numerous horrific crimes. Today Li Qi shall act on behalf of justice. Li Qi bought some meat pies on the street and casually found a few refugees who had fled here, giving them the pies. Upon seeing the fragrant meat pies, the refugees' eyes lit up, gratefully accepting them and then devouring them hungrily. Li Qi took the opportunity to inquire how these people had escaped, gathering the information he needed. For these refugees, they were well aware of where the dangers lay and where was relatively safe. Some had even escaped the clutches of mountain bandits and horse thieves, barely surviving. With meat pies paving the way, the refugees were forthcoming with information in response to Li Qi's inquiries, and he quickly learned about the distribution of mountain bandits and horse thieves outside Chuanan County at a minimal cost. The wind rises and the clouds soar. Where can we find brave warriors to traverse the land? Mountain bandits must be eradicated at all times. There is no other option. This time Li Qi will take up the mantle for the people. After a brief preparation, he set off, leaving Chuanan. Li Qi's appearance had changed significantly. He was clad in black, with a black scarf covering his face, completely shrouded, revealing only his eyes. There was no other choice. He was now going out to do good deeds, and doing good deeds anonymously had always been his virtue. With his current attire, even the old scholar would not recognize him. To conceal his identity, he left his long-one sword behind. The long-one sword was not a rare weapon. While it cost 2 taels of gold, not everyone could afford it. However, those who witnessed him wielding the long-one sword to slay mountain bandits could narrow the search for him based on the sword. Once outside Chuanan County, Li Qi no longer concealed his strength, his formidable true energy circulating throughout his body as he fully unleashed the skill Chao Shang, Fei, darting away into the distance. With the infusion of Baiyun true energy, palm-sized clouds materialized from his toes, and with a gentle step into the air, his figure instantly appeared 10 zhang away. Li Qi hovered 3 feet off the ground, stepping on white clouds, soaring gracefully through the air. Like an immortal descending into the mortal realm. Li Qi was already aware of the situation near Chuanan County. 30 miles south of Chuanan County lay Hongya Mountain, where a gang of about 40 mountain bandits was entrenched, having established a camp named Feiying Zhai. The leader of Feiying Zhai was named Guo Feiying, who was also the head of this gang of mountain bandits. He was a peak martial artist of the body refinement stage, reputed to possess exceptional lightness skills, and few could escape once he had targeted them, as they would be chased down and killed, earning him the title of the Flying Eagle King. Li Qi's first target would be this Flying Eagle King, and he had also taken note of the 40-odd mountain bandits of Feiying Zhai. Li Qi hurriedly traveled the 30 miles to reach Hongya Mountain. Upon arrival, Li Qi sensed something was amiss. Throughout his journey, he could still see some shadows of people here and there, but within 10 miles of Hongya Mountain there was hardly a soul. The notoriety of the Flying Eagle King kept those who knew better at bay, ensuring no one would pass through this area. As for those who were oblivious to the dangers and ventured in, they had mostly met their demise. Once at this location, Li Qi began his search, and quickly discovered a hidden lookout among the mountains where 2 mountain bandits were keeping watch over the surroundings. Found you. As Li Qi spotted the 2 mountain bandits, they also noticed his presence. Who goes there? How dare you intrude upon Feiying Zhai? Who are you? Good question. The one who will kill you. Before the 2 mountain bandits could utter another word, the masked figure swiftly appeared before them. Li Qi grinned, forming his fingers into a sword, and with a gentle stroke forward, a pure white sword chi shot out instantly, beheading one of the mountain bandits. Potential point 1. Martial arts true energy. The remaining mountain bandit, upon witnessing Li Chi's prowess, realized that this figure before him was a master of the true energy realm, and his expression changed drastically as he hastily begged for mercy. "Spare me, good sir. Everything can be negotiated. Please do not act rashly." Li Chi replied coolly, "Tell me about the situation in your Feng Zhai, and I may consider letting you go." This mountain bandit immediately divulged everything he knew. After understanding the situation, Li Chi wasted no time and swiftly snapped the bandit's neck. "Become my strength." Watching his potential points increase by 1 again, Li Chi left contentedly. One of these 2 mountain bandits wielded a sword, and it was of decent quality, a fine steel long sword, which Li Chi took with him. He had already learned the precise location of Feng Zhai and immediately headed there. Along the way, Li Chi continued to discover several hidden lookouts belonging to Feng Zhai, effortlessly slaughtering any mountain bandits he encountered, steadily increasing his potential points. Guofeng had just returned from a raid, not only seizing gold and silver, but also bringing back numerous. The fate of women in the hands of mountain bandits is well known. It was evident what would become of them. Now a feast was underway in Feng Zhai, filled with the raucous laughter of men and the cries of women. Just as these people were reveling, a sharp sword chi sliced open the main door of the hall, and a dark figure walked in. "Hey, you all know how to have fun, huh?" Li Chi entered with a smile. Upon seeing the chaotic scene in the hall and the women in tattered clothing, the coldness in Li Chi's smile. Noticing the sudden intrusion, many mountain bandits sprang up, drawing their weapons and shouting, "Who dares to wreak havoc in Feng Zhai? You ignorant fool, die. Kill him." Many mountain bandits closed in on Li Chi, but the leader of the bandits, Guofeng, remained silent. The moment he saw Li Chi slice open the door with sword chi, his pupils widened in shock. A true energy realm master. He realized he was in serious trouble. A true energy realm master was beyond his ability to confront. Instead of joining the fray like the other ordinary mountain bandits, he discreetly began to retreat, planning to escape. Li Chi immediately noticed a bald man in the crowd who was retreating, his gaze locking onto him. "You must be Guofeng, right?" Guofeng sensed something was amiss and turned to flee. Guofeng was quite clever. Ever since he became an outlaw, he had been cautious and had never provoked those. All the targets he chose were weaker than him, and they were swiftly eliminated by him. After some turmoil, the number of bandits under his command grew, and he eventually built a stronghold, providing him with a place to settle. In this chaotic world, Guofeng had even earned the nickname Eagle King. However, Guofeng was well aware of his own limitations. He was merely at the peak of the body refining stage. In front of those who had already broken through to the true chi stage, he was just a junior. Lacking resources, he had no martial arts techniques to break through to the true chi stage, nor did he possess any elixirs to assist him in transcending his realm. He likely had no hope of breaking through in this lifetime. Thus, while others often referred to him as the Eagle King, he never dared to consider himself as such. Upon seeing Li Chi display his true chi cultivation, Guofeng secretly thought that he was in trouble, showing no intention of confronting Li Chi hidden. The ordinary bandits, however, had drunk too much and were intoxicated. They could no longer discern the situation and rushed towards Li Chi without hesitation. Guofeng was secretly pleased with some ordinary bandits drawing fire for him, his chances of escape, but he never expected that his bald head would be too conspicuous, like a firefly in the dark, so bright and outstanding that Li Chi noticed him at a glance. He turned to flee, but after just 2 steps, Li Chi surprisingly appeared right in front of him, blocking his path. Guofeng's eyes nearly bulged so fast. He had barely caught a glimpse of Li Chi's movement before the latter was already in front of him. Such terrifying lightness of foot was something he had never seen before. Beads of sweat poured down Guofeng's forehead as he forced a smile, saying dryly, "My lord, is there some misunderstanding between us? I am willing to." Before he could finish his words, Li Chi interrupted him, saying, "There is no misunderstanding." At the same time, the fine steel sword in his hand pierced through Guofeng's knees. Guofeng let out a terrible scream. Blood gushed from his knees as he clutched his legs and fell to the ground, letting out agonized howls. Li Chi did not rush to kill him, sparing his life for the moment, as he still had questions to ask. After Guofeng was crippled by Li Chi and fell to the ground screaming, the group of bandits in the stronghold suddenly woke up from their stupor. Guofeng was the strongest among them, but if even the Eagle King had been brought down, how could these small fry possibly stand against such a person? Run! It was unclear who shouted, but the bandits instantly scattered in all directions. And how could Li Chi let these guys escape? He immediately used his lightness of foot to pursue them. His figure flickered like a ghost, effortlessly catching up to the bandits, and he took them down one by one. In less than 10 breaths, all the bandits in the stronghold, except for Guofeng, were killed. They all died with a single blow, blood continuously flowing from their bodies soaking the ground, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Such terrifying skills sent a chill down Guofeng's spine as he lay on the ground, and the women who had been captured were so frightened they nearly fainted. Blood dripped from Li Qi's long sword, and the murderous aura emanating from him felt like a plunge into an ice cellar. The women retreated in fright, like startled quails fearing they would be caught in the crossfire of this killing god. Li Qi ignored the women and turned to face Guofeng, who looked ashen, quietly observing him. Guofeng's voice trembled, "My lord." "Spare me." Li Qi replied blandly. "I ask, you answer." Guofeng immediately nodded. "My lord, feel free to ask. I will tell you everything I know, leaving nothing out." After a series of inquiries, Li Qi further clarified the situation of nearby bandit forces. Bandits understand bandits best. They all engaged in the business of robbing and plundering, and there would usually be territorial divisions among different groups, sometimes even leading to business conflicts resulting in skirmishes. As the largest bandit in the area, Guofeng naturally knew about the situation of other nearby bandits and promptly divulged all the information about his fellow bandits. Previously, Li Qi's understanding of the bandits came from refugees and may not have been entirely accurate, possibly with some omissions. However, with the revelations from Guofeng, a seasoned industry insider, Li Qi now grasped the situation of the nearby bandits with clarity. "My lord, I have told you everything I know. Can you spare me?" Before Guofeng could finish, Li Qi pierced his throat with a sword. Potential points 2. Li Qi shook his sword, dislodging the bloodstains. "Be a good person in your next life." After slaughtering all the bandits here, Li Qi turned to look at the group of women hiding not far away, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Don't be afraid. All the bandits have been killed by me, and you are safe now." He glanced at the food and drink laid out in the hall and addressed the women. "You must be hungry. Eat something to fill your stomach, then leave here." Seeing that Li Qi had come to rescue them, the women's courage grew, and after expressing their thanks, they quickly dressed and began to eat, as they had not had food for a long time and were indeed hungry. Li Qi paid no more attention to the rescued women and instead looked at his system interface. Potential points 53. He was now at the mastery level of the second chapter of the Cloud Crane Dance Sword, requiring 50 points of potential to elevate it to the minor success realm. Now that he had enough potential points, Li Qi did not hesitate and immediately began to strengthen himself. His system interface instantly reduced by 50 potential points, and a flood of training memories surged into his mind. Li Qi felt as if he had spent 10 years in a very short time. During those 10 years, he diligently practiced the Cloud Crane Dance Sword, achieving an exquisite understanding of this sword technique. Moreover, the white cloud, true chi within him, expanded once more, and a vast amount of true chi manifested out of thin air, doubling his total amount of true chi. Thus, Li Qi stepped into the late true chi stage. His current strength had surpassed Huang Yuanqing, the leader of the Rui gang, reaching the level of Chen Xiaohan, with very few capable of threatening him in Chuan County. After the enhancement, feeling the surge of power once again, Li Qi was immensely excited. This move was right. Coming out to hunt down bandits was indeed the right choice. After slightly adapting to the increased strength, Li Qi stood up and walked towards a cave behind the strong. During his inquiry of Guofeng, Li Qi learned that there was a cave behind where the bandits stored their miscellaneous items containing many valuable items they had stolen. Naturally, these good items could not be left here for others to take. Li Qi planned to take everything away. To his surprise, a steel door had been installed at the back of the mountain cave. Although Li Qi had no key on him, it would not deter him. He drew his steel sword, channeling his true energy along its blade, enhancing its sharpness. The sword sliced through the iron door as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, cleaving it in two. Li Qi stepped through the broken door and entered the cave, where he found a pile of grains, as well as a significant amount of gold and silver jewelry. Li Qi's eyes lit up, and he immediately began gathering the treasures. He kept some portable silver notes on himself, while packing the heavy gold and silver into boxes. Then he used his lightness skill to carry the boxes away, and found a secluded spot to bury them. With so much gold and silver too heavy to carry on him, Li Qi decided to hide it nearby, and would return later to retrieve it. While searching the cave, Li Qi also spotted a Qingfeng sword. This long sword had a faint azure hue and exuded an exceptionally hard texture. Although the quality of the Qingfeng sword was not as high as his dragon pattern sword, it was far superior to the steel sword he currently held. Li Qi tossed aside the steel sword and took up the Qingfeng sword. After surveying the cave and confirming that he had not overlooked anything, he exited. He returned to the hall of the mountain stronghold, where the women were still eating. Li Qi sat down and grabbed a chicken leg from the table, beginning to eat. Feeling a bit hungry himself, he realized he still had many tasks to complete today and needed to fill his stomach. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Li Qi took some dried rations with him and addressed the women in the hall. "I am leaving. You should hurry and leave here once you've eaten enough. It's not safe here. There are still some grains in the cave behind you. If you can carry them, feel free to take some with you. After saying this, Li Qi did not linger and turned to leave. The women were astonished that they could still leave alive after being captured, expressing immense gratitude towards Li Qi, whose figure quickly vanished from their sight. After the fall of the Flying Eagle stronghold, Li Qi did not stop, continuing his journey towards other nearby bandit locations. With the information provided by Guofeng, Li Qi accurately located the next bandit stronghold. This was a group of about 30 bandits, smaller in scale than Guofeng's crew. The leader was a latest-stage body refinement warrior, significantly weaker than Guofeng. Upon finding this group of bandits, Li Qi wasted no words and immediately attacked, swiftly slaying them with his sword and earning another 40 points of potential. After finishing, Li Qi tidied up the battlefield, taking away all the valuables left by the bandits, and quickly departed. He moved at an incredible speed, traversing 100 to 80 miles with ease, eliminating one group of bandits after another. Before annihilating each group of bandits, Li Qi would leave one alive to interrogate about the whereabouts of other nearby bandits, making his search highly efficient. In just one day, he had wiped out 5 groups of bandits. After a busy day, Li Qi even found time to return to Chuan County City for dinner. No one noticed anything unusual on this seemingly ordinary day. Nearly 200 bandits had already been slain outside the city. With a substantial number of potential points in hand, Li Qi returned home and continued to enhance the Cloud Crane Dance sword, elevating this skill to perfection, while also successfully reaching the pinnacle of the true energy realm. At the same time, Li Qi mastered a very special ability. Sword Qi Manifestation. Once a warrior steps into the true energy realm, they can project their true energy outward, injuring enemies from 100 steps away. Slicing through the air with sword or blade Qi becomes quite simple. However, after Li Qi cultivated this sword technique to perfection, he was able to take it a step further, achieving something even more extraordinary: Sword Qi Manifestation. With a thought, a slender stream of sword Qi flew from his fingertips, pure white and sharp, curling around his fingertips. After a slight wriggle, it transformed into a small white bird perched upon his fingertip. The little bird flapped its wings and pecked at its feathers, appearing vividly alive. Under Li Qi's control, the stream of sword Qi could transform into a flying bird or a swimming fish swirling around him. Any martial arts skill once cultivated to perfection possesses astonishing power, and the Cloud Crane Dance sword unleashed terrifying might upon achieving mastery. Such strength had already placed him at the pinnacle within Chuan County City. As long as he did not court disaster, it was nearly impossible for him to perish. The true energy within Li Qi was immensely potent, swirling and roaring like a storm in his dantian. It emanated a terrifying presence. I have finally reached this level. Li Qi let out a long breath, feeling an unprecedented sense of tranquility within. Possessing the supreme martial arts system, he could enhance his skills using potential points. He knew he would soon reach the pinnacle of the true energy realm, but when that day truly arrived, he still found it hard to believe. For ordinary people, achieving success in martial arts is incredibly difficult. Breaking through the limits of body refinement to reach the true energy realm, or even attaining the pinnacle of the true energy realm, is an even more daunting task. Such feats are akin to climbing to the heavens. Without years of diligent practice, without considerable talent, and without a fair share of luck and resources, it is absolutely impossible to reach this point. Yet with the help of the system, Li Qi reached this realm in just a few days, something that completely surpassed the understanding of everyone in this world. I have reached the pinnacle of the true energy realm. I need to think about how to break through to the next level. The next realm beyond the true energy realm is known as the true element realm. When a true energy realm warrior refines and sharpens their martial arts true energy to the limit, they can attempt to liquefy this gaseous true energy, transforming it into liquid true elements. In essence, true elements are highly liquefied true energy. Their quality is extremely high and their power exceeds that of true energy by more than tenfold. A warrior in the true element realm can easily crush 10 true energy realm warriors. The so-called acquired true energy is innate true elements. Warriors in the true element realm are also referred to as innate warriors. Upon reaching this realm, the essence of an innate warrior's life undergoes a tremendous transformation, allowing them to live effortlessly for 200 years. Such a martial arts realm filled Li Qi with longing, leaving him in a state of agitation. The question looming before him was how to break through the true energy realm and ascend to the more powerful true element realm. The key to this lies in the martial arts. As long as there are enough potential points, Li Qi can quickly elevate any martial arts skill, but he currently lacks a martial arts technique for the true element realm, making it a task impossible without the necessary resources. Where can I find a martial arts technique for the true element realm? Li Qi thought of the Rui gang and Huang Yuanqing, but he immediately dismissed the idea. Although Huang Yuanqing was the leader of a gang, Li Qi felt it unlikely that he would possess martial arts techniques of the true element realm's caliber. After all, Huang Yuanqing was merely the leader of a second-rate gang in Chuan County City lacking depth. After pondering for a while, Li Qi found no leads and could only set it aside for now. Forget it, there's no rush on this matter. I'll keep an eye out in the future. In the days that followed, Li Qi went out every day to hunt down bandits, returning only at sunset, and his potential points rapidly increased, soon surpassing 300 points. The bandits around Chuan County City were nearly wiped out by him, creating a small sanctuary in the area. To continue gaining potential points, Li Qi had to venture further afield to hunt, and the area he operated in grew larger and larger. In a short time, many bandits had died, and this change also attracted the attention of people within the city. Some applauded his actions. There were those who watched coldly. Others felt uneasy. Yet with his superb lightness skills, Li Qi traversed back and forth between the wilderness and the county city without alarming anyone. Even those close to Li Qi and the Rui gang did not notice anything unusual, thinking he had earned a bit of bounty and had gone off somewhere to enjoy himself. Throughout Chuan County City, not a single person connected the gruesome deaths of bandits outside the city with Li Qi. On the fourth day, Li Qi set out of the city to conduct business again. He quickly spotted his target. A group of over 20 horse bandits was attacking a merchant caravan, and a fierce battle had erupted filled with cries and shouts. Li Qi focused his gaze and immediately sensed something was amiss. Among this group of horse bandits was actually a powerful true energy realm warrior. A true energy realm bandit. Interesting. Li Qi raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of amusement, and immediately used his lightness skill to rush over. Generally speaking, those who engage in robbery in the wild are not particularly strong, with the peak of the body refinement realm being the best they can achieve. Over 100 bandits and horse thieves have perished at the hands of Li Qi, none of whom were even at the true Qi realm. A practitioner at the true Qi realm is considered a formidable force anywhere. They could easily support a gang and live a more prosperous and dignified life. If a practitioner at the true Qi realm were to become a bandit or a horse thief, it would likely be a topic of discussion for a lifetime. Yet today, Li Qi unexpectedly witnessed a true Qi bandit robbing a merchant convoy. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that this individual was actually a mid-stage practitioner of the true Qi realm, which made things even more interesting. After a moment of thought, Li Qi deduced several reasons behind this, and acted decisively. The bandits attacking the merchant convoy all wore masks concealing their faces, while their keen eyes scanned the surroundings. They spotted Li Qi's figure, and the true Qi bandit was momentarily stunned upon seeing a figure in black rushing towards them at an incredible speed. True Qi realm. After witnessing Li Qi's terrifying speed far surpassing that of the body refinement realm, the bandit realized that the newcomer was also a true Qi expert. Knowing they had a large number of people on their side, he was wary of the lone figure daring to approach. Wind chaser band, stand down. Non-combatants disperse. He shouted, his voice carrying far and wide. Li Qi paid no heed, maintaining his speed as he charged into the midst of the bandits. Block him. Don't let him ruin everything. The true Qi bandit shouted in exasperation, increasing the intensity of the assault on the merchant convoy. He kept aiming for one of the convoy's leaders, shouting, kill these people, and leave at once. As Li Qi plunged into the bandits, he drew his Qing Feng sword. The sword light intertwined, enveloping several bandits, and in an instant, he pierced through their bodies. Potential points 2. Potential points 2. Potential points 2. These bandits were quite strong. The weakest among them were latest-stage practitioners of the body refinement realm. It was highly unusual for such skilled individuals to resort to banditry. The bandit leader had initially thought that the newcomer was merely an ordinary true Qi practitioner. With their numbers, they could contain him, but he never expected that within mere breaths several of his subordinates would fall to this person's sword. The members of the merchant convoy also witnessed the scene, realizing that this unexpected figure in black was their ally. Someone immediately shouted, reinforcements have arrived. Hold the line. Hearing this, the guards of the convoy fought even harder against the bandits. The situation took a sharp turn. The bandit leader was furious, turning to glare at the figure in black, who was weaving through the bandits. It's all because of you. You dare to ruin my plans. After cursing angrily, the bandit leader's true Qi surged, his already robust physique swelling even larger, exuding an imposing aura. At that moment, Li Qi was engaged in battle with two bandits. His sword danced like a phantom, slicing at incredible angles, severing the necks of the two bandits, killing them instantly. Potential points 2. Potential points 2. A sudden movement came from behind. A fierce and powerful energy surged towards the back of Li Qi's heart. Someone was launching a sneak attack from behind. Li Qi did not look back. Instead, he slightly turned to the side and thrust his sword backward. Cloud Crane's sword danced wings of spring and autumn. Li Qi's sword momentum was graceful and agile, instantly intercepting the massive hand that reached from behind. As the sword met the hand, sparks flew, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Li Qi's expression changed, a slight gasp escaping his lips. Since mastering his swordsmanship, his sword could cleave through gold and jade, nothing could withstand it. Yet when his sword struck the hand of the person behind him, he felt a slight resistance, as if piercing through thick. Could this be a protective hard skill? Li Qi realized. Practitioners of protective hard skills were rare, and those at the true Qi realm even rarer. In an instant, Li Qi increased his strength, his true Qi boiling and rolling. A terrifying surge erupted from the Qingfeng's sword, and then he felt no resistance at all, as the sword easily pierced through the bandit leader's hand. This strike not only pierced through the bandit leader's hand, but continued unabated, also penetrating his shoulder. Oh! The bandit leader let out a tragic scream. He had not expected that his protective hard skill would be so easily breached by the person before him, intense pain radiating from his hand and shoulder. Peak of the true Qi realm. He finally saw the realm of the person before him, a terrifying powerhouse at the peak of the true Qi realm. How is that possible? How could there be a powerhouse at the peak of the true Qi realm? He found it hard to believe that he would encounter such a terrifying figure here, who easily overwhelmed him. Li Qi slowly turned his head, looking at the tall true Qi bandit, and said slowly, "Your protective hard skill is quite commendable. But it's still lacking a bit." As he spoke, Li Qi twisted his wrist violently, thrusting his sword upward, and the bandit leader's entire left arm was severed. Ah! The bandit leader let out a piercing scream, desperately pressing down on the severed arm, with his other hand staggering back, his face contorted in pain and fear. No longer wanting to engage with Li Qi, he turned to flee, utilizing his lightness skill to escape into the distance. Watching the fleeing bandit leader, a mocking smile crept onto Li Qi's lips. He did not give chase, but instead quickened his pace to eliminate the remaining ordinary bandits. Seeing their leader injured and fleeing, the ordinary bandits dared not confront Li Qi, letting out cries of alarm as they scattered in all directions. Li Qi exerted his full effort and lightness skills, swiftly catching up to these ordinary bandits and slaying them. Then he followed the direction in which the bandit leader had escaped. With one arm severed, the bandit leader, despite taking emergency measures, continued to bleed profusely from the wound, leaving clear traces of blood on the ground. Li Qi quickly caught up to the fleeing bandit leader based on these traces. The leader, now losing too much blood, appeared pale, weak, and in a pitiful state, far from his previous ferocity. Accelerating his steps, Li Qi quickly surpassed the bandit leader, blocking his escape route. This statement was as ominous as death itself, causing the bandit leader to halt, his body trembling uncontrollably. Resolute, he tore off his mask, revealing his true face. A man with a bushy beard, he said. "You cannot." Li Qi raised an eyebrow. "Why not?" "Because I am Wei Biao of the Jade Dragon Gang." Li Qi was taken aback. He had heard of the Jade Dragon Gang. The name Jade Dragon Gang carried significant weight, as it was the largest gang in the city of Chuan, boasting nearly 1,000 members, including as many as 10 practitioners at the true Qi realm. It was said that the leader of the Jade Dragon Gang, Zhao Yulong, was even a top-tier expert at the peak of the true Qi realm. Wei Biao straightened his body and said slowly, "I admit your strength is impressive, but the Jade Dragon Gang is not to be trifled with. If you kill me today, Zhao Yulong will come looking for you tomorrow. How will you respond?" Wei Biao emphasized the name Zhao Yulong, warning Li Qi not to act foolishly, as he could not withstand the Jade Dragon Gang's revenge. After revealing his identity, Wei Biao felt a bit relieved, sensing he had gained some advantage in the situation. He continued, "Why not let me go, and we can end this matter here. Otherwise, my Jade Dragon Gang." Before Wei Biao could finish his sentence, Li Qi swiftly dashed past him, and his Qingfeng sword sliced through Wei Biao's neck. A head rolled to the ground. "Are you stupid? Trying to intimidate me with Zhao Yulong? If Zhao Yulong, I will still not hesitate to kill." Li Qi chuckled. Wei Biao had not grasped the situation and dared to boast and threaten him. Li Qi, uninterested in his bluster, directly slashed him down. Potential points 5. After acquiring the potential points, Li Qi chuckled and began to search Wei Biao's corpse. Typically, practitioners at the true Qi realm carry valuable items, and Li Qi would not let this opportunity slip by. He quickly found a book on Wei Biao's body. After Li Qi retrieved the book from Wei Biao, a series of prompts flashed before his eyes. Martial arts recorded. You have acquired a medium-grade martial art. Iron refinement body. Li Qi was overjoyed. Iron refinement body. He immediately started to review the detailed information about this martial art. Iron refinement body. Grade medium-grade martial art. Mastery level not initiated. 3 potential points required to initiate. Techniques: Vajra style, pagoda style. Description: Iron Refinement Body is a protective hard skill that can cultivate protective true chi from the outside and greatly enhancing the body's defensive power. Upon seeing this martial art, Li Qi understood that Wei Biao must have cultivated this protective hard skill to possess such formidable defenses. Li Qi was very interested in the Iron Refinement Body as this technique was perfect for enhancing his physical defenses, allowing him to be unafraid of ambushes and compensating for his shortcomings. Looking at Wei Biao's decapitated body, he smirked. Your Iron Refinement Body is quite impressive. Too bad it will soon belong to me. After contemplating for a moment, Li Qi removed Wei Biao's outer clothing and wrapped up his head to take it away. As the largest gang in Chuan County, the Jade Dragon Gang had a decent reputation. At least on the surface, the Jade Dragon Gang had not committed any heinous acts, everyone appeared to be gentlemen. However, one of the Jade Dragon Gang's true Qi realm experts, Wei Biao, led a group to rob others, which was quite intriguing. Wei Biao, along with about 20 capable martial artists, all donned masks to conceal their identities, transformed into a group of highway robbers known as the Wind Chase Bandits. The reason behind this is not hard to guess. Because of greed. As the world becomes increasingly chaotic, bandits roam freely, and many traveling merchants have been robbed. The Jade Dragon Gang naturally developed some unworthy ideas. Since those mountain bandits can rob, why can't we? Killing and arson brings wealth, while building roads and bridges leaves no corpses. Robbing is much faster than doing business, and there are risks in business that could lead to losses. As long as you go out to rob, there will definitely be gains. This is a no-investment business. And what happens in the wilderness has nothing to do with us in the Jade Dragon Gang. As long as there are no survivors, as long as we are not caught in the act, we can push the responsibility onto other bandits afterward, and nothing will happen. After returning to the county town and shedding the bandit attire, everyone remained gentlemen and still maintained. The Wind Chase Bandits under the Jade Dragon Gang were led by a formidable martial artist at the midstage of True Chi realm, specifically targeting large merchant convoys of around 100 or 80 people, as long as they succeeded in one. It would be a massive profit. The Wind Chase Bandits had already robbed and killed several large merchant convoys, feasting well, and their operational skills had become more and more refined. But unfortunately, today they encountered Li Qi and all fell. Li Qi hurriedly carried Wei Biao's head and quickly returned to the intercepted merchants. Over 100 people saw Li Qi's figure rapidly approaching from a distance. That expert is back. The Wind Chase Bandit who escaped before was also killed by him. What is he? He wouldn't be thinking of robbing us too, would he? But don't talk nonsense. If we anger this unknown expert in this wilderness, we don't know what might happen. People who didn't want to act were forced to take action because of you. Li Qi approached, and the leader of the merchant convoy greeted him with a wide smile. My lord, you have returned. I am Su He, and I thank you for your righteous actions just now. If you hadn't repelled those villains, our merchant convoy of over 100 people would have been in danger. Su He did not inquire about Li Qi's origins. The first thing he said was to express his gratitude, revealing his astute nature. Li Qi nodded and casually replied, punishing evil and upholding justice is what martial practitioners should do. No need for thanks. As he spoke, Li Qi tossed the cloth bundle in his hand forward, landing it in Su He's hands. The villainous leader has been slain by me, and here is his head for you to handle as you wish. Su He was taken aback receiving the bundle and slightly opening a gap to see the head inside. Wei. Upon seeing the face of the severed head, Su He's expression changed and a name almost escaped his lips, but was abruptly halted. The last word was swallowed back down by him. Su He glanced helplessly at the head in the bundle, then smiled bitterly at Li Qi. My lord, you have gone through much trouble to bring back this villain's head. It can be considered a closure for those fallen. I on behalf of those deceased brothers. Thank you, my lord. Li Qi revealed a slight smile beneath his mask, admiring Su He for being quite perceptive and sharp-witted. No need for politeness. This is our duty as martial practitioners. After slaying the Wind Chase Bandits and acquiring potential points, he could have left on his own, but he intentionally brought back Wei Biao's head and handed it over to the merchant convoy's leader for a reason. Wei Biao was a member of the Jade Dragon Gang. Now that a true Qi realm martial artist had died along with a group of capable body-refining experts, they would certainly not let this go, and would try to find out the killer. Li Qi was not afraid of the people from the Jade Dragon Gang, but he had no time to deal with them. He still had many things to do, and the interference of the Jade Dragon Gang could disrupt his upcoming plans. Thus, he brought back Wei Biao's head and handed it to Su He to make this matter public, pushing this merchant convoy into the spotlight to share the hatred of the Jade Dragon Gang. Li Qi noted that this merchant convoy was quite large with over 100 people, and the forces behind them must be considerable. While they might not be comparable to the Jade Dragon Gang, they should suffice as a shield. Su He also sensed the deeper meaning behind Li Qi's actions, knowing that he might be used as a shield, feeling somewhat frustrated, but he soon let it go. Regardless, Li Qi had saved them all. This was an undeniable fact. They had no right to criticize Li Qi's actions. Therefore he quickly organized his words, stating that this head was a closure for their fallen brothers, and that Li Qi was a man of great righteousness. Moreover, considering that this was a powerful individual of unfathomable strength, even if he had some unkind words in his heart, he did not dare to voice them. Li Qi nodded in satisfaction. If that's the case, we shall part ways here. See you another day. He responded, great kindness does not require thanks. If my lord ever needs my assistance in the future, you can find me at the Linglong Merchant Association, and I will gladly serve you. Li Qi was already turning to leave, but upon hearing He's words he paused, and turned back to look at He, asking, are you from the Linglong Merchant Association? Seeing Li Qi's piercing gaze fixed on him, he felt inexplicably flustered and stammered, I am indeed one of the junior managers of the Linglong Merchant Association. Li Qi chuckled. No kidding, I actually have something I need to trouble you with. Li Qi had long heard of the name Linglong Chamber of Commerce. It is a large organization with branches in many towns, and even in Chuan County City there is a presence of Linglong Chamber. Li Qi had thought that the force behind this merchant group might be quite powerful, but he never expected that they would actually be people from the Linglong Chamber of Commerce, which was simply a pleasant surprise. Don't say I really do have something to trouble you with. Upon hearing this, he subtly stiffened his face, secretly cursing himself for being too talkative, mentioning something trivial. What was originally just a polite remark upon parting he did not expect Li Qi to engage in conversation. Whenever he saw Li Qi, he always felt an inexplicable sense of helplessness. This person not only possessed unfathomable strength, but also acted unconventionally, often taking unexpected actions that left he feeling extremely passive. Looking at Li Qi's eager gaze, he could only brace himself and ask, may I ask what matters you have? I want to buy a martial arts technique of the True Origin Realm. True Origin Realm martial arts technique. He's voice changed, exclaiming in shock. Li Qi nodded, confirming. Yes, the martial arts technique of the True Origin Realm, which is a superior martial art. The price is not a problem. As long as you have it, I will buy it. The influence of Linglong Chamber of Commerce is widespread, with extensive connections and many opportunities, making it the most likely place to obtain superior martial arts. When He had just mentioned that he was from Linglong Chamber, Li Qi felt a surge of joy, as if he had received exactly what he needed. He's face also wore a bittersweet smile. You have truly put me in a difficult position. If it were a medium-grade technique, that would be easier. I could get it right away. But a superior martial arts technique is trickier. Li Qi chuckled. It is indeed difficult, but not impossible. The value of superior martial arts far exceeds that of medium-grade ones. Once they appear, they are bound to be fiercely contested by many powerful individuals, making it challenging for Linglong Chamber to procure such a technique for Li Qi. The difficulty is not small. After pondering for a moment, he slowly said, 3 years ago Linglong Chamber obtained a superior martial arts technique named the Xuanshu Blade Technique, which attracted many strong contenders for trading and was ultimately auctioned off for 3,000 taels of gold. If you really want to buy a superior martial arts technique directly from Linglong Chamber, it is unlikely to be below this amount. Li Qi straightened his chest and stood tall. Money is not an issue. 3,000 taels of gold is not a problem for me. This was not just Li Qi boasting. In recent days he had defeated several groups of bandits, and the wealth they plundered had all fallen into his hands. For him, 3,000 taels of gold was not an unattainable figure. Even if there was still a gap to reach 3,000 taels of gold, as long as he worked a bit harder and hunted more bandits, the money would naturally come. Seeing Li Qi's extravagance, he was momentarily taken aback, then nodded and said, in that case I can make the decision. If Linglong Chamber obtains a superior martial arts technique, we can prioritize trading it to you. You saved us, and I will ensure this matter is handled properly. I will arrange for people to seek out clues about superior martial arts as soon as I return. Once the superior martial arts are obtained, I will send someone to contact you. Li Qi was very satisfied, and after exchanging contact information, they each went their separate ways. After parting from the merchant group, Li Qi was in high spirits. He never expected to have such gains on this trip. The quest for superior martial arts had always been a heavy burden on him, and now there was a glimmer of hope for resolution. Continue hunting bandits. Not only can I earn potential points, but I can also acquire gold and silver to purchase techniques. In the following days, Li Qi worked even harder to search for bandits, and upon discovering them, he would eliminate them on the spot. Within 100 miles of Chuan County City, Li Qi had created a vast expanse of clear skies. Everyone knew that an extraordinary fierce man was wildly hunting bandits, leaving these bandits in a state of panic. Many bandits even chose to retire and become good people. The world proclaimed that a living bodhisattva was among them. People were deeply grateful to this living bodhisattva, and some even erected a shrine for him, allowing this bodhisattva to enjoy the offerings. However, while others were joyfully celebrating, Li Qi was not pleased. He had been too ruthless in his recent killings, causing the remaining bandits to either escape or disperse, with many having changed careers. This caused his business to plummet. What is going on? What about your backbone? Your integrity? You say you will turn over a new leaf, and just like that you do. Are you kidding me? In recent days, Li Qi had found it increasingly difficult to trace the whereabouts of bandits. He had finally gleaned the location of a bandit stronghold, only to find it empty upon his arrival. The bandits had long since vanished without a trace. Li Qi took a deep breath and sighed helplessly. Forget it, if they are gone, then they are gone. They have all turned over a new leaf. That's great, that's great. He turned around with some disappointment and slowly left the place. But shortly after Li Qi left, another group of people broke into the area. Where are they? He was just here, but has already left. We missed him. That guy has excellent lightness skills, it's hard to catch up to him. No matter how good his lightness skills are, he can't escape. He must pay the price. The intruders of the bandit stronghold were actually the strong members of the Yulong gang. There were a total of 5 people, one of whom emanated an especially powerful aura, and that person was the leader of the Yulong gang. Zhao Yulong. Zhao Yulong arrived at the center of the stronghold, surveyed the area, and coldly stated, "Keep searching. Find that person, and then kill him." It has become increasingly difficult to find mountain bandits and horse thieves outside. Li Qi decided not to waste any more time searching and returned to the county city to rest for a while. After days of wandering, he was indeed feeling somewhat tired. After washing up, Li Qi went to bed early. The next day, he woke up early feeling refreshed, as all the fatigue accumulated from his travels vanished. However, when Li Qi opened his room door preparing to get some breakfast, he sensed something unusual. The atmosphere on the street today felt off. There were many soldiers lined up patrolling back and forth on the streets. Li Qi was taken aback and stopped an old man passing by, asking, "Old man, may I ask what is happening? Why are there so many soldiers here?" The old man glanced at Li Qi and replied, "They are from the Xinwu army. The Xinwu army has entered the city." Xinwu army. This was the first time Li Qi had heard of this army. He quickly asked, "I have never heard of the Xinwu army. Could you?" But the old man seemed to fear the Xinwu army, hesitating to say, "Let's not talk about them, it's better not to." He then turned and left. Li Qi watched the old man depart in shock, and shook his head before heading toward. The people in the gang must know something. I should ask them. As Li Qi walked along, he saw numerous soldiers from the Xinwu army stationed at various street corners, their gazes sweeping back and forth. Li Qi also noticed that the city gate was guarded by the Xinwu army, who were questioning the citizens entering and exiting the city. Looking at these soldiers, Li Qi's brow furrowed slightly. Their eyes made him feel uneasy. Their gaze scrutinizing the passing citizens felt as if wolves were watching helpless rabbits. Soon Li Qi returned to the headquarters of the Rui gang, where he saw Yan Wenshu, who had been around lately, and asked him, "Brother Wenshu, may I ask why the Xinwu army suddenly entered the city?" Yan Wenshu sighed. What else could it be? As the official army, the Xinwu army is naturally here for those rebel forces. Rebels? Li Qi's expression turned serious. He knew there were many rebels stationed in the neighboring Fuping County, but why was the Xinwu army coming to Chuan County City instead of directly attacking the rebels there? These soldiers were guarding every street corner and key route, and even at the city gate, they had personnel questioning suspicious individuals, giving the impression they intended to stay here for a long time. Moreover, the citizens' attitude towards the Xinwu army was also strange. They seemed to fear and avoid them. Li Qi continued to ask Brother Wenshu, "Do you know anything about the Xinwu army?" "I don't know why, but it seems the people in the city are very afraid of them." After a thorough explanation from Yan Wenshu, Li Qi understood the reason behind it. Because the Xinwu army had a very bad reputation. As the official army of the Great Han Dynasty, their duty was to suppress bandits and quell rebellions, but sometimes the Xinwu army would kill not only bandits, but also innocent civilians. They had been responsible for numerous tragedies. Yan Wenshu put it mildly, but the meaning was clear. It was just short of outright saying the Xinwu army killed innocents while claiming achievements. The Xinwu army was truly a ruthless force, their brutality surpassing that of wolves. Li Qi shook his head. No wonder the old man he had asked about the Xinwu army on the street had been so evasive and fearful. To dare to speak recklessly about the Xinwu army in public if their soldiers heard it. It could cost one their life. Yan Wenshu patted Li Qi's shoulder, kindly reminding him, "Brother Li, although our Rui gang has not done anything out of line, we are still at odds with those from the Xinwu army. Try to avoid conflict with them during this time, otherwise it would be easy to suffer losses." "My understanding. I noticed many brothers in the gang are here, but I don't see the gang leader and a few of the higher-ups. Where are they?" The gang leader was taken away by the Xinwu army, supposedly to discuss the matter of eliminating the rebels. Not just our Rui gang, but the leaders of several other powers in the county city have also been summoned. Li Qi was taken aback, feeling puzzled. The Rui gang was a force in the Jianghu not under military jurisdiction, nor did they receive imperial rations. How could the Xinwu army dictate how to suppress bandits and quell rebellions? What business was it of these Jianghu forces? Did they expect to use the Jianghu forces to help them quell the rebellion? Meanwhile, the Lord's residence in Chuan County City was already buzzing with voices. The leaders of various factions had gathered here clamoring. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Luo Yongnian, an official of the 5th rank, a cavalry general, and I command the Xinwu Vanguard Army to pacify the rebels in Fuping County. The purpose of gathering you here is to discuss the matter of suppressing bandits. Before General Luo Yongnian could finish his sentence, someone interrupted. You deal with your rebels. What does it have to do with us? The room fell silent at these words. Luo Yongnian's eyes scanned the crowd, locking on a rugged-looking man well known as Fang Zhuo, the head of a second-rate gang in the city. Unbothered by the interruption, Luo Yongnian appeared unfazed, though a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he continued speaking. 2 months ago, the rebels passed through Chuan County City and stayed for 3 days before heading to Fuping County. I received confidential reports that although most of the rebels are in Fuping County, there are still many of their spies embedded here in Chuan County City. The purpose of gathering all of you here is to give you a heads up and ask that you keep an eye out for any suspicious individuals in the city. If those rebel spies happen to be hiding under your noses and I find out you are involved with the rebels, don't blame me for turning against you. Luo Yongnian's words carried an implicit threat, causing the crowd to grow increasingly tense. Shut your mouth. The first to lose composure was Fang Zhuo, angrily shouting. At this point, Luo Yongnian, who had been ignoring Fang Zhuo, finally spoke up, fixing his icy gaze on Fang Zhuo. How strange. He coldly remarked, I come to suppress bandits and quell rebellions, searching for rebel spies, which is beneficial for the country and the people. Why do you keep causing trouble? Are you involved with the rebels? Are you anxious about my arrangements? He called out someone. This man is highly suspicious. Seize him. With a loud shout from Luo Yongnian, numerous armed men appeared around, surrounding Fang Zhuo. In that instant, Fang Zhuo saw a dozen glinting weapons closing in on him, and his face turned pale. Fang Zhuo had no ties to the rebels. He had repeatedly interrupted Luo Yongnian out of his fiery temper, which was his usual behavior. If it were any other day, acting this way in Chuan County City wouldn't be a big deal. However, he had chosen the wrong target this time. He was confronting the Xinwu army. You bastard. Stop slandering me. Fang Zhuo shouted, I have nothing to do with the rebels. You are just retaliating against me. Luo Yongnian remained unfazed, calmly stating, whether it's true or not, I will make the decision. Just Fang Zhuo panicked completely. If he were truly captured by these armed men and thrown into prison, what good? At that point, he would be guilty even if he was innocent. I cannot let them capture me. This thought flashed through Fang Zhuo's mind as he turned and ran, knocking over several armed men in his attempt to break through the encirclement. At this moment, Luo Yongnian, who had maintained a cold expression, finally smiled. Not only are you colluding with rebels, but you also dare to resist arrest with force, attacking the army. Such a crime deserves execution. Luo Yongnian's martial energy erupted instantly as he moved, appearing in front of Fang Zhuo in the blink of an eye, drawing his long knife to strike at Fang Zhuo. In the moment before anyone could react, the blade cut across Fang Zhuo's neck. A head slowly fell. Luo Yongnian wiped the blood from his long knife, sheathed it, and slowly turned to face the crowd, a sinister smile on his face. The sinner has been executed. Do any of you have objections? Li Qi had not been at the Rui gang for long when Huang Yuanqing returned from outside, but the expression on the leader's face was frighteningly dark. The members of the gang felt a chill in their hearts. They had never seen Huang Yuanqing look this grim. After Huang Yuanqing returned, he summoned all the members of the gang and said coldly, the divine martial army has entered the city. I believe there is no need for me to elaborate on who they are, as everyone is aware. The members of the divine martial army will stay in Chuan for a while. You all need to be on your best behavior and avoid any conflict with them, or I cannot guarantee your safety. As the backbone of the gang, Huang Yuanqing was the pillar for everyone. He should not have to utter such dispirited words, but the situation was beyond his control, forcing him to do so. Just moments ago, the top leaders of various factions in Chuan were at the city lord's mansion and witnessed the commander of the divine martial army execute a gang leader from Chuan County right before their eyes, due to a mere verbal dispute. Seeing such an event unfold, everyone felt an immense shock. All the factions in Chuan were present, and yet Luo Yongnian had the audacity to act publicly, disregarding everyone else. It was simply outrageous. However, once everyone saw Luo Yongnian's strength, no one dared to voice their anger. He was at the pinnacle of the true Qi realm. No one had expected that Luo Yongnian was a top-tier powerhouse at the peak of the true Qi realm. Fang Zhuo's strength was not weak, either being at the mid-stage of the true Qi realm, but under Luo Yongnian's hands. He could not withstand even a single strike and was killed on the spot. At that moment no one dared to speak. Not only was Luo Yongnian powerful, but he also acted with arrogance and tyranny. His command included tens of thousands of elite soldiers, a level of existence that was fundamentally different from their Jianghu forces. If they angered this ruthless deity, the next one to face disaster would be themselves. No one dared to continue opposing Luo Yongnian. If they were really branded as traitors, they would face the dire consequence of extermination. After establishing his authority through bloodshed, Luo Yongnian proceeded to make some demands, claiming that he would purchase some military supplies from these factions, including, but not limited to, grain, meat, charcoal, horses, leather, and so on. If it were a normal purchase, it would not be a problem. However, the prices Luo Yongnian offered were a full 30% below market value. In his words, it was difficult for the court as well, and they lacked funds, hoping for everyone's understanding. Everyone was trembling with anger. Was this really about quelling a rebellion? This was clearly just a scheme to exploit them. Heaven knows how much kickback Luo Yongnian would pocket. Seeing Luo Yongnian behaving as if he were uncovering traitors, the leaders of the factions could only swallow their anger and reluctantly comply with his demands. Huang Yuanqing could not escape this matter either, as he happened to own a grain shop, which fell within Luo Yongnian's purchasing range. Realizing the impending financial loss, Huang Yuanqing's expression darkened further. The members of the Rui gang saw Huang Yuanqing's face dark as water and dared not speak further, merely nodding in agreement with his arrangements. After giving his orders, Huang Yuanqing left, and the members of the gang also dispersed. Soon various news spread throughout Chuan County, and Li Qi understood what had happened, exclaiming internally, "Good heavens! Truly worthy of the divine martial army, their methods. No wonder the common folk fear them like wolves. No wonder there have been so many rebellions." Li Qi sighed, inwardly reflecting. However, none of this concerned him. Although he was a powerhouse at the peak of the true Qi realm, his public identity was merely that of a member of a second-rate gang in the county, and no one would pay him any mind. Moreover, it was Huang Yuanqing who would bear the financial loss. His monthly wages would remain unaffected. Never mind that. I should focus on upgrading my skills. Li Qi had hunted bandits for several days and collected a good number of potential points. Upon returning home, he summoned the system page, which displayed his harvest during this period. Potential points 580. With so many potential points, he had enough for a long time. He had yet to process the skill Iron Body after acquiring it, so it was time to upgrade it. Consume 3 potential points. Iron Body has reached the beginner level. Consume 10 potential points. Iron Body has reached proficiency. Consume 100 potential points. Iron Body has reached great accomplishment. Comprehends special physique. Iron Body. As the potential points were continuously consumed, Li Qi's mastery of the Iron Body skill improved, causing his physique to expand, his muscles bulging with terrifying strength. Once he elevated Iron Body to the level of great accomplishment, an unusual hue appeared on his skin. A faint lead gray color emerged on the surface, radiating a subtle metallic sheen. It was as if his body had been forged from metal. Iron Body. This special physique emerges only when the Iron Body skill reaches great accomplishment, attaining a stage where further improvement is impossible. Those possessing the Iron Body not only significantly enhance their strength and defense, but also experience a dramatic increase in recovery speed for injuries and stamina. Upon seeing this special physique radiating a faint metallic sheen, Li Qi was overjoyed. The improvements this protective skill brought him exceeded all expectations. It is well known that protective skills are notoriously difficult to cultivate. To train in protective skills requires a significant amount of time to hone the body, a process that is excruciatingly painful, sometimes requiring specialized elixirs to solidify the results of the training to achieve success. Yet Li Qi had managed to bring the Iron Body to great accomplishment in a short period, reaching the theoretical limit. He once again felt the power of his system, which was simply extraordinary, capable of turning the impossible into the possible. Li Qi drew out his dragon-patterned sword, pressing the tip against his palm and gradually increasing the force. The sword tip soon sank into the flesh, but only created a small dent the size of a fingernail without piercing the skin. When Li Qi increased the pressure to 50%, the skin on his palm still did not break. He did not continue to. Under the immense pressure, the blade of the dragon-patterned sword bent. If he continued to increase the force, the sword might snap. Lifting the dragon-patterned sword from his palm, the blade straightened again, leaving only a small white dot on his hand with not a trace of blood. As the protective true Qi circulated, even the small white dot on his palm quickly faded away, disappearing. What terrifying defensive power! Li Qi compared in his heart. If he faced that mid-stage true Qi realm Wei Biao again, his current physical defense would completely disregard the opponent's attacks. Once the enhancement concluded, Li Qi shrank back, his overwhelmingly strong protective true Qi returning to his body, and his physique quickly shrank back, restoring to its previous appearance. Li Qi pushed open the door and slowly said, "Let's go check out the Linglong Merchant Guild, though I just happen to have quite a bit of money on me." Li Qi had eradicated numerous mountain bandits and roving brigands. The bulky gold and silver he could not carry were buried and concealed, while the easily transportable banknotes remained plentiful in his possession. He now intended to convert his funds into tangible assets, acquiring items essential to his cultivation and survival. Though his contribution points within the Rui sect had long been depleted, the sect's martial arts manuals could still be purchased with gold and silver. Yet Li Qi had already dismissed those techniques as beneath him, scant in number and mediocre in quality. His prior negotiation with Su He of the Linglong Trading Consortium regarding a superior grade martial art had profoundly inspired him. The consortium's operations spanned widely, and the sale of martial arts manuals fell squarely within their purview. Acquiring a superior grade manual might prove arduous, but procuring mid-grade ones would pose no difficulty. Li Qi resolved to acquire several such manuals to refine and complete his martial cultivation system. A branch of the Linglong Trading Consortium existed within Chuan Prefecture City. Li Qi made no effort to conceal his appearance. He strode boldly through the consortium's grand entrance. "Honorable guest, may I assist you with a purchase? I wish to acquire martial arts manuals, none lower than mid-grade. We do carry such manuals. This way, please." The attendant led Li Qi to an elegant private chamber, brewed a pot of tea, and presented him with an exquisitely bound catalog. "Please peruse this catalog. It lists all mid-grade martial arts available for acquisition. Take your time selecting, as simply inform me once you've chosen." Very well. Li Qi opened the catalog and found its contents remarkably rich in Stellar Meteor Sword Manual, a mid-grade sword art famed for its blinding speed. When mastered, each strike flashes like a falling star. Unpredictable, untouchable. Price 15 taels of gold. Dragon and Serpent Body Weaving Technique, a mid-grade lightness art. Its footwork and body movement mimic the sinuous lightning-swift undulation of dragons and serpents. Price 20 taels of gold. Dark Ice Palm, a mid-grade palm technique, whose palm force radiates bone-chilling cold, akin to primordial black ice, capable of freezing foes solid. Price 25 taels of gold. The Linglong Trading Consortium offered far more mid-grade martial arts than the Rui sect ever could. Moreover, their repertoire spanned every category: fist and palm technique, saber and sword arts, lightness arts, and evasive footwork, protective hardkagong, and even toxic cultivation arts. Li Qi glanced up, surprised at the attendant standing nearby. "Your collection is truly impressive." And the attendant smiled with quiet pride. Naturally, within hundreds of li, who does not know the Linglong Trading Consortium? "Indeed, your offerings are exceptional." Li Qi nodded thoughtfully, then turned inward, pondering which gaps remained in his martial repertoire. He already possessed the lightness art grasstop flight, sufficient for both swift travel and pursuit. Knee sword art crane dancing in clouds swordplay delivered overwhelming combat prowess. Additionally, he had mastered iron refined body, a cultivation art that vastly enhanced his physical resilience and regenerative capacity, rendering him impervious to encirclement or prolonged battle. With these three arts perfected, Li Qi possessed no glaring weaknesses. What martial art do I still lack? As he pondered, a title in the catalog caught his eye, and his gaze sharpened instantly. Xinyu art. This art was extraordinary, a cultivation method dedicated to longevity and bodily refinement. Jade has long been revered. A talisman warding off misfortune and dispelling malevolent energies, it is also a treasured medicinal substance, calming the spirit, clearing heat and toxins, and promoting tissue regeneration. Effective against insomnia, fright-induced disorders, and festering wounds. Likewise, the Xinyu art purified the body of poisons and toxins, dispelled malign influences, and, most crucially, extended one's lifespan. Li Qi's current strength rendered him unafraid of open confrontation. Even against overwhelming opponents, he could always escape using his lightness art. His greatest vulnerability lay not in direct conflict, but in underhanded tactics. For instance, poisoning. Such methods were despicable, yet masters of this dark craft wielded techniques so refined they defied detection, and Li Qi could not guarantee immunity from such treachery in the future. The Xinyu art, however, neutralized all poisons, precisely eliminating this peril. Resolute, Li Qi selected the Xinyu art, and also chose another rare art, mirror reflection illusion. Mirror reflection illusion enabled its practitioner to replicate another's appearance, mannerisms, and even spiritual aura. At its pinnacle, one became indistinguishable from a reflection in a mirror, utterly deceptive. This art was exceptional, an advanced form of disguise that altered both visage and aura. Mastered, it became nothing short of a divine technique. Having finalized his selections, Li Qi returned the catalog to the attendant. The Xinyu art cost 40 taels of gold. Mirror reflection illusion, rarer, still demanded 60 taels. Li Qi withdrew a thick wad of banknotes from his robe and settled the payment on the spot. 900 taels of gold was no trivial sum. The branch manager himself hurried over and greeted Li Qi with warm deference. "We humbly apologize for failing to welcome such a distinguished guest, and I am Su He, manager of the Chuan branch of the Linglong Trading Consortium. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." A faint smile flickered across Li Qi's mind. He and Su He were old acquaintances, and Li Qi had even saved the man's life. Yet Su He failed to recognize his savior standing before him. On previous travels, Li Qi had veiled both face and voice so thoroughly that Su He remained utterly unaware. Composed and unruffled, Li Qi spoke calmly. "Payment is complete. Hand over the manuals." NSU, he offered a courteous apologetic smile. Regrettably, sir, you must wait a short while. Martial arts manuals are treasures of incalculable value. The ones listed are not held here. This is but a branch incapable of safeguarding such priceless artifacts. After further explanation, Li Qi grasped the rationale fully. The catalog listed nearly 100 mid-grade manuals, far too many to store in a single branch. They resided securely at the Linglong Trading Consortium's central headquarters. With limited personnel at this branch, word of such a vast repository would inevitably invite covetous eyes, and a massacre swift and merciless would hardly be surprising. Only the consortium's fortified headquarters could guarantee their safety. Once Li Qi placed his order, elite escorts would deliver the manuals. To ensure absolute security, the route and timing of the delivery remained classified. Even Manager Su, he was kept in the dark. "Might I suggest you return home and await our notification once the manuals arrive?" Li Qi shrugged lightly. He provided his residence and departed without delay. In the days that followed, Li Qi's life resumed its tranquil rhythm, fulfilling minor duties for the sect, refining his martial arts, and living each day with quiet fulfillment. Yet after several days, new developments emerged from the divine martial army. A storm, silent yet sweeping, began to gather over the entire city. In the chaotic era, bandits and soldiers run rampant. So, what are bandits? Previously, Li Qi had never understood, but now he does. Soldiers are bandits, and bandits are soldiers. After entering the city, the divine martial army demonstrated the essence of this to Li Qi. As Li Qi just finished collecting his monthly wages from the gang and was on his way home, he passed by the Yiku building and noticed an unusual commotion. Many nearby commoners had gathered, whispering amongst themselves. Alas, this is too tragic. With such an event, the Yin family will surely have a hard time from now on. The Yin family. Perhaps there will be no Yin family in the future. Alas. Never mind, let's not talk about it anymore. Everyone disperse. Loose lips sink ships, let's not speak of it further. Li Qi squeezed into the crowd and was instantly stunned. At the entrance of the Yiku building, a person was hanging there with a hemp rope. Old Master Yin. Li Qi recognized him. He was a well-known gentry in the county city, wealthy and After defeating the Chang'e gang, the Yiku building fell into the hands of Huang Yuanqing, and it was later transferred to this Old Master Yin. At that time, Li Qi had planned to visit the Yiku building to broaden his horizons, but after learning it had changed hands, he lost interest and returned disappointed. Seeing it again today, the owner of the Yiku building was actually hung at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, Old Master Yin was covered in bruises, motionless, having long since passed away. What? Li Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. The owner of the Yiku building just died like this. His corpse was still hanging at the entrance of the Yiku building. Who did this? After some inquiries, Li Qi figured out what had happened. It was still because of the Divine Martial Army. Not long ago, a few young officers from the Divine Martial Army came to the Yiku building to indulge themselves, calling for several girls for entertainment, having a good time. But after finishing, they left without paying. How could the Yiku building let this slide? They immediately got into a dispute with the young officers. The guards of the Yiku building blocked the officers, insisting they pay before leaving, which stirred up a hornet's nest. The Divine Martial Army has always been arrogant and used to imposing their will. They only demand money from others. When has anyone ever demanded money from them? What if they refuse to pay? Taking advantage of their privileges. A few rowdy young officers exploded with rage, drawing their long knives and slaughtering several ordinary guards, blood splattering everywhere. But even that did not appease their anger. They immediately dragged the owner of the Yiku building out, beating him to death with their fists, and hung him at the entrance. How ruthless. Is this the official army of Dahan? If the official army is like this, then Dahan is surely already rotten to the core. He looked at the old man hanging at the entrance of the Yiku building and felt that the world was so absurd and laughable. Suddenly, Li Qi understood something. He finally realized why Huang Yuanqing transferred all the assets of the Chang'e gang. Huang Yuanqing must have received news in advance. He knew the Divine Martial Army would definitely come to Chuanan County. Huang Yuanqing foresaw what would happen today. If he hadn't timely transferred the Yiku building, the one hanging at the entrance today wouldn't have been Old Master Yin, but rather Huang Yuanqing himself. On the first day the Divine Martial Army entered Chuanan County, they executed a gang leader named Feng Zhua. It wouldn't be surprising if they found a reason to kill Huang Yuanqing as well. What a cunning fellow. Li Qi sighed. Previously he didn't think much of Huang Yuanqing. He was just the leader of a second-rate gang, and Li Qi's strength had already far surpassed his. But the old fox still had some tricks up his sleeve. Li Qi shook his head and turned to leave the Yiku building. Things like what happened to old Master Yin were far from isolated incidents. Similar tragedies were constantly unfolding in different places, all caused by the Divine Martial Army. At this moment Li Qi's impression of the Divine Martial Army had sunk to an all-time low. Their actions were no different from the rebel forces that passed through Chuanan 2 months ago. But what happened next further reshaped Li Qi's understanding of the Divine Martial Army. A large number of soldiers gathered and stormed into a small gang called Blood Rainbow Hall, slaughtering over 100 people within. The justification given to the public was, Blood Rainbow Hall harbored rebel spies and resisted arrest. All were executed. This was a serious matter. When a gang disappears, it just disappears with over 100 lives lost right under everyone's noses. This was not a typical gang conflict. In the world of martial arts, if Blood Rainbow Hall had been destroyed by another martial arts force, it wouldn't be surprising. Forces in the martial world rise and fall continuously. But what happened this time was of a completely different nature. This was the army's encirclement. Elite soldiers in formation, clad in armor and wielding sharp weapons with powerful bows and crossbows, attacking with overwhelming force. Few martial arts forces could withstand such an assault. A small gang attracting an army's encirclement deeply shook the nerves of other gangs in Chuanan County. If the Divine Martial Army's next target is themselves, what should they do? Instantly people were filled with. After breaking through Blood Rainbow Hall, a large number of soldiers began clearing the corpses and busily moving the valuables from Blood Rainbow Hall, including gold and jewels. These soldiers were all smiles. Such a scene left those who witnessed it in stunned silence. The Divine Martial Army not only captured Blood Rainbow Hall, but also cleaned it out completely, and the crowd dared to be angry, but did not dare to speak. Perhaps claiming that there were hidden rebel spies was a pretense. The real motive was to line their own pockets. Soon an even bigger commotion arose. Huang Yuanqing gathered all the gang members and announced something that was difficult for everyone to accept. Just now a command came from the Divine Martial Army. Every gang in Chuanan County must send a team of 50 people to the Divine Martial Army to form a vanguard and assist them in subduing the rebel forces. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall erupted in an uproar. Why should we? Our martial arts gang has to attack rebels. Let them get lost. What is the Divine Martial Army doing? Instead of attacking the rebels themselves, they want us to go. They are simply immortal beings. They are nothing but a bunch of beasts. Not acting like humans. Not acting like humans. In the city of Chuan, within a side hall of the Lord's residence, 2 individuals sat across from each other at a long table with a pot of clear tea placed upon it. The commotion you've caused is too great. The county magistrate Zhou Ru gently sipped his tea and spoke calmly, while the man opposite him, Luo Yongnian, chuckled casually, seemingly unconcerned. What commotion? It's merely the elimination of some useless ruffians from the Jianghu. What sort of commotion could that cause? Just now Luo Yongnian had summoned all the leaders of the guilds in the county city and announced a significant matter. He requested that all guilds allocate some manpower to assist him in attacking the rebel forces in Fuping County, which immediately sparked fierce opposition. Luo Yongnian also provided his reasoning. Since the Blood Rainbow Hall harbors spies from the rebels, how can we guarantee that other guilds in the county city do not have spies hidden within? It's simple to prove one's innocence. Each guild should send a portion of their members to attack the rebels, and by beheading the rebel leaders, they can offer proof of their loyalty. If anyone hesitates or refuses to comply, then they become highly suspect. The Divine Martial Army has always been ruthless towards suspicious individuals, either imprisoning them or executing them on the spot, just like what happened with the Blood Rainbow Hall before. The Divine Martial Army had just annihilated the Blood Rainbow Hall, arriving with overwhelming ferocity, and at this moment the corpses of the Blood Rainbow Hall's members were still warm. No one wished to follow in their footsteps. Although everyone felt immense frustration in their hearts, the situation was beyond their control, and they could only acquiesce to the matter. Reflecting on the disgruntled expressions of those ruffians from the Jianghu, Luo Yongnian found it amusing. He tilted his head back and drank a cup of tea, feeling quite pleased. The Divine Martial Army could have directly attacked Fuping County without needing to come to the city first, yet he still chose to come. To let such a delicious opportunity slip by would be a waste. Naturally, he did not miss this chance. The situation also progressed very smoothly. After lightly reprimanding these Jianghu guilds, an endless stream of benefits came his way. The Divine Martial Army had only stayed in the city of Chuan for 7 days, yet the benefits gained exceeded what he had received in 3 years of tribute. How could this not bring him joy? With the gains from these past few days, he would have resources to move in the future, and he felt that his official rank could still rise further. Luo Yongnian looked at the county magistrate before him, his expression softening as he spoke amiably. These ruffians from the Jianghu disregard the law and often create some sordid affairs. I took the opportunity to reprimand them and reduce their numbers. They will certainly be more compliant in the future. This is also for your consideration, Lord Zhou. Zhou Russ governance of Chuan is not easy. Although I, old Zhou, am just a mere warrior, I am willing to share the burden with you, Lord Zhou. Luo Yongnian's words were meticulously crafted, both implicit and explicit, yet Zhou Ru remained unyielding, leisurely sipping his tea. Luo Yongnian continued, the divine martial army's temporary stay in Chuan has indeed caused you some trouble, Lord Zhou. If you do not mind, I have some local specialties, and I will have a few strong soldiers deliver them shortly. At this moment a hint of a smile appeared on Zhou Ru's face as he gently sipped his tea, saying, You are too generous, Lord Luo. As the atmosphere in the Lord's residence was amicable, the entire city of Chuan was already engulfed. A piece of news quickly spread throughout the county city. The guilds are going to send people to attack the rebels. This is simply the height of absurdity. Ruffians from the Jianghu had to concern themselves with the affairs of the court and attack the rebels. This had never happened before. Yet it indeed occurred. Within the Rui Guild there was uproar, with emotions running high and chaos reigning. This matter is settled. Oh, I will soon determine the personnel to go and attack the rebels. Huang Yuanqing said this. Upon hearing the words attack the rebels, Li Qi felt a surge of unusual emotions. A hint of blood-red flickered in his eyes, filled with murderous intent, almost causing him to lose control, and a wave of overwhelming hatred flooded his heart. My. Li Qi sensed his abnormality and shocked immediately suppressed the sudden surge of murderous. What was that just now? What is happening to me? A bit of sweat appeared on Li Qi's forehead as he quickly checked for abnormalities within himself, soon understanding what was going on. His previous incarnation had a tumultuous fate, having lived a life of poverty and hardship, with his mother passing away early. Even his father was killed at the hands of the rebels. This was the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing a tremendous shift in the personality of his previous self. Overnight the weak and useless scholar perished. And a new vengeful spirit emerged in the Jianghu. The hatred for his father's murder is irreconcilable. This hatred had always been hidden deep within his body, never dissipating. When Huang Yuanqing uttered the words attack the rebels, it directly triggered this hatred, which erupted in an instant, shaking Li Qi's spirit. So it is. This is your hatred, isn't it? Li Qi understood, inheriting your physical form and bearing your karma. Go in peace. Regarding the matter of attacking the rebels, Li Qi was not as angry and resistant as others in the guild. On the contrary, he felt a bit amused. Previously, he was troubled by the lack of thieves to kill and the inability to continue harvesting potential points. But now this opportunity has arisen. A scene where thousands engage in bloody battle is simply exhilarating for Li Qi. Even if he did nothing, just wandering around the battlefield would yield him thousands of potential points. Isn't that more comfortable than searching the mountains for bandits? The efficiency of harvesting potential points would increase 100-fold. Li Qi had ordered a high-grade martial art from Linglong Hall, and also bought 2 mid-grade martial arts which required spending potential points. Now it's as if the pillow has arrived, just as he felt sleepy. How could heaven be so good to me? Li Qi clapped his hands and sighed, feeling elated, almost wishing to drink 3 cups of wine. Meanwhile, Huang Yuanqing began calling out names. Those whose names were called would have to go to the divine martial army and head to the battlefield. Jiang Xin, Liao Honglang, Qiu Wu, Gui Mingxiu. As names were called one by one, those called wore sorrowful expressions, while those not called hurriedly hid at the back, hoping the guild leader, Huang, wouldn't notice them. Soon Li Qi's name was also among them, and he felt delighted, thinking that he no longer had to find ways to sneak. Not long after, with all names called, 50 unfortunate souls emerged, while the others who were not called displayed faces of relief. Those selected dared not flee for whether from the Rui Guild or the Divine Martial Army. They would not let them go, especially those who had families with children and loved ones. All right, you all go back and prepare. We leave for the Divine Martial Army tomorrow. Huang Yuanqing finished counting the number of people and lost interest, turning to leave, leaving behind a group of individuals with varying expressions. This Divine Martial Army is truly worthless, pulling such a stunt. First Feng Zhuo was killed, then the Blood Rainbow Hall was destroyed, and now this incident. Those who give birth to sons are worthless. If it weren't for the fact that I can't fight back, I would have fought them to the death. They say we are to assist them in fighting the rebels, but it's clearly just a way to send us to our deaths. To act as cannon fodder. I don't care anymore. I will definitely hide when the time comes. Me too. A group of people were discussing heatedly. Those selected were indignant, while those not selected looked relieved. They turned and left this place of trouble. At this moment Han Yanqiu also approached bitterly saying, Li Qi, you have been selected too. Li Qi glanced at Han Yanqiu and nodded calmly. Yes, it's the same for everyone. Han Yanqiu had also been selected. He was merely a martial artist at the early stage of body refinement at the bottom of the faction, yet Huang Yuanqing had chosen him to go to the Divine Martial Army. Luo Yongnian sent these people to the battlefield to die, intentionally reducing the manpower and strength of the various factions in Chuan, doing a favor for the governor of Chuan. However, Huang Yuanqing and the others were not fools. They would not send all the elites of their faction out. Most of those selected were low-level members of the faction, with the majority being martial artists at the early and mid stages of body refinement, with only a few at the late stage. After this battle, the Rui gang might suffer heavy losses, but it would not be fatal, and there would be hope for a... In the clash of various forces, these low-level members had no ability to decide their own fate. They were merely pawns used for bargaining and exchange. Li Qi sneered inwardly. Although he intended to go to the battlefield to harvest potential points, being actively pushed out to die like this still left him somewhat displeased. Originally, as a member of the Rui gang, he had some sense of belonging, but this feeling had diminished considerably once the Divine Martial Army finishes dealing with the rebels, and I have collected enough potential points. It will also be time to leave. With my current strength, the vast world is mine to explore. Furthermore, a great man living between heaven and earth cannot be constrained for too long. When this thought suddenly surfaced in his mind, Li Qi felt an uncontrollable excitement rising within him. In his past life, he was merely a scholar living in a corner, never venturing far, completely oblivious to the world outside, immersed only in the teachings of sages, with little understanding of the outside world. However, after Li Qi crossed over here, he had been busy with fighting and survival every day, and could hardly claim to know much about the outside world. He yearned to go out and take a look at this world, which had a powerful martial civilization. He wanted to see what kind of world it truly is. A faint smile appeared on Li Qi's face. Meanwhile, Han Yanqiu in front of him was anxious, not noticing Li Qi's expression. He had interacted less with Li Qi during this time, but now with danger looming, they found themselves together again. Li Qi also understood the other's intentions and comforted him. It's okay, Qiu, good, just stay close to me. When the time comes, don't get separated. With Li Qi's words, Han Yanqiu felt much more at ease and gratefully glanced at Li Qi, saying, Thank you, brother. He knew that Li Qi's cultivation had advanced rapidly, far surpassing him. He sought out Li Qi for protection, hoping that Li Qi could take care of him a bit once they entered the battlefield. Li Qi had a good impression of Han Yanqiu. When he first entered the martial world, he had followed Han Yanqiu, who had helped him when he was at his weakest and most helpless, hence he was not stingy in offering support in return. Many people had similar thoughts as Han Yanqiu, quickly gathering around Li Qi, also seeking protection. Li Qi was one of the strongest among those going to the Divine Martial Army, and the other ordinary members surrounded him, their faces filled with warm and flattering smiles. Little Li, when you get to the Divine Martial Army tomorrow, make sure to take good care of your older brother. I have nothing else to offer, just a little money. I hope you'll accept it. A burly man said as he stuffed a heavy gold ingot into Li Qi's hand. Although he looked pained, he gritted his teeth and handed it over. There was no choice, this was money for life. Other members kept stuffing various benefits into Li Qi's hands, and some who hadn't brought anything hurriedly went home to fetch items, leaving Li Qi feeling both amused and helpless. After dealing with these people, Li Qi returned home, placing the items he held on the nearby table, momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he finally sighed and went to wash up. Just as Li Qi was about to sleep, there was a Li, are you asleep? I am Song Xuanan, a brother from the gang visiting late at night to discuss something. Please open the door. Li Qi rubbed his eyes, opened the door, and saw Song Xuanan, who was wearing a smile. He recognized this person, who was also going to the Divine Martial Army tomorrow. Brother Xuanan, please come in. Oh, what brings you here? Song Xuanan revealed a faint, bitter smile. I came for tomorrow's matter. I have nothing else on me except for this family-inherited martial art. I have nothing else of value to offer. Saying this, Song Xuanan took out a scroll from his bosom and handed it to Li Qi. Li Qi took it and saw the 5 large characters written on it. Mountain River Qi Technique. When joining a gang, some people have no martial arts foundation, and their combat power is almost zero, just like. However, many others bring skills to their masters, possessing some martial arts. If someone enters a gang without any skills, it can lead to serious trouble. Li Qi never expected that Song Xuanan, who usually kept a low profile in the Rui gang, actually possessed a medium-grade secret technique. This is far more valuable than ordinary medium-grade martial arts. Mountain River Qi Technique. Level medium-grade martial arts. Proficiency level not initiated, 3 potential points required to initiate. Moves none. Description: this is a secret technique of true energy realm, imitating the flow and veins of mountains. and rivers, extracting its essence to greatly enhance the true energy within the body. When cultivated to perfection, it can significantly increase the total amount and recovery speed of true energy. After carefully reading the description of this secret technique, Li Qi's eyes lit up. What a great item! Previously, while at the Linglong Chamber of Commerce, he had never seen such a secret technique, and he didn't expect to have one now. He glanced at the system interface. Potential points, 392. With nearly 400 potential points, it was enough to upgrade a medium-grade martial art to its peak, so he immediately began to strengthen it. Consumed 3 potential points. Mountain River Chi Technique has been initiated. Consumed 10 potential points. Mountain River Chi Technique has reached proficiency. Consumed 100 potential points. Mountain River Chi Technique has been perfected. After achieving perfection in this technique, Li Qi felt his true energy surge within him like a mighty river flowing endlessly. Originally, he had already reached the peak of the true energy realm, and his martial arts' true energy had reached its limit to the point of being unable to progress further. However, after cultivating the Mountain River Chi technique, his martial arts' true energy unexpectedly surged again. The total amount increased by a full 3 times. What an incredible secret technique! I didn't expect it to have such an effect. After carefully sensing the surging true energy within him, Li Qi clicked his tongue in amazement. With such a terrifying total of true energy, he could easily crush several opponents of the same realm. Even against innate martial artists of the true essence realm, he would still have the strength to fight. After completely mastering this secret technique, Li Qi carefully stored the manual and laid down on the bed, filled with emotions. Reflecting on his experiences during this time, Li Qi felt an incredible sense of wonder. It seemed that every time a crisis approached, he always found a way out and gained benefits from it. First, the Rui gang and the Changle gang erupted in conflict. He activated the system and obtained a medium-grade sword technique, Cloud Crane Dance Sword. Moreover, during the battles with the Changle gang, he earned quite a few potential points, taking down 16 enemies, which greatly enhanced his status within the gang. Later, he was stopped on the street by 2 clueless ruffians who attempted to rob him, which reminded him of the opportunity to hunt bandits and collect potential points, and he unexpectedly acquired a protective technique. His breakthrough to the true essence realm also came from this. Now, with the chaos caused by the divine martial army, he still gained considerable benefits. As waves of crises came, many people faced misfortunes and died tragically, yet he always managed to survive and live quite comfortably. He realized that he seemed to have never been pushed to the brink of despair. This also served as a wake-up call for Li Qi. Although he had not yet encountered a true crisis, he needed to remain vigilant at all times. This is a dangerous martial arts world, a brutal world where power surpasses law. A slight misstep could lead to death and annihilation. Li Qi kept pondering as drowsiness overcame him, and he soon fell asleep. The next day, after making preparations, Li Qi set off towards the direction of the Divine Martial Army. The soldiers of the Divine Martial Army were stationed in an open area to the north of the county city. Before Li Qi got close, he could see a throng of people in the distance, bustling with noise. Kill! 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 It was already late autumn. The sky was still early. The sun had just risen for a moment, and the chill was biting, yet the Divine Martial Army had already begun their drills early. The reason the Divine Martial Army was named Divine Martial was that this army's strength was quite remarkable, from the officers down to the ordinary soldiers. Everyone practiced martial arts. Especially among the ranks, not only were they all at the true energy realm, but they were also the strongest among them. Perhaps the reputation of the Divine Martial Army was not that great, but their martial prowess was beyond doubt. Aside from Li Qi, many members of various gangs had already arrived here early. Upon seeing the imposing military presence, they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe and a hint of fear deep within. The Divine Martial Army had already arranged personnel to receive these gang members. An officer rode over, and upon approaching the crowd, he pulled the reins, causing the steed to rear up and neigh. "Are you all members of the gangs from the county city?" Yes. That's right. Indeed. The responses were sparse and varied, leaving the officer with a headache. The disdain in his eyes was unmistakable. Soldiers and gang members have always had a poor relationship, particularly looking down upon the disorganized behavior of the gang folk. The officer scanned the crowd, looking at the various gang members dressed in vibrant colors and different shapes, feeling even more disdainful. He shouted, "I am Officer Che Ingfong, responsible for overseeing you all. This is the Divine Martial Army, not your gang. If you act recklessly and violate military discipline, you will face military law." Officer Che Ingfong, upon seeing the crowd, first reprimanded them, which made many frown. Some who wanted to retaliate held back. After counting the number of people, there were a total of 1,500 gang members who had arrived here. However, they were not allowed to enter the Divine Martial Army's camp. but were instead given a designated area outside to stay with soldiers stationed nearby to monitor them and prevent any disturbances. What is this? Are we just being left here? What kind of looks are those? They look at us as if we are thieves. I am thirsty, I want water. I need to take a dump. So boring. The crowd was noisy with complaints echoing throughout. Meanwhile, Li Qi found a quieter place to meditate, continuously circulating his true energy, familiarizing himself with his power completely unaffected by the external noise. In his eyes, most of these people would not survive on the battlefield. They were merely moving potential points, and while they could still make noise, let them shout a bit more. The members of the Rui gang naturally gathered around, with many surrounding Li Qi. Upon seeing his calm demeanor, they felt more at ease and were less noisy. Time passed slowly. When the sun was high in the sky, the air grew a bit warmer, and finally there was movement from the divine martial army. Officer Che Yingfang rode in and shouted, "All listen up. We set off immediately. Head to Fuping County. Prepare to attack the rebel forces." After the various factions of the county city gathered, the divine martial army showed no significant concern. They did not even provide the soldiers with standard weapons and armor, only distributing a bit of rations and water to each person. They just let these individuals go to battle. It was like a child's game. This display made Li Qi frown. It seems the divine martial army truly intends to use these people as cannon fodder. Is there any need for military drills for cannon fodder? Absolutely none. Not even a single extra set of weapons and armor would be necessary. Li Qi scoffed inwardly, packed his belongings, and set off. The army began to move. Over 20,000 soldiers of the divine martial army left the city gates, marching mightily toward Fuping County to the north, with each soldier standing tall, like a pine, gripping their long spears, their blades gleaming with a cold light. The war horses neighed, their hooves thundering like thunder. The iron cavalry surged like a tide, galloping along the official road outside the city. However, another group of people painted a starkly different picture. These individuals, young and old, were dressed in a riot of colors, wielding a hodgepodge of weapons and cursing loudly. Walking along the official road, they resembled a group of ruffians. The nearby soldiers cast sidelong glances at them, their faces openly displaying disdain and contempt, feeling utterly ashamed to be associated with them. This strange combination of troops headed toward Fuping County, making quite a commotion along the way, alarming many scouts. Upon discovering the movements of the divine martial army, the scouts immediately returned to report the situation to Fuping County. After more than an hour of marching, tens of thousands of soldiers arrived outside Fuping County, quickly arranging themselves into formation. The county had also been prepared, with rebels filling the walls and numerous catapults poised to strike. The two armies faced off, a chilling aura permeating the air, banners fluttering, armor clashing, and a resonant sound echoed. In front of the divine martial army, a man clad in dark armor, wielding a long blade of 100 battles, his gaze fierce and steady, rode out in front of the formation and shouted, "Rebels, surrender now and you may avoid death." This man was Luo Yongyan. His voice, filled with true energy, transformed into a tangible sound wave that swept across the surroundings. On the side of Fuping, a rebel officer stepped forward, shouting, "Heaven and earth are ruthless, treating all beings like fodder. The imperial power is tyrannical, seeing the common people as mere grass. Today I gather righteousness, swearing to break this injustice and restore peace to the world." The two armies hurled insults at each other, blaming one another, hoping to conquer the enemy without a fight. Li Qi nearly laughed out loud at this spectacle. These people, all self-righteous, seemed to believe that only they could represent justice, that only they could embody righteousness, while the others were rebels. Yet both sides were equally culpable, neither being any better. Whether it was the rebels' various antics or the official army's numerous deeds, it was all repugnant. Our elder brother does not speak of the second elder brother. No one should mock anyone. If the circumstances allowed, Li Qi would have loved to grab a bucket of popcorn and sit down to enjoy how these two factions argued and bickered. After a long while of shouting and cursing, Luo Yongyan lost interest. He sneered, "Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for being rude. All troops heed my command. Charge and kill." The rebels also shouted in a frenzy, and the city gates swung open, a large number of cavalry bursting forth. The rebels, outnumbering the enemy, charged directly out of the city. The soldiers of the divine martial army had already engaged in combat with the rebels, and Li Qi's side was no different. The officer Che Yingfang served as the monitor for the gang members, shouting, "Everyone heed my command. Charge and kill the rebels. Those who retreat shall die." Several hundred archers had already drawn their bows, aiming at the crowd. If anyone dared to retreat, they would shoot their arrows. The situation was more powerful than the individual, and despite their extreme reluctance, they shouted and charged toward the rebels. From this moment on, The great battle between the divine martial army and the rebels erupted completely. Each soldier held long spears, forming formations to stab at the enemies across from them, bodies easily pierced, and one long spear impaled several people strung together like candied haws. The sword and axe men continued to chop and slash severed limbs and arms flying high. The cavalry charged back and forth, many crushed and fallen to the ground, trampled into the mud by the iron hooves of the horses. On the city walls, arrows rained down and large stones fell from above, with those below either pierced by arrows or crushed into meat paste by the boulders. The battlefield, filled with tens of thousands of people, had turned into a giant meat grinder, with lives lost every moment. In such a battlefield, individual valor was drastically diminished. Oh, what good was it to practice martial arts well? If you can withstand swords and blades, can you withstand falling boulders? If you can kill 10 men, can you kill 100? 1,000? Without a significant degree of martial power, it was impossible to stir the situation on such a battlefield or to break free from it. At this moment, Li Qi's potential points were growing at an astonishing speed, having already surpassed 100 in just a few breaths. At this rate, it won't take long for the potential to exceed 1,000. Watching the potential points soar like a rocket, Li Qi felt excitement in his heart, and a smile could hardly be contained on his face. A long spear thrust came from the left front, and Li Qi slightly sidestepped to evade the attack from this rebel, then gently thrust his dragon-patterned sword forward, piercing the rebel's throat. Several more rebels rushed in, but were easily countered by Li Qi. Those who had previously sought refuge also came closer, surrounding Li Qi, and he would lend a hand to help them whenever possible. From beginning to end, Li Qi revealed only his peak cultivation of the body refinement realm, along with swordsmanship, so exquisite it bordered on perfection, and an extraordinary martial true energy that remained tightly contained. Yet none present realized that he was a top-tier expert at the peak of the true energy realm. Che Yingfang commanded from the rear, directing the gang members to charge where the rebels were most numerous, helping the divine martial army's main force divide the fire, resulting in many casualties on both sides. However, after several observations, Che Yingfang also noticed something unusual. No matter what kind of rebel troops faced them, there was always a small group of gang members who managed to survive and kill the rebels. He also noticed Li Qi feeling suspicious. This young man possesses such swordsmanship. The divine martial army engaged in battle with the rebels, both sides blinded by rage, with everyone doing everything in their power to annihilate their enemies. A skilled rebel wielded a spear, piercing through a soldier of the divine martial army, lifting him up as if he were a piece of waxed meat. The soldier being lifted was not yet dead. A scream was still forming on his lips when the rebel warrior shook the spear, flinging him away, knocking down several nearby soldiers of the divine martial army. Divine martial army. Nonsense, a bunch of useless fools. This capable rebel was also a sergeant, standing out among his peers, easily overpowering ordinary soldiers on the battlefield. After toppling several soldiers of the divine martial army, he set his sights on a group of peculiar individuals. These people were not clad in armor and wielded an assortment of weapons that were not standard military issue, their formation chaotic and disorderly, looking utterly ridiculous. These ragtag soldiers must be the unlucky ones mentioned in the intel, right? A hint of mockery flashed in the sergeant's eyes. The divine martial army had temporarily summoned members of various factions to form a death squad, causing quite a stir. Even the nearby rebels received news and immediately recognized these individuals upon seeing them. A group of pitiful souls. This is not a place for you. Allow me to send you on your way. A bloodthirsty look flashed across the sergeant's face as he thrust his spear forward, charging directly at them. The rebels tasked specifically with killing were far more ferocious than ordinary martial artists. Not only were they powerful, but their killing skills were also remarkably refined, giving them a significant advantage against these faction members. The spears struck out repeatedly, blooming like a flower of death, as if a venomous snake was striking. In an instant, several faction members were pierced through their vital points, their screams cut short as they fell to the ground lifeless. The sergeant zeroed in on a seemingly flustered young man who appeared completely unaccustomed to the battlefield, and thrust his spears swiftly towards the center of the young man's brow. With death looming, Han Yanxiu felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave. He wanted to dodge, but his opponent was a peak practitioner of the body refinement realm, far stronger than him, and his spear skills were exceptionally advanced. I can't dodge. It's over. In the face of life and death, Han Yanxiu's face turned pale. But just then a long sword thrust out from a diagonal position, the tip of the sword colliding heavily with the spear tip, sparks flying, blocking the sudden strike. My! The spear wielder exclaimed in surprise, only to see a dazzling sword light flare up before his eyes, the blade tracing a mysterious trajectory as it swept past his throat. Blood sprayed forth and the cries of battle ceased abruptly. Potential points 2. After killing this formidable opponent, a faint voice rang in Han Yanxiu's ears. Chioga, be careful, don't lose focus. Having said that, Li Qi moved like lightning, turning to engage other rebels in fierce combat. For anyone who had paid a price for protection, Li Qi would lend a hand once or twice. However, there could be 1 or 2 instances, but not 3. After saving you twice, if you still could not withstand the rebels, Li Qi would not continue to interfere. He was not their guardian. Having saved them twice was already showing great mercy. If a third crisis arose, then they might as well accept their fate. Such is destiny. What can be done? Even so, under Li Qi's limited guidance, the members of the Rui gang had the highest survival rate among all factions. After some time spent in brutal combat, Li Qi's potential points had unknowingly surpassed 1,000, yet he remained unaware of it. In such an intense battlefield, Li Qi had fully entered the zone, his killing sword swinging faster and faster. With each swing of his sword, a rebel would inevitably fall slain. Li Qi was filled with an inexplicable killing intent, and the hatred left behind from his past life was gradually fading away. To have slain so many rebels, there were no more regrets. The great revenge had been avenged. Li Qi's apparent strength was merely that of a peak body refinement realm practitioner. As long as he did not encounter a true Qi realm expert, he would not reveal his true identity. He deliberately avoided the Qi realm experts among the rebels, who also did not notice him. Luo Yongnian engaged in fierce combat with a rebel general who was merely a latest-stage Qi realm warrior, his strength inferior to Luo Yongnian's. Defeating him was only a matter of time. Qian Xian, stop resisting and accept your death peacefully. A sinister smile spread across Luo Yongnian's face as he relentlessly slashed at his opponent, his moves growing increasingly fierce. As long as he could slay the rebel commander, the 30,000 rebels would naturally fall. However, the rebel commander Qian Xian remained calm, showing indifference to the formidable enemy before him, and even a hint of mockery in his gaze. I will not die. It is you who will die. Luo Yongnian felt a jolt of alarm. Qian Zin's expression made him sense something amiss. Having fought on the battlefield for so long, he had seen all manner of schemes and tricks, and he immediately sensed deceit. Qian Xian cannot be unaware that fighting Hedon would end in defeat, yet he still entangles himself in this battle with me, showing no intention to retreat. The fearlessness in his eyes does not seem feigned. There must be some backup. Just then a resounding military horn sounded from the side of the divine martial army, as another troop of rebels suddenly appeared. A cavalry unit of 20,000 rebels charged in their armor, as solid as iron, their spears sharp as frost blades, gleaming with a chilling light in the sunlight. Luo Yongnian's eyes widened. How could reinforcements for the rebels arrive so suddenly? On the opposite side, Qian Xian revealed a chilling smile. I told you I will not die. It is you who will die. Having said that, Qian Xian intensified his assault, tightly entangling Luo Yongnian. Luo Yongnian shouted, rebel reinforcements are here. Retreat. The situation was already clear. With the addition of these 20,000 cavalrymen on the battlefield, the threat to the divine martial army was immense. If they continued to struggle here, the more than 20,000 soldiers of the divine martial army might all be annihilated. With Luo Yongnian's order, the divine martial army did not linger in battle, but turned to retreat. The two factions of rebels merged into one, pursuing them relentlessly, and after many casualties, the divine martial army finally returned to Chuan County. This rushed attack against the rebels ended in failure, and after counting the casualties, Luo Yongnian was the divine martial army lost over 3,000 men, while the casualties among the faction members were even worse, with less than 400 surviving. Some factions were completely wiped out, a truly pitiful sight. Upon returning to the camp, Luo Yongnian's expression was as dark as water. A battle that was supposed to be a sure win ended in defeat, leaving him extremely frustrated. Investigate. Go investigate immediately. Find out where that troop of rebel cavalry came from. The scouts dispatched by the divine martial army quickly figured out what was happening with the reinforcements of the rebellious cavalry. It turned out that when the divine martial army decided to attack Fuping County, a rebel cavalry force of 20,000 was hastily rushing to their aid from the new territory 200 miles away. Upon learning the details, Luo Yongnian was furious. Useless. You bunch of useless fools. What are you all doing? With so many coming from outside, how could you not notice? Did you not scout in advance? You are all useless. Take them out and execute them. After killing a few scouts, Luo Yongnian's anger subsided slightly as he began to contemplate how to deal with the incoming rebel reinforcements. Meanwhile, the situation outside was no better during the chaos within the divine martial army. Although nearly 400 from the faction returned, almost all of them were injured, many missing arms or legs, and on the brink of death, causing a wave of sorrow. These individuals' injuries required urgent attention, but the divine martial army could not attend to the needs of these faction members, as many of their own were injured and overwhelmed. How could they care for this ragtag army? They were immediately dismissed to tend to their own injuries, leading to many cursing loudly. Damn divine martial army. Is this how you send us off? At least provide some medicine for our wounds. The divine martial army will meet a terrible end. Beasts. Damned beasts. One day with a sword in hand, I will slay all of the divine martial dogs. The crowd dispersed while members of the Rui gang gathered together, many expressing their deep gratitude for being saved by Li Qi. Brotherly, I cannot thank you enough for your great kindness. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Indeed, whatever you need, I will not hesitate to risk my life for you. Li Qi, you have given me my life. From now on, you are my true brother. True brother. The survivors of the Rui gang were the most numerous, and they were all very grateful to Li Qi, elevating his status among them significantly. A group surrounded Li Qi as they left the divine martial army, with someone suggesting they go to a tavern for a drink, and Li Qi did not object, so everyone happily went along. Just coming down from the battlefield, faces kept collapsing before him, leaving everyone's emotions complex. Suffocation, pain, fear, and relief. All sorts of feelings. Upon arriving at the tavern, exquisite delicacies and fine wines were quickly served, and everyone drank heartily, creating a ruckus. Li Qi sat among the crowd responding to toasts while contemplating the gains from this great battle. The trace of hatred within him had vanished. Hundreds of rebels died at his hands, allowing the old scholar to rest in peace. The great revenge was avenged. No more regrets. During this joyous banquet, Li Qi drank a considerable amount, but as a peak true Qi realm expert, he could circulate his profound martial energy to dispel the effects of the alcohol. Many around him were drunken, yet Li Qi remained sober. After the banquet, Li Qi hurried home, and upon nearing his house, discovered someone had already been waiting. May I ask if you are Lord Li Qi? Who are you? I am from the Linglong Merchants Association. The 2 items you ordered are here and ready for you to collect. This person was a servant from the Linglong Merchants Association, specifically sent to inform Li Qi of this matter, but as Li Qi was away on military duty, the servant had waited until now. Upon hearing this, Li Qi understood what was going on, and his eyes brightened. Good, lead me there. The servant respectfully led the way, having been instructed by Su He to treat Li Qi with utmost respect, as he was a significant client, who must not be offended. The 2 soon arrived at the Linglong Merchants Association. Although it was already late at night, the place was still brightly lit, seemingly waiting for someone. Upon entering the Linglong Merchants Association, Li Qi saw Su He and an unfamiliar tall thin man. Lordly, you have finally arrived. Please come in quickly. The 2 martial arts techniques you ordered have arrived. Su He immediately greeted Li Qi with enthusiasm. At this moment, the tall thin man beside Su He snorted in dissatisfaction. Humph, a mere body refinement realm, Brad has made me wait so long. This is unacceptable. If it weren't for the association's orders, I would have left long ago. What bad luck. This person named Wei Qi Tao was a strong expert in the late true Qi realm, renowned for his exceptional agility, particularly in escape techniques. Many precious items from the Linglong Merchants Association were escorted by strong individuals like him to ensure safety. He had arrived at this location at noon, but since Li Qi was not present, the items had to be handed directly to him, leading to his lengthy wait, which greatly displeased him. Seeing Li Qi was merely a body refinement realm warrior further added to his dissatisfaction. At this moment, Su He stepped forward to mediate. Lord Wei, do not blame him. A Lord Li had urgent matters to attend to and did not intend for this delay. Li Qi approached Wei Qi Tao with a faint smile. I was delayed by military engagements, I hope you do not hold it against me. At this moment, Wei Qi Tao finally noticed Li Qi's condition. Having battled fiercely, Li Qi had hundreds of enemy lives on his hands, and his clothes were soaked in blood, exuding a pungent smell. The murderous aura and killing intent he carried from slaying so many enemies still lingered around him. Gazing into Li Qi's calm eyes made Wei Qi Tao inexplicably shudder, causing his imposing demeanor to diminish. Forget it, here are your items. After handing the items over to Li Qi, Wei Qi Tao quickly departed. Whenever he faced Li Qi, he felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Although he intended to voice some complaints, the words just would not come out. It felt as if he was not standing before a person, but rather a ferocious beast that could devour anyone at will. As if in the next moment this killer would shed its disguise and swallow him whole. After Wei Qi Tao left, and the items were secured, Li Qi exchanged pleasantries with Su He before returning home. He closed the doors and windows, sitting at the head of his bed, revealing a hint of joy on his face. All right, my strength can rise once again. Discovered a martial art that can be recorded. Recording martial arts. You have acquired a medium-grade martial art. Xianyu skill. Discovered a martial art that can be recorded. Recording martial arts. You have acquired a medium-grade martial art. After obtaining 2 medium-grade martial arts, Li Qi did not hesitate and immediately recorded them. He glanced at his potential points, and to his astonishment, he had a staggering 2,230 points in hand. With so many potential points, it was enough to elevate 10 medium-grade martial arts to a perfected state. Even when he stepped into the true origin realm, these potential points would still be sufficient for a long time to enhance and upgrade high-grade martial arts. Begin enhancement immediately. With nearly 300 points consumed, Li Qi's 2 medium-grade martial arts were swiftly elevated to the perfected state. After achieving perfection in the Xian Yu skill, a faint green true qi appeared within Li Qi, which was the Xian Yu true qi. Not only can it dispel poisons, but it also prolongs life. Currently, Li Qi's body contained multiple types of martial true qi, including the White Cloud true qi from the Yunzhong, He Wu Jin, the protective true qi from Tai Lianshun, and the Xian Yu true qi, all coexisting within him, functioning independently, without interference. Such a scenario would be unimaginable for other martial artists. Cultivating inner strength techniques is difficult to master concurrently, and it is even more risky to practice recklessly. Possessing 2 true qi of entirely different natures in one's body could pose immense dangers. The existence of martial true qi resonates with the principles of heaven and earth. Different natures of true qi may trigger conflicts, harming the martial artist. For instance, water attribute true qi and fire attribute true qi are hard to reconcile. Once they come into contact, it could lead to a violent explosion. However, water attribute true qi can harmoniously coexist with wood attribute true qi, as water nourishes wood, allowing both to thrive together, sometimes yielding unexpected benefits. Yet within Li Qi's body, 3 exceedingly powerful martial true qi coexist, without any influence or obstruction between them, such a phenomenon would surely astonish many. This is the power of the system. Li Qi can completely disregard the compatibility of martial true qi. As long as he has enough potential points, he can practice as many types of martial true qi as he desires. Moreover, for the vast majority of other martial artists, whether in terms of talent, resources, or energy, it is insufficient to support the cultivation of so many different inner strength techniques, while mastering too many martial true qi. Li Qi is an extraordinary existence among all martial artists in the true qi realm. Besides the Xian Yu skill, the technique mirror reflection has also brought him considerable surprise. As the true qi within him subtly moved, the muscles of his face twitched, and in no time Li Qi's face transformed into that of a robust man. Taking a nearby copper mirror, Li Qi saw that his face had changed into that of a grand figure, no longer resembling his previous appearance. Immediately, Li Qi's features changed again, transforming into Huang Yuanqing. Both his looks and demeanor were so lifelike that it was hard to discern the truth. Following this, the aura around Li Qi quickly dissipated, becoming imperceptible. He seemed to turn into an ordinary stone, devoid of any human presence, his existence reduced to the bare minimum. Even standing by the street, no one would spare him a glance. Breath concealment technique. This was another marvelous application of mirror reflection, which Li Qi had also discovered. Mirror reflection is an ultimate mastery over one's true qi and body. Once this skill is perfected, whether for disguise, infiltration, or assassination, it is unparalleled. This is the greatest value of mirror reflection. After enhancing these 2 medium-grade martial arts, Li Qi practiced for a while to familiarize himself with their uses before taking a rest. The night had deepened, and the once boisterous county town had also fallen into silence. The next morning, the entire county town was once again stirred. A major event had occurred. The rebel army has come. In the military tent of the Divine Martial Army, Luo Yongyan slammed the table heavily, filled with anger and shock. What? Those treacherous rebels actually came here. Report to the general, it's true. They are only 10 miles away from the county town, with an estimated number of around 40,000. Damn it. This is simply intolerable. Luo Yongyan was ordered to attack the rebel army in Fuping County, yet not only did he suffer setbacks in the initial battle, but now the rebel army had come knocking on the door. How can this be tolerated? Shouldn't you rebels hide and cling to life? How dare you have the audacity to come to our doorstep? This is turning the heavens upside down. What audacity? What audacity? Luo Yongyan was furious. Now he had only a little over 20,000 divine martial soldiers, while the incoming rebel army numbered around 40,000. If the Chuan County town was indeed taken by the rebels, he as the cavalry general would probably meet his end. Everyone heed my command. Follow me to confront the rebels. With a loud shout, all the divine martial soldiers surged forth from the camp. The gates of the county town were tightly closed, and a large number of soldiers ascended the city walls, standing ready. In the distance, smoke billowed, and the sound of thunder grew louder, resembling the roar of a storm. This was the sound of countless hooves striking the ground. Soon a formidable army arrived beneath the walls of the county town, and a fierce general stepped forward shouting, "Divine Martial Army's dogs! Come out and die quickly. What a difference a day makes. Yesterday, the divine martial army attacked Fuping County full of spirit, but unfortunately left in a state of disarray. Now confronted by the enemy at their doorstep, Luo Yongnian's expression was particularly fascinating. Rebellious traitors, you have such audacity to dare come here. Stop the nonsense, come and die quickly. All generals heed my command. Follow me to conquer this city. With a fierce shout, the rebel army charged forward, and a multitude of siege weapons were pushed to the front, attacking the city walls. It was evident that the rebel army had made ample preparations, as a vast array of siege equipment was in place. A great battle was imminent. Before both sides even approached, powerful crossbows were already aimed at each other, and catapults began to swing, launching massive stones. Some martial artists with exceptional agility even stepped onto the city walls as if they were on level ground, leaping into a group of divine martial soldiers to wreak havoc, and in the blink of an eye many soldiers fell. Drive these intruders down. Kill them. Archers, shoot them down. Whether on the city walls or outside, chaos and slaughter erupted, with cries of battle ringing out. Such uproar startled everyone in the city, all looking toward the walls with alarmed expressions, where heads were overflowing and people were continuously falling from the walls. The rebel army approached with a fierce momentum, shouting wildly outside the city, vowing to slaughter the last member of the divine martial army in the county city, which heightened the tension between both sides to an extreme. In light of such upheaval, the situation for the divine martial army was grim, and Luo Yongnian had already sent out a distress signal, expecting reinforcements to arrive. The divine martial army was one of the several strong forces of the Great Han, with a total population exceeding 500,000. If the entire divine martial army were here, those rebels could be easily wiped out, but the forces in Chuan County were just a small fraction, facing rebels who outnumbered them 2-1. The offensive on the battlefield intensified, with several waves of attackers scaling the city walls. Although they were promptly dealt with, significant casualties and chaos ensued. In a state of urgency, Luo Yongnian stood atop the city walls, gazing at the rebels outside with a cold gleam in his eyes. The enemy is too strong. It seems difficult to hold out until reinforcements arrive here. He turned around, looking at the lively scenes of song and dance within the city, especially at the various gang residences, with a hint of cold disdain on his face. We are fighting and dying here. What gives you the right to watch from behind? Come here. Relay my orders. Several messengers quickly ascended the city walls before swiftly a more significant storm swept through the entire county city. Relay the orders of the divine martial army. All men over 18 in the county city must assist the divine martial army in transporting military equipment or fortifying the city. All gang members must ascend the city walls to assist the divine martial army in resisting the rebel attack. Those who disobey will be executed. A commotion erupted across the city. Public discontent surged immediately, provoking great dissatisfaction among many, especially among the gangs in the county city, who had just dispatched numerous personnel to serve as cannon fodder for the divine martial army. Many had died during the attack on Fuping County. Now, with their bodies barely cold, they were required to summon more personnel to attack the rebels. Previously, only 50 men from each gang were drafted, but now everyone must participate. Is there no law? Is there no justice? All gangs were enraged and refused to cooperate, while the divine martial army's methods were exceedingly brutal. Thousands of soldiers were immediately assembled, storming into the most disruptive gangs, mercilessly slaughtering. After a frenzied slaughter with heads rolling, 3 gangs were annihilated, leaving the remaining gangs silent. A group of wolf-like soldiers stood before them. As long as anyone dared to voice dissent, they would be over. The rebels are advancing fiercely. You refuse to take up arms against the enemy and dare to shirk responsibility, creating chaos and disrupting morale. Their hearts are deserving of punishment. What use is there in keeping such malicious commoners alive? Their heads must be severed to stabilize the army's morale. This was the rationale of the divine martial army. As long as you dared to say no, you were a traitor and a rebellious commoner. Should be put to death. Li Qi listened to these words with a cold smile in his heart. The rebels merely stated they would kill all the divine martial army, never mentioning slaughtering the city or harming the common people, yet the divine martial army had already turned against the citizens of the city. Despite everyone being extremely unwilling, the situation was dire. Under the threat of blades, the masses could only ascend the city walls to assist in the defense. The rebel forces were numerous and had completely surrounded the city walls. Li Qi's gang, the Rui gang, was assigned to the southern wall, with their supervising officer being a familiar face, Che Yingfang. You lazybones, stay alert here. If a single rebel climbs the city walls, watch your heads. While Che Yingfang scolded the crowd, he also arranged the defenses in this area. The rebels below were shooting arrows and throwing stones upward, deploying grappling hooks and constructing ladders. Some agile martial artists leaped directly into the fray, and the battle was intense. Li Qi tilted his head slightly as an arrow whizzed past his ear, then sighed softly. Having just left the battlefield yesterday, he found himself back in a battle today, which left him feeling somewhat helpless. This battlefield bore no pressure for him akin to strolling through a market. If necessary, he could leave at any moment, whether using mirror reflection to change form or feigning death to escape. Both were simple matters. However, given the continuous influx of potential points, Li Qi was in no hurry to leave. If he were to charge against an army of tens of thousands alone to harvest potential points, it would be somewhat overwhelming. Now mingling in the crowd and taking advantage of the situation, he could reap a massive amount of potential points without exerting much effort, which was quite satisfactory. Forget it. He'll just play around with you for now. Once I'm bored, he'll leave. After reinforcing Mystic Jade technique and mirror reflection, Li Qi's potential points dropped to just over 1,000. However, once he reached the city walls, his potential quickly surpassed 2,000 and continued to rise at an astonishing pace. A sudden rush of wind overhead alerted Li Qi. He tilted his body slightly as a boulder the size of a water barrel smashed into a nearby divine martial soldier, turning him into mush on the spot. Potential point 1 nearby, another divine martial soldier was struck in the eye by an arrow, causing his eyeball to explode, blood splattering out with an arrowhead protruding from the back of his head. Potential point 2, even if Li Qi did nothing, he continuously garnered massive amounts of potential points, leaving him indifferent to the rebels who had already scaled the walls. You fight your battles. They'll catch my fish. At that moment, a cold voice rang out behind Li Qi. I remember you. Your swordsmanship is quite interesting. These rebels are no match for you. If I see you idling about again, be prepared for the military staff's punishment. Li Qi turned to see Che Yingfang standing behind him, his gaze scrutinizing, fixing intently on Li Qi. Previously, when Li Qi was slaughtering on the battlefield in Fuping County, his exceptional sword skills left a strong impression on Che Yingfang. However, compared to yesterday, Li Qi's performance today was like night and day. Che Yingfang could see that Li Qi was slacking off and immediately reprimanded him. After being scolded, Li Qi felt no anger, but looked at Che Yingfang with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Understood. Not seeing any opposition from Li Qi, Che Yingfang snorted coldly and turned to leave. It wasn't just Li Qi, almost all the gang members on the walls had been scolded by him. Even Huang Yuanqing, the gang leader, was not spared. As a mid-stage true Qi practitioner, being reprimanded publicly left his face alternating between green and white, yet he dared not protest. Although Che Yingfang was merely a novice true Qi warrior, he was an officer of the divine martial army backed by the entire army, far beyond what a rogue like Huang Yuanqing could compare to. Seeing Huang Yuanqing's pale expression, Che Yingfang scoffed and chose to ignore him. As the rebel assault intensified, more and more individuals surged onto the city walls, nearly breaking through the defenses. Useless. All of you are useless. What are you all doing? The rebels almost got through. Get up. Immediately get up. As long as you are not dead, stand on the city walls. Che Yingfang's tone was severe as he shouted, continuously kicking some injured gang members who had fallen to the ground. Han Yanqiu had an arrow shot through his left leg, bleeding profusely. His face was pale, and he looked weak, unable to stand, and leaning against the city wall. Seeing Han Yanqiu slumped over, Che Yingfang felt a surge of unexplainable rage and rushed over, kicking Han Yanqiu hard in the chest. Stand up. I command you to stand up. But no matter how Che Yingfang kicked, Han Yanqiu could not rise, struggling to block Che Yingfang's kicks while pleading, I have no strength left. Che Yingfang's eyes turned red as he drew his long knife, directly aiming it at Han Yanqiu. You useless scum. At that moment, while dealing with several rebels, Li Qi stumbled, staggering forward a few steps after kicking a walnut-sized stone. The true Qi within him erupted instantly. The stone was kicked away, arcing through the gaps in the crowd, and struck Che Yingfang squarely in the forehead. Bang! The stone shattered. A small dent formed in Che Yingfang's forehead. His curses abruptly ceased. The long knife fell from his hand, and his body toppled backward. Due to the strong resistance of the divine martial army, they barely repelled the rebel attack, and as the sun set in the west, both sides retreated. Inside the military tent, Luo Yongnian listened to the report from his subordinates about the battle, but when he heard that Che Yingfang was dead, he was instantly stunned. Che Yingfang is dead. Yes, General. How did he die? Still uncertain. Uncertain. Upon hearing the dissatisfaction in Luo Yongnian's voice, a group of subordinates hurriedly brought Che Yingfang's corpse over. Che Yingfang's face was covered in blood, with a small dent the size of an egg on his forehead, and his eyes bulged, almost popping out of their sockets. Che Yingfang's death was extremely gruesome. Those who did not know would have thought it was a malevolent spirit claiming a life. Reporting to the general, the injuries on Captain Che have been examined. He only has one fatal wound, which is the injury on his forehead. It appears he was struck by a heavy blunt object, causing a fracture in his skull, and that is what led to his death. However, according to the soldiers nearby, Captain Che was suddenly attacked and did not have any suspicious individuals approaching him. The subordinates believe it must have been the work of a hidden weapon master from the rebels using hidden projectiles like iron lotus seeds or flying locust stones to catch Captain Che off guard. Hence he fell victim and died. After speaking, the subordinate bowed his head and said no more. A hidden weapon master. A glimmer of doubt flashed in Luo Yongnian's eyes. Is there such a person among the rebels? Although many practice hidden weapon techniques, the majority are merely of ordinary skill. To be able to kill a captain at the initial stage of Qi realm. What level of hidden weapon master could it be? The rebels numbered as many as 40,000, and no one could guarantee that there were no such masters among them. Yet Luo Yongnian always felt something was off, and the doubt in his eyes grew stronger. A martial artist at the Qi realm was already a talent in the army, and now with the death of Che Yingfang, Luo Yongnian felt a twinge of heartache. Forget it, give him a proper burial. Yes. After Che Yingfang's death, Luo Yongnian arranged for another captain to take charge of the South City Wall's defense and specifically instructed him to be wary of the potential hidden weapon master. The next day, after the Divine Martial Army endured another day of rebel attacks, an event that filled Luo Yongnian with both anger and shock occurred again. The captain he had just assigned was also dead. Moreover, his death was identical to Che Yingfang, struck in the head by a hidden weapon, dying on the spot. Damn it. Damn it. Two captains were killed in the same place, under the same circumstances, using the same. This was clearly a blatant provocation. This left Luo Yongnian furious, feeling humiliated. Come here. Subordinate here. Tomorrow you all go together. While chaos ensued in the Divine Martial Army's tent, Li Qi had already returned home. 2 days of guarding the city had not affected him at all. He even had the leisure to enjoy a couple of drinks. He had secretly assassinated 2 captains of the Divine Martial Army who were indeed detestable, treating people like livestock, disregarding life and death. Li Qi did not care about the others in the Rui gang, but if anyone were to touch Han Yanxiu, that simply could not. Li Qi valued Han Yanxiu greatly, for it was Han Yanxiu who helped him during his weakest times, enabling him to survive within the gang, and Li Qi had always been grateful to him. On the first day of the rebel invasion, seeing that Han Yanxiu was about to be killed, Li Qi decisively struck, eliminating that captain. Then another captain arrived, and by unfortunate coincidence, he also had his sights set on Han Yanxiu, intending to deal a fatal blow. Li Qi struck again, killing the second captain. Li Qi felt calm about this. He even felt a bit amused. It was just killing 2 captains of the Divine Martial Army. How significant could that be? Li Qi's soul belonged to a modern person from the information age, inherently lacking the genes of servility, with no fear of royal or military authority. For those with ambitious aspirations, daring to challenge the heavens. This describes someone like him. Killing just 2 captains. Completely child's play. On the 3rd day, a new captain arrived, and Li Qi smiled. I see you all are completely unafraid of death. He had already become somewhat addicted. Li Qi found a suitable opportunity and used the same method to kick a stone, the spiritual energy exploding as the stone flew in an arc towards the new captain's head. The stone flew at high speed, but just when it was less than 2 feet away from the captain's head, a silver spear shot out from the side, instantly blocking the stone. The spear trembled, sparks flying. The stone exploded into a cloud of debris. Good courage. The spear wielder was Luo Yongnian's personal guard, a powerhouse at the late stage of Qi realm. He had been sent to lie in wait near this captain, ready to identify the hidden weapon master lurking in the shadows. Upon detecting the anomaly and blocking the stone's attack, the guard carefully felt the unique force transmitted through the spear and mentally reconstructed the stone's flight trajectory. Soon the guard's eyes widened in anger as he locked onto Li Qi's figure. So it's you. This guard of Luo Yongnian shouted, fiercely charging at Li Qi with his spear. You brat, die. The power of the latest stage Qi realm erupted as the guard forcefully stomped on the ground, shooting out towards Li Qi, thrusting his spear with all his might, determined to kill Li Qi. Yet Li Qi's face remained calm. Sigh. I've still been discovered. He twirled the dragon-patterned sword in his hand, and the spiritual energy within him erupted, slashing towards the incoming spear. Cloud crane dance, swords crane wings gathering feathers. This sword strike was incredibly swift, not only blocking the guard's attack, but also unleashing waves of sword energy between the two, spreading outwards. Some divine martial soldiers nearby were directly cut into several pieces. The guard with his spear held horizontally in front was pushed back repeatedly by the powerful sword energy, retreating a full 5 steps. He looked up in shock, astonished. Qi realm. Li Qi had entered the Qi realm at such a young age, and the power of that sword strike was almost on par with his own, leaving the guard in disbelief. When he looked towards Li Qi again, he could no longer see the other party's figure. Where is he? At this moment, Li Qi had already used the lightness skill Grass on the Fly to swiftly escape, rapidly leaving the battlefield. From the moment Li Qi struck to his escape, the entire process transpired in the blink of an eye. The guards shouted loudly, "Chase!" Not just him, but figures surged from the crowd rushing in the direction Li Qi had fled. Li Qi showcased his lightness skills, soaring through the air, his figure darting past the heads of a group of traitors. He moved with incredible speed, swiftly escaping the battlefield between the traitors and the divine military, diving into the distant woods. Hot on Li Qi's heels were several powerful figures, also employing lightness skills as they pursued him. And, "Rebel, you dare to assassinate 2 lieutenants of my divine military and not surrender? Even if it means going to the ends of the earth, we will kill you today. Why aren't you submitting to death quickly?" The figures not only chased closely from behind, but also shouted insults from afar. They were all elite soldiers specially selected by Luo Yongnian, not only strong in strength, but also skilled in lightness techniques, determined to capture the one who had attacked them and vowed to slay him. Only then could they relieve their pent-up resentment. However, the more they chased, the more shocked they became. How can he run so fast? Is he flying over the grass? Can the grass flying technique be this fast? Moreover, when that guy uses the grass flying technique, why are clouds following his feet? These pursuers closely followed Li Qi, their initial anger gradually turning into disbelief as they encountered too many incomprehensible phenomena surrounding him. The grass flying technique is not some secretive advanced skill. On the contrary, this martial art has a wide circulation and many people have practiced it. Only small gangs like the Rui gang would treat this lightness skill as a treasure. After Li Qi executed the grass flying technique, the pursuers immediately recognized its origin, and some among them had even practiced this technique. However, it was precisely because they had practiced this technique that they were filled with astonishment, for they felt that their grass flying technique was entirely different from the one Li Qi displayed. Ordinary martial artists using the grass flying technique could only manage to step on grass and branches to gain leverage, crossing a distance of 3 to 5 zhang. But the grass flying technique of the man ahead seemed not to require any additional leverage, directly stepping on clouds and mist, leaping effortlessly dozens of zhang away. His form was ethereal and agile, gliding through the mist like a celestial being descending to earth. What sort of grass flying technique is this? Several pursuers' expressions changed as one of them spoke gravely. "This guy is somewhat unusual, be cautious." Understood. The group exchanged glances, their hearts growing wary, no longer as reckless as they had. After running for a while, having covered several dozen, Li Qi halted his steps, standing on a branch amidst the forest, turning to look back at the pursuing soldiers. Soon several figures rushed over and surrounded Li Qi. "Running away? Why have you stopped? I vowed to slay you, now you cannot escape. If you beg for mercy, perhaps we might let you go, haha." The 5 divine military warriors at the late stage of the true Qi realm surrounded Li Qi, blocking all his escape routes, their faces revealing sinister smiles as they mocked him. Yet Li Qi remained calm, saying lightly, "Why should I run? It should be you who flees." Upon hearing this, the strong men of the divine military burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. I think this guy has gone mad, babbling nonsense here. Kid, you shouldn't have killed 2 lieutenants of my divine military. Who just accept your fate. Bring his head back. The general will reward you handsomely." Li Qi shook his head, indifferent to their taunts. If Li Qi used his full strength and lightness skills, these divine military warriors would never be able to catch him. With the ability of the mirror reflection technique, escaping right under their noses would be a piece of cake. But he did not do so. Li Qi had worked for the divine military for several days without earning a single coin, and had endured plenty of grievances. Simply turning around to flee was not his style. He needed to collect some interest from the divine military, and these pursuing divine military warriors were that interest. Li Qi stood among them, his body standing upright like a sword drawn from its sheath. He scanned his surroundings, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the divine military warriors, and then he looked far into the green mountains and waters, revealing a serene smile. "This place, with its poetic mountains and picturesque waters, is truly beautiful. You can rest in peace here. This is my final kindness to you." A strong man no longer spoke much to Li Qi. He charged forward, instantly arriving behind Li Qi, stabbing towards his heart. At that moment, Li Qi's figure trembled, and several streams of sword chi erupted from his body, swirling behind him and quickly coalescing into a sword chi shield about the size of a foot. Though this shield was small, when the opponent's long knife struck it, it produced a sound of metal clashing, as if it had struck a piece of mysterious iron. Upon having his attack blocked, the strong man's expression changed drastically as he stared in horror at the sword chi shield hovering behind Li Qi. Sword chi manifested. A sword master. If a martial artist reaches the true Qi realm, they can project their Qi outward, injuring enemies from 100 steps away. Slicing out streams of sword Qi or knife Qi is a simple task. However, to achieve the ultimate control over sword Qi and to change its form at will is exceedingly difficult. If someone can accomplish this, they must possess extraordinary skill in swordsmanship, reaching the so-called realm of a swordmaster. Swordmaster. That was a distant term. Many who practice swordsmanship have never heard of anyone attaining this level, yet they never expected that the brigand they were chasing today would actually be a legendary swordmaster. It's my turn. As soon as his voice fell, Li Qi's figure flickered, like lightning instantly appearing before a strong man at the late stage of the true Qi realm, striking before the opponent could react. Boundless sword light engulfed him. The cloud crane dance, swords, autumn water cry. A massive surge of true Qi poured into the dragon-patterned sword, causing the blade to tremble and emit a resounding crane cry, shaking the land for miles. The strong man was instantly chopped into pieces by Li Qi. A shower of flesh and organs fell from above, blooming into splashes of blood on the ground. How is this possible? He killed Li Ling. How can his speed be so fast? With Li Qi's speed unleashed, these pursuing strong men couldn't even catch a glimpse of his movements before one of their own was killed, leaving everyone in a mix of shock and anger. On the road to the Yellow Springs, good company. You all can rest in peace. Li Qi chuckled lightly, his figure like lightning weaving between the strong men, boundless sword light engulfing them. In the mountains and forests, the resounding crane cries echoed continuously, but soon fell silent. Only an eerie stillness remained. Before long, several figures arrived at this location. They saw the scattered limbs and severed arms on the ground, but did not see their fleeing target, their expressions instantly changing. Not good. That person has escaped. Have our people all died? How is that possible? They were all strong men at the late stage of the true Qi realm. How could they not defeat that guy? This matter has changed. We must return immediately to report to the general. Within the military tent of the divine martial army, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Many people gathered here, their faces grim as they gazed at the piles of severed limbs and broken bodies on the ground. These dismembered remains belonged to the powerful warriors who were pursuing the murderer. After half a day, they were nearly unrecognizable. Luo Yongnian's facial muscles twitched, his cheeks flushed red, clearly on the verge of fury. Have we found that master of hidden weapons? Yes, General, we have investigated. The person is named Li Qi and is merely an ordinary member of the Rui Gang. Rui Gang. Luo Yongnian had some impression of this name. The Rui Gang was just a small gang in Chuan County. So you're saying it was an ordinary member of the Rui Gang who did this? He first killed 2 of my lieutenants, then 5 of my elite warriors in the later stages of the true Qi realm, and then escaped without a trace. Luo Yongnian laughed in rage, his tone chilling. He felt insulted, believing that someone capable of killing so many powerful warriors could never be just an ordinary member of a second-rate gang, let alone that Huang Yuanxing from the Rui Gang attempting to kill these strong warriors, even if Luo Yongnian himself, when it would likely be impossible to slay them all. But that person named Li Qi actually accomplished it. There must be something wrong with Li Qi. The state has its laws and the military has its rules. Daring to kill my divine martial army members is exceedingly disrespectful from the local gangs. Since they are from the Rui Gang, bring Huang Yuanxing to me. I have questions for him. Yes, I take my leave, General. A sturdy soldier quickly departed while Luo Yongnian's gaze shifted to the person tasked with recovering the bodies of the 5 elite warriors in the true Qi realm. Tell me everything you saw and heard. In detail. After Li Qi and several powerful warriors rapidly exited the battlefield, there was indeed another group chasing from behind, but their speed couldn't match that of Li Qi and the others falling far behind. These individuals did not directly intervene in the battle between Li Qi and the others, nor did they witness how Li Qi managed to slay the 5 personal guards, and could only analyze and reconstruct what had happened based on the traces left at the scene. After inspecting the scene, they arrived at a conclusion. That is, Li Qi's strength was exceptionally terrifying. In a very short time, he had killed 5 powerful warriors in the later stages of the true Qi realm. The opponent's strength could very well be at the peak of the true Qi realm. This was quite unbelievable. Upon learning that Li Qi was merely a young man who had not yet reached adulthood, their confusion only deepened. A true Qi peak warrior of such youth could easily stand out in the entire Jianghu. He must be an unimaginable martial arts genius destined to be courted and coveted by various powers. But how could such an extraordinarily gifted martial arts genius end up in this small Chuan County, joining a second-rate gang, and then proceed to kill several officers within the divine martial army? Is this not absurd? Are you saying that Li Qi faced and killed my 5 powerful warriors in the true Qi realm in a very short time? Yes, the traces left at the scene indeed suggest so. And you also say he is at the peak of the true Qi realm. We are 90% sure. Luo Yongnian fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. If what these people said were true, even if he personally win a deal with Li Qi, whether he could subdue him was still uncertain. Noticing that several subordinates had unusual expressions as if they wanted to say something but hesitated, Luo Yongnian continued to inquire. What is it? Is there more to say? One subordinate spoke up, reporting to the general, "It is like this. When we were rushing to the scene, we heard several crane calls from a distance. Those crane calls were indeed strange, I suspect. They were the sounds produced by the special technique Li Qi practiced. Certain martial arts techniques have distinct external characteristics. For example, one technique, called Tiger Roar Dragon, chanting Golden Bell Shield, produces a roar resembling a tiger's when performed, which can be heard from a distance. Similarly, the powerful Eagle Claw technique also produces an eagle's cry when fully unleashed. It is for this reason that they made such a judgment." Luo Yongnian's expression changed slightly as he slowly said crane call. He shuddered all over as if realizing something. He swiftly moved to the piles of dismembered flesh, picking up a bloodied arm guard and examining the sword marks on it closely. Moments later, Luo Yongnian's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "This is the Cloud Crane Dance Sword, the Pine Crane Longevity Sect." Luo Yongnian had been in military campaigns for many years, traveling far and wide with insights that surpassed most. Upon hearing his subordinates mention the crane call and combining it with the traces left by Li Qi's sword technique on the arm guard, he recognized the lineage of the opponent. The Li Qi who slaughtered several powerful warriors of his divine martial army was wielding a technique that was actually the Cloud Crane Dance Sword. This was no ordinary martial art. This sword technique had a significant origin. It was the ultimate skill of the Pine Crane Longevity Sect, kept secret from the outside world, and could only be practiced by its disciples. Moreover, the Pine Crane Longevity Sect was even more remarkable. Not only had it established itself for hundreds of years, but it also had grandmasters holding court within. If a true Qi realm martial artist breaks through their limits and condenses true martial essence, they become an innate martial artist. If an innate martial artist can break through the limits of the spiritual domain, touch the profound spiritual force, and condense the true intent of martial arts, then they become an apex master of true intent. Such individuals are also referred to as grandmasters. A grandmaster can easily live for over 300 years, whereas many historical dynasties never last 300 years. A grandmaster can witness the rise and fall of dynasties and the changes of the world. No one would dare to offend a grandmaster. Even a ruler of a nation would think twice before provoking a grandmaster. Once angered by such a high-level existence, even a ruler would find it hard to keep their seat. Luo Yongnian was not an emperor. He was merely a military general, 2 great realms apart from the grandmaster. Though he was a peak true Qi realm warrior in the eyes of a grandmaster, he was no different from an ordinary person. With a snap of the fingers they could annihilate him. Why does Li Qi know the Cloud Crane Dance Sword? Could he be a member of the Pine Crane Longevity Sect? Thinking of this, Luo Yongnian's expression darkened. He was not qualified to contend with the Pine Crane Longevity Sect. The Pine Crane Longevity Sect was not an ordinary Jianghu gang if one were to act against such a level of sect. Even the Emperor of the Great Han would have to think twice. Originally, Luo Yongnian intended to issue a warrant for Li Qi's capture, but at this moment, he had to temporarily set aside that thought. If Li Qi is truly a member of the Pine Crane Longevity Sect, then why would he act against my divine martial army? Was the killing of my warriors his own intention? Or was it the intention of the Pine Crane Longevity Sect? The Pine Crane Longevity Sect has always acted discreetly, rarely interfering in court matters. Never mind, let's put Li Qi's matter aside for now, and first inquire what the Pine Crane Longevity Sect intends. In any case, having killed so many of my men, they must give me an explanation. Luo Yongnian's gaze hardened, and he commanded, "Bring me ink and pen." Soon a confidential letter was sent off by carrier pigeon, swiftly flying towards the direction of the Pine Crane Longevity Sect. After slaying several powerful warriors of the divine martial army, Li Qi felt an immense sense of relief, releasing a pent-up breath of anger. Leaving the small and oppressive city of Chuan County, Li Qi felt as if his vision had broadened significantly, and the scenery before him was so bright and captivating. Finally, I can go out for a walk. This wind, this sun, this beautiful new world. Not walking too far, Li Qi arrived at the nearby Heguan County, a rare area of peace amidst the chaos, free from both the divine martial army and rebel forces. Looking back at the events he had experienced since arriving in this world, Li Qi felt a pang of emotion. It was a chaotic world rife with slaughter, and he had been swept along in the tide of turmoil. If he did not kill, others would kill him. Throughout his journey, nearly 1,000 souls had perished beneath it. Finally arriving at the present moment, Li Qi sighed, reflecting on his experiences, grateful that the days of constant battle had come to an end and he could finally relax. After reaching Heguan County, Li Qi found a large tavern, booked a soft bedchamber, and ordered a high-quality feast, settling in with peace of mind. He had long planned to leave and was always ready to flee carrying a good amount of silver, so he naturally chose the best indulgences. Having lived frugally in his previous life, he would not allow himself to be wronged in this one. After settling in Hugwan County, Li Qi did not conceal or hide his whereabouts, nor did he alter his appearance. Although he had dealt a significant blow to the divine martial army, he was not worried that their forces would come to retaliate. His strength had already been revealed. If an ordinary warrior came to confront him, it would be akin to delivering themselves to death, allowing him to kill as many as he pleased. Even if the peak true Qi General Luo Yongyan personally came, the outcome would be the same. He would still kill without hesitation. Li Qi's strength now surpassed that of the true Qi realm, and even someone like Luo Yongyan did not intimidate him. If it were not for Luo Yongyan remaining in the divine martial army's camp, and due to the great risk of directly confronting tens of thousands, Li Qi would have stormed the military camp and beheaded Luo Yongyan. Unless a true Yuan realm warrior intervened, Li Qi would only be slightly cautious. After being undisturbed, he settled down in Hugwan County. He lived like an ordinary wealthy young master, enjoying tea and watching performances, admiring flowers, and strolling with birds, even attending a poetry meeting, feeling relaxed and content. A few days later at noon, Li Qi was dining at Taya Tower, having ordered a feast and enjoying his meal. At that moment, three figures ascended to the second floor of Taya Tower. One of them, upon seeing Li Qi, had a glint in his eye and approached him, with the other two following closely. The three consisted of an elderly man and two young men, the elder having snow-white hair and a rosy complexion exuding vitality. The other two were young men in their 20s. As the three approached Li Qi, they directly sat down at his table. Their gazes met, and for a moment silence enveloped them. "Who are you?" From the moment the three first glanced at him, Li Qi had noticed them, and when they sat down at the table, he became even more wary. He had already sensed a hint of malice from these individuals. The white-haired elder smiled gently. "Are you Li Qi?" "Yes, it's me. I am Wang Huan, an elder of the Pine Crane Longevity sect, and I have come specifically for you." Hearing the name Pine Crane Longevity sect, Li Qi's pupils constricted, his heart shaken. He never expected that people from the Pine Crane Longevity sect would actually find him and moreover come to him voluntarily. This greatly exceeded his expectations. With the identity of the visitors unclear, Li Qi was now on high alert. He could sense a subtle, yet powerful pressure emanating from Wang Huan that could make even a peak true Qi warrior like him feel pressured. This could only indicate the presence of a true Yuan realm powerhouse. True Yuan realm. Li Qi took a deep breath, forcing a smile. "May I ask why the esteemed elder has come?" Wang Huan wasted no time and directly asked, "I must inquire. Where did you learn the Cloud Crane Dance?" "The Cloud Crane Dance sword." This shocked Li Qi even more. Not only had they found him, but they also knew that he had learned the Cloud Crane Dance sword. 5 days ago, Luo Yongyan of the Divine Martial Army reported to our sect that a notorious criminal used the Cloud Crane Dance sword to slay several of his generals, demanding an explanation from us. Thus I have come out of seclusion to seek you. If you are not a disciple of the Pine Crane Longevity sect, then where did you learn the Cloud Crane Dance sword? At this point, Wang Huan's gaze hardened with a hint of coldness. The Cloud Crane Dance sword was the sect's ultimate skill and the foundation of their existence. It could not be allowed to fall into the hands of outsiders. The leakage of sect techniques was a grave matter. If this issue was not clarified, similar incidents would occur again in the future. Wang Huan and the two young men surrounded Li Qi, closing in from either side. If Li Qi made any sudden movements, they would decisively strike and capture him. The atmosphere in the air was incredibly tense. Even the other diners on the second floor of Taiha Tower sensed something was amiss and hurriedly left without settling their bills. The tavern keeper received the news and rushed upstairs, only to see the four people in a standoff. The terrifying aura emanating from Wang Huan had already spread. The tavern keeper was just an ordinary person, and when he tried to step in to say a few words, he found himself unable to speak under the overwhelming pressure. The tavern keeper could only stand at a distance, looking at the few with a face full of concern, hoping that they wouldn't destroy too much during their confrontation. Facing Wang Huan directly, Li Qi trembled all over. He could already ascertain that the person before him was indeed a top-tier, true Yuan realm powerhouse. "Answer me. Where did you learn the Cloud Crane Dance sword?" Li Qi struggled to withstand Wang Huan's pressure, forcing a dry smile. "Please wait a moment, esteemed elder." As he spoke, he reached into his robe. Wang Huan's expression remained unchanged. The young men sitting on either side, who had remained silent, narrowed their eyes, leaning slightly forward. If Li Qi pulled out any hidden weapons, they would act immediately. However, what Li Qi pulled out from his robe was not a hidden weapon, but a scroll. "The Cloud Crane Dance sword I learned is precisely from this scroll. The Qingyuan White Crane painting is worth 100 gold, and it contains hidden martial arts techniques, which is significant. Thus Li Qi naturally wouldn't leave it behind when he planned to flee. Today the main person has come to the door, and without saying much Li Qi immediately took out the Qingyun white crane painting. Upon receiving the painting, Wang Huan's expression changed drastically. This painting. This is Su Nianyan's handwriting. Wang Huan exclaimed. When he saw the Qingyun white crane painting, he realized what was going on. The painting contains hidden techniques. The artist with absolute strength in brushwork and painting skills sealed the unique skill of their sect, the cloud crane dance sword within. If someone can discern the intricacies within, they may comprehend the sword technique concealed therein. And Li Qi obtained the secret sword technique of the Songhe Wanshou sect from this painting. But the key does not lie in this painting, but rather in the artist. How did you come by this painting? It was passed down by my father. Where did your father bought it? Where is your father now? 3 months ago, during the rebel invasion, my father was killed by the rebels. In Li Qi's horrified gaze, the scenery before him rapidly distorted and stretched, and in a breath, they crossed a distance of 1,000 zhang. In Li Qi's horrified gaze, the scenery before him rapidly distorted and stretched, and in a breath, they crossed a distance of 1,000 zhang, arriving in a deserted forest. Wang Huan held the Qingyun white crane painting excitedly, saying, "Explain clearly, how did this Qingyun white crane painting come about?" Li Qi had no choice but to carefully explain it all to Wang Huan. His thoughts seemed to be pulled back into the past, and the scenes of living together with the old scholar surfaced in his mind again, as Li Qi slowly recounted his past experiences. When he mentioned that the old scholar had bought the Qingyun white crane painting from a suspected grave robber, Wang Huan's voice changed, and he exclaimed, "Grave robber? How is that possible? Are you saying this Qingyun white crane painting was dug out of a tomb? Su Nianyan is dead." Upon hearing this, even the two young men who had been silent all along panicked, with one shouting, "Impossible! This guy must be lying. How could Uncle Su be dead? Even if everyone from the Songhe Wanshou sect was wiped out, Uncle Su would not die." As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Huan's face darkened, and he smacked the back of this kid's head. "Muhan, what nonsense are you talking? What do you mean the people of the Songhe Wanshou sect are all dead? If the other elders hear this, you won't escape punishment for half a year." Despite being hit on the head, this young man still looked stubborn. Li Qi looked at the young man named Mu Han with surprise, as if that person called Su Nianyan was very— "Who is Su Nianyan?" Li Qi asked. Wang Huan exchanged glances with the others and explained a few sentences to Li Qi. It turned out that Su Nianyan was also a member of the Songhe Wanshou sect, a third-generation disciple, and a peer of Wang Huan, being one of the elders of the sect. However, a year ago, for some reason, Su Nianyan left the Songhe Wanshou sect and never returned. Many people went to search for Su Nianyan's whereabouts at that time, but found nothing. To this day, there are still people from the Songhe Wanshou sect searching for this elder Su, but she has been missing for a long time. Until today, when Wang Huan found Li Qi, he initially thought Li Qi was a thief who had secretly learned the sect's sword techniques, but they never expected that Li Qi's learned cloud crane dance sword was actually related to the missing Su Nianyan. Li Qi was also taken aback. He never anticipated that this sword technique would be connected to an elder of the Songhe Wanshou sect who had already gone missing. Is Su Nianyan really dead? This is the question in everyone's hearts. Wang Huan calmed his inner unease and quickly contemplated the various possibilities. That grave robber sold this Qingyun white crane painting for a mere few silver coins. This is quite abnormal. This indicates that the other party is definitely not a professional grave robber. Those true grave robbers are all sharp-eyed individuals. How could they not recognize the value of this painting? They would never sell it cheaply. So it should be a nearby farmer who, faced with the difficulties of the chaotic times, had inappropriate intentions and dug up Nianyan's grave, which led to the Qingyun white crane painting circulating outwards. If that's the case, let's find Nianyan's grave first. Wang Huan explained his conjecture, and everyone felt it made sense. Shu Zhiyo, disciple here. You go to the villages near Chuan County and see if you can find your Uncle Zu's grave. If you find it, do not act rashly. Come back and tell me immediately. Yes. The disciple named Shu Zhiyo was very skilled in tracking and searching techniques, and he immediately took his leave. After arranging the disciple, Wang Huan looked at Li Qi with a puzzled expression and asked, "So you were originally a scholar, and 3 months ago you entered the Jianghu and began practicing martial arts. Later you comprehended the cloud crane dance sword from Su Nianyan's Qingyun white crane painting. Yes. You broke through the limits of body tempering in just 3 months, achieving the peak of the true Qi realm." Li Qi could only harden his head and confirm. Next to him, Mu Han gasped in surprise, looking at Li Qi as if he were a monster. A person in 3 months from an ordinary person with no foundation to the peak of the true Qi realm. What kind of monster is this? Could he be a reincarnated immortal? Now even Wang Huan's breathing became a bit heavy, and the hostility in his gaze towards Li Qi vanished, replaced with a hint of eagerness. "Show me the cloud crane dance sword." Li Qi nodded, said nothing further, formed a sword with his fingers, and gently slashed sideways. Cloud crane dance, swords crane crying, autumn water. A loud crane cry rang out. A streak of sword energy flew from Li Qi's fingertips, slashing towards a huge stone over a person's height beside him. Since Wang Huan asked him to show off a bit, Li Qi didn't mind revealing a little more. With a thought, the martial arts true qi within him surged, and that streak of sword energy in midair suddenly trembled. The sword energy twisted and connected end to end, transforming into a circular sword ring. The sword ring let out a sharp whistle, shattering the nearby giant stone. In this scene, Wang Huan was nearly startled into jumping up from the ground. Sword energy taking form. Swordsmanship. A master. Li Qi had mastered the ability to shape sword qi long ago, but he had never truly understood the profound meaning behind this ability. Previously, during a fierce battle with Luo Yongyan, some of the opposing guards had referred to him as a swordsmanship master. Today, when Wang Huan saw it, he also exclaimed in surprise, leaving Li Qi somewhat bewildered. When asked to demonstrate, Li Qi directly showcased the completed form of the cloud crane dance sword, not caring whether others knew of his ability. The perfected cloud crane dance sword was merely a part of his strength. If one thought they understood his power by knowing this trump card, they were sorely mistaken. That would be a foolish delusion. As Li Qi pondered over these thoughts, Wang Huan and Chu Han remained immersed in the shock of witnessing Li Qi's display, unable to regain their composure. A swordsmanship master. How is that possible? He has only practiced martial arts for 3 months, yet he is at the pinnacle of the true qi realm and has achieved the status of a swordsmanship master. What kind of talent is this? What sort of prodigy is he? Even if the founder of our Songhe Wansho sect were alive, there is no way he could possess such qualifications. Is he even human? Wang Huan felt as though his worldview had been completely overturned, plunging him into deep self-doubt. He had also practiced the cloud crane dance sword for over 100 years, but he had never grasped the realm of sword. This young upstart who had just entered the martial world managed to reach this realm in merely 3 months. It was disheartening, filled with doubt, bewilderment, shame, admiration. A whirlwind of emotions surged within him, leaving him in a state of confusion. So what exactly is a swordsmanship master? Someone has referred to me as such before, but I never quite understood. Upon hearing these words, Wang Huan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened in shock as he pointed at Li Qi, his finger trembling, unable to articulate his thoughts. Heaven have mercy, Wang Huan had dedicated his entire life to swordsmanship, diligently researching day and night, without a moment's respite, yet, even so, he had never reached the realm of a swordsmanship master. But now a person who had already attained this realm came to ask him what it meant to be a swordsmanship master. How could one live with that? A young junior who knew nothing had carelessly reached this realm. This was the most perplexing question Wang Huan had ever encountered in his life. After suppressing the turmoil within, Wang Huan patiently explained to Li Qi, a swordsmanship master is a title of respect for those who comprehend the shaping of sword qi. Sword qi shaping. What a wonderful term. It is the lifelong pursuit of every swordsman. It is an extremely extreme ability, representing absolute control over sword qi. It also signifies an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship. Without astonishing talent in swordsmanship, one cannot hope to comprehend sword qi shaping. Wang Huan had practiced for many years, yet always felt that he was just one step away from that realm, but that small step was like a chasm, a mere stone's throw, yet an insurmountable distance. And Li Qi finally understood the reason behind it, murmuring to himself, "Oh, so I am this formidable." Wang Huan coughed a few times, finally regaining his breath. It became clear that Li Qi's understanding of the cloud crane dance sword came from an accident, not from theft, and that he was an unimaginable swordsmanship genius. Having stood here for quite a while, let's head back to the tavern to sit for a bit. The group returned to the Taihe Tavern, where Wang Huan and Chu Han each took a room, temporarily residing there. After checking into the Taihe Tavern, Wang Huan did not let Li Qi leave, insisting he stay with him, as Li Qi had already learned the ultimate skills of the Songhe Wansho sect, and could not be allowed to depart just yet. Li Qi did not object, for Wang Huan's strength far surpassed his own. Even that terrifying speed was something Li Qi could not match. Even if he attempted to sneak away, he would be caught. Moreover, Li Qi sensed that Wang Huan's hostility towards him had dissipated, so he also chose to remain at the Taihe Tavern. During this time, Wang Huan called Chu Han over while avoiding Li Qi and said in a low voice, "Chu Han, I have a task for you to arrange. Go handle it immediately." "Elder, please speak." "Investigate Li Qi's background. Find out what he has done, how he conducts himself, and clarify all these matters, then return to inform me." Chu Han's eyes widened in surprise. "Elder, do you mean to?" Wang Huan nodded. "Yes, hurry." "Understood, I will go at once." Chu Han accepted his orders and used his lightness skill to rush towards Chuan County. With that, only Wang Huan and Li Qi remained at the Taihe Tavern. After spending a little time with Wang Huan, Li Qi found him not difficult to get along with, and gradually put his mind at ease, becoming more casual in their conversations. Senior, please have a seat. I just ordered a table of food and drinks for you. You've traveled a long way, so let's sit and eat something. Wang Huan nodded and gladly took a seat. Li Qi looked around. But where is Brother Chu Han? Why isn't he here to eat with us? I sent him to take care of some matters. Oh, then there's nothing we can do, let's eat first. As the atmosphere became more relaxed, no longer filled with the initial tension, after a few cups of wine, Li Qi cautiously asked, Senior, I have learned the swordsmanship of your esteemed sect. How will you handle me? Wang Huan leisurely sipped a cup of wine, glancing at Li Qi. This matter is not urgent, we will discuss it tomorrow. Oh. Li Qi shrugged and downed another cup of wine. The two sat by the railing on the second floor of the Taya Tavern, where the scenery was pleasant and the view was far-reaching. Although there were no rebel armies causing chaos here, nor were there any divine martial troops rampaging, there were still many refugees who had fled here. Li Qi saw a frail mother holding a young child begging on the street, and he couldn't help but sigh. He picked up a piece of sugar cake from the plate and gently tossed it down, accurately landing it into the begging mother. The mother below also saw Li Qi above, thanking him from a distance, and Li Qi waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for thanks. Sitting opposite him, Wang Huan looked at Li Qi in surprise, but did not say much. In this chaotic world, many suffer. Senior, do you know what has caused this chaos? Li Qi asked while drinking. Wang Huan looked at him in confusion. You don't know? I do not know. Li Qi shook his head. Remembering that Li Qi had once been merely a bookworm who stayed indoors, and even after joining a faction, he was just a low-level member, with limited perspective, Wang Huan felt relieved and explained. It is merely the turmoil in the court of the Great Han Dynasty, a power struggle. Years ago, General Tan Ding repelled foreign enemies and quelled internal strife, establishing a grand era of peace for Great Han. But the emperor, fearing Tan Ding's power exceeded his own, found an excuse to dismiss this general, even imprisoning him, and his family was also implicated. This treatment sparked discontent among Tan Ding's former subordinates, leading to revolts across the land, vowing to storm the capital and rescue the general. Li Qi nodded. I see. He had heard some rumors in the marketplace, but they were merely unfounded whispers. It was only today that he learned the true reason behind this chaos. Li Qi finished a cup of clear wine, sighed softly. The peace was originally secured by the general, yet they do not allow the general to witness peace. Upon hearing this, Wang Huan looked at Li Qi in shock. Well said. The peace was originally secured by the general, yet they do not allow the general to witness peace. Taiping is decided by the general. The general must not see Taiping. Wang Huan had never heard such words before, but such a simple sentence encapsulated the true essence of the power struggles within the court, revealing the darkest side of it. Ha ha ha. Wonderfully said. A brilliant remark. Truly brilliant. Wang Huan clapped and sighed, not expecting that Li Qi, a mere street scholar, a common man of the Jianghu, would have such insight. Possessed such profound understanding. He looked at Li Qi with a smile in his eyes. I originally thought you were just an ordinary scholar. Many are not as insightful as you are. Li Qi chuckled. Just some casual talk. I hope I haven't embarrassed the elder. He was a soul from the modern world with a perspective and understanding that naturally surpassed others, making his insights unique and far beyond those of this realm. With the conversation open, Wang Huan chatted casually with Li Qi. As their topics increased, Wang Huan was even more astonished by Li Qi's thoughts, and understanding some of his unique insights left him in awe. But he also noticed something unusual. That was Li Qi's extreme lack of knowledge in certain common-sense areas, yet he had a profound understanding of many people and matters, leaving Wang Huan feeling quite conflicted. As the saying goes, reading thousands of books and traveling thousands of miles, yet Li Qi seemed like he had never gone out to see or hear anything. Yet his understanding of matters could directly point to their essence. As if he was born with knowledge. Could he really be a genius? This thought had appeared countless times in Wang Huan's mind, making him value Li Qi even more, as Li Qi's significance in his heart soared. By the way, Elder, I would like to ask, what are the martial arts realms beyond the true Qi realm? I am still new to martial arts, so I do not understand these well. Wang Huan was clearly a strong practitioner of the true element realm. As a respected elder, his understanding of martial arts far exceeded that of ordinary people. Since Elder Wang seemed to get along with him, Li Qi took the opportunity to ask. Hearing Li Qi's question, Wang Huan was helpless and looked at Li Qi with a complex expression. A person who had comprehended the sword Qi manifestation, yet did not know what a sword master was. A peak true Qi martial artist who was unaware of the realms of martial arts that lay ahead. What thoughts could this evoke in Wang Huan's heart? After sighing, Wang Huan slowly said, when a martial artist reaches the peak of the true Qi realm, they can attempt to liquefy their true Qi and transform it into martial essence. This is the true element realm. Martial artists of the true element realm are also known as innate martial artists. While refining the true essence within their bodies, they must continuously temper and strengthen their spirit. When the spirit of an innate martial artist breaks through its limits and condenses the true meaning of martial arts, they step into a higher realm known as the realm of true meaning. The existence of the true meaning realm is also referred to as a Grand Master. The head of my Songha Wancho sect is a Grand Master. Li Qi's eyes lit up. So that's it. Above the true element realm is actually the true meaning realm. The true meaning of martial arts, upon hearing it, Li Qi knew was extraordinary, making him yearn for it immensely. Then may I ask, above the true meaning realm, are there even stronger martial arts realms? Wang Huan smiled lightly. Of course there is. Above the true meaning realm is known as the secret realm. In this stage, the strong can uncover the deeper secrets and potentials of the human body and spirit, developing various incredible abilities, which are known as martial arts divine abilities. Entering the secret realm and mastering martial arts divine abilities are also referred to as earthly immortals. 500 years of life. Secret realm. Earthly immortal. Li Qi's eyes widened and his breathing became heavy. Just a few words, Li Qi could perceive how powerful that realm was, nearly divine. Could there really be such powerful individuals in this world? When earthly immortals were mentioned, a hint of envy appeared in Wang Huan's eyes as he sighed. Who among those who practice martial arts does not wish to become an earthly immortal? But that realm is incredibly difficult to achieve. Even our current head of the Songha Wancho sect, a peerless talent, has not stepped into that realm. At this point, Wang Huan paused, then fixed his gaze on Li Qi, his eyes shining intensely. Li Qi felt a chill under Wang Huan's stare and awkwardly said, "Elder, why are you looking at me like that?" Wang Huan then said seriously, "Others cannot achieve the earthly immortal realm, and the head has not done so. But you definitely can. You will certainly reach the realm of earthly immortal." Li Qi opened his mouth wide, and then chuckled awkwardly. "Elder, you jest." Wang Huan shook his head and said earnestly, "I am not joking. You definitely can achieve the earthly immortal. Your talent for martial arts is unprecedented." Li Qi knew his own situation. If it were not for the system, he would not possess the strength he has now, but he could not speak of the system, so he remained silent. Though he was humble in words, Li Qi still felt confident about the secret realm. As long as he had martial arts techniques of that level combined with enough potential points, breaking through the secret realm would not be a problem. Looking at Wang Huan's eager eyes and hopeful expression, Li Qi's heart thumped, feeling as if he had vaguely guessed Wang Huan's thoughts. In the following days, Li Qi resided peacefully in Taihe Tower, undisturbed by outsiders. The two enjoyed tea and chatted daily, getting to know each other better. 2 days later, Chu Han returned, bringing the news that Wang Huan wanted. In the room, Chu Han reported respectfully, "Elder, I have found out about Li Qi." "Speak." Li Qi, 18 years old, a native of Chu, and lost his mother at a young age, and was raised by his father. His father was a scholar, wanting Li Qi to study poetry and prose, hoping to gain fame. However, a few months ago his father was killed by bandits, and Li Qi abandoned his studies, running to the Rui gang in Chuan County. Li Qi holds a considerable reputation in the Rui gang, having saved many lives. Those who have heard of him praise him highly. However, the gang leader Huang Yuanqing seems to have some criticisms about him. Based on my investigation into Li Qi's past experiences, this person has a good character and has not committed any crimes. Hearing this, Wang Huan smiled in satisfaction. "Very well, go bring Li Qi here." "Yes." Soon Li Qi and Chu Han arrived at Wang Huan's room, and Wang Huan opened his mouth to ask, "Li Qi, would you be willing to join my Songha Wancho sect?" After realizing Li Qi's innate talent for martial arts, his role in Wang Huan's mind transformed completely. Wang Huan never expected that his expedition to investigate the leak of the sect's martial arts would not only lead him to the whereabouts of Sun Yinyun, but also result in discovering a martial arts genius capable of shaking the world. After a long period of observation and testing, Wang Huan was certain that Li Qi was indeed a true prodigy. No doubt about it. Thus he began to entertain the thought of bringing Li Qi into his sect. Wang Huan, over 150 years old, had seen too many people and events throughout his long life. He could tell that Li Qi was likely not a person of great evil, but if he wanted to bring him into the sect, he would have to proceed with caution and be prudent. Therefore he instructed Chu Han to go out and investigate Li Qi's past. Although the Divine Martial Army had provided some information about Li Qi, it could not be fully trusted. Wang Huan was all too aware of what kind of people were in the Divine Martial Army. He could not trust their one-sided. Although Wang Huan did not explicitly say it, Chu Han accurately understood his intentions. He devoted 2 days to thoroughly investigating Li Qi's past. Upon confirming that there were no issues with Li Qi's background and character, Wang Huan was overjoyed and immediately summoned Li Qi. "Li Qi, do you wish to join my Songha Wancho sect?" Wang Huan inquired with a smile. if he did not take this opportunity to recruit Li Qi into the sect, allowing such a genius to roam freely outside. Would he just wait for someone else to take him? If the others in the sect found out about this, wouldn't they be agitated and regretful? Seeing the smiling faces of Wang Huan and Shu Han, Li Qi felt a sense of fortune and bowed, saying, I am willing to be your disciple. After leaving Chuanan County, he had no ties and was thinking of wandering around to find a place to settle. Now that the mysterious Songhe Wanshou sect had opened its doors to him, how could he refuse? Wang Huan clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Good. My Songhe Wanshou sect is destined for great prosperity. Wang Huan felt happier than he had in many years. Previously there had been some reservation in the conversations between Wang Huan and Li Qi since neither had openly discussed this matter, but now there were no more concerns. Li Qi, since you have agreed to join my Songhe Wanshou sect, though you have not formally become my disciple, you are all. Then I can share some things with you. My Songhe Wanshou sect is descended from Master Jiying and has a history of over 600 years. Master Jiying had extraordinary cultivation and transcended the void. Among the second-generation disciples, only one still lives, the others are long gone, and that one remaining second-generation disciple is the Grand Elder of my Songhe Wanshou sect. You will have the chance to meet him in the future. The third-generation disciples are us, including the sect leader, myself, and the other two elders. And one of them is the long-missing Sun Yinyun. As for Chu Han and Shu Jiao, they are the fourth generation. With over 200 members in the entire Songhe Wanshou sect, our strength is among the top in the entire martial world, and you will definitely not regret your decision to join today. Speaking of the history of the Songhe Wanshou sect, Wang Huan looked proud, and Chu Han beside him also wore an expression of shared honor. After a moment, Wang Huan paused and continued. Li Qi, your Cloud Crane dance sword comes from Sun Yinyun, and I must say, this is also a rare fate between you. Sun Yinyun, like me, is also an elder of the Songhe Wanshou sect, and she is the youngest third-generation disciple. Her martial arts talent is remarkable, and she was recognized by the Grand Elder and accepted as a disciple. So what I mean is, I suggest you become her disciple. Although you will not have the title of master and disciple, you will indeed have the substance of it. Li Qi was also curious about this Sun Yinyun and immediately inquired about her, to which Wang Huan explained. After being accepted into the Songhe Wanshou sect by the Grand Elder, Sun Yinyun revealed extraordinary martial arts talent, progressing rapidly in her martial cultivation and entering the true essence realm at a young age. She achieved the status of an innate martial artist. What is more precious is that Sun Yinyun not only possesses outstanding beauty, but is also proficient in the arts of music, chess, poetry, and painting. She is an exceptional talent and treats her fellow disciples with kindness, earning the affection of many. With such a disciple, the Grand Elder had no regrets, but there was one issue that troubled him for a long time. That is, Sun Yinyun was already in her 20s, but had yet to be promised to a suitable partner. If she got older and became a half-old woman, how would she ever get married? This had greatly worried the Grand. The Grand Elder treated Sun Yinyun with great care, knowing that the matter of marriage could not be delayed, so he immediately arranged a marriage for her. The Grand Elder treated Sun Yinyun with great care, knowing that the matter of marriage could not be delayed, so he immediately arranged. The Grand Elder was furious. The Songhe Wanshou sect immediately sent people to search for her, but Sun Yinyun's whereabouts remained unknown until Wang Huan came seeking information about Li Qi and learned of Sun Yinyun's clues. After hearing all of this, Li Qi was astonished. He never expected that this unseen, beautiful master would have such a personality, running away from a marriage that should be so significant. This world was not like the one Li Qi once knew. It was not that open-minded, and those who could run away from a marriage were certainly not conformists. Li Qi became increasingly curious about Sun Yinyun, wondering what kind of person she truly was. I have told you about Yinyun. If you ever meet this master, be careful with your words, and do not offend her. The fact that Sun Yinyun ran away from marriage was known throughout the Songhe Wanshou sect, and Wang Huan did not hide it from Li Qi. He explained the whole situation, clearly advising him to be cautious when meeting the main person. Li Qi nodded, saying, I understand, Elder. You can rest assured. Wang Huan nodded in satisfaction and continued to share more about the sect with no more distance between them, and the atmosphere was harmonious. 3 days later, Shu Jiao also returned. Reporting to the Elder, we have found the tomb of Master Yinyun. Reporting to the Elder, we have found the tomb of Master Xianyun. Wang Huantung immediately stood up from his seat, breathing heavily. Where is it? Near the Shijia village in Chuan County. Good. Although they had found Sun Yinyun's tomb, even the paintings within it had been circulated. But Wang Huan had never believed that Sun Yinyun was truly dead. In his heart, Sun Yinyun was definitely still alive. This was also why he had suggested Li Qi to be apprenticed under Sun Yinyun. Pack your things, we are leaving. Soon a few people hurriedly left the Taihe Tavern, heading towards the direction of Shijia. At this time, Shu Ji, you also learned that Li Qi had already become an apprentice at the Songhe Wanshou sect, and he congratulated Li Qi a few times. The group used their lightness skills to travel at full speed, and once again, everyone sensed something unusual about Li Qi. Is this Ko Shangfei? But isn't Ko Shangfei supposed to be like this? The Ko Shangfei I've seen seems different. Moreover, others Ko Shangfei is not this fast. Wang Huan and the others saw Li Qi surrounded by clouds walking on air, his figure graceful and his speed extremely swift. The group initially thought Li Qi's lightness skill wouldn't be too strong, but they didn't expect his skill to be so extraordinary. A mere ordinary Ko Shangfei had been cultivated to such a level. Wang Huan also saw through the secret, so that's how it is it's Ko Shangfei performed using Baiyun Jinqi. This child not only possesses an incredibly rich Baiyun Jinqi, but has also cultivated Ko Shangfei to an extremely profound state, thus achieving such astonishing speed. He had originally worried that Li Qi's martial arts would be limited and might not keep up with their speed, but he had completely overthought it. Li Qi's current speed might not match his own as a true Essence Realm Elder, but it far surpassed both Chu Han and Xu Jiyu. Such a terrifying martial talent. Wang Huan praised inwardly, feeling as though if he wasn't paying attention, Li Qi would always surprise him. The group traveled at full speed and reached Shijia village in just half an hour. Xu Jiyu led the way, and they arrived at a mass grave near Shijia village. Here mounds of earth, both new and old, indicated that many people had been buried recently. In such chaotic times, many places were like this. After walking a few steps, they stopped before a lonely little mound at the edge of the graveyard. They saw a slender wooden board inserted in front of the mound, inscribed with 4 large characters. The Tomb of Nian Yun. In this situation, Wang Huan couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart, taking half a step back. He also noticed a tufu-twide theft hole behind the mound, a dark hole that slanted deep into the ground, directly leading into the tomb. Wang Huan was so furious he trembled all over. Don't let me find out which beast did this, or I will break their legs. After calming down, he turned to Xu Jiyu and asked, have you touched anything in this tomb? No. The disciple followed the elder's instructions and returned immediately after finding this place, without touching anything here. That's good. Wang Huan's gaze fell upon the simple wooden tablet, silent and contemplative. After a long time, he said in a deep voice, I absolutely do not believe Nian Yun is dead. Saying this, Wang Huan raised his hand and pressed forward, then suddenly yanked upward. The immense martial true essence within him surged forth, forcibly lifting Su Nian Yun's tomb. What the hell? Li Qi's eyes nearly bulged out. It was the first time he witnessed a true essence realm expert make a move and saw the form of martial true essence. The pure white martial true essence was incredibly thick, having completely liquefied, flowing in the air like waves. Just a single glance made Li Qi feel the terrifying power contained within. If even a wisp of martial true essence were to fall upon him, if he were to receive such a strike, Li Qi felt he would definitely be gravely injured. Is this martial true essence? Impressive. Wang Huan didn't notice Li Qi's shocked expression. As he lifted the tomb, he saw the empty coffin below and finally sighed in relief. No corpse. He carefully observed and could confirm that the coffin was empty, with no traces of a body other than some scattered clothing. This is the best news. Upon digging it open and seeing that it was merely a burial mound, then Su Nian Yun must still be alive. Wang Huan also let out a long sigh of relief. His gaze sharpened as he carefully examined the surroundings, discerning some hidden and hard-to-find traces. Trouble? No worries. For half a year, we'll return. Su Nian Yun had been in the Songhe Wanshou sect for many years and knew the secret codes used for communication within the sect. Wang Huan also noticed some concealed signals left nearby and deciphered some information from them. Your master Nian Yun is fine, but has encountered some trouble and cannot return to the sect for the time being. But she said she would return within half a year. With Wang Huan's words, Chu Han and Xu Jiyu also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she is fine, that's good. I was worried for so long and haven't slept well these days. Li Qi also felt a bit relieved. He was very grateful to Su Nian Yun. If it hadn't been for her, Yunzhong Hiwu Jian, helping him through the initial weak phase, he probably wouldn't have advanced so smoothly. He held a good impression of Su Nian Yun and naturally did not wish for anything to happen to her. Although Wang Huan said so, he still felt somewhat uneasy. It was evident that this burial mound was laid out by Su Nian Yun herself, but what kind of trouble could require a true Essence Realm expert to fake their death to escape? Su Nian Yun had gotten into some trouble, although there was no danger to her life. It would definitely not be some ordinary trouble. Wang Huan's expression darkened as he commanded, Chu Han, we have found Elder Zhus' whereabouts. This matter is of great importance. You must return to the sect immediately to inform the sect master. The disciple understands. Then Wang Huan looked at Xu Jiyu and Li Qi, slowly saying, since we have decided to bring you into our Songhe Wanshou sect, I need to pay a visit to the Divine Martial Army. You two follow me to Chuan County City. In the city of Chuan Commandery within the Shinwu military camp, Luo Yongnian sat upright in his command tent, savoring a cup of wine with deep satisfaction. 2 days prior, reinforcements from the Shinwu army had arrived and repelled the rebel forces, lifting the immediate crisis that had threatened him. Had the rebels truly breached the city walls, casualties would have been severe, and his official rank, symbolized by the black gauze hat, would certainly have been stripped away. Just then a robust soldier burst in through the tent flap. General Wang Huan of the Songha Wanshou sect requests an audience. Wang Huan, show him in. A few days earlier, Luo Yongnian had sent a letter to the Songha Wanshou sect detailing the situation. In response, a sect elder named Wang Huan had arrived without delay. He was a formidable cultivator at the true Qi realm. Merely the faint aura emanating from his presence pressed heavily upon Luo Yongnian, suffusing him with palpable tension. Faced with such a venerable elder from a top-tier cultivation sect, Luo Yongnian dared not indulge in arrogance. He immediately recounted Li Qi's case to Wang Huan in full detail. By now he assumed the man must surely have been dealt with. Moments later, Wang Huan entered the tent accompanied by Xu Jiao. Upon seeing the two, Luo Yongnian instantly rose and advanced with a broad, welcoming smile. A master from the revered Songha Wanshou sect has graced us. Please be seated, be seated. General Luo, my apologies for the intrusion. Wang Huan replied courteously before taking his seat beside Xu Jiao. After pouring wine for both guests, Luo Yongnian asked directly, Elder Wang, may I inquire whether you apprehended the assailant who attacked my Shenwu troops? Found him, Wang Huan replied, expression unaltered, voice calm and detached. Not only had he stolen our sect's sword techniques, he brazenly wielded them in chaos. This villain has been slain by my hand. Hearing this, Luo Yongnian burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. Elder Wang, allow me to toast you. With that, he raised his cup and drained it in one swift motion. Though he had originally hoped Wang Huan would capture the culprit alive, for trial and punishment under his own authority, the matter was now settled. Death, after all, was also acceptable. Wang Huan took a delicate sip of wine, then said, General Luo, there is one more matter I must bring to your attention. Speak freely. While the assailant who attacked the Shenwu army has indeed been slain by me, he is not the man you named Li Qi. The true perpetrator is another. Luo Yongnian's wine cup slipped from his grasp and shattered upon the ground. Stiffly he lifted his head and stared at Wang Huan. Elder Wang, I do not understand your meaning. My meaning is plain, you have mistaken the man. It was not Li Qi who assaulted the Shenwu army. The real culprit remains elsewhere. Luo Yongnian's breath grew ragged and labored. A sense of humiliation washed over him. His gaze toward Wang Huan hardened with quiet resentment. The assailant was Li Qi, yet this elder from the Songha Wanshou sect denied it outright. Clearly something unexpected had transpired. Elder Wang, are you mocking me? I dare not, General. Pray calm yourself. Wang Huan sipped his wine again, moistening his throat, then fixed his gaze upon Luo Yongnian, and spoke words that left the general utterly bewildered. In my idle hours I study the art of discerning human nature, a discipline in which I have acquired modest proficiency. From the moment I first laid eyes on General Luo, I perceived that you have long stagnated in the true Qi realm, unable to advance even a single step. Years of relentless warfare have left your body riddled with latent injuries and chronic ailments. Precisely why your cultivation remains trapped in this realm. Luo Yongnian froze stunned. Moments ago they had been discussing Li Qi. Now suddenly he was being subjected to a diagnosis. Yet Wang Huan's assessment was accurate. His body bore numerous hidden wounds, and his cultivation had stalled in the true Qi realm for years. No amount of effort could break the barrier. He had consulted many physicians for those old injuries, spent considerable coin, but to no avail. Now uncertain of Wang Huan's intent, he ventured cautiously, Elder Wang, what precisely do you mean? A humble smile crossed Wang Huan's lips as he withdrew a small lacquered wooden box from his robes and extended it toward Luo Yongnian. Having observed your Excellency's lifelong devotion to martial service and the stubborn persistence of your old wounds, I felt sincere regret. Fortuitously, I happened to carry a Tianxiang pill. This is a secret elixir of the Songha Wanshou sect, capable not only of mending deep-seated physical injuries, but also of refining and purifying one's martial qi, thereby increasing the likelihood of breaking through to the true Yuan realm by 40%. I offer this pill to you, General. What say you? Upon learning the pill's extraordinary properties, Luo Yongnian's eyes blazed with fervent longing. Hastily he opened the box to reveal a single violet red pill resting serenely within. An intense, rich medicinal aroma surged forth, so potent that merely inhaling its fragrance eased the ache of his old wounds. An exceptional elixir. Truly exceptional. At last Luo Yongnian grasped Wang Huan's intention. The elder was denying Li Qi's guilt, not out of ignorance, but to shield him. And this Tianxiang pill was his price. This was no ordinary medicine. It was a rare, closely guarded secret of the Songha Wanshou sect, worth a fortune beyond measure. Even gold could not purchase it. Luo Yongnian beamed broadly, discreetly slipping the pill into his robe. Huh, huh, huh. Elder Wang's generosity overwhelms me. I am profoundly grateful. As for the assailant who attacked the Shenwu army, it appears I erred gravely. Had Elder Wang not intervened and eliminated him, I would remain utterly deceived. How shameful, how deeply shameful. Allow me to toast you once more, Elder Wang. With that, Luo Yongnian drank deeply, his heart swelling with delight, and his excitement surging anew at the thought of the precious pill concealed against his chest. He held only the rank of 5th-rank cavalry general. Neither his personal strength nor his political influence permitted him to challenge anyone from the Songha Wanshou sect. Yet Li Qi had slain many of his elite subordinates using the sect's sword techniques, and Luo Yongnian required an explanation, a reckoning. Without one, his authority would crumble and his ability to command would vanish. Wang Huan sought to protect Li Qi and offered the Tianxiang pill as recompense. That rare, priceless elixir was precisely the restitution Luo Yongnian needed. Its value transcended mere healing. It promised to mend his body and dramatically elevate his chances of ascending to the true Yuan realm. He simply could not refuse. Should he succeed in breaking through, his martial prowess would assuredly earn him promotion. This was his long-awaited opportunity. The slain lieutenants and personal guards, those lost to Li Qi's blade, were already erased from his thoughts. War, after all, inevitably claims lives. What significance did a few deaths hold? In less than a second, Luo Yongnian crafted a convenient justification, and Li Qi's matter was closed. Seeing Luo Yongnian accept the Tianxiang pill, Wang Huan's lips curved faintly upward, knowing the matter was settled. Neither side voiced the unspoken truth. The storm surrounding Li Qi's slaughter of Shenwu elites had quietly subsided. Elder Wang, let us drink again. The banquet here is simple, yet it reflects my sincerest respect. Pray do not disdain it. Tonight, we shall not part until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Within the Shenwu army's command, tent cups were raised and exchanged, laughter flowed, and harmony reigned. While Wang Huan and Luo Yongnian exchanged cryptic remarks, Li Qi remained absent. After all, the matter concerned him directly. Had Li Qi, the central figure, appeared in person, Luo Yongnian across the table might well have lost composure, though any overreaction from him would have complicated the situation beyond repair. Thus, Li Qi chose not to appear, and informed Wang Huan beforehand that he needed to return home to attend to certain urgent matters, a request Wang Huan readily granted. Wang Huan, deeply anxious over Su Ninyun's whereabouts, resolved to search further across Chuan Prefecture, reasoning that since Su's symbolic tomb had been discovered in Shijia village, other locations within the prefecture might yet yield clues. The two parties agreed to meet at noon 3 days hence outside the prefectural capital, then proceed together back to the Songha Wanshou sect. Indeed, Li Qi had pressing matters awaiting him upon his return to the capital, matters of great importance. Li Qi slipped into a secluded corner, donned black robes, altered his features using the mirror reflection art, and covered his face with a black scarf before infiltrating the Linglong Trading Guild of Chuan to seek out Su He once more. Manager Su, I trust the item I requested has been located. A low, resonant voice suddenly echoed from behind Su He. Su He nearly leapt in shock. Whirling around, he beheld Li Qi, cloaked, masked, and utterly, he recognized him instantly, the very savior who had rescued him from the Yulong Gang's bandits. His suspended breath eased and his heart settled. With peerless lightness, skill, Li Qi had entered the Linglong Trading Guild undetected, slipped silently into Su He's chamber, and nearly frightened Su He to death. The latter cast Li Qi a faintly reproachful glance. My lord truly delights in startling me. Pray refrain from such tactics henceforth. Regarding the superior martial art you requested, we have secured it. So saying, Su He retrieved a sealed dispatch from his desk drawer and handed it to Li Qi. This missive arrived from headquarters. It contains full details on the superior martial art. Please peruse it. Li Qi nodded approvingly and accepted the dispatch. This, after all, was precisely why he had come. He had placed an order for a superior martial art with the Linglong Trading Guild long ago. Now that he had the rare fortune of being accepted into the Songha Wanshou sect, he could not be certain whether disciples were permitted unrestricted leave from the mountain sect. So this might well be his last opportunity to acquire it for some time. While time still permitted, he decided to check in. If the guild had succeeded, excellent. If not, he would simply abandon the fortune favored him. The Linglong Trading Guild had delivered. Within days they had unearthed a superior martial art. Li Qi unsealed the dispatch, and his eyes gleamed with quiet intensity. Dragon Gate Seal, one of the signature seals of the Chiman Seal, a supreme martial art embodying the ancient allegory, carp leaping through the Dragon Gate, transforming into a dragon. It awakens latent physical potential and power, granting a dramatic temporary surge in combat prowess. Yet after its use the body plunges into profound exhaustion. Prolonged activation inflicts severe lasting damage. This was the martial art the Linglong Trading Guild had uncovered, but the Dragon Gate seal was not a complete superior art in itself. Rather it formed but one seal among the many techniques comprising the Chiman seal. The origins of the Chiman seal were no less extraordinary. Legend held it was forged long ago by a terrestrial immortal, a celestial cultivator who walked the mortal realm. Each seal within it possessed unique, profound applications. None were trivial or superficial. Having read the dispatch, Li Qi felt deeply satisfied. The Dragon Gate seal suited him perfectly. Like the Heaven Demon body dissolution art, it was a desperate, explosive technique, ideal for seizing a sliver of survival amid mortal peril. I'll take the Dragon Gate seal. What is its price? Suhi raised 2 fingers. 2,000 taels of... This is but a fragment, not the complete Chiman seal, hence the reduced price. For 2,000 taels you may claim it outright. Were it the full Chiman seal, the cost would be vastly greater. Oh, and payment must be made in advance. Only then will headquarters dispatch an escort to deliver the scroll. Li Qi nodded. 2,000 taels was well within his means. He seated himself at a nearby writing desk, took up brush and paper, and began sketching with swift, precise strokes. Suhi blinked in surprise as he approached, and saw Li Qi drawing a map. At its center stood Chuan prefectural capital. Surrounding it mountains, rivers, and terrain within 100 li were rendered with meticulous clarity. Key landmarks marked unmistakably. Upon completing the map, Li Qi marked 11 precise locations with circles, and appended detailed annotations for each. Then he handed the map to Suhi. Guard this map with your life. Do not lose it. Beneath each circle lies buried treasure, gold, silver, and jewels. Dispatch men immediately to retrieve them. Their value should fully cover the Dragon Gate seal's purchase. Act swiftly. I depart in 3 days. These buried treasures were the spoils Li Qi had seized a month earlier while hunting mountain bandits. Outlaws who had plundered merchants and terrorized travelers, amassing vast wealth in the process. Too bulky and conspicuous to carry, Li Qi had concealed them in discreet hidden places, awaiting precisely such a moment of need. Now at last they served their purpose. Having eradicated dozens of such outlaw bands, Li Qi had drawn upon only a fraction of his hoard, yet even that sufficed. Staring at the map, Suhi's expression shifted to wonder. Recalling their first encounter, he intuited much, yet said nothing and departed swiftly with the map in hand. Under Suhi's orders, the buried treasures were swiftly unearthed and transported back to the city. Their quantity far exceeded expectations, not only covering the cost of the Dragon Gate seal, but leaving a considerable surplus. Li Qi instructed Suhi to convert the excess into high-denomination silver notes for ease of carriage. With funds secured, he dispatched an urgent message to headquarters, ordering immediate escort of the martial arts scroll. This required time, and Li Qi, untroubled, remained quietly within the Linglong Trading Guild of Ch. One day later, a master of martial cultivation arrived from beyond the city walls, entering the local Linglong Trading Guild without alerting a single soul. The artifact has arrived. Where is Suhi? Suhi hurried forward. Master Lu, your personal presence honors us. I beg your pardon for the delay and my lack of proper reception. The visitor was Lu Rongtian, a true Qi realm expert and one of the Linglong Trading Guild's foremost. A superior martial art was incalculably precious. If word leaked, it would ignite frenzied competition among masters and sects alike. Only an escort of Lu Rongtian's caliber could guarantee its safe delivery. Where is the buyer? Li Qi, already within the guild, stepped forward promptly. I am the one who purchased the Dragon Gate seal. At the sight of Li Qi's black-scarfed visage, Lu Rongtian's brows lifted faintly, but he uttered no word. Where is the buyer? Li Qi, already within the guild, stepped forward promptly. I am the one who purchased the Dragon Gate seal. At the sight of Li Qi's black-scarfed visage, Lu Rongtian's brows lifted faintly. Lu Rongtian handed Li Qi a slender manual. Upon confirming its integrity, the true Qi realm master departed without delay. Discoverable martial art detected. Archiving martial art. You have acquired the superior martial art Dragon Gate seal. After obtaining the items, Li Qi felt a surge of excitement within. Previously, he only had middle-grade and low-grade martial arts, but now he finally possessed a powerful high-grade martial art. Although he was about to head to the Songhe Wansho sect, where there would undoubtedly be high-grade martial arts, and certainly in abundance, one can never have too many of such valuable things. Getting a high-grade martial art before entering the Songhe Wansho sect is quite favorable. The Longmen seal requires cultivation at the true essence realm to be utilized. Li Qi was not in a hurry to enhance this technique. It could wait until he stepped into the true essence realm. After acquiring the martial art, Li Qi did not linger and left the Linglong Chamber of Commerce. At this moment the sky was darkening, and Li Qi walked along the deserted street, the dim lights casting a long shadow behind him. As Li Qi walked, he suddenly stopped. Sigh. After following me for so long, you can come out now. Li Qi turned around to look behind him. At the end of the street, 5 figures had appeared there, though he did not know. Once the presence of these figures was revealed by Li Qi, they rushed forward and surrounded him, their malice. These individuals were also masked in black, rendering their faces unclear, just like Li Qi's current disguise. May I ask? Do I know you? Li Qi asked calmly. One of the men stepped forward. You don't need to know us. I ask you, did you kill Wei Biao? Wei Biao. A burly face flashed in Li Qi's mind, and he understood that he knew who these people were and why they had come. May I ask, are you Zhao Yulong, the leader of the Zhao gang? The black-clad man before him narrowed his eyes and remained silent. This man was Zhao Yulong, the leader of the Yulong gang, the foremost faction in Chuan County, and like Luo Yongyan, he was a peak warrior of the true Qi realm. Now that this person had come to confront Li Qi, he quickly pondered where the mistake had occurred. Li Qi had sneaked into the Linglong Chamber of Commerce this time, and apart from Su He and that Lu Rongtian, there should be no one else who knew his whereabouts. However, as soon as he left the Linglong Chamber of Commerce, someone immediately blocked his way. Li Qi thought for a moment and roughly guessed what had happened. An insider. The trade routes of the Linglong Merchant Group should be confidential, but over a month ago the Merchant Group was ambushed outside the city, putting even Su He, the manager, in danger. It was clear that there was an insider at the Linglong Chamber of Commerce leaking the routes. After that incident, Su He must have cleaned up a batch of insiders upon returning to the city, but it was not thorough. This time, as Li Qi returned to the city and had Su He send people out to excavate and transport gold, silver, and jewels, even though they were acting discreetly, it still caught the attention of those with ulterior motives. Someone had already deduced that the masked individual who killed Wei Biao had returned. Once the news was leaked, Zhao Yulong came looking for him. That guy Su He really is not clean in his dealings. Li Qi shook his head and smiled helplessly, saying, That's right, I killed that fool Wei Biao. What do you intend to do? Seeing Li Qi openly admit it, Zhao Yulong's gaze turned icy. Since that's the case, don't blame us for being. No matter who you are, since you've killed Wei Biao, I will take your life. Zhao Yulong's tone was sinister and greed flickered in his eyes. And that high-grade martial art you just acquired. I want that too. This battle was inevitable as Li Qi slightly spread his palm outward and gestured for him to proceed. I've long heard that leader Zhao Yulong's sword technique is exceptional. I will seek your guidance today. In the silent and dim alley, the 5 figures moved together, rushing to attack Li Qi. Zhao Yulong drew his long sword, and a surge of sword chi slashed out, accompanied by a faint dragon's roar piercing directly at Li Qi's throat. Meanwhile, the other 4's attacks landed on Li Qi, producing dull thuds. Die! Zhao Yulong's sword tip touched Li Qi's skin, but sparks flew, as if hitting a piece of fine iron, failing to penetrate, even a bit. At some point, Li Qi's skin had taken on a lead gray hue, emanating a strong metallic luster. Moreover, Li Qi's muscles had expanded, his bones protruding, radiating a sense of power, and he had even grown nearly a foot taller. At first glance, Li Qi resembled a human-shaped iron tower. Iron body in its pagoda form. This was a defensive technique within the iron body that could easily block enemy attacks. Li Qi's iron body had already reached great success, and he had comprehended a special physique known as iron flesh, making his defense even more terrifying. As true energy surged, Zhao Yulong thrust forward with great effort, even bending the sword's body into a shocking arc, yet he could not pierce Li Qi's throat, revealing a look of horror on his face. This is iron body. Zhao Yulong's mind was shaken. He did not understand how this person could also possess Wei Biao's iron body, and his mastery of it had reached a terrifying level. Yulong's sword technique is just that. In the moment Zhao Yulong was still processing, Li Qi's hand shot out, firmly grasping the long sword at his throat, with 5 lead gray fingers squeezing tightly. Crack, crack, crack. This sword, which had accompanied Zhao Yulong for many years, could no longer endure and was directly shattered by Li Qi. He is not human at all. The attacks from these 5 true Qi realm experts proved useless against Li Qi, who violently destroyed Zhao Yulong's weapon, leaving them horrified. The strength of the person before them was far beyond their own. Realizing they were outmatched, the group turned to flee, but it was already too late. Li Qi formed his fingers into a stream of sword chi about a foot long, flickering at his fingertips, resembling a fierce weapon ready to strike. Cloud crane dance, swords heavenly crane stride. His body turned into a phantom, swiftly weaving through the 5 individuals' sharp sword lights intertwining around them. The figures that were preparing to escape suddenly paused, freezing in place like statues. Li Qi dispersed the sword chi from his fingertips and turned to leave. Moments later, the 5 figures collapsed with a resounding crash, turning into a pile of minced flesh. The third day, in a stone pavilion located 5 miles east of the county town, Li Qi arrived early and quietly awaited the other 2. A day earlier, he had exited the Linglong Chamber of Commerce, and was unexpectedly blocked by members of the Yulong gang, which greatly surprised Li Qi. However, this was not a major issue. He easily dealt with those few individuals. Thus, the various grudges in Chuanan County had been settled, and Li Qi no longer had any concerns, allowing him to leave with peace of mind. By noon, Wang Huan and Xu Jiao also arrived here, and upon seeing Li Qi, who had been waiting, Wang Huan smiled. Has everything been resolved? Then let's go. The three figures rose and set off into the... On the way, they chatted as they walked, and Li Qi learned about Wang Huan and his companion's experiences over the past few days. They searched around Chuanan County again, but unfortunately, they did not find any further traces left by Su Nianyun, so they had to give up and return to take Li Qi away. Li Qi also learned how Wang Huan had resolved his troubles with the divine martial army. It involved using a Tianxiang Dan as a hush payment to silence Luo Yongyan. Since Wang Huan planned to introduce Li Qi to the Songhe Wanshou sect, he naturally would not allow Li Qi to be tainted with a bad reputation, otherwise a traitor who had slain several divine martial army soldiers entering the Songhe Wanshou sect could be exploited by those with ulterior motives, which would be detrimental to both the sect and Li Qi himself. Thus, silencing Luo Yongyan was the best method. Just a few words made Li Qi realize how precious that Tianxiang Dan was, and Wang Huan's willingness to use one to help him only deepened Li Qi's gratitude. Disciple thanks the elder. Wang Huan chuckled. It's nothing, just a pill, there's no need to take it to heart. Wang Huan gently patted Li Qi's shoulder, increasingly satisfied with him. Was the Tianxiang Dan precious? Of course it was. But compared to a martial genius like Li Qi, it was worth nothing. Let alone one Tianxiang Dan, even 10 or 100 would not compare to Li. This deal was worthwhile. The three hurried on, arriving at the borders of the Great Han, a place of desolate mountains and sparse population located at the junction of the Han and Qi kingdoms, where the Songhe Wanshou sect was situated. We've arrived. Ahead is the mountain gate, Wang Huan said, and everyone climbed up, quickly reaching the summit of a large mountain, where they saw a massive vermilion mountain gate. Songhe Wanshou sect. Looking at the 5 gilded characters above, weathered by time, Li Qi felt a surge of excitement within. As the three arrived at the entrance, the gate-guarding disciple immediately stepped forward to pay his respects. Disciple greets Elder Wang. This was a young disciple in his 20s who, after greeting Elder Wang, also exchanged pleasantries with Xu Jiao, and then curiously looked at Li Qi standing beside Wang Huan. After Li Qi greeted the disciple, the three entered the mountain gate. There were many disciples of the Songhe Wanshou sect, and those they encountered along the way stepped forward to bow to Elder Wang, then turned their gaze towards Li Qi beside Wang Huan. Chu Han had returned early, and news of Elder Wang bringing back a new disciple gradually spread. Moreover, some even heard that this new disciple possessed extraordinarily terrifying martial talent. Is that person Li Qi? It should be. Chu Han said his martial talent is astonishing, a martial genius unparalleled in history. I think Chu Han is just boasting. It can't be that exaggerated. True, that kid usually doesn't make sense. We don't know how talented Li Qi is yet, but he does look quite refined. Probably many senior sisters will like him. Li Qi, with his keen senses, heard the surrounding discussions, and their comments made him feel somewhat uneasy. However, some of the evaluations were quite fair. As for what they said about attracting senior sisters' affection, Li Qi could only say, they really have good judgment. Seeing Li Qi's changing expression, Wang Huan signaled him not to be nervous. Li Qi, come with me to meet the sect master. The two made their way deep into the mountain gate, arriving in a grand hall where they encountered a tall man. Although he appeared to be in his 30s, there was a sense of weariness in his eyes. Elder Wang, you've returned. Wang Huan stepped forward. Greetings, sect master brother. Was the trip smooth? Did you find Nianyun? I'm ashamed I couldn't find Nianyun. No worries, Nianyun will be fine. Then Wang Huan introduced them to each other. Li Qi, this is our Songhe Wanshou sect's sect master Pang Jing. Li Qi, greetings to the sect master. Pang Jing turned to Li Qi and scrutinized him carefully. After a moment, he smiled faintly. Interesting, you're young, yet your cultivation is quite decent. I've heard you broke through the limits of body refinement in just 3 months to reach the peak of the true Qi realm. Yes. And you've comprehended sword Qi transformation, achieving the status of a swordsmanship master. Not bad indeed, astonishing talent. At this time, Wang Huan explained various matters related to Li Qi, and with the endorsement of this elder, many of Pang Jing's doubts were alleviated. Xu Jiao, go find a place for Li Qi to stay in the sect for now. Xu Jiao, who had been by the side, took the order and left with Li Qi. Once it was just Wang Huan and Pang Jing left, Pang Jing asked, so you plan to have Li Qi apprentice under Su Nianyun? That's what I was thinking. What if Su Nianyun doesn't take him as a disciple? Then that's great, Bill, take Li Qi. Hearing this, Pang Jing shook his head helplessly and chuckled. It's rare to see you so attentive towards a junior disciple. This elder Wang rarely took in disciples, and few could catch his eye. Today, seeing Wang Huan being so attentive towards Li Qi was indeed a rare sight. Wang Huan's eyes widened. Li Qi is different. He is a true genius. I have no objections to you having Li Qi join the Songhe Wanshou sect. When Su Nianyun returns, we can consider officially making Li Qi his disciple. I have some insights lately, and will soon enter seclusion, so I won't have the energy to attend to others. Since Li Qi's talent is so good, you should take this time to teach him well, so as not to waste his talent. Elder brother sect master, rest assured I will take good care of Li Qi. Pang Jing turned to leave, his voice drifting back. Aren't we about to select the chief disciple soon? I'm very curious how Li Qi will perform. Shu Jiao led Li Qi through a winding path, bringing him to the disciples' quarters. Along the way, he greeted some familiar disciples and introduced Li Qi to everyone. As they walked, Li Qi gradually got to know several people. Li Qi, you can stay in this courtyard for now. This courtyard has been unoccupied for some time, and my place is right next to it. You can come to find me if you need anything. Shu Jiao helped Li Qi clean up the courtyard, which had become tidy again after some time, without anyone living. Come, I'll take you to explore the mountain gate. Shu Jiao chuckled as he stepped outside. Li Qi was curious about the things inside the Songhe Wanshou gate, and followed Shu Jiao out. The Songhe Wanshou gate covered a large area stretching across several mountain peaks. As they walked along the small path in the mountains, Shu Jiao pointed out various things, while introducing them to Li Qi. That is the main hall. You just came out of the hall, and in the future, if any important matters arise, everyone will be summoned there. Do you see that 3-story building? That is the sect's dining hall. You can go there to eat. If you're hungry, meals will be served on time. That open space is the sect's training ground, where disciples often practice martial arts. That large wooden house is a storage room, where some miscellaneous items are kept. That mountain range is the sect's forbidden area. The elders meditate there, so don't wander over there for no reason. As Shu Jiao spoke, Li Qi became more familiar with the entire sect. Alright, we have arrived. This is the sect's scripture hall, which has many martial arts techniques. As long as you have enough contributions to the sect, you can exchange for the techniques you need here. The scripture hall that Shu Jiao mentioned was a massive stone building with 3 stories, majestic and ancient. Disciples at the body refinement and true chi stages can enter the first floor to exchange for techniques. The second floor requires the true element and true intent stages to enter. As for the top floor, an elder resides there long term, and if there are any disturbances in the scripture hall, this elder will emerge to ensure its safety. We are all martial artists at the true chi stage, so we can only exchange martial arts techniques on the first floor for now. But even the first floor has quite a few good things. As he spoke, Shu Jiao led Li Qi inside. Li Qi also noticed that Shu Jiao had mentioned a key term. Sect contributions. What is sect contribution? It's simple. If you complete some tasks and commissions for the sect, you can earn corresponding contribution points. For example, take me. I am currently investigating the issue of the Yunsheng He Wu sword leak with Elder Wang, which is related to your matter. Once I clarify the reasons behind this incident, I will receive 20 contribution points. Also, when we entered the mountain gate just now, didn't we encounter senior brother Du Yi, who was guarding the gate? His task is also a job. Guarding the gate for 2 days earns him 1 contribution point. After this explanation, Li Qi understood the purpose and origin of sect contributions. Within the Songhe Wanshou gate, sect contributions are an important resource, functioning like a currency for transactions within a limited scope, allowing for the purchase of needed resources. To earn contributions, one must complete tasks assigned by a place called the miscellaneous hall, which is specifically for issuing and settling tasks. The tasks arranged by the sect vary in difficulty. Some are very dangerous, while others are time-consuming, and the contributions earned also differ. For instance, guarding the mountain gate is a very simple task. Generally, it poses no life-threatening danger, but it consumes time and is tedious, yielding only a small amount of contribution points, just 1 point for 2 days. However, it is said that Du Yi had recently fallen into a state of turmoil during his training and sustained some injuries, which is why he took on this task, allowing him to recover while earning some contribution points, making it quite advantageous. There are many nuances to taking on tasks and earning contributions, and Shu Jiao shared several with Li Qi, teaching him a lot. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Shu. Haha, you're welcome. The two chatted for a long time, and before they knew it, their relationship had grown closer. After entering the first floor of the scripture hall, Li Qi couldn't help but widen his eyes. There are indeed a lot of martial arts techniques in the sect. Seeing Li Qi's astonished expression, Shu Jiao also revealed a proud look. Of course, our Songhe Wanshou gate has been established for hundreds of years, and the accumulation over such a long time means our martial arts techniques far surpass those of small factions outside. Li Qi picked up a thick exchange catalog and discovered that it recorded an extensive array of martial arts techniques, over 400 low-grade techniques, and more than 100 mid-grade techniques. So many. Li Qi recalled his days in the Rui gang, which had only a handful of martial arts techniques available for members to exchange, and compared to the Songhua Wansho Gate it felt like dealing with street vendors. Seeing so many martial arts techniques, Li Qi was very excited and began to check them out. About an hour later he had read through all the introductions of the martial arts techniques on the first floor and had a good understanding. This is the sect's scripture hall, a place that disciples often visit, and also the place that consumes sect contributions the most. However, besides martial arts techniques, there are other things available for exchange here, such as pills and weapons. In addition to the scripture hall, Shujio also took Li Qi on a tour of other places in the sect, helping him quickly familiarize himself with the area. This is your contribution jade coin. Since you are a true Qi stage disciple, you have 100 contribution points for the sect. Don't spend it. This is your contribution jade coin. Since you are a true Qi stage disciple, you have 100 contribution points for the sect. Don't spend it recklessly. Earning contributions isn't easy. Also, the chief disciple competition held every 3 years is about to begin. Perform well and find a way to compete for the chief position. The benefits are considerable. After giving some instructions to Li Qi, Huang quickly departed. The former handed him a piece of contribution jade coin, instructing him to keep it safe. The jade coin in Li Qi's hand was the size of 2 fingers, entirely emerald green, with exquisite relief inscriptions carved on its surface. This represented 100 points of sect contribution, which could be used to exchange for trading items. It also served as his initial capital after entering the Songhua Wansho sect. Once these 100 points of sect contribution were exhausted, he would have to find ways to earn more. Additionally, Wang Huan informed Li Qi of something very important: the chief disciple competition. This topic had also been discussed with Xu Jiao while they wandered around the sect. The Songhua Wansho sect held a disciple competition every 3 years, and the strongest among them would become the chief disciple. The chief disciple represents the pinnacle of strength among the disciples and is the face of the sect. The sect invests heavily in the chief disciple's training, providing significant resource support and numerous benefits. Thus, every disciple competition to vie for the chief position is a major event. The disciples of the Songhua Wansho sect were eager and ready to compete. However, being the chief is not something just anyone can achieve. The position of chief disciple is contested every 3 years. If you are capable, you can take it. If not, you will be replaced. It is precisely this competitive mechanism that greatly stimulates the enthusiasm of the sect's disciples, maintaining the vitality of the entire sect. Regarding the candidates for the chief disciple position, Xu Jiao also mentioned them to Li Qi: Huang Fuji and Tang Yishuang. Huang Fuji is the current chief disciple. Although Tang Yishuang is merely a woman, her strength is just a hair's breadth away from Huang Fuji. 3 years ago she lost to him, but this year she is a strong contender for the chief disciple position. The most crucial factor is that both Huang Fuji and Tang Yishuang are practitioners at the true Yuan level. This is very important. Li Qi is currently only at the true Qi level. If he faces these 2 powerful martial artists at the true Yuan level during the disciple competition, he would be at a significant disadvantage. Even if he uses all his techniques, he may not be able to defeat either of them. After all, he is a whole major tier below. There is just over a month before the disciple competition. I must find a way to enter the true Yuan level. Li Qi glanced at his potential points. Potential points 4,310. He has over 4,000 potential points, which he earned from the Divine Martial Army's campaign against the rebels in Fuping County and the city defense battle. This is enough for him to use for a long time without worrying about running out of potential points in the future. But now that the potential points are sufficient, it is imperative to acquire a high-grade martial art that can break through to the true Yuan level. Although Li Qi possesses a high-grade martial art, the Dragon Gate Seal, it is merely a secret technique for explosive power at the true Yuan level and does not include the internal cultivation methods necessary for breaking through to that level. I remember that there is a martial art called Songhua Wansho Gong Guiyuan chapter on the first floor. This technique can assist me in breaking through to the true Yuan level. Li Qi had looked through the list of martial arts in the scripture hall on the first floor and had a general understanding of the structure of the Songhua Wansho sect. The Songhua Wansho sect is named after the Songhua Wansho Gong, which is said to have been created by the founding ancestor Ji, containing boundless mysteries. The Songhua Wansho Gong is profound and extensive, containing not only internal cultivation methods, but also lightness techniques and sword techniques, allowing practitioners to directly reach the realm of terrestrial immortals. This martial art is one of the foundations of the Songhua Wansho sect, and is also the origin of the sect's name. The training threshold for the Songhua Wansho Gong is very high, making it difficult for ordinary people to practice. The Yunzhong Hou sword is merely a simplified version of the Songhua Wansho Gong designed for disciples to learn. Li Qi's martial arts realm has already reached the peak of the true Qi level, giving him sufficient qualifications to practice the Songhua Wansho Gong, but he lacks the necessary contributions. The Songha Wansho Gong Guyuan chapter is a martial art of the true Yuan level and is classified as a high-grade martial art. To obtain it, he needs a full 300 points of sect contribution, whereas Li Qi currently only has 100 points, not even half. This is troublesome. I've just entered the sect and the time for accumulation is too short. I only have 100 points of sect contribution. Is there any way to gather 300 points of sect contribution within a month? Li Qi pondered for a moment and then headed towards the miscellaneous affairs hall that Xu Jiao mentioned. The miscellaneous affairs hall is where the sect assigns tasks to disciples. By accepting and completing tasks here, one can earn corresponding contributions. Li Qi planned to see if he could find some suitable tasks to quickly accumulate a large amount of sect contribution. Soon Li Qi arrived at the miscellaneous affairs hall where many disciples were coming and going either to accept tasks or to collect contributions for completed tasks. The miscellaneous affairs hall is a spacious courtyard. As Li Qi stepped inside, he saw numerous announcements hanging on the surrounding walls. Collecting materials for the secret medicine Zixiao Dan 30 pieces of Kangsa grass can earn 20 points of sect contribution. In 3 days, guide 5 disciples in practicing the Jin Si sword technique to earn 10 points of sect contribution. Patrol the mountain gate every night during the hour of the rat for a month to earn 30 points of sect contribution. Various tasks were plastered all over the walls of the miscellaneous affairs hall, and occasionally one could see disciples stepping forward to take down the task notices they were interested in and hand them to the responsible personnel. Li Qi wandered around the courtyard of the miscellaneous affairs hall checking out all the tasks and shook his head in disappointment. It's not that these tasks were bad, they just weren't suitable for him. Li Qi needs to gather 300 points of sect contribution within a month, but the tasks here either offer too few contributions as rewards or take too long, neither of which meet his requirements. However, reviewing all these tasks was not without gain. Li Qi had understood the needs of the sect through these tasks and recognized what the other disciples needed most. Secret medicines. Li Qi possesses a system, and as long as he has enough potential points he can enhance his martial arts techniques and levels, but for other disciples it is not so easy. Practicing martial arts is not easy. Achieving success requires enormous time and effort. If one's aptitude and potential are lacking, practitioners often need to rely on secret medicines to make progress and breakthroughs. Moreover, the use of secret medicines is quite broad. They can be used when breaking through martial arts realms and while practicing certain martial arts techniques. Some techniques even have specialized secret medicines. For example, when practicing a lightness technique called Feishu Qingshan Gong, there is a secret medicine named Qingshan San. Taking Qingshan San while practicing this technique can speed up the cultivation rate by 40. This allows one to master the lightness technique quickly. The effects of such secret medicines are undeniably powerful. Thus, almost every disciple in the Songha Wansho sect comes into contact with and uses secret medicines, and most of the contributions they earn are spent on the consumption of these medicines. If he could create a high-quality, highly marketable secret medicine, how could he not earn sect contributions? Li Qi's idea is simple. He will not follow the traditional route of completing tasks to earn sect contributions. Instead of being a laborer earning money, he might as well directly earn money from laborers. After reviewing the task notices in the miscellaneous affairs hall, Li Qi has already figured out which secret medicines are the most in demand, and he immediately headed towards the scripture hall. There are the things he needs. Upon entering the scripture storage pavilion, Li Qi quickly found the martial arts technique he needed, the 3-color flame art. This is a rather interesting martial arts technique capable of transforming the true qi within the body into flames to attack enemies. In Li Qi's memory, there were quite a few martial arts techniques with fire attributes, such as the flame blade used by Jamozi and demigods and semi-devils, the fire cloud palm of the evil god in New Dragon Gate Inn, and Duan Lang's sun-eating sword technique in Storm Riders. All these techniques are related to flames and can use fire against foes. The 3-color flame art that Li Qi sought is no exception. As one masters the 3-color flame art, the flames they can catalyze will grow stronger, and the color of the flames will change continuously with the temperature. The weakest is the red flame. Next is the blue flame. Finally, there is the green flame. However, the most magical aspect of the 3-color flame art is not just its ability to attack enemies, but also its application in the refining of certain secret pills, such as the Qi Condensing Pill. The Qi Condensing Pill is a valuable item, one of many secret remedies in the Pine Crane Longevity sect. This pill can condense and purify the true qi within the body, greatly benefiting martial artists at the true element realm, and it is even beneficial for breaking through the true element realm. For ordinary martial artists wishing to break through their realms, a crucial step is to continuously condense and purify the acquired true qi in their bodies, honing it repeatedly. Otherwise, there is a high chance of failure during the liquefaction of true qi. Even if one barely manages to break through into the true element realm, the hidden dangers afterward are significant. Thus, for all martial artists in the true Qi realm, the Qi condensing pill is an extremely important secret remedy. And the refining of the Qi condensing pill just happens to require the three-color flame art. After finding the information on the three-color flame art, Li Qi approached a disciple in charge on the first floor of the scripture storage pavilion and said, "Senior brother, I would like to exchange for the three-color flame art technique." Three-color flame art. The responsible disciple looked at Li Qi in surprise. "You want to refine secret pills?" "Yes. The difficulty of refining secret pills is not low. Are you sure you want to exchange for this three-color flame art? After all, earning contribution points is not easy. I suggest you reconsider." "Of course I am certain." The disciple's advice was well-meaning. Previously many disciples had come to exchange for this technique, all with the intention of refining secret pills. However, this technique is not easy to practice, and refining secret pills is even harder. Many have faced setbacks, and their contributions have been wasted. Seeing Li Qi's firm demeanor, the disciple no longer insisted, and accepted the contribution jade coin that Li Qi offered, handing over the three-color flame art technique to him. "Here, take it, and keep it safe. Don't lose it." "Thank you." "Huh. You look unfamiliar. I don't think I've seen you before." "It's normal for senior brother not to recognize me. I just arrived today." "Newcomer. You shouldn't be." "Li Qi, right? You know me." "Of course I know. Shuhan mentioned you, saying that there's a newcomer named Li Qi who is quite remarkable. Naturally, I've heard about you." Li Qi couldn't help but smile wryly at this. "I must have embarrassed myself." The disciple then shook his hand, laughing heartily. "Haha, today, I finally meet the real deal." Next, Li Qi spent another 30 contribution points to purchase the refining recipe and materials for the Qi condensing pill before leaving. Returning to his residence, Li Qi closed the door, flipped through the three-color flame art thoroughly, and had the system record this martial art before beginning to strengthen it. After consuming 200 potential points, he successfully cultivated this martial art to the great achievement. With a flick of his hand, a green flame floated up from Li Qi's palm, distorting the air around it, as an astonishing heat radiated forth. Is this the flame of the three-color flame art? And it's a green flame. Most practitioners of the three-color flame art cannot reach this level. At best, they master the second-level blue flame. The green flame requires a high level of mastery over the three-color flame art, but Li Qi managed to grasp this flame in just the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. The green flame burned steadily in Li Qi's palm, and he could feel the true Qi within him rapidly burning and consuming. However, due to his practice of the mountain river Qi technique, both the total amount of true Qi and its recovery speed were significantly enhanced, allowing him to maintain the burning of the green flame for an extended period. Gently swaying the green flame in his palm, Li Qi felt the power within this flame. If he were to throw it out and ignite it, it would be enough to blow his courtyard to the sky. This is truly an impressive martial arts technique. After dispersing the green flame from his palm, Li Qi left his courtyard once more, heading towards another important location within the sect, the alchemy room. This place is secluded, equipped with complete tools, and is specifically for refining. With nearly 300 disciples in the Pine Crane Longevity sect, the quantity of various secret remedies needed daily is immense, far beyond what a few elders can manage. Thus, many secret remedies within the sect are refined by the disciples themselves, especially some of the more basic remedies. The elders in the sect are fewer in number and possess greater strength. They usually only oversee the refining of a few core secret remedies, such as the Heavenly Fragrance Pill. The Qi condensing pill is typically refined by the disciples of the sect. Upon arriving at the alchemy room, Li Qi found the disciple in charge there and said, "Senior brother, I need to use an alchemy room to refine secret remedies. Using an alchemy room for a day requires 10 contribution points. I'm sorry, but I've already exhausted my contributions." "Then you cannot use it. Wait until you earn enough contributions." "Senior brother, could you make an exception?" Saying this, Li Qi handed over 100 taels of silver note. In the sect, contributions and silver are not interchangeable, but that does not mean silver has no value. Upon seeing the 100 taels silver note in Li Qi's hand, the disciple in charge of the alchemy room's eyes flickered. Li Qi continued, "I will use the alchemy room for 1 day, and I will owe you 10 contribution points, which I will repay within 3 days. After a moment of silence, the disciple accepted Li Qi's silver note. "Remember what you said. You may enter. After all, it's only 10 contribution points, not a large sum, and there's no risk of not being able to repay it. Moreover, Li Qi is willing to pay an extra 100 taels of silver, which shows good faith. If that silver note were to be exchanged for gold, that would be 10 taels of gold. 10 taels of gold is not a small amount, no matter where it is placed. Owing for 3 days to earn 10 taels of gold is an unmissable deal." The disciple in charge did not make things difficult for Li Qi, allowing him to enter the alchemy room smoothly. There are 12 alchemy rooms here, and Li Qi chose an unoccupied one. After sitting down in front of a cauldron in the alchemy room, a smile appeared on his face. Alright, at last I can begin refining the chi condensing pill. The walls of the alchemy room are thick and soundproof, capable of preventing external disturbances while concocting secret medicines. The most precious instrument in the entire alchemy room is the alchemy cauldron in front of Li Qi, standing half a person tall. This cauldron weighs over 300 pounds, and purchasing one would be quite expensive. The good news is that this cauldron does not need to be bought. It can be used for a day in exchange for some sect contribution. Li Qi sat before the alchemy cauldron and took out the materials for refining the chi condensation pill, carefully arranging them beside him. He spent a total of 10 contribution points to purchase 20 portions of materials. If the refinement goes smoothly, he could produce 20 chi condensation pills. Of course, that is the ideal scenario, as no one can guarantee a 100% success rate. If one can achieve a 50% success rate while refining secret medicines, they would be considered quite skilled. A regular chi condensation pill is worth 4 contribution points, meaning Li Qi needs to refine at least 5 chi condensation pills to ensure a 25% success rate to break even. This is nearly impossible for a newcomer who has just started learning alchemy. Therefore, mastering the refinement of a secret medicine smoothly and profiting from it requires not only a significant investment of effort, but also a massive consumption of materials and resources for practice, necessitating substantial upfront investment. This is also one of the reasons why there are so few people proficient in this field within the sect. Instead of consuming so many sect contributions on alchemy, it would be better to invest those contributions in martial arts training, which might elevate one's cultivation several realms. However, Li Qi is not an ordinary novice disciple. His choice to pursue alchemy naturally comes with significant advantages that others do not possess. Li Qi raised his hand and summoned a blue flame that floated in his palm. He then pressed forward, causing the blue flame to surge and envelop the entire alchemy cauldron. Begin refining the medicine. Following the instructions on the recipe, Li Qi quickly tossed portions of materials into the alchemy cauldron, carefully controlling the heat during the refining process. Compared to others, Li Qi's greatest advantage lies in the 3-color flame technique. To refine secret medicines requires an almost stringent control over the heat. Sometimes a greater firepower is needed. At other times it must be lower. Additionally, there are times when the firepower requires continuous and complex variations to maximize the medicinal properties without damaging the materials. If one were to refine medicine using a method akin to burning firewood, they would never meet the necessary variations in firepower for the refining process. Only a martial art technique capable of controlling the flame's power can suffice. Using the martial true chi within his body to manifest flames, the size and temperature of the flames can be adjusted by while reaching the level of precision where one can successfully refine secret medicines. The most challenging aspect of this lies in the practitioner's mastery of the 3-color flame technique. If there is any mistake in controlling the flames, all the materials in a cauldron might be completely wasted. Li Qi has consumed 200 potential points to elevate this technique to the great achievement level, achieving peak mastery over the flames. For him, the greatest concern has ceased to exist. Thus, Li Qi chose to refine secret medicines to earn sect contributions. If he still cannot produce secret medicines under such a substantial advantage, then he would accept it. Li Qi sat before the alchemy cauldron, carefully controlling the heat within, sensing the temperature and changes of the materials, while adding the remaining materials into the cauldron. As time ticked away, after 2 tea breaks, Li Qi tossed a material known as the golden thread flower into the alchemy cauldron. However, something soon felt off. The liquefied medicine in the cauldron began to rise with a black hue, and an unusually foul odor wafted out. Moi. Li Qi frowned, sensing something was amiss. It seems I made a mistake. He halted the refinement process, extinguished the flames on the cauldron, and opened the lid to find the materials inside had already been ruined. Taking out the recipe from his pocket and examining it carefully, he realized he had been a bit too hasty when adding the golden thread flower. The heat was not yet sufficient, resulting in the failure of the refinement. Li Qi reflected on the previous refining process, reviewed the recipe several more times, and began the second attempt at refinement. This is a bit troublesome. If the recipe could also be recorded by the system and strengthened with potential points, that would be great, Li Qi muttered softly, expressing some regret. The recipe for the chi condensation pill is not a martial art technique, hence it cannot be recorded by the system, nor can it enjoy the enhancement from potential points. Otherwise, if he could directly enhance this recipe, Li Qi's refinement of the chi condensation pill would surely not fail. Now he must experiment bit by bit to master the method of refining the chi condensation pill. Nevertheless, even so, his speed of improvement is still far beyond that of others. Half an hour later, Li Qi failed his 5th attempt at refinement, but he remained unhurried, clearing out the ruined materials from the alchemy cauldron and continuing the refinement. On the sixth attempt, he finally succeeded. A milky white pill lay quietly at the bottom of the alchemy. Li Qi took out the pill and examined it closely. Is this the qi condensation pill? This was his first time seeing a qi condensation pill. A faint medicinal aroma emanated from the qi condensation pill. Following the quality identification method outlined in the recipe, Li Qi determined that this was merely an ordinary qi condensation pill. An ordinary qi condensation pill is worth 4 contribution points, while a high-quality qi condensation pill is even more valuable, worth 7 contribution points. This was Li Qi's first successful refinement of a secret medicine. He carefully reviewed the process he had just undergone, absorbing and understanding the techniques and insights before continuing the refinement. After one success, Li Qi's failure rate significantly decreased. From initially 6 attempts yielding 1 success, it improved to 4 successes with 1 failure, and finally, to 3 successes with 1 failure. Half a day later, Li Qi had 5 qi condensation pills in hand. Haha, breaking even is great. With 20 portions of materials yielding 5 qi condensation pills, Li Qi smirked, stored the pills away, and exited the alchemy room. Once outside, Li Qi found the managing disciple again. Senior brother, I have a few qi condensation pills, will you take them? Qi condensation pills. Of course. The managing disciple's eyes lit up as he responded immediately. The alchemy room not only serves to refine secret medicines, but also handles their recovery and sale. With so many disciples within the sect, the daily demand for various secret medicines is a massive figure. To sustain the disciples' cultivation and maintain the sect's operations, a reserve of various secret medicines is essential for quick access. The qi condensation pill refined by Li Qi is one of the most demanded secret medicines. After recovering the qi condensation pill at a price of 4 contribution points each, Li Qi earned another 20 contribution points. He exchanged this for 40 portions of materials and returned to the alchemy room to continue refining. Within the alchemy room, Li Qi continuously operated the 3-color flame technique to refine pills, and within him echoed the sound of a surging river. With the support of the mountain river qi technique, Li Qi seemed tireless as he continuously refined one pill after another. As he continued refining, his success rate kept rising. As long as no significant mistakes were made, he could ensure nearly a 40% success rate. With a reliable success rate, Li Qi began large-scale refining, putting in 5 or 10 portions of materials into the alchemy cauldron at once, significantly boosting his efficiency. Soon these 40 portions of materials were completely used up, and he now had 16 qi condensation pills. Upon closer inspection, Li Qi discovered that 2 of them were of good quality. Li Qi wasted no time and immediately found the managing disciple of the alchemy room to sell all these qi condensation pills. The managing disciple also sensed something was amiss, taking one of the 16 pills out to examine closely. This one seems to be not an ordinary qi condensation pill. This pill seems to be anything but an ordinary qi condensation pill. The steward disciple immediately noticed the anomaly in the pill refined by Li Qi. You actually refined a high-quality qi condensation pill. This is no small feat. If a high-quality pill is produced while refining a secret medicine, it indicates that the practitioner has reached a considerable level of mastery in its refinement. Without a certain level of skill, it is impossible to refine high-quality secret medicines. High-quality secret medicines are significantly more effective than ordinary ones. Take the Tianxiang pill, for example. An ordinary Tianxiang pill can increase the chance of breaking through the true origin realm by 40%, while a high-quality Tianxiang pill can boost it to 60%. This enhancement is already quite terrifying, which means that high-quality secret medicines are much more expensive than ordinary ones. Senior brother, you have a keen eye. I plan to sell all these qi condensation pills, including these 2 high-quality ones. Okay, please wait a moment. The steward disciple carefully counted Li Qi's pills, and then stored them safely, settling the contribution jade coins for him. A total of 70 points of sect contribution. By now, Li Qi had completely mastered the skill of refining qi condensation pills and could profit from it. After clearing the 10 points of contribution owed for renting the pill room, he had 60 points left, which he exchanged entirely for materials to refine qi condensation pills, enough for 120 batches. In the following days, apart from eating and sleeping, Li Qi spent almost all his time in the pill room, continuously refining qi condensation pills and selling them. This relentless cycle. In just 3 days, Li Qi refined nearly 500 qi condensation pills. After selling them all, his sect contribution reached an astonishing 1620 points. That's enough. Enough. Junior brother, you have already produced enough qi condensation pills. If you continue, we won't accept any more. The steward disciple in charge here said to Li Qi with a bitter smile. He had personally witnessed Li Qi making countless trips between the pill room and his location, selling a large number of qi condensation pills. Now among the many secret medicines in the sect's reserve, the qi condensation pills were the most abundant. The quantity had already surpassed 500. It could satisfy the disciples within the sect for a long time. If there are even more, we really won't be accepting any. After finishing with the qi condensation pills, Li Qi nodded regretfully and said, "Oh well then." He stretched lazily, flexing his muscles. "I am indeed a bit tired. It's time to go out and rest for a while." A bit tired? The steward disciple in front looked at Li Qi speechlessly. In just 3 days he produced nearly 500 qi condensation pills. Even a production team's donkey wouldn't dare to refine at such a pace. The steward disciple was puzzled by Li Qi's ability to sustain such high-intensity pill refining for an extended time, as if this person's stamina was inexhaustible. He observed carefully and vaguely perceived some hidden method, speculating that Li Qi might be practicing some secret technique that accelerated his true qi recovery. However, since this matter involved others' privacy, the steward disciple did not inquire further or say anything more, pretending not to see. After leaving the pill room, Li Qi felt quite pleased. Li Qi wandered around until he arrived at the scripture pavilion, where he found the steward disciple. "Senior brother, excuse me. I would like to exchange for the Guiyuan chapter of Songha." Li Qi wandered around until he arrived at the scripture pavilion, where he found the steward disciple. "Senior brother, excuse me. I would like to exchange for the Guiyuan chapter of Songha Wanshou Gong." The steward disciple stationed at the scripture pavilion was the same one as last time. He looked at Li Qi in surprise. "Songha Wanshou Gong. You should not have any contributions left, right?" This steward disciple had a deep impression of Li Qi. 3 days ago, Li Qi came by to exchange for the 3-color flame technique and the recipe and materials for refining qi condensation pills, spending all of his 100 points of contribution. The Songha Wanshou Gong Guiyuan chapter requires 300 points of contribution to exchange. Could it be that Li Qi managed to gather this contribution in such a short time? It can't be right. But what the steward disciples did not expect was that Li Qi not only had already earned the points needed to purchase the Songha Wanshou Gong Guiyuan chapter, but even far exceeded that. Over 1,600 points of sect contribution. Li Qi's wealth is unimaginable for a new disciple entering the sect, even looking across the entire Songha Wanshou sect. There are very few disciples with as much contribution as he has. Haha, lucky me, I just managed to gather this contribution. Saying this, Li Qi handed 300-point contribution jade coins to the steward disciple at the scripture pavilion. The other party was shocked as he received the jade coins, looking at Li Qi in disbelief, feeling the weight of the coins in his hand. 300 points of contribution is no small amount. If one were to do tasks to earn contributions, it would take a long time, yet Li Qi managed to acquire this contribution in such a short time, making him regard Li Qi with newfound respect. "Junior brother Li is truly extraordinary. Ooh, I feel ashamed, senior brother." The steward disciple shook his head helplessly and found the secret manual for Songha Wanshou Gong Guiyuan chapter, handing it to Li Qi. "Junior brother, keep it safe. This is the technique you wanted." After receiving the technique, Li Qi thanked him and returned to his courtyard. After closing the doors and windows, Li Qi let out a long sigh of relief. "Alright, I can attempt to break through to the true origin realm now." The first true essence realm powerhouse that Li Qi saw was Wang Huan. Just the slight display of power from Wang Huan brought immense pressure upon him. He was a whole realm apart from the true essence realm powerhouses, and the gap in strength was terrifying. If a true essence realm powerhouse were to target Li Qi, it would be disastrous. He could only choose to flee. But now Li Qi no longer needed to worry about this, for he would soon step into the true essence realm himself. Martial arts being recorded. After flipping through the manual in his hands, the system successfully recorded this top-grade martial art, and he also saw the detailed information about it. Songha Wanshou Gong Guiyuan chapter. Level top-grade martial art. Mastery level not yet initiated, 10 potential points required to initiate. Techniques: winged dance of the seasons, crane wing, gathering feathers, crane walking, crane shadow, chasing wind, crane's call, autumn waters, crane dance in the 9 heavens. Description: this is the sect's ultimate skill of the Songha Wanshou sect, with lofty intentions and immense potential, allowing cultivation to the hidden treasure realm. Achieve the status of a terrestrial immortal. This is a very powerful martial art technique. Not to mention the subsequent hidden treasure realm. Even this Guiyuan chapter alone is sufficient for Li Qi to break through to the true essence realm. Commence enhancement. Li Qi's potential points rapidly decreased by 10, and a flood of cultivation memories surged into his mind, causing the martial true qi in his body to begin transforming. The true qi within his body began to gather towards his dantian and started compressing. Initially, his martial true qi was immensely robust, swirling and roaring within his dantian like a storm. Yet now, within this storm-like whirlpool of true qi, the sound of dripping water began to emerge, as if a torrential rain was about to descend. Thick droplets of liquid started to appear within the storm of true qi. These liquids were exceedingly dense and heavy akin to mercury. Li Qi's spiritual consciousness was entirely focused on his Danshan's qi si. He could clearly see strands of martial true qi continuously converging and condensing into droplets of martial true essence. Each droplet of martial true essence required at least 10 portions of martial true qi to coalesce. Although the martial true qi within Li Qi's body was continuously decreasing, his aura was constantly rising. He was merely a 7-foot-tall figure, yet he emanated an imposing presence akin to a towering mountain. As Li Qi's aura elevated, an invisible pressure extended outward from his body, causing the ground beneath to suffer the weight, revealing fine cracks. The first to sense the anomaly was Shu Jiao, who lived closest to him. He was quietly meditating in his small courtyard, practicing a sword technique titled Return Wind Dance of the Willow Sword, when his sword tip began to tremble. My! Shu Jiao was startled. The trembling of his sword tip was not intentional, but rather his entire arm was trembling. What is happening? Shu Jiao was alarmed, an inexplicable sense of dread washing over him as his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. At the same time, a massive and terrifying sense of oppression emanated from a certain direction beside him. This is the aura of the true essence realm. Shu Jiao was aghast, turning his head toward the source. This direction is Li Qi. Li Qi broke through to the true essence realm. Shu Jiao was quite familiar with several true essence realm powerhouses in the sect, whether it was the sect leader of the Songhe Wanshou sect or those elders, and even the disciples Huang Fuji and Tang Yishuang, who had already broken through to the true essence realm. He could recognize them all. However, this suddenly appearing true essence realm presence was so unfamiliar and powerful. This was unlike any true essence realm he had encountered before. There was only one reason for such an occurrence. This was a newly emerged true essence realm powerhouse. And judging by the distance, it was Li Qi. How could this be? Li Qi has only been in the sect for 3 days. How did he break through to the true essence realm? Moreover, he shouldn't have the means to break through to the true essence realm. The Songhe Wanshou Gong Guiyuan chapter requires 300 contribution points to exchange for, and he doesn't have enough contribution points. So many questions flooded Shu Jia's mind. He wanted to see Li Qi to understand what was happening, but he found himself unable to move. The oppressive feeling emanating from the true essence realm powerhouse was terrifying. Shu Jiao felt as if he were a bug encased in amber. Let alone taking a step, even turning his neck was immensely difficult. More and more martial true qi within Li Qi transformed into true essence. Not only did he have the white cloud true qi from the cloud in the sky crane dance sword, but also the protective true qi from iron body refinement and the true qi from Xian Yu Gong. All these true qi began to convert into martial true essence. Soon more than half of the true qi had been transformed into true essence, and the range of Li Qi's aura expanded further. Not just Shu Jiao but other nearby disciples were also enveloped and restrained by Li Qi's aura, unable to move. Even passers-by nearby were affected, all of them looking towards the core area of this aura in shock. This is the aura of a true essence realm powerhouse. Who is this person? This aura is very unfamiliar. Could it be that an external true essence realm powerhouse has infiltrated the sect? Or is it that a disciple has broken through to the true essence realm? Li Qi's commotion was not small. It alarmed the existences deep within the sect, and several figures rushed over. Shu Jia's face turned pale and green under the immense pressure, his body swaying dangerously. Just as he was about to collapse, he suddenly felt light as the pressure on him vanished. Before Shu Jiao could comprehend what was happening, he felt his collar tighten, and his body was swiftly lifted away, rapidly distancing from the core area of this immense aura. Once he felt more comfortable, Shu Jiao turned around and saw a familiar figure standing behind him. Elder Wang, why are you here? Wang Huan gently stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with uncontainable delight. How could I not come and take a look at such a big commotion? This person was indeed Wang Huan. The sensitivity of a true essence realm's perception was extraordinary. When a strange and powerful aura suddenly appeared in the sect, Wang Huan sensed it immediately. Not only him, but another elder named Pu Yang Changqing also sensed the anomaly and hurried over. The two elders swiftly moved, rescuing all the disciples who were pressured and enveloped by Li Qi's aura. Then they flashed and appeared in Li Qi's courtyard. Truly remarkable, such a young true essence realm. Elder Wang, is this the Li Qi you spoke of? This child is no ordinary talent, Elder Wang. You have stumbled upon a treasure. Pu Yang Changqing remarked in admiration. Wang Huan was equally filled with emotions. He never expected that just a casual stroll would lead him to encounter such a remarkably talented individual. Li Qi was not yet of age, having practiced martial arts for less than a year, yet he had already broken through to the true essence realm. What a prodigy! The two elders ceased speaking. They stood in Li Qi's courtyard, one on the left and one on the right, guarding him quietly, awaiting the conclusion of his breakthrough. After a few cups of tea's time, all of Li Qi's true qi had been fully transformed. The terrifying storm of true qi in his Danshan's qi sea had vanished, replaced by an ocean of true essence. True essence surged in his dantian, creating waves of astonishing magnitude. Li Qi slowly opened his eyes, seeing the two elders guarding him before him, and he smiled faintly. Disciple greets the two elders. Wang Huan immediately stepped forward, heavily patting Li Qi's shoulder, a look of uncontainable excitement on his face. Li Qi, well done. You did great. After successfully advancing, Elder Wang Huan also voiced his greatest curiosity. Li Qi, how did you break through to the true essence realm? What is the technique? Generally, elders of the Songhe Wanshou sect do not inquire too much about the private matters of their disciples, but Li Qi's breakthrough is simply astonishing. The greatest point of confusion is the technique. Many disciples of the Songhe Wanshou sect come from prestigious families, and many have excellent martial arts to rely on, allowing them to break through to the true essence realm without depending on the sect. In fact, many disciples have inherited top-tier martial arts from their families. But Li Qi is not one. Wang Huan had investigated Li Qi's background. His family was merely ordinary citizens with no martial arts lineage. Logically, Li Qi should not possess superior martial arts when joining the sect. Moreover, Li Qi had only been in the sect for 3 days and had not made enough contributions to exchange for any superior martial arts from the sect. Thus the question arose. How did Li Qi acquire the superior martial arts necessary for breaking through to the true essence realm? Could it have just materialized out of thin air? Li Qi maintained a calm demeanor. When he had just broken through, he could not pay attention to the outside world, causing quite a stir that would certainly attract the attention of the higher-ups in the sect. He had prepared his responses for any questions regarding the doubts about him. To report to the elder, the technique I used to break through to the true essence realm is the Songhe Wanshou Gong Guan chapter, which I exchanged for at the scripture pavilion. Indeed, Li Qi had used hundreds of contribution points to exchange it at the scripture pavilion. There are managing disciples who can testify, and a simple inquiry would clarify everything with no chance for deception. Wang Huan looked astonished. Did you not only have 100 contribution points? Where did the extra points come? While browsing the technique catalog at the scripture pavilion, I discovered a technique for the 3-color flame, as well as some recipes for refining secret medicines, which gave me this idea. I have been staying in the alchemy room these past few days, refining some qi condensing pills and selling them for contribution points. This was Li Qi's strategy. To shape himself into a genius. A versatile genius. With the system he possessed, his improvement speed in various aspects would certainly far exceed that of ordinary people, inevitably raising questions and curiosity from others. The existence of the system naturally could not be revealed. Such a thing entirely beyond normal comprehension would certainly lead to unnecessary troubles. Given this, shaping himself into a genius was the only way. Although geniuses are rare, they do exist. Moreover, the existence of a genius is not beyond comprehension. As a versatile genius, it is entirely reasonable for him to refine some secret medicines. After hearing Li Qi's explanation, the two elders in front of him were stunned. You can refine secret medicines? Have you studied this before? The qi condensing technique requires 300 contribution points, and you only have 100 points. You would have exhausted them when exchanging for the 3-color flame technique and the alchemical materials. The qi condensing pill costs 4 points each. So you must have successfully refined at least 75 qi condensing pills in these 3 days. Refining secret medicines is a technical task and also physically demanding. Long hours spent refining qi condensing pills is no easy feat and consumes a large amount of true qi and stamina. Li Qi refining 75 qi condensing pills in 3 days was only the most ideal scenario. Adding in the failed pills would increase the number even more. It would definitely not be less than 200 pills. Both elders stared at Li Qi in shock, while Li Qi gently nodded and slowly said, Indeed. I wouldn't dare deceive the two elders. The managing senior brother in the alchemy room can testify. It can be verified with a simple inquiry. The situation was exactly as Li Qi stated. He spoke not a single lie and was not afraid of anyone investigating. Wang Huan and Puyang Changqing were completely stunned. Li Qi's martial arts talent was already extraordinary, having broken through to the true essence realm at such a young age. And he possessed such an astonishing talent for refining secret medicines. It was truly hard. Refining secret medicines also requires talent. Even within the entire Songhe Wanshou sect, there are only a handful of disciples with the talent for it, but none can compare to Li Qi. Being able to grasp alchemy in just 3 days and profit from it if the facts were not laid out before them, the two elders would not believe it. Could there really be such an all-around genius in this world? Could this person be the fated child favored by heaven? Could our Songha Wansho sect be on the verge of great prosperity? At this moment, Li Qi's standing in the minds of these two elders had risen to a very high level. Sigh. If it weren't for the fact that the sect leader is currently in seclusion, I would really want to report this matter to him immediately. What's the rush? You can tell him after he exits seclusion. It would be a surprise for him. I am very curious. What expression would the sect leader have at that time? Li Qi, why don't you not wait for Sun Yinyun? I would be willing to take you as my disciple. Pu Yang Changqing began to make his move, while Wang Huan immediately felt restless. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? Li Qi was brought back by me. If anyone is to take him as a disciple, it should be me first. Besides, Li Qi has already broken through to the true essence realm, and he is at the same level as you and me. How much more can you teach him? In my opinion, it seems that only the Grand Elder and the sect leader are qualified to teach Li Qi now. As soon as this was said, Pu Yang Changqing seemed to deflate, like a punctured ball, losing all. Wang Huan hit the nail on the head. With Li Qi's talent, it would not be long before he reached the limit of the true essence realm, attempting to break through to the true intent realm to become a Grand Master. Then he would truly have no capability or qualification to teach Li Qi. Forget it, let's drop the matter of taking on disciples. Pu Yang Changqing said weakly. While the two elders continued to argue endlessly, Li Qi closed his eyes and remained silent, continually familiarizing himself with the true essence within his body, controlling that massive momentum to return to himself. After initially mastering his power, Li Qi no longer showed any extraordinary traits, seeming to revert back to being an unremarkable scholar. Wang Huan glanced over and said, Li Qi, come with me. I have something to give you. Among the hundreds of disciples of the Songha Wansho sect, there are more than 100 disciples at the true Qi realm. Any one of them, if placed in the Jianghu, would be a formidable force capable of maintaining the operations of a sect or supporting a large family. However, among the over 100 disciples at the true Qi realm, only 3 have succeeded in breaking through to the true origin realm. The previous 2 were Huang Fuji and Tang Yishuang, and now there is an additional one, Li Qi. Being able to break through to the true origin realm is enough to prove a disciple's innate talent and potential. They will receive focused training from the sect and enjoy preferential resources. While it may not be as substantial as that given to the chief disciple, it is certainly not insignificant. After Li Qi successfully broke through to the true origin realm, Wang Huan granted him a substantial amount of contribution, jade money again. Li Qi, you have done exceptionally well breaking through to the true origin realm with such ease. I indeed did not misjudge you from the beginning. Here are 300 points of contribution jade money. You can use it to exchange for desired cultivation methods in the scripture hall or trade for other items. Li Qi's eyes lit up as he accepted the contribution jade money handed over by Wang Huan, saying, I thank you, Elder. Wang Huan waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for thanks. You need not thank me. Any disciple in the sect who successfully breaks through to the true origin realm will receive 300 points of contribution. Cultivating martial arts is not easy. If the disciples are brave and diligent, there will naturally be rewards. Disciples at the true origin realm are already considered core members of the Songha Wansho sect. Although Li Qi has just begun and his foundation is still shallow, many have only heard of his name but not seen his face. Nevertheless, Wang Huan and others are still generous with their training. After encouraging Li Qi, the 2 elders allowed him to leave. Interesting, this time's disciple competition will have another true origin disciple. Do you think Huang Fuji can continue to win as the chief disciple? I doubt it. Honestly, I have never fully understood Li Qi. Everything he does exceeds my expectations. Wang Huan replied slowly. Even among the millions he has seen in his 100-year life, Li Qi is the most unique. As far as I know, it may not only be Li Qi breaking through to the true origin realm. Jin Wenyang has been in seclusion for over a month, and he will definitely emerge before this disciple competition. He also has a great chance of breaking through to the true origin realm. Jin Wenyang is also one of the disciples of the Songha Wansho sect, and reached the peak of the true Qi realm 2 years ago. During this time, Jin Wenyang attempted to break through to the true origin realm twice, but ultimately lacked the final spark, resulting in failure on both occasions. Even though he did not succeed in advancing to the true origin realm in those 2 attempts, Jin Wenyang accumulated a great deal of experience, and this 3rd attempt at seclusion has a very high chance of success. Ha ha ha. How delightful. Huang Fuji, Tang Yishuang, Li Qi, and now Jin Wenyang. Our Songha Wansho sect will have 4 true origin disciples emerge. How splendid. This disciple competition will surely be much more exciting than before. Our Songha Wansho sect will surely flourish. Elder Puyang, would you join me for a drink? Of course. The two elders left together. Upon returning to his residence, Li Qi felt the surging martial true energy within him and was quite excited. Only by truly stepping into this realm can one truly feel how powerful a true origin realm is. With a flick of his hand, a purple flame appeared in Li Qi's palm, radiating incredible heat. Its power was far greater than when he cast the three-color flame technique at the true Qi realm. If the previous purple flame could blow his small courtyard to the sky, the power of this flame is terrifying to split mountains and break peaks. He originally thought about further enhancing the Songha Wanshou Kung Fu Return to Origin chapter, but after sensing his current state, he decided against it. He had just broken through to the true origin realm, and his martial true energy had only just transformed into true origin, so his realm had not yet stabilized. In that case, it would be better to solidify his realm first, and after 3 to 5 days he could consider it again. The Return to Origin chapter of the Songha Wanshou Kung Fu cannot be further enhanced, but the Dragon Gate Seal is an explosive secret technique, a superior martial art that only true origin realm warriors can cultivate. It does not involve the improvement of martial realm, so enhancing it should pose no problem. Strengthen the Dragon Gate Seal. The potential points on the system interface decreased rapidly, and the mastery level of the Dragon Gate Seal continuously rose. Entry level. Proficient. Mastered. Great accomplishment. In just a short time, the Dragon Gate Seal had already been elevated to great accomplishment by Li Qi. Vast and complex training memories surged into his mind, quickly being absorbed and mastered. Li Qi felt as if he had crossed decades of time. For those decades, he had diligently practiced the Dragon Gate Seal day and night, constantly experiencing the nuances of its explosive techniques and relentlessly pushing his potential and stamina until he cultivated this technique to the utmost limit. 830 potential points. Li Qi stared blankly at his system interface. He had just elevated the Dragon Gate Seal to great accomplishment, and it actually consumed a staggering 830 potential points. This was the first time he had elevated a superior martial art to great accomplishment, and he never expected it would consume so many potential points. If he didn't have enough potential points on hand, he might not have been able to complete this enhancement. Such a massive consumption of potential is worthwhile. Even Li Qi himself finds it hard to imagine how powerful he will be after using the Dragon Gate Seal, this explosive secret technique, and he does not dare to try it recklessly, having just advanced to the true origin realm and causing such a stir if he were to explode again. Wouldn't that send him to the heavens? Just as Li Qi was contemplating the enhancement of the Dragon Gate Seal, a knock echoed at the courtyard door. "Li brother, are you home?" It was the voice of Shu Jiao. Li Qi stood up, opened the courtyard door, and welcomed him in. "Li brother, congratulations. You have actually broken through to the true origin realm, making me feel ashamed." Shu Jiao was the first to come and congratulate Li Qi after his breakthrough, and his address had also changed. Previously he called him by his name directly, but now it was Li brother. Once Li Qi wins the championship in the disciple competition, Shu Jiao will have to address him as master brother. Power is a very tangible thing. In the world of martial artists, the strong are revered. As long as you are strong enough, you can earn the respect of others. Shu Jiao came to congratulate him, and Li Qi was also very pleased. Shu Jiao had always treated him well, and was the person he was closest to in the entire sect. Just then the courtyard door was knocked again, and a pleasant voice rang out from outside. "Is junior brother Li Qi in? Tang Yishuang has come to visit. Tang Yishuang pays a visit." A woman's voice rang from outside the door. Li Qi and Shu Jiao froze for a moment, exchanging startled glances. Tang Yishuang was also a true Yuan realm disciple of the sect, yet she had come here of her own accord. Li Qi stepped forward to open the door and beheld a graceful, elegant woman likely in her early 20s, her prime youth radiant and unspoiled. "Senior sister Tang," Li Qi ventured cautiously. In return she gazed at him equally astonished. "You are Li Qi. You are far younger than I imagined." Li Qi chuckled lightly and ushered her inside. Upon seeing her, Shu Jiao rose and offered a respectful greeting. "Greetings, senior sister." Tang Yishuang nodded with a gentle smile, then turned her gaze to Li Qi. "Junior brother Li, my sudden visit must be quite an intrusion. I sincerely hope you'll forgive me." Li Qi fetched a chair for her to sit. "Not at all an intrusion. May I ask, senior sister, what brings you here?" "Nothing in particular. Merely word that you've successfully broken through to the true Yuan realm, so I came to offer my congratulations. I have no grand gift to present, only this one spirit-refining pill. Please do not disdain it." With that, Tang Yishuang produced a wooden box and placed it upon the table. In truth, Shu Jiao too had brought a congratulatory gift. Li Qi accepted both without refusal. To achieve the true Yuan realm at such a tender age, and having trained in martial arts for so short a time, truly leaves this senior sister humbled. "Your praise is too generous, senior sister." This was Li Qi's first meeting with Tang Yishuang. He had expected aloofness, even arrogance, but found instead unexpected warmth and ease. Junior brother, the disciple grand contest begins in 1 month. There you shall surely shine. Then I shall count on your auspicious words. I've already detained you long enough. I shall take my leave now, until we meet again upon the arena platform in 1 month. After Tang Yishuang departed, more disciples arrived one after another to pay their respects. Though Li Qi had previously been a peak Qi Flow realm expert, such cultivators were numerous within the sect. Yet his breakthrough to the true Yuan realm altered everything fundamentally. True Yuan realm martial artists formed the very backbone of the Songhe Wanshou sect, their core combat strength drawing them inevitably closer to the sect's innermost circles. Such masters were not merely eligible for the position of chief disciple. Even ascension to elder status lay well within the realm of possibility. If one failed to cultivate these connections now, what then was one waiting for? If one delayed until needing aid later, who would even recognize one's face? Disciples flocked to congratulate him. Not only Tang Yishuang, but even Huang Fuji arrived. Seeing the current chief, disciple Li Qi felt a flicker of surprise. He had imagined Huang Fuji as a dazzling, charismatic figure. Yet the man before him was quiet, reserved, even taciturn, speaking in terse, unadorned phrases. Junior brother's breakthrough to the true Yuan realm. Huang Fuji comes to extend his felicitations. Having delivered his gift, Huang Fuji departed silently. When quiet settled once more over the courtyard, Li Qi shook his head, faintly bemused. He had never anticipated such unforeseen benefits from his breakthrough. The volume of congratulatory gifts was considerable. What astonished him most was the Songhe Wanshou sect's unexpectedly harmonious atmosphere. He had braced himself for rivalry, perhaps even veiled hostility, from Huang Fuji and Tang Yishuang, fearing he now threatened their standing and prestige. Yet reality defied expectation. Every person he met proved amiable and approachable. No discord, no underhanded scheming. The Songhe Wanshou sect is rather commendable. Li Qi smiled faintly. Once a lone wanderer of the Jianghu, severed from Chuan, he had sought only a haven, a place to settle. By chance he had found it here. A quiet sigh escaped him. Then with careful attention he sorted and catalogued all the gifts bestowed by fellow disciples, each one secured away with due reverence. Drawing forth the dragon-embossed sword, Li Qi stood motionless, eyes closed, beginning the sword forms of the Songhe Wanshou cultivation art. Return to origin chapter, acclimating himself to his new realm and its surging power. Swordlight world, stirring wind and cloud. Leaves fluttered down from the towering tree beside him, and struck by the blade's razor-sharp aura instantly dissolved into dust. As Li Qi's sword light danced, the lingering stiffness in his movements melted away, replaced by seamless grace, effortless flow. 1 month later, the Songhe Wanshou sect's martial training ground. A raised arena and tiered viewing stands had been erected. Disciples gathered en masse. The air buzzed with clamor and fervent chatter. Time flies. 3 years have passed already. The chief disciple contest begins anew. We live for this kind of excitement. Who's your pick this round? Who else? Senior brother Huang Fuji. He claimed the title last time, and surely will again. You're mistaken. This year, a new true Yuan realm disciple has emerged, Li Qi. His martial aptitude surpasses even senior brother Huang Fuji's. I place my faith in him. Brother Li is indeed formidable, but his cultivation is still young, his experience shallow. I remain loyal to senior brother Huang Fu. There's something you don't yet know. What is it? Just now senior brother Jin Wenyang emerged from seclusion, having also broken through to the true Yuan realm. Now even more disciples stand qualified to vie for the chief disciple title. Senior brother Jin has reached the true Yuan realm too. Of course, he'd never lie to you. As the crowd buzzed with mounting excitement, a cold snort sliced through the air. Short-sighted fools. Whether Huang Fuji or Jin Wenyang, they are all as nothing before me. Startled, the crowd turned, only to see a remarkably youthful sect disciple standing nearby. No one dared underestimate him. Tentatively someone asked, Junior brother, have you too broken through to the true Yuan realm? The youth scoffed, chin lifted in proud disdain. No. 3 years have passed. The young shall not be scorned for poverty. Even if I have not yet attained the true Yuan realm, I still. His boast remained unfinished. Silence. How dare a mere chief-low cultivator swagger here, spouting empty bravado. Be gone now. Laughter erupted across the crowd. Amid the disciples' lively commotion, 2 elders finally arrived. The sect master remained in deep seclusion. Another elder guarded the scripture pavilion permanently, emerging only in direst necessity. Elder Su Nianyun was absent from the sect altogether. Only 2 elders remained available to preside over the contest. Wang Huan and Puyang Changqing. Their arrival stilled the throng instantly. All eyes locked upon them, bright with anticipation. The Songhua Wanshou sect's Grand Disciple Contest convenes once every 3 years. The victor becomes Chief Disciple. This is friendly competition among peers, strictly restrained with no lethal intent. Should anyone dare strike to kill, do not expect mercy from this old man. Having declared the rules, Elder Wang Huan formally inaugurated the Grand Disciple Contest. The Disciple Grand Tournament, held once every 3 years, was a momentous event. Not only did the chosen Chief Disciple stand to gain tremendous advantages, but even securing a place among the top 10 would yield generous rewards. Each of the top 10 received 100 sect contribution points. 100 contribution points was no trivial sum. Accumulating such an amount through ordinary tasks would take an exceedingly long time. Should a disciple rise to prominence during the tournament and catch the eye of the sect master or one of the elders, earning the honor of becoming their personal disciple, such a possibility, however remote, was not beyond imagining. It was precisely these manifold rewards that spurred all disciples to participate with fervor. For martial arenas had been arranged upon the training grounds, the disciples drew lots and ascended the platforms in sequence according to their assigned numbers. Li Qi's lot number was 143, far down the list, so his turn would not come for some time. Disciples bearing lot numbers 1 and 2, please ascend the platform. At the call of an overseeing disciple, 2 disciples immediately stepped forward. Both were cultivators of the true Qi realm at its early stage. After verifying their identities and lot numbers, the first match commenced. Disciple Yicheng lot number 1 versus Disciple Du Liang lot number 2. Begin the match. At the commands, Echo, the 2 disciples clashed fiercely. Li Qi watched from below, utterly absorbed. From his current cultivation level, their strength seemed negligible, yet their parity made for an elegant, compelling contest. Yicheng wielded the cloud-soaring crane dance sword art. Having attained mastery over it, his movements, though not flawless, remained graceful and commendable. His opponent Du Liang employed the wild goose wing saber technique, a family heirloom martial art of superior grade, highly esteemed in quality. Though Du Liang had also trained in the cloud-soaring crane dance sword art, his proficiency paled beside his ancestral saber technique. Thus he chose the latter to face Yicheng. Saber and sword met in swift exchange, their techniques unfolding in rapid succession, blades flashing as they sought openings across each other's bodies. Crane shadow chasing the wind, a footwork variation within the cloud-soaring crane dance sword art, enabling swift, evasive movement, like a crane gliding through gales, rendering the user nearly impossible to anticipate. Enshrouded in shimmering swordlight, Yicheng surged forward toward Du Liang, intent on decisive. Yet Li Qi, observing from the sidelines, furrowed his brow slightly. He perceived that though Yicheng's crane shadow chasing the wind was swift, his footwork lacked refinement, betraying a subtle disarray, a dearth of fluid grace. Were this not a regulated arena match, but a true life-or-death duel, such a flaw would prove fatal. Clearly, Yicheng's grasp of the cloud-soaring crane dance sword art remained incomplete. His understanding and control over its finer nuances fell short. Though Yicheng's technique bore flaws, Du Liang failed to capitalize. His inherited saber art, though high-grade, was likewise inadequately mastered. Neither held advantage. Their clash unfolded with spirited, if unrefined vigor. Watching their amateurish exchange, Li Qi's furrowed brow gradually eased, and he shook his head resigned. This was the authentic reality of martial cultivators. None possessed Li Qi's unique capacity. So long as sufficient potential points were available, any martial art or cultivation technique could be elevated to consummate perfection, its principles internalized with absolute fluency and without flaw. Ordinary cultivators inevitably harbored imperfections in their techniques. Not merely these 2 upon the arena, but those competing upon all 3 other platforms as well. As disciples fought upon the platforms, Li Qi discerned technical shortcomings in each of their forms. That is not how it is done. If this were real combat, they would already be dead. Just then a familiar voice sounded beside him. Li Qi turned to find Huang Fuji, the current senior disciple, standing beside him at the edge of the Huang Fuji watched Yicheng and Du Liang execute their sword and saber arts with undisguised disdain, as if even a dog might shake its head in disappointment. Li Qi blinked in surprise and greeted him, "Senior brother Huangfu." Huang Fuji nodded, eyes bright and piercing. "Li Qi, you 2 have noticed the flaws in their techniques." Yes, indeed." Huang Fuji gestured dismissively toward the arena, murmuring animatedly, "Precisely. Observe this crane wing folding feathers, a subtly concealed elusive sword technique wherein the blade tip trembles faintly like a crane drawing in its wings. Effortless, elegant, precise. Yet Yicheng wields it with brute force, swinging his sword as though hefting an axe. And Du Liang's wild goose wing saber technique remains equally misunderstood. That wild geese returning south variation is exquisitely refined. 3 strikes suffice. Yet this fellow delivers 5, wasting stamina. and forfeiting the crucial window to press his advantage. Truly maddening. Li Qi stared astonished at Huang Fuji's effusive critique. A month earlier Li Qi had met Huang Fuji once, whose dour taciturn demeanor had left a deep impression. Now, however, Huang Fuji seemed transformed. His expressions vivid and animated, his words tumbling forth in rapid succession, his eyes alight with fervor as though he might leap onto the platform at any moment to correct them personally. Noticing Li Qi's silence, Huang Fuji glanced back and seeing his startled expression laughed. Forgive me, junior brother. I grew carried away, spoke rather too much. Within the Pine Crane longevity sect, Huang Fuji was famed as the martial obsessive. Though ordinarily lethargic and reticent, the moment he witnessed martial combat he ignited, bursting with energy as if injected with vitality itself. Should he ever be granted the chance to step onto the platform himself and spar, his elation would know no bounds, like a lifelong wine connoisseur beholding celestial nectar. It was precisely this extraordinary, unwavering devotion to the martial path that had forged Huang Fuji into what he was today, securing his position as chief disciple for many years. Though Huang Fuji's sudden loquacity startled Li Qi momentarily, he soon relaxed, recognizing in him a man of pure unadulterated sincerity and nature neither off-putting nor unwelcome. Not at all. Senior brother, you're splendid just as you are. When our turn comes to compete side by side, I humbly ask for your mercy. Not at all, junior brother. You flatter me. With shared passion as common ground, their conversation flowed easily, discussing practical challenges in martial cultivation, their rapport growing warmer. Huang Fuji found himself increasingly astonished by Li Qi. His own questions on martial cultivation were numerous, yet Li Qi answered each with insight, offering thoughtful perspectives. Some of his insights were so profound that Huang Fuji regarded him with awe. Exquisite. Utterly exquisite. A mere few moments conversing with you has lifted a veil from my mind. Your martial talent truly astounds. Huang Fuji's impression of Li Qi improved dramatically. He felt as though he had met a kindred spirit far too late in life. Just as their discourse reached its most animated point, the overseeing official bellowed aloud. Disciple Huang Fuji, lot number 35 versus disciple Su Tung, lot number 36. Step forward, both. Huang Fuji's eyes gleamed. He grinned. At last. It's my turn. Junior brother, I shall be gone for but a moment. I'll return shortly. With that he gripped his long sword, and in a flash of masterful light-foot movement appeared atop the arena platform. The moment Huang Fuji ascended, every gaze in the arena converged upon him. As the reigning chief disciple, profound in cultivation, formidable in combat, he had long stood at the heart of all attention. Li Qi too turned his gaze to the platform, curious to witness firsthand the true strength of the current chief disciple. During the disciple competition, there are certain individuals one hopes to avoid encountering, such as Huang Fuji. As soon as a warrior at the true element realm appears, ordinary disciples stand no chance. Facing an opponent like Huang Fuji, hope for victory becomes utterly non-existent. Being grouped with a true element disciple is referred to as the death group, but one need not consider how to advance, but rather how to exit gracefully. Su Tung, assigned to the death group, wore a bitter smile. As a later-stage Qi realm disciple, he might have had some confidence against others, and with a stroke of luck he could have secured a decent ranking, but against Huang Fuji he had no chance whatsoever. Seeing Huang Fuji's excited expression, Su Tung sighed. Senior brother Huang Fu, please show mercy. Huang Fuji chuckled. Rest assured, I guarantee you won't be harmed. Not harmed. Su Tung's smile grew even more bitter. Let the match begin. With a loud shout, Su Tung's eyes widened and his long sword was drawn. In an instant, the sword light dancing as he unleashed waves of sword chi towards Huang Fuji. He had to strike first. If Huang Fuji were to strike first, he might not even have the chance to draw his sword. How frustrating would it be to be knocked off the stage without ever unsheathing his weapon? Not rushing to retaliate against Su Tung's aggressive attack, Huang Fuji held his long sword, deflecting or severing the incoming sword chi, his stance unwavering and composed. After unleashing 7 or 8 waves of sword chi, Su Tung drew closer to Huang Fuji, his long sword trembling as dense sword light surrounded Huang Fuji. The technique Cloud Crane Dance Sword. Wings dance in spring and autumn. This sword technique with its expansive momentum made the sword and arms fly together as if the wings of a crane danced in the air. Li Qi, standing below, brightened up. Su Tang's Cloud Crane Dance Sword was significantly better than Yi Cheng's before, with no obvious flaws and perfectly timed. Huang Fuji also shouted well done. He arced his long sword, countering Su Tang's attack with his Cloud Crane Dance Sword. Crane calls autumn waters. A massive surge of true essence poured into the sword as a clear crane call resounded. Huang Fuji similarly responded to Su Tang's attack with the Cloud Crane Dance Sword technique. Although Cloud Crane Dance Sword is merely an introductory sword technique from the Pine Crane Longevity sect, Huang Fuji had practiced swordsmanship for many years and enjoyed abundant resources. He had not only mastered this technique, but also trained in several higher-quality sword arts. However, he did not use other higher-quality sword techniques to counter Su Teng. Like Su Teng, he also employed the Cloud Crane Dance Sword, with both using the same sword technique. The difference soon became apparent. Every time senior brother Huangfu performs the Cloud Crane Dance Sword, it is always such a delight to behold. Senior brother Huangfu's crane calls autumn waters can be used like this. Truly impressive. If I'm not mistaken, Su Teng will last at most 5 more moves before he is defeated. If senior brother hadn't let him go, there's no way he would have lasted this long. As the crowd watched the two engage, they murmured while Li Qi, standing below, brightened up at Huangfu Ji's strike. What a fine sword technique. Huangfu Ji's Cloud Crane Dance Sword had reached a minor completion stage, and while not quite at major completion, the fluidity of his movements already exuded an air of ancient simplicity. In comparison, Su Teng lagged significantly. Despite employing all his skills and turning red in the face, he could not find a way to contend with Huangfu Ji. Had Huangfu Ji not enjoyed the thrill of battle, he could have ended the fight in an instant during their exchanges. After exchanging over 10 moves of sword techniques, Huangfu Ji clicked his tongue, looking quite satisfied. Then he struck Su Teng's wrist with the back of his sword, causing Su Teng to drop his long sword. The battle thus concluded. Su Teng sighed, helplessly picked up his long sword, and cupped his hands towards Huangfu Ji, saying, "Senior brother's swordsmanship is astonishing. I have much to learn." Ha, no worries, as long as you are unharmed, that's what matters. After leaving the stage, Huangfu Ji approached Li Qi, saying, "Junior brother, you've been waiting long." "Not at all. Senior brother Huangfu's Cloud Crane Dance Sword is indeed remarkable." Ha, it's nothing to speak of. I was just flailing about. As Huangfu Ji seemed to recall something, he looked at Li Qi. "I've heard that junior brother's swordsmanship has reached the realm of sword qi taking shape. When we compete later, I must seek your guidance." Seeing that the martial fanatic seemed eager, Li Qi laughed and changed the subject. As the battles continued, Li Qi saw other true element disciples take the stage. Tang Yishuang also used the Cloud Crane Dance Sword and effortlessly defeated her opponent. Disciples of her caliber needed no special techniques against ordinary sect disciples. They could resolve matters solely with the Cloud Crane Dance Sword. In addition to Tang Yishuang, Li Qi noticed a disciple named Jin Wenyang also at the True Element realm, who easily defeated his opponent. Jin Wenyang had just recently broken through to the True Element realm. His foundation was still somewhat unstable, yet it was sufficient to handle these ordinary disciples. Li Qi was well aware that this disciple competition would only yield a chief disciple among the 4 of them at the True Element realm. Soon enough, it was Li Qi's turn. Participant 143, Li Qi against Participant 144, Guzishi. Another True Element disciple ascended the stage, and all eyes turned to Li Qi, a newcomer who had only entered the sect a month ago. Nearly everyone had never seen him in action. Everyone was curious how strong was Li Qi. How would he compare with seasoned disciples like Huangfu Ji and Tang Yishuang? What would happen? Li Qi exuded a mist of cloud and fog as he stepped forward onto the stage. His lightness skill was already quite remarkable, and after advancing to the True Element realm, it was truly terrifying. Over 90% of those present did not see how Li Qi had ascended the stage. This lightness skill is a bit absurd. Senior brother Li Qi's lightness skill resembles that of a grasshopper flying. But can grasshopper fly move this fast? Leaving aside senior brother Li Qi's swordsmanship, with such exceptional lightness skill, he could remain undefeated. I hope I don't encounter him during the battle. As the crowd buzzed, Guzishi, standing opposite, wore a grave expression, mixed with helplessness. Guzishi, a peak Qi realm disciple, was only slightly weaker than a few True Element disciples. He had originally hoped to secure a spot in the top 10 during this competition, but he never anticipated to face a True Element disciple in the first round. How could he compete? Being eliminated in the first round meant he had no hope for the top 10. After confirming both parties' participant numbers, the host of the competition shouted, "Let the battle begin." The Songha Wansho sect opened its doors to disciples, and except for a few, most of the disciples had practiced the sword technique known as the Cloud Crane Dance. Guzishi was no exception. As the contest began, Guzishi thrust his long sword, aiming the blade toward Li Qi's figure. The Cloud Crane Dance's technique, treading on cranes. The speed of this sword strike was incredibly swift, a combination of swordplay and movement technique, allowing him to rapidly close in on his opponent, seeking an opportunity for a decisive strike. However, the Cloud Crane Dance was merely a basic version of the Songha Wansho technique, something Li Qi had long since mastered. Although Guzishi was at the peak of the Qi realm, his attacks were still far from sufficient in Li Qi's eyes. Li Qi lightly tapped the ground with his toes, his body flickering like a phantom as he effortlessly evaded his opponent's strikes. Grass flying. The sword light wove back and forth before Li Qi's eyes, the blade, grazing his clothing, the distance between them merely a hair's breadth. Yet it never truly touched his body. Gu Zex's chi surged, the milky white true essence emanating from his surface, boiling and surging like scalding water, fully showcasing the power of a peak chi realm expert. But it was still useless. No matter how many phantom strikes Gu Zexi made, the sweat on his brow revealed that his sword tip always fell just a hair's breadth short of Li Qi. Yet this insignificant distance felt like a chasm, impossible to cross. Not only the many disciples in the audience, but even the two elders on the high platform showed expressions of surprise. Elder Wang, Li Qi's lightness skill is indeed remarkable. It truly is. As two top-tier experts at the peak of the true essence realm, they could easily see Li Qi's extraordinary lightness skill effortlessly evading the attacks of a peak chi realm opponent. They could even tell that this was not the limit of Li Qi's lightness skill. Unbeknownst to them, the two elders had placed themselves in Gu Zex's role, arriving at a conclusion that was difficult for them to accept. If Li Qi's lightness skill were fully displayed, even they, the two elders, would find it hard to touch his body. What an incredible martial arts genius! It seems it won't be long before Li Qi surpasses us. Puyang Changqing sighed, slightly expressing his feelings. Wang Huan beside him nodded in agreement. Let's not discuss future matters for now, but what I'm curious about is what will happen when Li Qi encounters Huang Fuji and Tang Yixiang. I can hardly wait. After evading a dozen attacks, Li Qi felt it was enough and stopped hesitating. He swiftly flashed behind Gu Zexi and tapped his finger on the back of Gu Zex's head. His fingertip shimmered with a sharp and dangerous aura, a flicker of sword light swirling unpredictably at the tip. A chilling breath of death emanated from the back of Gu Zex's head. Gu Zex's body stiffened, halting his sword swing, knowing he had lost. As long as the sword light at the tip of that finger erupted, he would instantly perish. I admit defeat. After conceding, Li Qi also retracted his finger and calmly said, "Thank you for your guidance." Gu Zexi turned his head, stiffly nodding in acknowledgement to Li Qi before leaving the arena. After his first match concluded, Li Qi walked off the stage, and Huang Fuji immediately approached him. "Junior brother Li Qi, your lightness skill is indeed remarkable." "Haha, you flatter me, senior brother. But you're too cunning, not even using your sword." "Oh, I didn't get to enjoy the show at all." All the disciples in the sect knew that Li Qi had comprehended the sword energy manifestation, becoming a master of swordsmanship. When Li Qi took the stage, everyone was eagerly watching, wanting to experience what the legendary sword energy manifestation was truly like. But Li Qi only showcased an incredibly powerful lightness skill, defeating his opponent. This feeling of wanting, but being unable to attain it, left everyone feeling quite uncomfortable. Li Qi's actions were certainly intentional. He had just witnessed a group of true Essence Realm disciples in action, but they all seemed to have conspired using only the basic sword technique, Cloud Crane Dance, to defeat their opponents. These individuals were very cunning, using only the most ordinary sword techniques against those regular disciples, never revealing their trump cards. As for their respective trump cards and killer moves, those were reserved for other true Essence Realm competitors. Alright. You all want to play this way, since you are all so cunning. Then don't blame me for being even more cunning. Li Qi didn't even draw his sword, with the long-wind sword remaining sheathed the whole time, defeating his opponent solely with his lightness skills. Let me ask you, are you convinced? Looking at the somewhat resentful expressions of the crowd, Li Qi smiled faintly, saying no more, and continued watching the ongoing battles. An hour later, the first round of contests concluded completely. Only about 80 disciples remained, and the area around the arena had significantly thinned out, becoming quite empty. Those who had been eliminated returned to the surrounding stands, finding a spot to sit down and watch the following matches. The second round had begun. Most of the contestants were at the Chi realm, but a few disciples at the body refinement realm participated as well. They couldn't possibly enter the top 10, let alone take first place. Their reasons for participating in this contest were perhaps to gain some practical experience. After all, competitions among fellow disciples are not too dangerous, especially with the elders watching, providing some assurance of safety. Or perhaps they held a mindset of giving it a try, hoping to catch the eye of some elder during their fight and be taken as a personal disciple. Then they would soar into the sky. However, by the second round, only the powerful disciples remained, and very few body refinement realm disciples had survived, with only a handful left. As the second round commenced, groups of disciples took the stage again, engaging in fierce battles. Everyone played by the same rules, retaining their techniques and defeating each other with the most ordinary means. Li Qi's opponent this time was a disciple at the late stage of the Chi realm whose strength was even weaker than the first. He once again showcased his lightness skill, easily defeating his opponent. when the contest reached the third round. A match captivated everyone's attention. Two true Essence Realm disciples unexpectedly faced each other early. Tang Yixiang and Jin Wenyang. Two figures stood upon the arena, the atmosphere tense. Huang Fuji, standing beside Li Qi, chuckled. Interesting, it turns out to be those two. Now there's a good show to watch. Tang Yishuang and Jin Wenyang were both disciples at the True Essence Realm, standing opposite each other, their auras clashing continuously. Although they shared the same cultivation level, a significant disparity in strength was evident. Tang Yishuang had long achieved the True Essence Realm. Though she was still in the early stages, her accumulation at this level was considerable. In contrast, Jin Wenyang had just recently broken through to the True Essence Realm. Not only was his cultivation not yet stable, but he also had not fully mastered the top-grade martial art Songha Wanshougong Guiyuan chapter. Facing Tang Yishuang now put him at a severe disadvantage. Even so, Jin Wenyang showed no signs of retreat. Senior Sister Tang, I have long wished to seek your guidance, and I hope you will not hold back your teachings. With that, Jin Wenyang's aura erupted, charging towards Tang Yishuang. His long sword was drawn, and a series of sword lights intertwined. The martial art's true essence within both of them surged violently, and a barrage of fierce sword energy slashed toward each other. The two elders sitting on the high platform straightened slightly, their full attention focused on the two fighters in the arena, ready to intervene at any moment. Strong practitioners at the True Essence Realm were not to be taken lightly. Even the elders Wang Huan and Puyang Changqing were merely at the pinnacle of the True Essence Realm, sharing the same cultivation level as Tang and Jin. Should there be any mishaps during the duel between Tang and Jin, or if their techniques affected the nearby spectators, only a handful of True Essence Realm practitioners present would be capable of intervening. Wang Huan glanced at Li Qi, recalling Li Qi's exceptional lightness skill. If the duel between Tang and Jin spiraled out of control, Li Qi could potentially intervene in time with his astonishing agility. Whether they were strong practitioners of the True Essence Realm or ordinary disciples, all were intently watching the duel in the arena, especially the ordinary disciples, who dared not even blink. A duel between strong practitioners at the True Essence Realm was a rare spectacle. If one could comprehend the principles underlying their confrontation and learn a fragment of their essence, it would be immensely beneficial. Tang Yishuang, dressed in a moon-white long skirt, moved with an ethereal grace reminiscent of a white cloud descending to the mortal realm. Jin Wenyang, clad in a gray long robe, resembled a raging storm relentlessly rushing towards Tang Yishuang. Heavenly crane dances in the sky. Jin Wenyang's body soared into the air like a white crane flying into the clouds, his wings spread wide as he spiraled high above, wielding his sword, attacking with a whirlwind of strikes. This was a killing move from Songha Wanshougong Guiyuan chapter, only capable of fully displaying its power after truly stepping into the True Essence Realm. In the face of Jin Wenyang's fierce assault, Tang Yishuang maintained a calm expression, responding with composure. She unleashed waves of sword energy directed at Jin Wenyang, who, while attacking from the air, either dodged or parried with his sword. Although he managed to deflect Tang Yishuang's sword energy, his aura gradually diminished by 2/10, and with it a hint of sharpness faded. Seizing the moment of Jin Wenyang's slight weakness, Tang Yishuang slashed towards him. Their long swords clashed, and a peculiar sticky force diverted Jin Wenyang's strike aside, easily neutralizing his attack. With no results from his attack, Jin Wenyang remained undeterred, continuing his relentless assault on Tang Yishuang. Despite employing all his means, the short time since his breakthrough to the True Essence Realm left him lacking in finesse. Not only did his repeated attacks yield no success, but he also consumed a significant amount of his true essence. After exchanging dozens of blows, Jin Wenyang began to feel fatigue. The spectators in the stands were thrilled by the exciting exchanges between Tang and Jin, some even cheering loudly. Only a small fraction truly grasped the essence of this duel. Jin Wenyang is about to lose, said Huang Fuji slowly from the sidelines. He watched the two in combat, his eyes flickering. In the next 7 moves, the victor will be determined. Li Qi said nothing more, agreeing with Huang Fuji's assessment. As expected, after 2 more exchanges, Tang Yishuang seized upon a flaw in Jin Wenyang's weakened state, her sword dancing in a flurry, the sharp blade continually targeting Jin Wenyang's vital points. Once the opportunity presented itself, Tang Yishuang completely altered her combat style, displaying a ferocity not typically associated with women, relentlessly pressing the attack against Jin Wenyang. Jin Wenyang continued to retreat, the margin of victory between them widening further. At this moment, the 2 elders on the high platform gripped the armrests of their chairs tightly, while Huang Fuji leaned slightly forward, ready to intervene. Tang Yishuang and Jin Wenyang were on the verge of determining a winner. If Tang Yishuang could not hold back at the final moment, Jin Wenyang might sustain injury. This was the most dangerous point in the entire match, and several practitioners at the True Essence realm were prepared to intervene. Yet the anticipated situation did not unfold. At the instant Tang Yishuang's sword sliced through Jin Wenyang's sword's circle, her blade hovered just an inch from his throat. The outcome was clear. A hint of bitter smile appeared on Jin Wenyang's lips. I am not worthy, senior sister Tang has won. Tang Yishuang also wore a pleasant smile as she slowly sheathed her sword. I barely managed to win. Junior brother needs to practice diligently in the future. After exchanging a few polite remarks, they each left the arena, and the several tense practitioners of the True Essence realm nearby exhaled in relief. The duel between the two disciples of the True Essence realm came to a close. Ultimately, Tang Yishuang emerged victorious. This result thrilled the surrounding spectators. As expected, senior sister Tang won this match. Although senior brother Jin Wenyang lost, his strength is formidable. He could take on 10 of me. I really envy them. I want to become a practitioner at the True Essence realm too. Just train hard, and there will be a day for you. One day I will also become the chief disciple. Now there are only 3 practitioners at the True Essence realm left on the field. Who do you think will become this year's chief? Need I say? It must be senior brother Huang Fuji. I actually have more faith in senior brother Li Qi. After all, he is a genius who has comprehended sword energy transformation. The disciples discussed animatedly, invigorated by the recent duel between the strong practitioners at the True Essence realm. The duel continued, and as the number of remaining disciples dwindled, the pace of completing each round quick. Some disciples faced strong opponents repeatedly, their true energy being constantly depleted, and their injuries accumulating, ultimately leading them to withdraw. Conversely, some disciples faced opponents much weaker than themselves, winning several rounds with little effort and easily advancing into the top 8. As the duel reached the 5th round, 2 very important figures finally clashed. Number 35, Huang Fuji, faces off against number 143, Li Qi. As these words were spoken, the entire arena fell silent. Although the final showdown had not yet arrived, the 2-seed contenders Li Qi and Huang Fuji had already met. Whenever a disciple at the True Origin realm ascended the stage, the other arenas would pause their battles, and everyone would stop to watch the duel of the True Origin realm disciple in order to learn and observe. When Li Qi and Huang Fuji took the stage, everyone stopped and stared intently at the two on the platform. I didn't expect senior brother Huang Fu and senior brother Li Qi to encounter each other so soon. That's wonderful. Senior brother Huang Fu was already very strong 3 years ago. I'm curious what level he has reached now. How much improvement has he made compared to 3 years ago? What I'm even more curious about is senior brother Li's sword energy transformation. Oh, I can finally witness it with my own eyes. They're about to begin. Everyone don't blink. Not only the disciples in the stands, but even the 2 elders seated on the high platform were intently focused on the 2 on the stage. Elder Wang, you witnessed Li Qi's sword energy transformation firsthand. What did you think? Very strong, very talented. I am ashamed in comparison. How does he compare to Master? The sect leader of the Songhe Wanshou sect, Peng Jing, had also comprehended sword energy transformation long ago and had reached the realm of a sword master. However, this sect leader had not fought for decades, and even the 2 elders had only vague memories of Peng Jing demonstrating sword energy transformation. Wang Huan recalled for a moment, then shook his head slowly, saying, "It's hard to say. I can't compare Li Qi's sword energy transformation to Master. There's something about Li Qi's sword energy transformation that feels different. Oh, then I must pay close attention." As the 2 elders whispered to each other, the duel on the stage began. The signatures are correct. The duel begins. With a loud shout, Huang Fuji unsheathed his long sword and became fully alert towards the not-so-far Li Qi. "Junior brother Li, it's a rare opportunity today. I hope you will enlighten me." Li Qi also drew his long-wind sword, smiling lightly, of course. The 2 stood holding swords. The aura emanating from them almost became tangible, colliding with each other as the air gradually distorted and solidified. Even the ground beneath their feet began to show faint cracks. Some disciples watching nearby got too close and were hit by the immense pressure. Their faces changed, their bodies and minds unable to bear the weight, and they hurriedly stumbled back, creating distance from the 2 on the stage. After a moment of confrontation, Li Qi and Huang Fuji both flashed and charged towards each other. Step of the crane. The 2 executed the same sword technique, their bodies becoming a series of phantoms that crashed heavily into each other. In an instant, the 2 True Origin realm powerhouses unleashed nearly 100 swords. The blades sliced through the air, creating intense friction, and the blades in their hands began to glow faintly red from the heat. The intensity of the battle quickly heightened as they slashed at each other with waves of sword energy, and the distance between them was so close that a common person would find it nearly impossible to evade such proximity. But neither Li Qi nor Huang Fuji were ordinary people. The sword energies they unleashed only flew out a mere half-foot before being shattered by each other's blades, not injuring one another. The shattered sword energies transformed into sparkling fragments that shot out in all directions. Each thumb-sized fragment of sword energy fell to the ground silently, creating egg-sized round holes. The depth of these holes was astonishing, burrowing more than 10 zhang underground. If these minute sword energies struck a person, disciples at the true Qi realm would suffer severe injuries, while weaker disciples would be killed instantly. And now, a large number of fine sword energies were shooting towards the stands. The expressions of the two elders on the high platform changed simultaneously, and they rushed towards the arena. The two elders stood on either side of the arena, their true Qi surging, raising their palms to create walls of energy to disperse the scattered sword energy fragments. These energy walls remained intact for a long time, surrounding the arena, preventing the aftermath of the fierce battle from harming the spectators. As the two elders intervened, the styles of the two on the arena suddenly changed, and they began to clash fiercely once more. Huang Fuji executed crane wing, gathering feathers. This sword technique is secretive and difficult to predict, bizarre and hard to defend against, and Huang Fuji had brought this characteristic to its extreme. His body flickered like a phantom darting around Li Qi, and the sword in his hand struck at Li Qi's vital points from various unfathomable angles like a venomous snake. The sword arts are vast and profound, with countless paths to reach the pinnacle. There are tyrannical and invincible paths. There are bizarre and hard-to-defend paths. There are sovereign paths that dominate the seas. There are sacred paths that transcend the ordinary. And Huang Fuji, relying solely on this hard-to-defend crane wing, gathering feathers, had already stepped 1 foot into the path of the bizarre sword sect. As Huang Fuji changed his combat style, Li Qi's techniques also underwent significant changes. Crane's cry in autumn water. A massive amount of martial arts true Qi poured into the long-wind sword, causing the blade to tremble continuously, and the sound of crane cries echoed forth. However, the crane's cry in autumn water that Li Qi executed now was vastly different from before. The crane cries that usually emanated from Crane's cry in autumn water were clear and melodious, filled with an ethereal quality. But now the sound Li Qi produced was sharp and hurried. It was filled with pain and madness. It was as if a white crane was being tightly grasped by the neck, struck. Everyone practiced the same technique, but such a bizarre and grotesque sword style was seen for the first time, sending chills down the spines of the onlookers. Are they still using our sect's sword techniques? It looks somewhat similar, but also not quite. By the way, how is this crane's cry in autumn water practiced? It feels like that white crane is about to die. No matter how the two senior brothers use their techniques, I feel that if I were to participate, I would be killed instantly. Is this the correct way to open up the Songha Wansho technique? Am I practicing it incorrectly? The onlookers were in disbelief, unable to comprehend what was happening. Only a few understood what this grotesque sword style signified. At this moment, deep within the Songha Wansho sect, a tall man who was in quiet meditation slowly opened his eyes. His gaze traversed thousands of zhang, catching sight of the two figures clashing on the stage. And a hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Oh, this is... Ji Zhizhang, the supreme elder of the Pine Crane Longevity sect, had long since reached the pinnacle of the true intent realm, being among the closest to breaking through to the hidden treasure realm and achieving the status of an earthly immortal. On ordinary days, Ji Zhizhang mostly secluded himself in the depths of the sect, leaving the sect's affairs to Peng Jing and several elders, rarely bothering with external matters. However, the incident of Su Nianyun leaving deeply saddened this supreme elder, who had been in closed-door meditation here for nearly half a year. Yet just now some commotion from the sect startled this supreme elder, prompting him to open his eyes and extend his gaze to see two figures on the disciple competition platform. This is... Ji Zhizhang's expression revealed a hint of astonishment as he stared intently at the two young figures engaged in combat. Huang Fuji's crane wing gathering feathers was bizarre and hard to discern, every move lethal. Li Qi's crane crying autumn water was painfully frenzied, akin to a lament. A lofty and ethereal piece of Pine Crane Longevity skill had inexplicably led these two to practice a hint of demonic technique. These two fellows. Ji Zhizhang's gaze flickered between Li Qi and Huang Fuji, the surprise in his eyes growing more intense. As a second-generation disciple of the Pine Crane Longevity sect, Ji Zhizhang had once studied under the Grandmaster Ji Ying, having witnessed firsthand how the Grandmaster executed this Pine Crane Longevity skill. The sword techniques within were exceptional and conveyed an ethereal essence, leaving a deep impression on him, yet the swordplay of the two before him had undergone a significant transformation. One's moves were so bizarre that they had nearly embarked on the path of the esoteric sword sect. The other wielded his long sword, producing a cacophony of mournful sounds, sending shivers down the spine. Disciples unworthy. Disciples unworthy. Ji Zhizhong felt his breath quickening, sensing he was about to lose composure. He wanted to reprimand them, but the words faltered on his lips. At first glance their swordplay seemed gravely, but there was nothing fundamentally wrong. Ji Zhizhong took a deep breath. With his insight, he could not possibly overlook the key and naturally understood why Huang Fuji and Li Qi's swordplay had taken such a form. It was because their understanding of the sword techniques within the Pine Crane longevity skill was profound, surpassing the confines of the swordplay itself. They had reached a state where the material followed the heart, and change arose from the heart. In martial arts, adaptability is paramount. If one can only recite the textbook, the achievements ultimately reached will be limited. Only by breaking through the original barriers could one attain a higher realm. Huang Fuji, the chief disciple, was somewhat acceptable. The crane wing gathering feathers was already a bizarre type of sword technique, though Huang Fuji's current usage was a bit extreme. Yet it was not without reason. Li Qi was different. His crane crying autumn water had undergone such a drastic change that it was almost unbearable to look at, practically humiliating the sect. However, despite the demonic nature of Li Qi's sword techniques, the intricacies remained intact, and the timing of his moves was impeccably precise, seamless, and flawless. Ji Zhizhong watched for a long while. He simply could not find a single flaw. This child is indeed extraordinary. Such was Ji Zhizhang's assessment of Li Qi, begrudgingly acknowledging the truth. The two engaged in combat suddenly paused, then separated, standing at a distance. Li Qi's swordplay is truly remarkable, exhilarating. It is indeed exhilarating. Li Qi was also quite pleased. This was his first battle against a true Yuan realm expert, and the sensation of unleashing his power was utterly captivating. After a brief moment of adjustment, a trace of seriousness appeared in Huang Fuji's eyes. "Junior brother, be careful, I'm about to get serious." Upon hearing this, not only Li Qi but even the two elders standing nearby grew somber. Huang Fuji, once standing still, underwent a different change in his aura. A faint white cloud illusion emerged behind him, radiating an indescribable lightness and ethereality. Pine Crane longevity skill, True Intent chapter, White Cloud View. This was no longer the foundational chapter of top-grade martial arts. This was a technique of an even higher True Intent realm. For warriors in the True Yuan realm to continue enhancing their strength, it involved the enigmatic and elusive power of spiritual energy. If they could condense a complete martial path's True Intent, then they would have thoroughly entered that realm. Just moments ago, Huang Fuji and Li Qi had exchanged hundreds of blows, yet he could not gain the upper hand over Li Qi, leaving Huang Fuji horrified. He knew that no matter how many conventional means he employed, he could not subdue Li Qi. Left with no choice, he could only resort to some unconventional methods. Upon seeing the white cloud illusion behind Huang Fuji, the two elders beside him gasped in surprise. Is this the martial path's True Intent? No, wait. This is not the complete martial path's True Intent. The white cloud view is the easiest visualization in the True Intent chapter, and Huang Fuji's comprehension of this visualization is not yet at 30%. This is merely an incomplete version of the white cloud view's True Intent. The two elders, well-versed in knowledge, instantly recognized what the white cloud illusion behind Huang Fuji represented. That was indeed the martial path's True Intent. Although it was incomplete, it still evidenced Huang Fuji's extraordinary talent. How embarrassing! You and I have long reached the pinnacle of the True Yuan realm, and while we have comprehended the visualization of the Pine Crane longevity skill, our mastery over the white cloud view is only at 80%, barely surpassing Huang Fuji. It is indeed embarrassing. Huang Fuji at this realm is able to grasp 30% of the white cloud view, which is truly remarkable. The future is promising. The future is promising. Not only the two elders, but even Li Qi, standing before Huang Fuji, felt a surge of foreboding. He heard the words of the two elders nearby, and understood that this was the martial path's True Intent, which was anything but simple. When a warrior reaches the True Intent realm, the martial path's True Intent integrates with their original techniques, achieving a state of both form and spirit. This greatly enhances the power of the techniques, rendering them exceedingly lethal. In the eyes of those at such a level, any technique that does not comprehend the martial path's True Intent is merely an empty shell. The techniques lack flesh and bones, as well as the essence of True Intent, like that castle in the air. Easily obliterated. I cannot maintain this state for too long. Be careful. As the words fell, Huang Fuji instantly surged forward with his sword. His spiritual energy was depleting rapidly, and he had to subdue Li Qi in the shortest time possible. Crane Dance 9 Heavens. Huangfu Jis body soared into the air surrounded by the illusion of the white cloud, true intent obscuring his form, resembling a crane flying into the clouds. This was a killing move from the pine crane longevity skill wielding immense power. Combined with the incomplete martial path's true intent, the might of this killing move surged. Clang! The sound of the sword echoed as the white clouds in the air were cleaved apart. Huangfu Jis' true energy boiled as he struck down with his sword. A terrifying edge surged forth. Li Qi dared not be negligent, showcasing his lightness and body techniques to their fullest, narrowly evading Huangfu Jis' attack. The long sword struck the ground directly, cleaving the arena in half, leaving behind a fine, yet deep sword mark on the surface. The sword energy that swept around sent Li Qi retreating continuously, and the sharpness of it caused his skin to sting. Faced with such a powerful strike, a hint of a smile appeared on Li Qi's face. He grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. Interesting. This is truly fascinating. At the same time, a terrifying aura erupted from Li Qi. In an instant, a crimson hue stained Li Qi's eyes, and the sound of rushing rivers surged from his mountain river breathing technique. Dragon Gate Seal, First Dragon Gate. Majestic martial true energy erupted from his body, rolling like flames on his surface, seemingly ready to incinerate anything that approached. And the aura emanating from Li Qi surged to more than double. Alright, now let's have some fun together. Li Qi's mouth curled into a sinister smile. He stomped heavily on the ground, creating a deep pit, and his figure shot toward Huangfu Ji like a cannonball. After witnessing the transformation of Huangfu Ji, Li Qi understood one thing. The true meaning of martial arts is also an explosive method when the true intent combines with techniques. It will create a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. Although Huangfu Jis' true meaning of martial arts is not yet complete, it significantly enhances the power of his techniques. Li Qi has been a member of the Songhe Wansho sect for a month, and his martial arts realm has already reached the mid-stage of true essence, surpassing Huangfu Ji by a small level. However, after Huangfu Ji unleashed the true meaning of martial arts, Li Qi felt a hint of challenge. Since ordinary techniques were now insufficient for victory, Li Qi was willing to reveal a bit more of his hidden cards. Speaking of explosive methods, he has one too. Shanhe Xingqi Technique. Longmen Seal of First Longmen. Li Qi's aura instantly surged several levels, exuding a terrifying sense of oppression. Fully activating Shanhe Xingqi Technique, his true essence flowed, like a surging river, ceaselessly rushing forth. After unleashing Longmen Seal, his combat power soared dramatically, like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Upon activating First Longmen, Li Qi's combat power doubled. Every time he crossed a Dragon Gate, his power could continue to double. The changes in Li Qi astonished everyone, and the two elders closest to him were utterly stunned. Wang Huan looked at the drastically changed Li Qi and his thoughts raced. He quickly recognized the method. This is the Longmen Seal. It's actually the Longmen Seal from the Qimen Seal. This secret technique is not in the sect. Where did Li Qi obtain this? At that moment of astonishment, the two figures on the stage clashed once again. Originally, Huangfu Ji, who had unleashed the true meaning of martial arts, managed to gain a slight advantage, but once Li Qi employed the same method, he helplessly found that he couldn't handle Li Qi anymore. After executing Longmen Seal, Li Qi's sword technique became swift and heavy, swinging like a battering ram, crashing down upon Huangfu Ji, who staggered back. Huangfu Ji swung his sword to block Li Qi's strike, but the force of the collision transmitted through their weapons. The earth-shattering power continuously invaded Huangfu Jis' body, causing significant shock to his organs. This won't do. I can't continue like this. Huangfu Jis' face flushed unnaturally, and a mouthful of reverse blood surged to his throat, making him feel as if it would erupt at any moment. After desperately blocking Li Qi's Huangfu Ji used the momentum to retreat, creating some distance between them. Bai Yun views cloud destruction. He saw the blurred, true meaning of martial arts behind him twist, and then transform into a shadow that entered his sword. With the sword positioned horizontally, Huangfu Ji lightly swept it, the motion gentle, as if he were merely brushing away dust. Though Huangfu Jis' movement was exceptionally gentle, the power of this sword technique was terrifying, unleashing a brilliant sword light that struck instantly. Li Qi's pupils constricted sharply. He didn't dare to be careless, and also executed a sword strike. You a chunk you. A massive sword energy was unleashed. The sword energy flew out no more than 2 zhang before distorting and transforming, from which numerous wings were born. In an instant, the sword energy transformed into a 10-tanglong crane wing, with each feather distinctly visible. Lifelike. Sword energy taking shape. Swordsmanship master. The dazzling sword light and winged sword energy collided, creating an explosive sound and unleashing a terrifying wave. The barriers of air that had been present in all directions shattered from the shockwave. The The terrifying shockwave formed visible ripples sweeping in all directions, causing the disciples in the stands to be caught off guard, resulting in chaos. However, thanks to the two elders' barriers holding for a moment, consuming some of the force, the disciples affected by the shockwave were not injured. As the fight reached this point, Li Qi had completely let go. Amidst the swirling dust, he opened his arms and laughed heartily, his expression exuberant. Ha ha ha. How interesting. Continue. With a low shout, Li Qi's aura unexpectedly surged once more. Longmen Seal's second Longmen. The veins on his body bulged high, his eyes turned crimson, almost dripping blood, and the burning true essence around him surged dramatically by 3 feet. His entire body, almost transformed into a human-shaped torch. Huangfu Shixiang, do not hold back your strength. Come, let us continue. Huh. Li Qi, like a fierce beast, took steps toward Huangfu Ji, but suddenly halted and stopped. As the dust settled, Huangfu Ji collapsed face first to the ground, falling into unconsciousness. The victor has been decided. A loud shout announced that this battle had come to a close. Just as Li Qi prepared to continue his assault, Huangfu Ji, seeing that the fearsome Li Qi was almost unharmed and advancing towards him again, could no longer hold on. With a bitter smile, he collapsed to the ground unconscious. Looking at the fallen Huangfu Ji, Li Qi was silent for a moment, shook his head, and withdrew his technique. The burning true essence on his body gradually extinguished, and his crimson eyes slowly returned to clarity, reverting to their original appearance. After the battle ended, someone immediately came onto the stage to carry away the unconscious Huangfu Ji for treatment. The arena, constructed from hard stone, had been completely shattered by Li Qi and Huangfu Ji, rendering it unusable. After Huangfu Ji was carried away, Li Qi also stepped down from the broken stage. A multitude of gazes fell upon Li Qi, each carrying different meanings. Whether it was awe, or admiration, or fear, or perhaps jealousy, Li Qi could clearly sense it all. In this battle, Li Qi proved his strength before everyone. From now on, no one would dare to underestimate. At this moment, Wang Huan's ears perked up as if he heard something, showing a look of astonishment. Moments later, Wang Huan approached Li Qi and said, "Li Qi, come with me. The elder wants to see you." "Li Qi, come with me. The supreme elder wishes to see you." Startled that the supreme elder had taken notice of him, Li Qi's heart leapt, but his expression remained calm as he replied softly, "Yes." Wang Huan walked beside Li Qi, heading deeper into the grounds of the Songhe Wanshou sect. Neither spoke. Li Qi's demeanor was serene. Wang Huan, however, glanced at him repeatedly, his gaze laced with quiet admiration. Soon, in a secluded courtyard, Li Qi beheld a tall, imposing man. "Greetings, Senior Uncle Ji." Wang Huan stepped forward to pay his respects, voice trembling slightly with excitement. "Senior Uncle, you have finally emerged from seclusion." The man offered a faint smile. "Not quite emerging. Your commotion disturbed my cultivation, so I chose to step out ahead of schedule." Hearing this, Wang Huan chuckled wryly, then turned to introduce Li Qi. "Li Qi, this is Ji Zhizhang, our sect's supreme elder. Come forth and offer your respects." Li Qi stepped forward and bowed deeply. "This disciple greets Elder Ji." Even before this meeting, whispers of the supreme elder had echoed through the sect's corridors. Legends held that Elder Ji had once followed the founding patriarch of the Songhe Wanshou sect, Jiying, and that he was now the most senior master still alive within the sect. Ji Zhizhang had attained the true realm insight, with a lifespan of 300 years. Though already over 2 centuries old, he appeared robust and vigorous, a man in his prime, leaving Li Qi inwardly astonished. As Li Qi studied the supreme elder, Ji Zhizhang observed him in turn, his eyes gleaming with quiet. "Excellent, excellent. To achieve such mastery at so young an age. Not only have you reached the mid-stage of the true Qi realm, but you've also mastered sword Qi manifestation, rivaling even that young prodigy Peng Jing. Elder, you flatter me." Only now did Li Qi learn that sect master Peng Jing had also mastered sword Qi manifestation, a fact no one had ever mentioned to him. No wonder Peng Jing had shown little surprise upon learning of Li Qi's achievement, because he himself stood among the elite masters of that art. Ji Zhizhang studied Li Qi's face carefully, then asked, puzzled, "I do not recall having met you before. Have you only recently joined the sect?" At the time of Li Qi's initiation, Elder Ji had been deep in seclusion, so Wang Huan and the others had refrained from disturbing him. Standing nearby, Wang Huan promptly recounted Li Qi's background, and also relayed news of Su Nianyun's whereabouts. Moi. Nianyun's trail was found in Chuan, the ruins of Gubu. She encountered difficulties. A slight furrow formed between Ji Zhizhang's brows, then gradually smoothed away. "No cause for concern. That child has always been sharp-witted, and I raised her myself. She will not fall so easily. Since she declared she would return within half a year, let her be." Here Ji Zhizhang sighed, a note of gentle resignation in his voice. "I may have spoiled Nianyun, But if this journey brings her hardship, perhaps it will forge her into something greater. That too would be a blessing. Wang Huan stepped forward to offer a few soothing words. Once Sun Yinyan's matter was clarified, Ji Zhizhang turned his gaze back to Li Qi. Li Qi, your talent is extraordinary, and that you should find your way into the Songhe Wanshou sect is no mere coincidence. It is heaven's design. Your parents are gone. From now on, consider this sect your home. The Supreme Elder personally welcomed him, an honor Li Qi received with profound gratitude. This disciple thanks Elder Ji. Ji Zhizhang nodded, then continued, there is no need for you to compete further in the Disciple Grand Contest. You are hereby named Chief Disciple of this generation. None will object. After all, everyone had witnessed the duel between Huang Fuji and Li Qi. Huang Fuji had drawn upon powers far beyond his current realm, overextending both body and spirit, to unleash strength surpassing ordinary, true Qi cultivators. Yet even so, he fell to Li Qi. So severe was his depletion that Huang Fuji would likely enter a prolonged period of frailty, requiring careful recuperation. In contrast, Li Qi had activated the Longmen seal up to its second gate, yet now stood unscathed, showing not the slightest sign of exhaustion. His countenance remained relaxed, effortless, proof that the earlier surge had left no trace upon him. Compared to Huang Fuji, the disparity was unmistakable. Ji Zhizhang knew well the Longmen seal, a forbidden art of explosive power, and could not help but marvel inwardly at Li Qi's staggering strength and profound foundation. Hearing the Supreme Elder's decree, Li Qi offered no objection. This disciple humbly accepts Elder Ji's command. For Li Qi, the Disciple Grand Contest was over. He had become the chief disciple of the Songhe Wanshou sect. Henceforth, every other disciple would bow respectfully and address him as senior brother. After Li Qi and Huang Fuji withdrew from the arena, contests continued on the remaining 3 platforms. The top 10 contestants were selected, and each received 100 sect contribution points, departing fully satisfied. Word of the Supreme Elder's decree soon spread. Li Qi was the new chief disciple. No one objected. That title was richly deserved. Recalling Li Qi's awe-inspiring performance upon the arena stage, every disciple felt reverence bloom in their hearts, not a whisper of dissent. Ji Zhizhang gazed upon Li Qi with a warm, knowing smile. Now that you have assumed the mantle of chief disciple, I have certain treasures to bestow upon you. Li Qi, might you tell me how you came by your Longmen seal? Ji Zhizhang asked. Ji Zhizhang nodded. I see. Given that you must know the Longmen seal is incomplete, it is but a single seal form drawn from a broader cultivation art, correct? Yes, master. The Longmen seal is one of the seal forms belonging to the Qimen seal art. Ji Zhizhang smiled and nodded. Indeed, the Qimen seal art bears an illustrious lineage. It is said to have been devised by an unnamed terrestrial immortal. Its seal forms are ingeniously crafted, profoundly intricate, and unfathomably arcane. As he spoke, Ji Zhizhang raised a hand and summoned, from a bookshelf in the adjacent chamber, a scroll floated gently into his palm. Coincidentally, many years ago, while wandering the realms, I myself acquired one of the Qimen seal's forms. Today I shall pass it on to you. Li Qi accepted the scroll from the senior elder and examined it closely. The Fuguang seal. He immediately began leafing through it, and his system instantly recognized the martial art. Martial art detected, eligible for acquisition. Acquiring martial art. You have acquired a supreme tier martial art. The Fuguang seal. Once assimilated into his system, Li Qi gained full comprehension of this seal form's intricacies. Fuguang seal. Rank supreme tier martial art. Mastery level uninitiated, 10 potential points required to commence. Technique Fuguang Luiying floating light, fleeting shadow. Description: one of the supreme seal forms within the Qimen seal art, embodying the principle of floating light and fleeting shadow. Here one moment, gone the next. It is an exceptionally refined technique of lightness and mobility. When cultivated to its zenith, its speed becomes unimaginable. Li Qi was already familiar with the Qimen seal art, and knew its various seal forms had long since scattered and vanished. Locating even a single form was exceedingly rare. To gather all the Qimen seal forms in their entirety was deemed near impossible. Yet Li Qi never imagined that the senior elder himself would possess the Fuguang seal. A stroke of extraordinary fortune. You now hold 2 forms of the Qimen seal. This will greatly benefit your cultivation. In time you may seek out further forms, should you uncover additional ones. It would be immensely advantageous. After accepting the Fuguang seal scroll, Ji Zhizhang offered warm encouragement. Li Qi in turn expressed heartfelt gratitude for the elder's generous gift. After exchanging a few courteous words, Li Qi and Wang Huan departed from the senior elder's secluded cultivation abode, and the privileges befitting the chief disciple were duly bestowed. Alongside a substantial sum of merit tokens, Li Qi received an exceptional treasure blade, the Lu Yunjian, the flowing cloud sword. Forged through 100 temperings by a master artisan, its blade possessed supple resilience like silk, yet unyielding hardness like iron. Bendable foldable, yet never losing its razor-sharp edge. Measuring exactly 3 chi and 2 cun in length, its blade was as thin as a cicada's wing. Upon its spine flowed delicate cloud pattern engravings, ethereal as celestial clouds drifting across the heavens, imbued with serene, effortless grace. Such a sword was extraordinarily precious. Few could afford it without a fortune exceeding 1,000 gold pieces. Li Qi grasped the flowing cloud sword, turning it slowly in his hands. He felt its extraordinary toughness, elegant form, and fierce commanding aura, an object of consummate excellence, and his heart swelled with quiet joy. Many thanks to Elder for this generous bestowal. Haha. As our sect's chief disciple, this is yours by right. No thanks are necessary. Continue cultivating diligently, and greater rewards shall follow. Never grow lax. Your disciple obeys. Rest assured I shall not fail your expectations. Having assumed the mantle of chief disciple, Li Qi received Wang Huan's sincere congratulations before the two parted ways. Upon returning to his quarters, Li Qi exhaled deeply at last. At last it is over. The Disciple Grand Contest had been the most pivotal event of recent days. Li Qi had set his sights firmly upon the chief discipleship, and claimed it triumphantly, earning both recognition and favor from the senior elder. Now Li Qi had truly secured his standing within the Songha Wanshou sect. Having walked back from the senior elder's secluded abode, he encountered numerous disciples along the way, all of whom greeted him with profound respect. Each bowed low and addressed him reverently as senior brother, none daring to question his authority. Very well, now advance the Songha Wanshou cultivation art. Initiate advancement. 200 potential points vanished from his system interface, and his Songha Wanshou cultivation art Guiyuan chapter advanced to the minor accomplishment stage. A torrent of profound cultivation insights flooded his consciousness, while vast torrents of martial truth energy surged spontaneously into his dantian. His dantian sea of truth energy had already been astonishingly vast, but with this deluge its scale expanded several-fold, propelling Li Qi seamlessly into the latest-stage truth energy realm. With his current foundation, he surpassed even ordinary peak-level truth energy realm masters. Bridging a minor realm gap in combat posed no challenge whatsoever. He could even prevail against several of the Songha Wanshou sect's elders. Yet his recent duel with Huang Fuji had served as a timely revelation that he too should now begin exploring techniques of the true intent realm. If Huang Fuji, a mere early-stage truth energy realm cultivator, could grasp even a sliver of its essence, then why not Li Qi? Li Qi changed out of his sweat-dampened, dust-streaked robes, rinsed quickly, donned fresh attire, and set off toward the scripture repository hall. Not long after the Disciple Grand Contest concluded, a figure of exquisite poise approached from afar and stood motionless before the sect's mountain gate. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down to her waist, stirred softly by the mountain breeze, carrying with it a faint air of melancholy. She gazed silently at the plaque above the gate, her expression complex, her heart a tempest of mingled emotions. Songha Wanshou sect, I have returned. Guard disciples stationed at the mountain gate caught sight of her and cried out in astonishment. Senior disciple Su, you've returned. The disciple rushed forward, bowing deeply. Senior disciple, you've finally come back. Wonderful. Su Nianyun smiled, tenderly lifting a strand of hair behind her ear. Yes, I have returned. The disciple's eyes lit up as if recalling something, and he teased playfully. Senior disciple, you did return rather late. Your own disciple arrived before you did. Disciple, I have taken no disciples. Su Nianyun frowned inwardly. Disciple? What disciple? Haha, I won't tell you just yet, senior disciple. You'll learn everything once you enter the mountain gate. And there have been certain developments within the sect, ones that will surely astonish you. Seeing the gate disciple speak in riddles, Su Nianyun arched a delicate brow as she curled her fingers into a mock knucklerap, feigning a playful scolding. Young scamp, too cheeky by half. You're asking for a whack. The disciple hastily begged forgiveness. When he still refused to elaborate, Su Nianyun sighed softly and gracefully stepped through the mountain gate. After entering the mountain gate, many disciples who saw Su Nianyun were filled with joy and surrounded her. Everyone missed you so much. It's good to be back. You seem to have lost some weight. Looking at the familiar faces, Su Nianyun smiled, gently, her gaze sweeping across each face. I am back. After greeting the disciples, Su Nianyun walked towards the secluded place of the elder. Having wandered outside for so long, it was time to see her master. Soon Su Nianyun stood before a quiet courtyard gate, hesitating as she raised her hand to knock, but then paused. What's wrong? After wandering outside for so long, has your courage shrunk? You don't even dare to knock. A voice from inside said irritably, getting quickly. A smile appeared on Su Nianyun's face as she knocked on the gate and pushed it open. Two figures looked at each other from afar, one frowning, the other mumbling. After a moment, Yin greets Master. You still remember, I am your master. You almost gave me a heart attack. Disciple knows my mistake. Humph. Ji Zhizhang snorted and took a sip. Soon Yin walked to Ji Zhizhang's side, obediently refilling his cup, and quietly stood beside him. Ji Zhizhang's frown relaxed a bit as he nodded slowly. Not bad, this disposition is much steadier than before. Recalling Su Nianyin's previously erratic personality often made Ji Zhizhang feel a headache, but now she had gained a steadiness, her demeanor much more composed. Did you encounter trouble outside? Yes. Did you solve it? Almost. Tell me about it. The two began discussing this topic, and Ji Zhizhang learned of Su Nianyin's experiences after leaving the sect. When Su Nianyin fled her marriage and went on her journey, she felt quite uncomfortable, wandering restlessly. Back at the sect, her master had always kept a tight rein on her, making it hard to breathe, and even arranged a marriage for her. How could she endure that? Now finally free, Su Nianyin felt happier than ever. Her figure traversed through the cities of the Great Han, witnessing many sights she had never seen before, and her girlhood nature burst forth, indulging in food and drink, enjoying the mountains and rivers. However, during that time chaos had arisen in the world, with wandering armies and bandits rampant. Su Nianyin saw much disorder and tragedy along her journey, leaving her contemplative. Eventually, she even witnessed some shocking tragedies. Someone was actually using living people to practice evil arts. When Su Nianyin passed through a small mountain village, she discovered that all the villagers had vanished. The clothes were just hung out to dry, and still dripping the meals were freshly cooked and steaming. Even the fire in the stove had yet to extinguish. But there was not a single villager in the entire village. Something has happened. Su Nianyin realized something was amiss and knew that this village must have encountered some trouble, so she immediately began searching for the villagers. Sure enough, she sensed some traces nearby, indicating that experts were active in this area. She followed these traces and soon witnessed a scene that horrified her. In an empty cave, around 80 to 100 villagers were there. But their situation was dire. Their bodies were bound with ropes, unable to move. Several burly men in bloodstained clothes guarded these villagers. One young man in bloodstained clothing even stabbed a village woman in the chest with a sword. Blood continuously surged from the woman's chest, and then flowed into the sword. The woman let out a heart-wrenching scream. Her body quickly shriveled like a balloon. Ah, let me go. I don't want to die. Please let me go. I'm still young, I don't want to die. You beasts. Hurting the common people. You won't. Ha ha ha. I'm definitely dead. The cave was filled with cries and curses, both pleading and fear. The young man who pierced the village woman with his sword showed no response, as if he hadn't heard anything. In just 10 breaths, the village woman's body completely withered away like a piece of dry, rotting wood. Beside her, there were many more corpses like the village woman's, at least 2 or 3 dozen. After devouring the woman's blood energy, the man stretched his neck comfortably, looking quite satisfied, as if he had just had a feast. He turned and looked at the faces, some angry, some pleading, and said lightly, the villagers of Qingshan village encountered horse bandits who raided them into this cave to kill them and burned them, all then left. But rest assured, Li Qiubai will definitely avenge you. I vow to seek justice for you. The road to the underworld is long, and I won't send you off. Please rest in peace. Li Qiubai cackled wickedly, stabbing again with his sword at the chest of a village boy. At that moment, a fierce and unmatched sword energy surged towards Li Qiubai. He reacted swiftly, twisting his body to dodge this deadly strike. And the one who attacked was Su Nianyin. She recognized this person, the young master of the blood-cloaked Li Qiubai. What he was using was an evil skill called blood transformation sword technique, slaughtering villagers practicing swordsmanship on living people. This was something Su Nianyin could never tolerate. She immediately intervened to save the village boy who was about to die under the sword, which also enraged Li Qiubai. Oh, a little mouse has come over. Kill her. Several burly men in bloodstained clothes moved together, rushing towards Su Nianyin. Li Qiubai was a peak practitioner of the True Origin Realm, and his 6 subordinates were mid-stage True Origin Realm experts. Once surrounded, she would be in grave danger. However, Su Nianyin, as an elder of the Pine Crane Longevity sect, had been carefully taught by the Grandmaster Ji Zhizhang for many years, and her strength was also considerable. Su Nianyin was also a peak practitioner of the True Origin Realm, with exceptional swordsmanship. Facing the oncoming assault from several Blood Cloak Tower experts, she maintained a calm demeanor, responding cautiously, and soon slayed 2 of the Blood Cloak Tower's strong adversaries. This thoroughly enraged Li Qiubai. He snorted coldly and joined the attack against Su Nianyin. Su Nianyin was clever. Knowing she couldn't confront a top-tier expert like Li Qiubai, she turned and fled. While fighting and retreating, she found opportunities to slay several more Blood Cloak Tower experts. After all of Li Qiubai's subordinates were killed, 2 peak practitioners of the True Origin Realm fought wildly, bloodily, battling for a day and night. In the end, Li Qiubai was no match for Su Ninyun and was slain under her sword. Although Su Ninyun killed Li Qiubai and saved the villagers, she was also severely injured and immediately fled to recover. The Blood Cloak Tower was a notorious assassination organization, and the young master had been killed. This was a serious matter. The tower's master Li Xiaozhou was furious. He vowed to dismember the enemy responsible for his son's death. The entire organization was set in motion with numerous assassins tracking her down, and even the dreaded gold medal assassin was dispatched. Gold medal assassins were extremely powerful, the weakest being peak practitioners of the True Origin realm, and some were even monsters of the True Intent realm. Su Nianyun's whereabouts were discovered, and while she fought and fled, she killed 2 gold medal assassins. Eventually, she found it too difficult to hold on and used a trick to escape. She set up a decoy tomb and a hidden tomb to cover her tracks and confuse the assassins, which indeed bought her a lot of time to recover. Once her injuries were fully healed, she evaded all the assassins' surveillance and returned to the Pine Crane Longevity sect. Though I have done my utmost to avoid exposing the sect's martial arts, it is still possible for the Blood Cloak Tower's people to see through the origins of the sword technique. This time, I have implicated the sect. Please punish me, Master. If the elder of the Pine Crane Longevity sect killed the young master of the Blood Cloak Tower and they came looking for revenge, the consequences would be dire. Su Ninyun wore a face of guilt, admitting her mistake to Ji Zhizhang. However, Ji Zhizhang remained calm and said slowly, "You did well. What wrong is there? Even if the ancestor were here, he would not blame you." With Ji Zhizhang's words, Su Ninyun felt warmth in her heart, and the pent-up frustration and oppression from being chased faded considerably. Ji Zhizhang continued, "The Blood Cloak Tower is nothing but a group of lowly scum. You do not take them to heart. If Li Xiaozhou dares to come here to cause trouble, I will handle it myself. The people of my Pine Crane Longevity sect are not something these lowly scum can touch." Su Nianyun's eyes turned slightly red as she bowed deeply. Ji Zhizhang's face also showed a hint of a smile. "Nianyun, you have not been at the Mountain Gate for a long time. Go out and interact with your fellow disciples. And there is someone you should meet. His name is Li Qi." Li Qi arrived at the Scripture Pavilion and quickly found the subsequent martial arts technique. This was a high-quality martial arts technique practiced by grandmasters, and Li Qi spent a total of 1,500 contribution points to exchange for it. After obtaining this technique, Li Qi found that his contribution points were running low. He had originally thought of exchanging for a higher quality lightness skill. Although his grass flying was quite effective, it was merely a medium-grade martial art, with limited potential, gradually unable to keep pace with his current progress. To his surprise, he received a floating light seal from Ji Zhizhang, which perfectly resolved this issue and saved him a considerable amount of contribution points. After acquiring the technique, Li Qi felt excited and prepared to return and study it thoroughly. "Senior brother, have you exchanged for the technique?" "Yes." "Take care, senior brother. Come visit when you have time." After dealing with the enthusiastic disciple in charge, Li Qi left the Scripture Pavilion, but suddenly stopped in his tracks. Outside the Scripture Pavilion stood a woman. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, her garments fluttered, and her beauty was striking, exuding an otherworldly charm. However, that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was the powerful aura emanating from her. Peak True Essence realm. Li Qi's expression froze. "Who are you?" The woman didn't answer, but instead asked, "Are you Li Qi?" "That's me." Su Ninyun examined Li Qi's face closely, then revealed a faint smile. "I am Su Ninyun." Li Qi felt as though struck by lightning. This was Su Ninyun. She has returned. Li Qi stepped forward to greet her disciple, pays respects to the elder. Su Ninyun smiled. "Follow me." In a stone pavilion by a pond at the Songha Wanshou sect, 2 figures sat facing each other. "Do you still have my painting with you?" "Yes." Saying this, Li Qi took out the Qingyun white crane painting and handed it over. Su Ninyun received the 3-foot scroll, feeling a surge of emotions. At that time, when she was being pursued by the golden-clad assassins of the Blood-Clothed Pavilion, she escaped to Shijia village in Chuan County, dug a pit to set up an empty tomb, and discarded some belongings she carried before swiftly leaving. However, fate is unpredictable. Her empty tomb was not discovered by the assassins, but was instead targeted by some petty thieves. The empty tomb was excavated, and the writings and paintings inside were circulated, eventually coming into Li Qi's hands by coincidence. Even more astonishing was, Li Qi actually comprehended the complete Cloud Crane Dance sword from it. As a result, he rose to prominence. Was this my disaster, or their fortune? Su Ninyun sighed, deeply reflecting on the commotion her recent outings had caused. Li Qi, for you to comprehend the complete Cloud Crane Dance sword from my painting is indeed rare. Haha, elder, you flatter me. It was merely a stroke of luck. Su Ninyun shook her head. No need to be modest. Your talent in martial arts is evident to all. You have been practicing for less than a year and have reached such a level, which is truly rare, even among ancient powers. And you even defeated Huang Fuji, becoming the top of this generation. You are quite impressive. Su Ninyun admired him, marveling at how unpredictable life can be. Saying this, Su Ninyun handed the Qingyun white crane painting back to Li Qi. We are fated. So I will gift this painting to you. Li Qi was taken aback, then gladly accepted it. After a moment of silence, Su Ninyun continued, Elder Wang, Huan just spoke with me. He suggested that I take you as my disciple. But I declined. Su Ninyun recalled her recent troubles, though she had provoked the blood-clothed pavilion, bringing trouble to her sect, and she had been pursued by assassins for a long time. She could not even take care of herself. How could she spare the energy and focus to teach a disciple? Exhausted in body and mind, she decided to put aside the matter of accepting disciples. As they talked for a long time, Li Qi learned about Su Nianyun's recent experiences. Seeing the fatigue on her face, he began to faintly guess her thoughts. Disciple obeys. Li Qi replied with a smile. Su Ninyun looked at Li Qi and smiled faintly. Moreover, you actually don't need a master. With your talent, you can go far enough on your own. And besides, I have nothing more to teach you. Li Qi concealed his aura with mirror shadow, revealing only his mid-stage true essence realm cultivation, which was nevertheless impressive. As they talked at length, they discussed their insights into martial arts, and even Li Qi's mere words left Su Ninyun astonished, acknowledging his extraordinary talent. I am a bit tired after returning to the sect, so I will go rest now. Elder, take care. Su Ninyun stood up and left her figure slowly disappearing along the path. After watching her leave, Li Qi felt a surge of emotions. Not only had he seen Su Ninyun this time, but he had also learned of the trouble she faced. Su Ninyun was being targeted by the blood-clothed pavilion, who could strike at any moment. As a fighter in the true essence realm, she didn't hide anything from Li Qi and explained the sequence of events. If the blood-clothed pavilion really comes for us, it might be a bit troublesome. Li Qi's heart sank as he hurried back to his residence. The Songhe Wanshou Gong, True Meaning Chapter. Level Supreme Divine Art. Mastery level not yet initiated. Techniques: wing dance of spring and autumn crane, wing gathering feathers, treading on crane's crane shadow, chasing wind crane, crying autumn waters crane, dancing in the nine heavens, wing breaking the azure skies. Visualization methods: white cloud view, flying crane view, azure view. Description: this is the supreme secret art of the Songhe Wanshou sect with lofty intentions and astonishing potential, allowing practitioners to cultivate to the hidden treasure realm. Achieve the status of a terrestrial immortal. Upon returning home, Li Qi immediately incorporated this Songhe Wanshou Gong, True Meaning Chapter into the system. He saw the level of the Songhe Wanshou Gong, True Meaning Chapter. Supreme Divine Art. This was his first time seeing a technique of such caliber. So the supreme level of martial arts is above the Supreme Divine Art. The True Meaning Chapter's version is higher, overshadowing the lower level Return to Origin Chapter. Compared to the Return to Origin Chapter, the True Meaning Chapter has 3 additional visualization methods and an extra killing move. Wing breaking the azure skies. This killing move requires the comprehension of all visualization methods before its full power can be unleashed. Li Qi looked at this technique, feeling a mix of excitement and urgency in his heart. The nefarious individuals of the blood-clothed tower could strike at any moment. It is said that among those gold medal assassins there are even monsters at the True Meaning realm, which made Li Qi quite uneasy. He knew that Elder Ji Zhizhong was formidable and that the sect leader Pang Jing was also a strong figure in the True Meaning realm, but Li Qi worried whether the two of them could hold up. The blood-clothed tower's visit was still very dangerous. Since that is the case, he could not afford to enhance the technique. The martial art's true essence within him surged again, and Li Qi's realm directly reached the pinnacle of the true essence realm. Then he looked towards the white cloud view, his eyes hardened. Continue to enhance. After consuming 20 potential points, he initiated the white cloud view, feeling a wonderful change occurring within himself. A vast amount of visualization experience flooded into his mind, and he could feel the mysterious transformation of his spiritual power. His spiritual power seemed to transform into strands of mist rising and condensing in the high sky, turning into clouds. These clouds grew more numerous until they finally formed a complete expanse, transforming into a sea of clouds. And amidst the birth and gathering of these numerous clouds, Li Qi could also feel his spiritual power rapidly increasing. The greatest function of the white cloud is to continuously strengthen and train the practitioner's spiritual power. Once the practitioner's spirit is enhanced to a certain limit, they can successfully condense a complete martial art's true meaning, and then smoothly step into the true meaning realm, achieving the status of a grandmaster. After initiating the white cloud view, Li Qi felt that his spiritual power had increased by about 10%. Continue. Li Qi's eyes lit up as he spoke in a low voice. The system page deducted another 100 potential points, and the white cloud view was elevated to a proficient state, with his spiritual power increasing by 30%. At the same time, a faint blurry phantom appeared on Li Qi's back. This was an incomplete martial art's true meaning, and Huang Fuji was also at this realm. After another 300 potential points were deducted, the white cloud view reached mastery, and Li Qi's spiritual power increased by more than 50%. And the martial art's true meaning behind him solidified significantly, no longer as illusory as it had been at the start. With 2,240 potential points remaining on the system page, after consuming another 1,000 points, his white cloud view directly reached the minor achievement realm. Now, Li Qi finally touched that limit. His spiritual power surged directly to double, and the martial art's true meaning behind him fully solidified like a richly colored ink outline, no longer containing any semblance of illusion. On the system page, Li Qi's realm also changed. Realm Early True Meaning Realm. A new Grandmaster has been born. Because there had been too much commotion during his previous breakthrough to the true essence realm, Li Qi learned his lesson. This time during his breakthrough, he focused intently, continuously operating the concealment technique to prevent any disturbances from spreading out. No one in the Songha Wanshou sect noticed that a Grandmaster had been born within the sect. The white cloud view had reached minor achievement, requiring 2,000 potential points to elevate it to major achievement, but Li Qi's potential was already insufficient. After checking his system page, Li Qi directly consumed 840 potential points to elevate the floating light seal to major achievement, and then stopped. Alright, for now this is all I can do. Li Qi sighed. The higher the level of martial arts techniques, the more potential points required for enhancement. Once he stepped into the true meaning realm, the required potential points became even more terrifying, and he realized that he still did not have enough. After completing the enhancements, Li Qi was left with a meager 400 potential points. Forget it, with this level of strength, I should be able to protect myself without any issue. Feeling the brand new power within him, especially that formidable spiritual power, Li Qi felt a sense of security. Even if the assassins from the Bloodclothes Tower came knocking, he wouldn't need to panic. Li Qi's current strength was second only to Ji Zhizhong and Peng Jing in the Songha Wanshou sect. After resting for a moment, Li Qi's mind became active. He had never been a rule-abiding person. Since his potential points were insufficient, he would find a way to acquire. Li Qi's mind raced, and after a moment he had an idea. He rose from his quarters and headed towards the miscellaneous hall. Had many tasks available, and Li Qi had seen some interesting tasks there that could solve his. Having stayed in the sect for over a month, it's time to go out for a stroll. In the hall of miscellaneous affairs, Li Qi's arrival drew considerable attention. Senior brother has arrived. Senior brother, please take a seat here. Have some tea first. A group of disciples eagerly gathered around him. Li Qi smiled warmly in return, then strolled along the courtyard wall, scanning the bulletin board for a suitable task. Soon Li Qi found what he sought. Assist disciple Mu Xingyu in relocating his family's enterprises. Escort both family members and assets along a 300 li route. Completion yields 120 contribution points. Requirement: minimum cultivation level, peak Qi flow realm. Upon reading this, a faint smile curved Li Qi's lips. This is the one. The Songha Wanshou sect boasted over 200 disciples, many of noble or affluent lineage, other scions of regional warlords. Their motivations for joining varied. Some sought mentorship, aspiring to master profound arts and later return home to elevate their clans. Others entered the sect not for cultivation, but for protection. As disciples of a supreme sect guarded by grandmasters, they wore the sect's prestige like a tiger's pelt, shielding not only themselves, but also their ancestral families beneath its formidable shadow. After all, few dared provoke such disciples, and risk awakening a terrifying grandmaster from seclusion, only to suffer consequences too dire to bear. Yet the sect offered no aid without cost, summoning its master's demanded payment, namely contribution points. Mu Xingyu had painstakingly accumulated these 120 points, a sum sufficient to hire a peak Qi flow realm expert. Though modest for Li Qi, the task itself held greater appeal. He tore down the notice and approached the attending disciple. I accept this assignment. The attendant reviewed the task details and nodded. Very well. I'll fetch Mu Xingyu immediately. Moments later, a white-robed disciple hurried over. Spotting Li Qi and the torn notice in his hand, his face lit with relief as he rushed forward. Greetings, senior brother. I never imagined you would take my task. What extraordinary fortune. Xingyu. Li Qi nodded, offering a calm, faint smile. No need for formalities. Come, let us discuss the details of this mission. They withdrew to a quieter corner where Li Qi said, Tell me everything about your situation. Mu Xingyu began to explain. The task stemmed from the chaos of this turbulent age. The Mu clan were merchants with extensive enterprises, but amid the upheaval, displaced refugees and collapsing markets had severely disrupted their operations. With no choice, they resolved to relocate their entire southern Fu commandery holdings to the higher-tier prefectural capital, larger, more prosperous, and far more stable, offering vastly superior conditions for commerce. Yet the road stretched over 300 li, rife with bandits and marauders, and the Mu clan's caravan carried immense wealth, making the journey inherently perilous. Li Qi nodded, a subtle smile crossing his face. Ordinary bandits should pose little threat to your clan. Hiring additional guards would suffice. So why spend contribution points recruiting a peak Qi Flow realm expert from the sect? Li Qi assessed Mu Xingyu's cultivation. He stood at mid-Qi Flow realm, no trivial attainment. With further escorts, even minor brigands would think twice before targeting the Mu clan. Yet now, someone had dared. Clearly hidden forces were at play, and those who acted so boldly possessed formidable backing. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Mu Xingyu's face, followed by a wry smile. You've seen through it, senior brother. Indeed, this matter runs deeper. Our relocation cannot be concealed. It has drawn the attention of our long-standing rivals, the Zhu clan of Southern Fu Commandery. They will stop at nothing to prevent our safe arrival at the capital. We've learned they've already enlisted 13 bands of bandits and marauders, planning to annihilate our entire caravan in one fell swoop. Facing such overwhelming numbers, our clan is already stretched to its limits. But that is not even our gravest concern. The Zhu clan appears entangled with the five-colored cult. We fear its adepts may intervene. Hence I posted this task at the sect gate. Li Qi raised an eyebrow. The five-colored cult. His time wandering the martial world remained brief. He had yet to hear of this name. What is its origin? Mu Xingyu's explanation soon clarified matters. The five-colored cult was a heretical sect. 2 decades ago it struck terror across the land with unspeakable atrocities. Its meteoric rise provoked relentless suppression by the Great Han imperial court. Pursued for years, its elite masters were nearly eradicated. Only a handful of stragglers survived. Thereafter the cult vanished from public view, retreating into obscurity. Yet it did not perish, only bided its time. Now amid the realm's chaos, it re-emerges from the shadows. Li Qi slowly nodded. So it is. In times of turmoil, demons stir, and the five-colored cult rises once more. Mu Xingyu clenched his teeth, voice thick with resentment. Precisely. Leaving aside mere bandits, if five-colored cult adepts truly strike our caravan, the Mu clan stands no chance of survival. But rest assured, senior brother, during the Great Han's purge, the cult's masters were utterly exterminated. Only a few low-tier survivors remain, perhaps no stronger than peak Qi Flow realm cultivators. And you, senior brother, have already broken through to the Qi origin realm. With you at our side, success is certain. He paused, then gritted his teeth. Senior brother, I know 120 contribution points are insufficient to retain your services, but this is all I possess. Afterward, I will find a way to repay you fully. While 120 points could secure a peak Qi Flow realm expert, engaging a Qi origin realm master demanded far greater compensation. Li Qi waved a hand, calming Mu Xingyu. I accept the task. Contribution points can wait. Mu Xingyu's joy surged. He had feared Li Qi would withdraw upon learning the truth. His offer was indeed meager. Yet he never imagined Li Qi would accept so readily. He knew Li Qi's strength firsthand, greater even than Huang Fuji's. With such a powerhouse leading the escort, victory was guaranteed. Thank you, senior brother. Words cannot express my gratitude. Mu Xingyu bowed repeatedly, tears of relief glistening in his eyes. Li Qi placed a reassuring hand on Mu Xingyu's shoulder, bidding him ease his fervor. His true motive lay elsewhere, potential points. Upon hearing of 13 bands targeting the Mu clan, he almost laughed aloud. Exactly as he hoped. The more the better. As for the five-colored cult, he dismissed them utterly. Mere vermin long suppressed by imperial authority, now daring to crawl forth only because the realm trembled. What threat could such petty scoundrels possibly pose? When does your caravan depart? 2 days hence. Then let us prepare. We leave at once. In the city of Nanfuken, at the residence of the Mu family, 2 figures wearing hats and wielding swords arrived at the entrance. One of them said, Senior brother, this is the place. We have arrived. The other figure lifted his hat, revealing a handsome face as he gazed at the luxurious Mu family residence, smiling lightly. What a wonderful place. The 2 guards quickly approached, greeting Mu Xingyu, and took over his belongings. Upon noticing Mu Xingyu's respectful demeanor towards Li Qi, they understood that his identity must be extraordinary, and also bowed to Li Qi. All right, senior brother, let's go inside. The 2 entered the residence, where a servant had already gone in to announce their arrival, and soon a large group of people rushed over from various parts of the house. An elderly man dressed in splendid garments hurried over. Xingyu. You have returned. Yes, father. Not only this elderly man, but also many of Mu Xingyi's family members rushed over, all dressed in luxurious attire, exuding an air of nobility. Mu Xingyu introduced everyone, and upon learning that Li Qi was a powerful true essence realm cultivator, all were taken aback and quickly greeted him. As a disciple of the Songhe Wanshou sect, Mu Xingyi's family understood what it meant to be a martial artist at the true essence realm. In any place, such a strong presence could not be ignored. In Nanfuken, as long as a true essence realm cultivator stamped their foot, the entire county town would tremble. As the head of the Mu family, Mu Zhuolin quickly welcomed them. "Forgive me, esteemed guest, my humble abode is a bit lacking. Please allow me to escort you inside." Amidst the crowd, Li Qi and Mu Xingyu took their seats, and soon servants brought in snacks and tea. "With you, senior brother, protecting me, this journey will surely be safe. Here, senior brother, I toast you with tea instead of wine." After sharing a cup, Li Qi began discussing plans for their journey to the capital with the Mu family. "Senior brother, here is our route map for the journey. I'll please take a look." Li Qi received the map that Mu Xingyu handed over, which depicted a winding path. As Mu Xingyu continued to explain, "We will pass through 3 villages and 4 towns, and if all goes well, we can reach the capital in 4 days. These spots marked on the map are relatively dangerous. We might face attacks here." Li Qi nodded and surveyed the room. Only a few senior members of the Mu family were present with no outsiders around, so he spoke up. "Since these troubles were caused by the Zhu family, wouldn't it solve the problems if I just went and killed them all? I remember you mentioned that the Zhu family also resides in this county." A faint killing intent emerged from Li Qi as his smile turned slightly chilling. At this statement, the room fell silent. Everyone stared at Li Qi in shock. Just from Li Qi's words and calm demeanor, it was clear that he was a decisive person. Coupled with his current martial realm, he undoubtedly had the capability to carry out such actions. Mu Xingyu widened his eyes, and then shook his head with a wry smile. "I have thought of that method, but it is no longer." The Zhu family was indeed part of Nanfuken years ago, but they lost in business competition with us, and subsequently withdrew. Although they still have some marginalized businesses in the county, their core members are not here anymore, and they are likely hiding. So that method is not viable at the moment. Li Qi shrugged nonchalantly. "Forget it, then let's proceed according to your plan." Everyone was making final preparations today, and early tomorrow morning the Mu family's team would set off for the capital. After finalizing the plan for the next few days, Li Qi was arranged to rest by the Mu family. In a beautifully landscaped courtyard of the Mu residence, Li Qi lay on a lounge chair by the pond, attended by several servants who were carefully preparing tea and snacks. Li Qi picked up a teacup and took a sip. It was surprisingly good, and the slight fatigue from the long journey quickly dissipated. At that moment, a delicate figure appeared at the courtyard entrance, walking gracefully towards him. Several servants approached to greet her. "Miss, you may leave now." "Yes." After dismissing the servants, the young woman approached Li Qi and bowed gracefully. "This humble servant greets the young master." "And you are?" "I am called Mu Qianling, the sister of Xing." Li Qi scrutinized Mu Qianling closely and discovered that she was actually a peak cultivator at the body refinement realm, likely set to advance to the true Qi realm soon. Most martial artists are male, and there are few female practitioners, thus those who manage to make a name for themselves are even rarer. Mu Qianling leaned down, revealing a deep neckline as she adjusted the tea set on the table, saying, "The servants are clumsy. Oh, let Qianling serve the young master instead." "All right." Mu Qianling's hands were nimble, clearly schooled in the art of tea. Not only was her brewing technique elegant, but a rich aroma of tea also wafted through the air. "Young master, the tea is ready. Please try my skills." Taking a sip from the cup she handed him, Li Qi found it quite good, not bad, very enjoyable. "I'm glad you like it." Saying this, Mu Qianling sat down next to Li Qi, engaging in casual conversation about trivial matters and sharing interesting stories from Nanfuken, while a delightful scent of her fragrance wafted towards him. Li Qi had come to the Mu residence not to be hosted by Mu Xingyu, but to be accompanied by his sister Mu Qianling, and he guessed her intentions. It was likely an attempt to use her beauty to foster closer ties between himself and the Mu family. If he were to make some slightly excessive requests now, perhaps Mu Qianling might agree. She could be considered a refined young lady, and the Mu family had arranged for her to be by Li Qi's side, using her beauty to entice him. A hint of amusement appeared at the corners of Li Qi's mouth. In response, he could only say, he truly had a good eye for people. Having a beautiful companion to attend to him was undeniably pleasant, or Li Qi enjoyed it, finding it far more interesting than drinking luohan tea alone. Mu Qianling performed admirably, and not only was she beautiful with a graceful figure, but her gentle demeanor made her quite likable. Of course, she was not without shortcomings. She simply wasn't very open. The girlfriends Li Qi had in his past life were all exceptionally capable, to say the least. Each of them was a saintess of the Hahuan sect without a single flaw. Compared to them, Mu Qianling still fell a bit short. "Young master, what are you thinking about? You seemed a bit lost in thought just now." It's nothing, just reminiscing about them. Let's continue our conversation. Early the next morning, a long procession was ready to depart from Nanfu County City. Li Qi walked through the streets of Nanfu County City and noticed that there were few pedestrians. Many houses were already deserted, enveloped in silence. The chaos caused by the rebel army was escalating, affecting many areas, with ordinary citizens bearing the brunt. Many were unjustly killed by the rebels, and many others fell to the hands of the imperial army. As a result, many people had already moved away to seek a living in more stable places. This time, the Mu family's relocation did not attract much attention, as if the people of the city regarded it as a matter of course. Mu Xingyu and Mu Qianling followed Li Qi, their expressions complex as they gazed at the familiar streets and city. Having grown up in the county city, they were uncertain when they would return after leaving this time. After a long pause, Mu Xingyu sighed lightly and said to Mu Qianling's sister, "Please take good care of senior brother Li, who I will go ahead and take a look." After apologizing to Li Qi, Mu Xingyu rode ahead towards the front of the procession. "Young master, let's get on the carriage." "All right." The two of them boarded a nearby carriage, and the entire procession began to move. The Mu family's entourage was quite large, with 20 horse-drawn carriages and 50 ox carts filled with the family's members and belongings. Additionally, nearly 100 guards rode alongside, spreading out on both sides of the procession, constantly ensuring the safety of the convoy. The carriage was spacious, furnished with tables and chairs, and even held an ancient zither. "Young master, the journey is long. Allow me to play the zither for your amusement." "Very well." A serene melody began to play, the sound like water resonating in everyone's ears. "Parting from my homeland, tears stain my garments. Returning home is like an arrow with no end in sight. In my dreams I seek to return. I only hope to return home soon." Mu Qianling sang softly while playing the zither. This was a ballad titled Returning Home, expressing longing and reluctance for one's hometown, much like Mu Qianling's current state of mind. At this moment, the entire family was relocating, perhaps never to return. The gentle song wafted through the ears of every member of the Mu family, moving them all deeply. The long convoy resembled a slow-moving serpent, departing from Nanfu County City and gradually disappearing along the yellow dirt road in the mountains. Time flowed slowly. The coachman had excellent skills, making the carriage ride very smooth with little shaking. Suddenly, the shaking of the carriage increased in frequency and intensity, creaking loudly. Li Qi opened his eyes, emerging from the meditative state he had been in to refine his mental strength. "Qianling, where are we now?" Mu Qianling, who was burning incense, replied softly, "Young master, we have arrived at Nai Luo Ridge." Li Qi understood Nai Luo Ridge was a rugged mountain area where the official road was damaged and narrow, causing the carriage to shake even more. Moreover, the location of Nai Luo Ridge was special, with its rugged terrain and dense forests hiding many villains. If any merchants passed through, they would be robbed. Previously, when Mu Xingyu gave him the map, he mentioned this place, stating that Nai Luo Ridge was a land of poverty and danger, perfect for banditry. If there was a place likely to be ambushed by thieves, then Nai Luo Ridge was one of them. "Have we already arrived at Nai Luo Ridge?" Li Qi spoke slowly, his expression growing serious as an invisible aura around him stirred, transforming into wisps of mist that spread in all directions. This mist was extremely thin, nearly transparent, difficult for ordinary eyes to discern, quickly expanding to 1,000 feet away, filling the area among the trees. This was one of the techniques of a true master in the realm of true intent. Once his mental strength had been refined to a considerable degree, and he successfully condensed the true intent of martial arts, Li Qi could freely manipulate his mental energy, extending it like tendrils beyond his body to explore the surroundings, akin to the soul leaving the body. The stronger the mental energy, the wider the coverage, and the clearer the exploration. Li Qi secretly used a technique to examine the surroundings, finding no hidden thieves. Mu Qianling, who was closest to Li Qi, also sensed something unusual. She noticed that Li Qi's aura had drastically changed, becoming chilling and dangerous, making her hesitate to move. "Young master, you." After retracting his mental energy, Li Qi gave Mu Qianling a reassuring smile, signaling her not to be afraid, and then continued meditating to refine his mental strength. Having just entered the realm of true intent, Li Qi found mental energy to be quite fascinating. While visualizing and refining his mental strength, he pondered several clever uses of mental energy. And this method of exploring with mental energy was one of those he had just devised. With this skill, Li Qi would no longer fear most ambushes. With Li Qi, this formidable protector, the convoy safely passed through Nai Luo Ridge. After a day's journey, the convoy arrived at a place called Qing Shui Village. There were already people waiting here to greet them. The convoy unloaded its cargo and settled in Qing Shui Village. Everyone had walked anxiously throughout the day, and they encountered no bandits at all. Even a petty thief was absent, allowing everyone's tense hearts to finally relax. After dinner, everyone retired early, they were all tired from the day's journey. The next morning after breakfast, everyone promptly packed their belongings and set off. No one dawdled as lingering outside was increasingly dangerous. They needed to reach the capital city as soon as possible. However, to everyone's surprise, not only did nothing happen on the first day, but the following 2 days were also remarkably calm. In fact, everyone thought Muzingius' warning was incorrect. In reality, no one intended to target the Mu family. On the 4th day, as the convoy traveled through a mountainous forest, an otherwise busy Mu Xingyu came to Li Qi's side and said with a smile, "Senior brother, it won't be long before we reach the capital city. It's truly been hard work escorting us these days." Li Qi shook his head, saying, "It's not hard. Rather, I should thank you all for your hospitality these days. Oh, senior brother is too polite. In the future, if there's nothing going on, feel free to come by. My Mu family will always welcome you. This journey has gone smoothly with no attacks. Once we enter the city, we will definitely share a drink together, senior brother." "No, you're mistaken. Someone is coming. Prepare yourselves." Upon hearing this, Mu Xingyu was stunned, then his expression changed dramatically as he shouted loudly, "Enemy attack. Alert!" In Li Qi's perception, a myriad of malicious auras stirred within his spiritual domain, rapidly approaching the convoy. Li Qi's smile grew increasingly chilling. Finally, they have come. A host of silhouettes thundered through the nearby woods, leaves whispering and cracking beneath them. A heavy, terrifying aura settled over the place. Everyone sensed that something was wrong. The travelers who had been making easy progress suddenly erupted into panic. Many women and children began to cry, throwing the caravan into chaos. "Do not panic. Everyone stay where you are. Do not run. Guards, keep watch outside." The guards leader, a martial artist in the early True Qi realm, exhaled and roared these commands. He was one of the Mu family's pillars of security, the man normally responsible for their safety. His shout steadied the previously frantic caravan at once. But by drawing attention to himself, he became a target. An arrow imbued with vast True Qi hurtled toward him and struck before he could fully react. The guard leader's eyes widened. He swung his long blade to intercept the lightning-fast arrow. The instant blade met shaft, True Qi erupted, and his sword snapped cleanly in two. The arrow struck his breastplate dead center. The force launched him from his horse. His body flew dozens of feet before collapsing into the undergrowth. The arrow had not killed him. It lodged 2 inches into the breastplate, severing tendons and bones, but failing to pierce the vital organs. The guard leader rolled over, hauled out the bloodied arrowhead, his face drained of color and disbelief. Peak True Qi realm. Soon after, a bald, broad-shouldered man wielding a massive bow burst from the trees, flanked by a horde of men with savage faces. Within moments, more than 500 of them ringed the caravan like a pack of circling wolves. These men had been lying in wait, bandits prepared to strike. The bald man glanced at the battered guard leader and laughed. "Some skill. You still live. Lucky bastard. It's a pity. Today you all die here." Mu Xingyu leapt forward on horseback and placed himself before them, his voice cutting. "Thieves, do not be reckless. Withdraw at once or be slain without mercy." The bandits laughed. "Is this brat stupid? Telling us to go. I want his head. I'll make a trophy of it. Those women will be mine as well." The bandits burst into boisterous laughter. The bald man cackled, looking at Mu Xingyu with false pity. "Kid, don't blame me. We're only following orders. Today this place will be your grave." Mu Xingyu drew a slow breath and asked, "Was it Boss Zhu who sent you?" The bald man tilted his head. "You think I tell you? Enough talk. Move on your way. Kill." The two sides surged together in a clash. At the same time, a faint silhouette slipped from a carriage and charged at the bandits. Li Qi also moved. He had just swept the surrounding area with his spiritual sense to check for hidden enemies, and found none. All the bandits were here. With that certainty, he wasted no time. These bandits were exactly the opportunities he had been waiting for. Having followed them for days, he would not let them slip away now. Tahi Hungxing, crane-striding onslaught. A dense ring of razor-sharp sword chi swirled around Li Qi, turning him into a human harvester as he surged into the bandit ranks. Wherever Li Qi passed, blood and flesh were torn asunder, severed limbs flying high. The agonized screams rose into a dreadful chorus. What charged through there? Damn, so many brothers dead. That one is dangerous. Get away. He's back. The bandits had come down upon the caravan and driven the Mu family into chaos, their numbers and ferocity imposing great pressure. But once Li Qi struck, the panic quickly turned upon the bandits themselves. A cascade of sensations flickered before Li Qi, inflaming his excitement as his latent reserves surged rapidly. Shielded by his sword Qi, Li Qi plowed through the bandits like a force of nature. Wherever he passed, he carved out a 5-meter void. Many bandits were ground into a bloody ruin. Seeing a high-level expert from Songhe Wanshou men enter the fray, the Mu family finally exhaled. The tide of battle began to tilt in their favor. The bald leader, frantic and enraged as he fended off Mu's zingiest blows, bellowed, "Trash! You worthless dogs! Stop that man for me at once." No sooner had he spoken than Li Qi twisted his movement and drove straight toward the bald leader. Before the bald man could react, Li Qi had severed the head of the peak true Qi realm bandit. In a handful of breaths, over 100 lay dead by Li Qi's hand. The remaining bandits stared in horror. Although they still pressed the attack on the caravan, many now hesitated, wondering whether to press the assault further. As the Mu family and the bandits fought, several men stood silently on a distant hill concealed beneath the trees, their gazes fixed upon the combat below. "Oh, another expert in the true essence realm has arrived, eh? Interesting." Since the Five Colors sect was besieged by the full force of the Dahan Empire, several grandmasters within the sect, who were nearly at the level of terrestrial immortals, have been killed. The grandmasters are immensely powerful and have comprehended the true meaning of martial arts. It would be difficult for the Dahan Empire alone to slay the grandmasters of the Five Colors sect. However, back then the Five Colors sect had a formidable momentum and a notorious reputation. It was not just the Dahan Empire that besieged them. Several powerful top sects were also incited by the Dahan imperial family to participate in the assault. As a result, the Five Colors sect naturally fell into a disadvantage. Several grandmasters perished one after another, and the sect transitioned from prominence to obscurity, evolving into several small factions, gradually fading into the shadows. The Black Lotus sect, on the other hand, has been actively operating in Healing Prefecture. In the past, the Five Colors sect was divided into 5 branches, each led by a color master. After the Five Colors sect was dismantled, the remnants of the Black Hall reorganized their forces and established the Black Lotus sect. In addition, there are also 4 other sects: White Lotus, Green Lotus, Red Lotus, and Yellow Lotus, which are secretly developing. One day the 5 lotus flowers shall reunite. And that will be the time for the Five Colors sect to make a comeback. Half a month ago, the person in charge of the Zhu family in Nanfuga County approached, hoping to enlist the help of the Black Lotus sect to take down the Mu family's migrating convoy, promising a handsome reward in return. Fong Long, as the leader of the Black Lotus sect, initially looked down on the meager promises made by the Zhu family. Just as he was about to refuse, he heard that the Mu family had the backing of the Pine Crane Longevity sect, which changed the nature of the situation. Back when the Five Colors sect was besieged, the Pine Crane Longevity sect was involved too. A grandmaster from the Five Colors sect was killed by the hands of the Pine Crane Longevity sect. Pine Crane Longevity sect. Fong Long's mind immediately became alert. He had recently heard some news that the Pine Crane Longevity sect was in trouble. It seemed that someone was about to take action against them. The current situation was extremely delicate. The Pine Crane Longevity sect is not a small faction, and those who plan to strike against them seem to be formidable as well. This is undoubtedly an opportunity. If Fong Long assists the Zhu family in taking down the disciples of the Pine Crane Longevity sect, and if the reaction from the Pine Crane Longevity sect is minimal or non-existent, then it would indicate that the Pine Crane Longevity sect is facing considerable trouble and the adversary has no extra energy to spare for their disciples. If that is truly the case, then that would be perfect. Fong Long would lead his men directly to the Pine Crane Longevity sect. No matter who plans to act against the Pine Crane Longevity sect, they can follow behind to take advantage of the situation and see some benefits, if the conditions are right. Completely annihilating the Pine Crane Longevity sect is not impossible. After all, the Pine Crane Longevity sect severely wounded the Five Colors sect back in the day. This grudge cannot go unavenged. Fong Long also informed the leaders of the other 4 Lotus sects about the situation regarding the Pine Crane Longevity sect, waiting for the right moment to act together. They are all struggling to survive in the shadows, keen and lethal like sharks. As soon as they catch a whiff of blood, they will swarm in and devour their prey. In the end, Fong Zhuo agreed to the Zhu family's request, promising to assist them against the Mu family. The Zhu family's representative left in joy, while Fong Long sneered. He seemed to foresee the impending disaster for the Pine Crane Longevity sect. During this assault on the Mu family's convoy, Fong Long, along with several skilled members of the Black Lotus sect, waited early at the designated spot, quietly observing the battlefield in the distance. "Lord Fong, are you not going to make your move? The people I was looking for are about to be wiped out." A short, stout man said anxiously beside him. "The Mu family is about to escape. Don't worry, Zhu Zhuiging, I am here. They won't escape." Seeing that a true Essence Realm martial artist from the Mu family was actually engaging in battle, and that they were using the Pine Crane Longevity art, made Fong Long even more excited. "Then I'll kill you first, and see how the Pine Crane Longevity sect reacts." Fong Long grinned sinisterly and shouted, "You lot follow me to kill." A group of strong members from the Black Lotus sect moved in unison, charging towards Li Qi. A wave of fierce killing intent surged from one side. Li Qi raised an eyebrow and turned to look into the distance only to see several figures rushing towards him. 3 True Essence Realm and 4 Qi Realm. The aura emanating from them was gloomy and chilling, vastly different from other martial artists. Li Qi's heart sank as he realized these individuals must be remnants of the Five Colors sect. Li Qi swung his sword, creating a ring of sword energy that radiated outward, severing all nearby bandits within 100 steps, leaving a gruesome scene. Such a display shocked the few Black Lotus sect fighters who charged in. Sword energy takes form. Is this a swordsmanship master? In an instant, Fong Long and the others arrived at the battlefield looking serious as they said, "I never expected to see a swordsmanship master here. But unfortunately, you must die here today." While battling the remaining bandits, Mu's zingious expression changed dramatically as he spotted Fong Long and the others, sensing the aura emanating from them. 3 True Essence Realm. How is that possible? He had investigated information about the local remnants of the Five Colors sect, which indicated that it was highly unlikely for there to be True Essence Realm experts, only some minor characters in the Qi realm that were not difficult to deal with. But now 3 True Essence Realm existences had emerged, leaving him aghast. What should I do? Although the senior brother is also a True Essence Realm expert, facing 3 alone is still too dangerous. Pain and regret surged in his heart. Perhaps the Mu family should not have relocated, nor should they have summoned the senior brother. While Mu Xingyu was in a state of panic, Li Qi remained calm and composed. "You want to kill me? With just you few trash." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qi charged towards the remnants of the Five Colors sect with his sword. Li Qi did not reveal the combat power of a grandmaster. To outsiders, he still appeared to be a mid-stage True Essence Realm warrior, creating an illusion for the members of the Black Lotus sect that they could subdue him. Fong Long held a long knife, with true Qi transforming into black flames wrapping around the blade, continuously slashing at Li Qi, while several capable fighters from the Black Lotus sect surrounded him to attempt his assassination. With a swift swing of the flowing cloud sword, Li Qi struck at these demons. Waves of sword energy shot forth, instantly twisting and transforming into pure white wings, slicing towards the group. If they were at the True Essence Realm, they might have barely been able to withstand Li Qi's strikes during the fierce battle, but those few from the True Qi realm were not so fortunate. The sword energy, having taken form, was incredibly sharp. In an instant, 2 experts from the True Qi realm of the Black Lotus sect were slain by the sword energy, and they were cleaved in half along with their weapons. In just one exchange, 2 had been killed. Rather than being angry, Fong Long felt joy, looking at Li Qi with a hint of admiration. "Young man, your swordsmanship is truly remarkable. It would be a pity to die like this. They'll give you a chance. Join us, and I will spare your life. What do you say?" Li Qi, having repelled a Black Lotus sect expert with one stroke, scoffed and said, "What kind of time is this that you are still trying to recruit me? Is your brain malfunctioning?" Fong Long stepped back, creating distance from Li Qi, unfazed by the latter's mockery. He glanced at the severed body of his subordinate on the ground and smirked before looking back at Li Qi. "Young man, you may not know, but your Songhua Wanshou sect has stirred up quite a bit of trouble. It seems this time it won't be so easy to get through this. Now you can choose to join us, or you can choose to perish along with the Songhua Wanshou sect." Hearing Fong Long's words, Li Qi's expression darkened. "What trouble? I don't understand what you mean. Want to know? As long as you are willing to join us and serve the sect, then I will tell you." Li Qi stopped speaking. He had initially intended to pry some information from Fong Long, but Fong Long did not take the bait. Even without Fong Long's words, Li Qi could roughly guess what was going on. It was related to Sun Yinyun. The trouble came from the Blood Clothes building. Sun Yinyun had mentioned the Blood Clothes building during a long conversation with Li Qi. The young master of the Blood Clothes building, Li Qiubai, was killed by the elders of the Songhua Wanshou sect, and they would undoubtedly seek revenge. It seemed that the Blood Clothes building had already traced Sun Yinyun's whereabouts and was preparing to strike. Even these remnants of the Five Colors sect had received word. The situation is dire. Li Qi muttered to himself, but did not show it on his face as he spoke coldly to Fong Long and the others. "If you want talk, then take those words to your death." Fong Long laughed strangely. "Ha ha ha. It is indeed rare to find someone with such outstanding swordsmanship as you, and I have developed an appreciation for talent and intended to save you. But a stubborn fool like you is even rarer. You refuse to be swayed, even when a path to survival is right before you. In that case, you shall die alongside the Songhua Wanshou sect." The black flames on Fong Long's blades surged violently, followed by a series of intensely burning flame blades slashing towards Li Qi. Burning silence, black blade. The dense blade energy enveloped Li Qi's figure. Li Qi's gaze remained calm as the true essence within him surged in massive, vivid winged sword energies slashed out towards the members of the Black Lotus sect. In the blink of an eye, 2 more experts from the True Qi realm were slain. Now only 3 true Essence Realm experts remained on the Black Lotus sect's side. Fang Long shouted loudly. You have guts. Do not think that just because you have achieved mastery in swordsmanship you can do as you please. Today you shall be surrounded and killed here. As he spoke, the attacks from the 3 true Essence Realm experts grew more ferocious, an unending stream of blade lights aimed at Li Qi's vital points. But something perplexing occurred. No matter how much they intensified their assault, they could not subdue Li Qi, who even bore a hint of ease on his face. It was as if their attacks were merely a gentle breeze brushing against him. If they knew they were besieging a Grand Master, they would likely be scared out of their wits and run away without a trace rather than causing trouble here. Li Qi would definitely not allow these people to escape. His aura erupted violently, and the true essence of martial arts surged forth like burning flames. Dragon Gate, seal, second Dragon Gate. A sword light so fast it was nearly unimaginable lit up in everyone's eyes, and 2 heads from the true Essence Realm were severed. After a horizontal slash that dispatched 2 experts from the Black Lotus sect, only Fang Long remained. Li Qi turned his sword and thrust it piercing through Fang Long's forehead. Fang Long's fierce expression was forever frozen on his face. Li Qi flicked his sword, sending Fang Long's body flying far away, crashing to the ground, never to make a sound again. Potential points 100. Li Qi single-handedly killed the attacking members of the Black Lotus sect, while the remaining bandits were eliminated by the Mu family's guards. Mu Xingyu also rushed over. Master Brother, you weren't injured, right? No. Master Brother, you are truly incredible. You killed all 3 of those true Essence Realm experts. No wonder you are the chief of our Songhe Wanshou sect. At this moment, Mu Xingyu was filled with admiration for Li Qi. Just a moment ago, a group of strong enemies had come, and he had even thought about his last words. But then the situation took a turn as Li Qi revealed terrifying strength, slaughtering all those formidable enemies and saving the Mu family. Mu Xingyu was very grateful for this. Master Brother, the battle is over. Let's go back and rest. Li Qi shook his head, lightly smiling. No. It's not over yet. He looked towards the direction of Fang Long and the others, and in the distance, he spotted a fat man, turning to flee desperately, escaping through the forest. Interesting, I initially didn't notice that there were people hiding over there. Li Qi's figure flashed and vanished from the spot, and a moment later he returned holding a fat man. He tossed the pale-faced fat man at Mu Xingyi's feet, and then asked, Do you recognize this fat man? Upon seeing the fat man's face, Mu Xingyu exclaimed, Zhuzwuging. After returning to the carriage, Mu Qianling said with a face full of, Ah, young master, you have returned. Pour me a cup of tea. Mu Qianling hurriedly went to boil water for tea, having been thoroughly frightened by Li Qi's earlier performance. So many bandits attacked, and even several formidable warriors of the True Essence Realm were slain by Li Qi. Even that peak True Essence Realm warrior was no match for Li Qi and was slain in an instant, killed as if they were mere pigs or dogs. In a short time, over 200 lives were lost at Li Qi's hands. If she had not witnessed it with her own eyes, Mu Qianling would not have believed such a thing could happen. Despite Li Qi's usually elegant and calm demeanor appearing very approachable, he was in fact a ruthless killer who had taken the lives of over 100. Once the tea was brewed, Mu Qianling carefully handed it to Li Qi, saying, Young master, please enjoy the tea. Having just chopped down so many people, Li Qi was indeed a bit thirsty. He drank the refreshing tea in one go, instantly feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. Comfortable. Li Qi leaned back on the soft couch in the carriage, his tense muscles relaxing as he let out a long sigh. Meanwhile, Mu Qianling, who had been shocked from the beginning, regained her composure. The way she looked at Li Qi had completely changed. If at first she treated Li Qi with a hint of playful mockery, now all she felt for him was admiration. Li Qi recklessly unleashed his power, charging back and forth among the bandits, exterminating all intruders and rescuing everyone from the Mu family. This scene left a profound impact on Mu Qianling. In any world, women are drawn to strength. She slowly approached Li Qi, gently squeezing his arm. Young master, you worked hard. You must be tired. No, not tired. Thank you for saving everyone in my Mu family. If it weren't for you, my Mu family would be in grave danger. It was nothing. I said I would protect you. After hesitating for a moment, Mu Qianling murmured, Such great kindness from you, young master. The Mu family has no way to repay you. I wish to be by your side from now on. Is that all right? Li Qi did not respond. Mu Qianling cautiously looked up and found that Li Qi had already closed his eyes and fallen asleep on the soft couch, a faint snore escaping him. Mu Qianling felt a twinge of annoyance, but could only helplessly return to the nearby table and start playing the guqin. After Li Qi fell asleep, his mind sank into the system interface to begin checking the rewards from this encounter. Potential 2,000 in this battle. Li Qi had gained 2,000 points of potential, enough to upgrade Baiyun Temple once again. Upgrade. A flood of visualization memories surged into his mind. Li Qi felt as if he had crossed decades of time during which his spiritual power was continuously tempered and significantly enhanced. Li Qi's spiritual power surged once more. Compared to the beginning, his spiritual power had after fully mastering Baiyun Temple, not only did it strengthen Li Qi's martial will, but it also elevated his martial realm into the midstage of true intent. Very good. Li Qi felt very pleased knowing that his efforts alongside the Mu family over the past several days had not been in vain. Now there were rewards. After reaching the midstage of true intent, further elevation of his realm would require practicing the other two visualization methods, Fei, He Guan, and Qing Ming Guan. These two visualization methods differ from Baiyun Temple. Their main effect is not to enhance spiritual power, but to serve other mystical purposes. If he could cultivate these two methods to a profound level, he could also reach the peak of true intent. However, Li Qi's potential points were insufficient again, and he had to give up. The Mu family's convoy moved slowly, getting closer to the city. The captured Zhu Zhuiging naturally would not have a good outcome in the hands of the Mu family. Despite Li Qi's timely intervention, the Mu family still suffered casualties during the attack, with several guards and family members injured and killed. If it weren't for Zhu family meddling, such an incident would never have occurred. Zhu Zhuiging was thoroughly beaten by the Mu family's guards, crying out in agony. After severe torture, they still failed to extract useful information from Zhu Zhuiging, who was then executed by a guard and left for dead in the wilderness, meeting a tragic end. Once the convoy entered the city, the Mu family quickly settled down. They had some assets in the city, so it was not starting from scratch. After entering the new residence, the Mu family promptly prepared a banquet to entertain Li Qi. This time the Mu family successfully arrived in the city, and Li Qi was greatly responsible for their safe journey. A group of people hurriedly came toasting, creating a cheerful atmosphere. The feast continued deep into the night before gradually dispersing. The next morning, Li Qi tidied up his belongings and bid farewell to the Mu family, heading towards the mountain gate. Mu Xingyu requested a month off from the sect to handle some matters within the clan, needing to stay in the city for a while. Li Qi set off on his journey home alone, quickly making his way back to the mountain gate. Previously, Fong Long's words had left him feeling somewhat uneasy. It seems that the Blood Robe Tower will soon make a move. I must return to the mountain gate as soon as possible. Soon Li Qi returned to the mountain gate. He first headed to the miscellaneous hall to hand over the task. Senior brother, the message from Mu Xingyu has arrived. The managing disciple confirmed, after verifying the task taken by senior brother has been completed. Here is the contribution after completing the task, please keep it well. He handed 120 contribution jade coins to Li Qi, who accepted them and turned to leave. Before long, a disciple attended to Li Qi and said, Senior brother, the sect leader has summoned you. Please proceed to the sect leader's hall. Li Qi's heart tightened, realizing that the matter had come, and hurried towards the sect leader's hall. Upon arriving at the hall, he found everyone was already there. Ji Zhizhang sect leader Peng Jing, several elders and disciples of the True Essence realm were all present. Sitting at the head seat, Peng Jing smiled and said, Li Qi, you are here. Li Qi cupped his hands and replied, Disciple has completed a task and just returned to the mountain gate from outside. Peng Jing nodded in satisfaction, appreciating Li Qi not only for his remarkable progress and strength, but also for proactively taking on tasks to relieve the sect's concerns, which greatly improved Peng Jing's impression of him. Not bad, well done. After a few words of praise, Peng Jing turned to the main topic. The reason for gathering everyone here, I believe you all have guessed, is indeed because of the Blood Robe Tower. I have received news that the Blood Robe Tower may take action against us, and they could strike in as little as a month or in 2 months at the latest. The atmosphere in the air grew heavy, and no one uttered a word, while Su Nianyan's face bore a hint of guilt. The Blood Robe Tower is but a trivial matter if they dare to come here recklessly. We will ensure they return empty-handed. The Grand Elder Ji Zhizhang snorted coldly, his aura emanating like a deep ocean, drawing everyone's attention. Among them, only Jin Wenyang was still unclear about what was happening. He had just advanced to the True Essence realm, and with little time, he was unaware of much information known by the higher-ups. Wang Huan quietly explained the situation to Jin Wenyang. Peng Jing continued, I am aware of the situation at the Blood Robe Tower. The leader Li Zhaozhou is a powerful figure in the late True Intent realm, and among his gold medal assassins a few are in the early True Intent realm. The Blood Robe Tower's strength is still inferior to our Songha Wanshou sect. Logically, Li Zhaozhou should not be so foolish as to confront us heathen, as it would only provide opportunities for outsiders. However, since Li Zhaozhou dares to do so, he must have his own backing. He paused. I suspect that the other side may have allied with other forces, so everyone must be mentally prepared. It may not just be the Blood Robe Tower that comes knocking, the other forces might also participate. This was a heavy piece of news, startling everyone present. Li Qi felt it was time for him to say something. Sect leader, I have something to report. Oh, speak. All eyes turned towards Li Qi, and he recounted the events of escorting the Mu family convoy, particularly highlighting the attack by the remnants of the Five Colors sect, causing the audience to change colors. What? The Five Colors sect actually knows about this matter. Aren't those people supposed to have disappeared long ago? Have they now risen from the ashes? The leader firmly stated that our Songha Wansho sect will invite disaster, clearly aware of some internal affairs. He recalled, I remember that one of the Grand Masters of the Five Colors sect we killed in the past, given such a grudge. The Five Colors sect will surely not miss the opportunity for revenge. The Five Colors sect will definitely take action. Well then, any forces detrimental to our sect should include the Five Colors sect. The crowd buzzed with discussions, speculating various possibilities. The sect leader Peng Jing looked at Li Qi and asked, Li Qi, you killed those 3 True Essence Realm members of the Five Colors sect? Yes. The crowd fell silent, and Peng Jing continued to ask, Li Qi, can you tell me what your current strength is? After a moment of silence, Li Qi slowly replied, late True Essence Realm. As he spoke, a matching aura erupted from him. Li Qi still did not reveal his true strength. He had only joined the Songha Wansho sect for 2 months, yet his strength had already broken through to the mid-True Intent realm, achieving the Grandmaster rank. Such a feat was too astonishing, completely exceeding everyone's understanding. If he revealed his true strength, it would only raise suspicions that he possessed unknown treasures, leading to unpredictable troubles. Perhaps the people of the Songha Wansho sect would not have any excessive thoughts or actions towards him, but if the news leaked out, how would outsiders perceive him? That was unknown. If a terrestrial immortal were truly alarmed and intended to come take Li Qi away, the entire Songha Wansho sect could not protect him. He must tread carefully. Even though Li Qi had only revealed a small portion of his strength, it still left everyone in shock. What the hell? You've broken through again. Weren't you just in the mid-True Essence realm a few days ago? Genius. A true genius. Alas, it's a pity. If only we had discovered Li Qi a bit earlier, it would have saved the gem from tarnishing, and he could have been brought into the sect sooner. The crowd was astonished and sighed, pondering how high Li Qi's achievements would be if he had entered the sect earlier and started cultivating martial arts sooner. Perhaps he would have already achieved the status of a terrestrial immortal. Everyone looked at Li Qi with envy. The sect leader also clapped his hands and sighed. Li Qi, you have done well, and I didn't expect such a breakthrough in such a short time. If the Blood Robe Tower attacks, you will be an important force for our sect. Li Qi said solemnly, Sect leader, rest assured, I will do my utmost. After discussing methods to cope with the Blood Robe Tower, everyone left. After a moment, Elder Wang Huan found Li Qi and handed a small cloth bag to him, saying, Li Qi, please keep these contribution jade coins well. The sect leader said that you need not worry about other matters for the time being, you only need to focus on enhancing your strength. Li Qi opened the bag and found it contained 5 contribution jade coins, each worth 1,000. That amounts to a total of 5,000 points of sect contribution. Li Qi took a deep breath. The weight of this bag was not insignificant. He said solemnly, Elder, please return and tell the sect leader that I will not disappoint his expectations. At the Songha Wansho sect, as long as one breaks through to the True Yuan realm, they can receive 100 contribution jade coins every month. If one is the chief disciple, the amount of contribution they can receive increases, allowing for a total of 300 points monthly. The reason for this arrangement is to provide the True Yuan realm disciples with more time to cultivate their martial prowess and enhance their strength, alleviating their worries about contribution points. Recently, Wang Huan had distributed all the contributions for the month. Other True Yuan realm disciples received only 100 points, while Li Qi had a staggering 5,000 contribution points. With so many contributions, Li Qi was quite pleased. Although he could also earn contributions by refining secret medicines, it required time and considerable effort. The actions of the sect leader Peng Jing saved Li Qi a great deal of time. He went to the scripture hall again in exchange for some martial arts techniques he had his eye on. Now Li Qi's potential points were insufficient, and he wanted to go out and hunt to gain more potential points. However, due to an imminent war, the members of the Blood Robe Tower could attack at any moment. The sect leader had advised against going out unless absolutely necessary. If a battle broke out, and one could not return promptly, it would be dire. Moreover, no one could say for certain what the situation outside was like. If any disciple acted alone outdoors and was targeted by malicious individuals, it could lead to trouble. Not only were the True Yuan realm disciples prohibited from leaving the sect, but even the ordinary disciples were confined to the mountain for their safety. The impending attack by the Blood Robe Tower was still confined within the core circle of the sect, and had not spread to the ordinary disciples who remained unaware of the details. Even so, many disciples sensed that something was amiss. A heavy atmosphere pervaded the entire sect. As time passed, several good news items trickled in. since the former chief disciple Huang Fuji suffered defeat against Li Qi in their fierce battle that encountered greatly inspired Huang Fuji. After recovering from his injuries, he diligently practiced and broke through to the mid-true Yuan realm. With Huang Fuji's breakthrough, many went to congratulate him. Additionally, another individual also achieved a breakthrough, though not many knew of it. Su Ninian. After leaving the mountain and wandering for a long time, she encountered multiple assassination attempts and narrowly escaped back to the Songha Wanshou sect. This brought her immense stimulation and significant growth. After entering seclusion, Su Ninyun successfully broke through to the true intent realm, achieving the status of Grand Master. The entire process was smooth, bringing great delight to the sect leader and others. With a formidable enemy approaching, the addition of a new Grand Master to the sect was indeed excellent news. Days passed, and news of the Blood Robe Tower's impending attack gradually spread. Disciples in the sect were shocked upon hearing this, but they said little, instead preparing together. At noon a month later, just after everyone had eaten lunch, an inexplicable aura descended, enveloping the entire mountain. Deep within the Songha Wanshou sect, Ji Zhang, who had been in seclusion, slowly opened his eyes and said, "They're here." At the foot of the mountain, countless figures appeared. These individuals looked up at the Crimson Mountain Gate at the summit, their expressions varying. Some sneered, some were sinister, some were excited, and others remained silent, all exuding malice. Is this the Songha Wanshou sect? What a good place. It's a pity. There will be no more Songha Wanshou sect after this. While it's still here, let's take a good look. Hee. It's time to pay the price. I want everyone in your sect to pay with their lives for my son. Lordly, don't forget what you promised. A cold voice sounded behind Li Xiaozhou, causing him to stiffen slightly. He quickly turned around to address the person behind him. Rest assured, senior. As long as you help me take down the Songha Wanshou sect, the Blood Robe Tower will do 3 things for you for free. I will never go back on my word. Just remember that. The person behind Li Xiaozhou was a sinister-looking old man, exuding an exceptionally powerful aura, clearly a peak expert in the true intent realm, just like Ji Zhang. A flattering smile appeared on Li Zayat's face as he said, "Senior, the Songha Wanshou sect is generally manageable, but Ji Zhang is quite difficult to deal with. We may not be able to take him down." The old man shook his head and said coldly, "You don't need to worry about Ji Zhang, leave him to me. I have some grievances with him, and I'll take this opportunity to settle them once and for all." With those words from the other party, Li Xiaozhou felt significantly relieved. He turned his gaze to some other people beside him, feeling quite good. This time the attack on the Songha Wanshou sect was not only supported by the Blood Robe Tower, but also several other forces. The Floating World Society, Poison King Valley, Black Wolf Gang. These were all relatively small sects, with their top combatants being merely true Yuan realm warriors, not too strong, but still useful. Most concerning to Li Xiaozhou was another force. The Five Color Sect. The Five Color Sect had also received the news, and had come forward willing to assist him in attacking the Songha Wanshou sect. Li Xiaozhou knew a bit about the Five Color Sect. Years ago, the Five Color Sect was eradicated by the Dehan court, and split into 5 smaller Lotus sects, with the White Lotus sect being the most prestigious, overseeing the other 4. Moreover, the helmsman of the White Lotus sect, Fu Shaoran, had actually broken through to the true intent realm, achieving the status of Grand Master, and he was a mid-true intent realm expert. This represented a significant change in weight. Li Xiaozhou smiled at Fu Shaoran, saying, "Brother Fu, you may have trouble when we attack the Songha Wanshou sect." Fu Shaoran's aura was cold as he replied, "The Songha Wanshou sect has always been at odds with my Five Color sect. A month ago, my Black Lotus helmsman Feng Long fell at the hands of the Songha Wanshou sect's people. I will definitely not let them off." After some comforting words, Li Xiaozhou laughed heartily and said, "Since that's the case, then let's not delay any longer. Everyone follow me to attack the Songha Wanshou sect." The Vermilion Mountain Gate suddenly trembled and then exploded with a thunderous crash. Songha Wanshou sect, come out and die. A roar infused with true qi resounded, echoing across the mountains and fields. Upon hearing such a commotion, the faces of all disciples in the mountain gate changed as they rushed out with swords in hand. To their astonishment, many had already stepped through the shattered gate from outside. These intruders had beady eyes and brutish faces, clearly not of good character, and they gazed at the disciples of Songha Wanshou sect with malicious intent, their aura of hostility chilling. As both sides faced off, the high-ranking members of Songha Wanshou sect arrived, led by the Supreme Elder Ji Zhang. "Li Xiaozhou, you are quite bold. You actually dare to attack my Songha Wanshou sect. Do you think there's no one here?" Ji Zhang's stern shout erupted. His imposing aura surged towards Li Xiaozhou. Li Xiaozhou was still in the midst of true intent, 2 small realms below Ji Zhang. As the pressure from the opposing side bore down on him, he found himself unable to resist. Even breathing became difficult. At that moment, a figure stepped out from behind Li Xiaozhou and stood in front of him, shielding him from Ji Zhang's pressure. "Long time no see, Ji old ghost. Seeing the sinister elder blocking him, Ji Zhizhang's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "You, Ba Jing, you're not dead yet." The two were longtime enemies. Years ago, Ba Jing had been pierced through the heart by Ji Zhizhang's sword, yet miraculously survived. Today, seeing him again, Ji Zhizhang was filled with shock. Back then I lost to you with one move. But alas, the king of hell did not take me, allowing me to seek revenge. Today you and your Songha Wanshou sect shall die. Ha ha ha. Ba Jing's aura erupted, rivaling Ji Zhizhang's, revealing him to also be a peak grandmaster. As the former strong rival reappeared, Ji Zhizhang shook off his initial shock and coldly declared, "Just you. I could kill you once back then, and I can kill you again today. Moreover, this time your luck won't be as good as last time. You're doomed." As the two strongest figures confronted each other, Li Xiaozhou also spoke up. "My blood-clothing tower has no grievances with your Songha Wanshou sect, but you have gone too far. You killed my son. This enmity is unforgivable. Today I will annihilate all of your Songha Wanshou sect to appease my son's spirit in heaven." With the aggressive approach from the opposing side, the gaze of the sect leader Peng Jing grew increasingly dangerous as he recognized several familiar figures among the attackers. Fushur Association, Poison King, Valley Black Wolf Gang. Five-color sect, they have all come. Good. You little rogues have quite the audacity. All disciples, heed my command. Follow me to kill. With a thunderous roar, the battle between both sides was about to erupt. Streams of sword energy and blade chi collided and dispersed, flying in all directions. Any houses or gates touched by the blade chi and sword energy were sliced like tofu, collapsing amidst a cloud of dust. A disciple of Songha Wanshou sect had just severed the head of an attacking enemy when his chest was pierced by a sword from an enemy behind him, causing him to spew blood and collapse. Another enemy at the peak of true chi was showing off, but was soon overwhelmed by two disciples of Songha Wanshou sect, their body cut into several pieces, scattering on the ground. Almost every second someone was getting injured or dying. The entire Songha Wanshou sect had turned into a massive meat grinder filled with cries of despair and screams. A burly man wielding a long knife stabbed a disciple of Songha Wanshou sect in the abdomen. The disciple was pouring blood and felt intense pain, yet he gritted his teeth and remained silent. This disciple tightly grasped the man's long knife with one hand and swept his sword across the burly man's throat, attempting to trade his life for that of the enemy. The burly man wore a mocking expression. Being a true essence realm expert, he tilted his neck slightly and easily dodged the disciple's strike. Truly pitiful, even fighting desperately is futile. Just as he was about to use his knife to cut the true chi disciple in half, a sharp sword pierced through the back of his head, the tip emerging from his mouth. Without even a scream, the burly man was slain by Li Qi with a single sword. Potential 100. The expert in the late stage of true essence directly granted him 100 points of potential. Li Qi withdrew his sword, shook off the blood and brain matter from the tip, gave the pierced disciple a reassuring look, and then swiftly left the scene. Floating light seal. Li Qi's body moved rapidly, as if gliding through light, weaving back and forth across the battlefield. As long as he swung his sword, someone would surely fall beneath its blade. The attacking forces were numerous, with over 600 enemies. Moreover, most of them were true chi experts, and many were also true essence realm experts. Just killing a few would yield him a wealth of potential points, each more valuable than the last. How could Li Qi let these people go? Even before these people shattered the mountain gate, Li Qi had already arrived, and was nearly green with excitement at the sight of these intruders. Stepping crane. Li Qi's body transformed into an indistinguishable shadow, violently striking down several enemies of considerable strength, then directly charged toward the densest concentration of foes. Peng Jing, the sect leader, had been keeping an eye on Li Qi's movements. Seeing him charge straight toward the most numerous enemies, he was taken aback. Li Qi, no. In such a chaotic battle, the risk of recklessly charging in was immense. Once surrounded by enemies, it would be a matter of life and death. Peng Jing did not want to see such a talent perish here. Nearby, Su Ninyun also noticed Li Qi's actions. Her expression shifted as she struck out with her sword, leaving a deep wound on the chest of a golden metal assassin at the true intent level. The golden metal assassin grunted and quickly retreated, but Su Ninyun did not pursue. Instead, she hurried toward Li Qi, wanting to provide support. But what astonished Su Ninyun happened next. She saw layers of sword aura surrounding Li Qi, transforming into pure white crane wings that shielded his body. The attacks of others not only failed to breach the protection of the crane wing sword aura, but instead were shredded into clouds of blood mist. Li Qi dashed through the enemies in a straight line, slaughtering anyone that stood in his way, not slowing his advance in the slightest. Soon Yinyun even saw three peak True Essence Realm experts making their move together attempting to stop him. Unfortunately, after only a brief encounter, these three peak True Essence Realm experts were pierced through by the dense sword chi, their bodies riddled with holes directly shattered by Li Qi. Soon Li Qi had once again accumulated a vast amount of potential points. His strikes continued without pause as he killed one enemy after another while glancing at the system page. System. Upgrade Floating Light Seal. A massive influx of cultivation memories surged into Li Qi's mind, making him feel his legs grow stronger and more agile. Good. Continue. Li Qi displayed his strength at the pinnacle of the True Essence realm, and apart from a few grandmasters at the True Intent realm, none present could withstand him. Using battle to cultivate battle, enhancing the scene. That was his strategy. Originally, those enemies in the True Essence realm and True Qi realm could not withstand Li Qi's attacks, and once his speed surged, they could do nothing to him. In the span of just a few moments, over 100 enemies had been slain by Li Qi. More and more people began to notice his presence. That guy is from the Songhe Wansho sect. Stop him. Damn. His speed is simply too fast. This is the Floating Light Seal. This guy actually knows the Floating Light Seal. What are you all doing? He's just a True Essence Realm cultivator. Li Qi rampaged across the battlefield, charging through like it was an uninhabited land. Li Xiaozhou was infuriated and shouted. Soon a beginner True Intent Realm gold medal assassin rushed towards Li Qi. Sun Yinyun and Pang Jing exclaimed in alarm, Li Qi, come back quickly. They both intended to support Li Qi, but they were tightly entangled by their opponents and could not escape. Li Qi remained calm and composed, showing no signs of panic as he continued to slaughter the invading enemy. The gold medal assassins, like the ordinary assassins of the Blood Robe Tower, donned blood-red robes and exuded a faint scent of blood. However, unlike them, they wore a gold medal the size of 3 fingers at their waist. The gold medal bore an imposing character for kill, symbolizing their identity. It was quite difficult to become a gold medal assassin, as one had to have achievements in slaying grandmasters to earn that title. Thus, most gold medal assassins were incredibly strong. They themselves were often grandmasters. If a True Essence Realm assassin managed to poison or assassinate a grandmaster successfully, they could also gain the gold medal assassin title. Seeing a gold medal assassin charging towards him, a hint of amusement appeared at the corner of Li Qi's mouth. Being a grandmaster himself, he naturally did not fear the gold medal assassin. However, with so many people around, he couldn't reveal too much of his strength. Kid, how dare you kill so many of my Blood Robe Tower's capable hands? You're quite bold. Die. This gold medal assassin wielded a slender sword, its blade dancing like a venomous snake darting towards Li Qi's throat and various vital points. The Ghost Spring Sword Art. Li Qi did not dodge, but also swung his sword, attacking the gold medal assassin of True Intent Realm. The gold medal assassin wore a mask, and beneath it a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, a True Essence Realm cultivator daring not to flee, and even to fight back. You are simply asking for death. Behind him a distortion emerged resembling a twisted river. The water was dark and eerie, with ghostly figures swirling as if it flowed from the realm of the dead. This was the martial arts True Intent of the gold medal assassin. The Ghost Spring True Intent. Once he revealed his martial arts True Intent, a tangible sense of oppression radiated outward in all directions. Many who were enveloped by his martial arts True Intent changed countenance, their spirits filled with fear and lethargy, and their strength diminished significantly. This is the terrifying aspect of a True Intent Realm powerhouse. As long as one reveals their martial arts True Intent, the mere oppressive aura emitted can have a tremendous impact on those who have not comprehended the martial arts True Intent, forming a dimensional suppression. Thus, a True Intent Realm powerhouse can easily handle dozens of True Essence Realm powerhouses and emerge victorious. This is one of the marvelous uses of martial arts True Intent. However, upon clashing with Li Qi, the gold medal assassin immediately sensed something was amiss. Both wielded their swords, striking at each other, sparks flying, the sword energies dissipating. Li Qi's moves remained practiced and skillful, his footwork light and agile, and even his expression was calm and composed, completely unaffected by the Ghost Spring True Intent. How is this possible? My martial arts True Intent has no effect on you. The gold medal assassin exclaimed in shock as Li Qi's sword style grew increasingly ferocious, relentlessly striking at him. You don't know many things, do you? Li Qi was originally a martial artist of True Intent Realm, and his spiritual power was exceptionally strong, making it incredibly difficult to shake him easily. As beings of the same realm, the influence of the gold medal assassin's Ghost Spring True Intent on him had already diminished to the lowest level. Something strange. The gold medal assassin noticed Li Qi's abnormality. He no longer used his martial arts True Intent to suppress Li Qi, but instead to amplify his sword style. As the slender sword swirled, a roaring sound of water echoed and ghostly lights flickered on the sword body, causing the power of his moves to instantly surge by more than double. Li Qi could not reveal his martial art's true intent, but he had other means to deal with his opponent. Dragon Gate Seal of Second Dragon Gate. Li Qi's combat power surged more than twice, significantly enhancing both the speed and strength of his sword technique. For ordinary people, using the Dragon Gate Seal comes with great side effects. Activating the first Dragon Gate would lead to a severe period of weakness, and if one activated the second Dragon Gate, they would sustain serious injuries. If one rashly opened the third Dragon Gate, it could even threaten their life. But Li Qi had no such concerns. This was thanks to Li Qi's inhumanly strong physique. Even activating the second Dragon Gate would not have any negative effects on his body. For him, this level of Dragon Gate was merely a conventional means. After Li Qi activated the Dragon Gate, the gold medal assassin across from him wore a horrified expression. He realized he still could not take down Li Qi, who seemed like a slippery iron lump, making him feel at a loss. Third Dragon Gate. Li Qi activated this level of Dragon Gate Seal for the first time, and a massive sense of oppression erupted. The closest gold medal assassin even experienced a moment of suffocation. How is this possible? In the instant the gold medal assassin failed to react, a beam of sword light flashed and swept past his neck. Crane wing gathering feathers. The gold medal assassin felt the world in his eyes spin several times before he collapsed to the ground, his vision only able to see Li Qi's feet. Soon the gold medal assassin could not even see Li Qi's feet clearly. The world in his eyes quickly darkened, and he fell into eternal silence. Li Qi faced off against the golden-rated assassin, and in just a few breaths the latter was slain by a single sword strike. Although they had exchanged blows several times, everything unfolded within the blink of an eye. The onlookers were left in astonishment. How is this possible? That was a golden-rated assassin of true intent. That golden-rated assassin had already unleashed the true essence of martial arts, yet was still killed. This doesn't make sense. Was it intentional or an accident? That pinnacle of true essence realm used the Dragon Gate Seal, and it was a seal of extremely high purity. Wasn't the Chiman seal long lost? That guy actually mastered two of its techniques. On the battlefield, a true essence realm warrior forcefully killed a grandmaster, and despite being only a low-level grandmaster, such an achievement was enough to shock everyone. Those who witnessed it looked at Li Qi in disbelief. After slaying the golden-rated assassin, Li Qi showed no signs of stopping, continuing to charge through the enemies, wildly harvesting waves of potential points. The few grandmasters approaching were horrified, and after exchanging glances they once again surrounded Li Qi. "You impudent brat. Watch as I take your life." Three figures surrounded Li Qi, blocking his escape route. At that moment, Ji Zhizhang was entangled with Ba Jing, and Peng Jing was fiercely battling Li Zhaozhou. Even Su Nianyun was occupied by the golden-rated assassin, unable to assist Li Qi in time. The situation had reached a critically dangerous moment. With Fu Xiaorun of the Five Colors sect and two golden-rated assassins in the early stages of true intent, even Peng Jing needed to respond cautiously, yet Li Qi remained unfazed. Li Qi's gaze swept across the faces of the three. The golden-rated assassin wore a mask, but Fu Xiaorin caught Li Qi's attention. The aura emanating from him was very similar to that of Fong Long, and his demeanor seemed somewhat eccentric. "Are you from the Five Colors sect?" "Indeed, I am Fu Xiaorun of the Five Colors sect." Li Qi understood, and then sneered. It seems the Five Colors sect is rising again, with grandmasters appearing once more. Faced with Li Qi's mockery, Fu Xiaoren's expression turned cold. "Brat, today 3 grandmasters are here to kill you. You should be proud of yourself. Prepare for your journey to the afterlife. Attack!" With a harsh shout, the 3 figures moved surrounding. Li Qi maintained the state of the third Dragon Gate, and once again engaged in fierce battle with the 3. After activating the third Dragon Gate, Li Qi finally felt the pressure. His stamina was rapidly depleting, and the true essence within him was burning up quickly, with violent true qi erupting from his body, burning like flames. Despite the significant consumption, it remained within Li Qi's tolerable range. His expression remained unchanged as the various sword techniques of the Songhe Wanshou Gong continuously struck towards the 3 grandmasters. The true essence of martial arts from the 3 grandmasters revealed itself, and waves of overwhelming pressure surged towards Li Qi. However, something astonishing occurred once again. Even the true essence of martial arts from the 3 grandmasters had no effect on the person before them. The oppressive aura emitted by the martial arts' true essence felt as gentle as a breeze. What is going on? This is impossible. Our 3 true essence martial arts have no effect on him. This person must either have cultivated a secret technique that counters martial arts' true qi, or he himself is a grandmaster. But how is that possible? The three grandmasters were utterly shocked, their minds racing with various possibilities, but there was no time to ponder further. Li Qi's counterattack was already upon them. Dragon Gate Seal of the Fourth Dragon Gate. Iron Body. Li Qi directly activated the fourth Dragon Gate. His combat strength surged again, and the consumption on his body intensified to a level even Li Qi found difficult to bear. Simultaneously, Li Qi fully operated the Iron Refining Body technique, activating the Iron Body Special Constitution. The Iron Body possesses extraordinary defensive and recovery abilities, and its terrifying recovery power offset the horrific consumption brought by the fourth Dragon Gate, allowing Li Qi to reach a delicate balance. In the blazing true essence flames, Li Qi's skin was tinged with a rich lead gray hue, emitting a metallic luster. He seemed to transform into an Iron Man. A terrifying pressure surged forth, causing Fu Xiaoren's expression to change drastically. Just now he felt as if he were facing a humanoid beast. His heart nearly skipped a beat. The two golden-rated assassins in the early stages of true intent beside him were even more overwhelmed, finding it hard to breathe. Not good. This kid is unusual. Retreat. But it was already too late. Li Qi thrust the Luyun sword into the ground, extending 10 lead gray fingers. A sharp aura rapidly condensed at his fingertips. Songhe Wanshou Gongs. 10 directions annihilation. A series of unmatched sharp sword energies sliced forth from Li Qi's 10 fingers. The sword energy took shape, manifesting crane wings, slashing towards the three grandmasters. Li Qi's 10 fingers danced lightly, as if plucking strings, playing a symphony of death. Watching the terrifying sword energies emitted from Li Qi's fingertips, the three grandmasters changed their expressions, each exhaling sharply, their swords striking towards the energies. However, these transformed sword energies were not so easy to block. The true essence within them was rapidly depleting, causing their faces to turn pale. Each movement of Li Qi's 10 fingers represented a strike, a sword technique. The 10 fingers executed various sword techniques from the Songhe Wanshou Gong in succession, yet did not interfere with each other. It was as if 10 masters proficient in swordsmanship were simultaneously besieging the three grandmasters. And this was a killing move that Li Qi had comprehended himself. 10 directions annihilation. Too many and too powerful sword energies continued to slash forth, taking shape and transforming, making it impossible to defend against. The three grandmasters felt an immense pressure, realizing how close they were to death. A tragic scream rang out as a golden-rated assassin, unable to dodge, was severed at both feet by a sword energy in the shape of crane wings, blood gushing forth. With the loss of support from his feet, the golden-rated assassin fell to the ground, unable to struggle, and was reduced to a pile of flesh by more crane wings sword energies. One grandmaster was slain, and the remaining two, filled with anger and fear, planned to flee. They knew they were no match for this monster. If they continued to entangle with him, they would surely be killed on the spot. Seeing the two attempt to escape, Li Qi's gaze turned cold, and a barrage of crane wing sword energies shot out, surrounding Fu Xiaoren and the others, ensuring they would not escape. A dense swarm of crane wing sword energies sliced in from all directions. After a brief moment of resistance, the two grandmasters were engulfed by the sword energies. Two tragic screams echoed. Then there was silence. After slaying three grandmasters in one breath, Li Qi released the explosive state of the Longman seal. Although he activated the fourth Longman for a brief moment, it still placed immense pressure on his body. While maintaining the Iron Body technique, Li Qi continued to eliminate the remaining enemies, and the powerful recovery of the Iron Body was constantly alleviating the discomfort caused by his intense outburst. Such a scene utterly stunned the onlookers. He actually killed three grandmasters. That Fu Xiaoren was a formidable presence in the midst of true intent, and he was also killed by him. Why were the martial arts true intentions of the three grandmasters completely useless against him? Also, that guy clearly activated the Longman seal to the level of the fourth Longman, but how come he has no side effects at all? Still so lively. If an ordinary person activated the fourth Longman, they would probably explode and die instantly. A true Essence Realm practitioner surrounded by three grandmasters not only survived, but also turned the tables on them. Such occurrences had completely surpassed everyone's understanding, and astonished gasps erupted one after another. Not only the invading enemies, but even the two peak grandmasters present wore expressions of disbelief. Having lived for a long time, they had seen countless people and events, and very few things could stir their spirits. Yet today both felt as if they had wasted their lives. Ha ha ha. Truly remarkable indeed, worthy of being the chief disciple of our Songhe Wanshou sect. Such talent and capability. Even our sect's founding ancestor might struggle to compare. Our Songhe Wanshou sect is destined for great prosperity. Ji Zhizhong laughed heartily, feeling as if he hadn't been this happy in a long time. In stark contrast to Ji Zizhang's unrestrained joy, Ba Jing, who was fighting him, wore a gloomy expression. He slightly turned his head to glance at Li Qi, who was rampaging through the battlefield, and said coldly, "Ji, old ghost, I never expected your Songhe Wanshou sect to have such an extraordinarily talented disciple." After a fierce battle, the number of Grand Masters who had died at Li Qi's hands had already reached 4, and the number of true essence and true Qi practitioners was close to 200. Such unbelievable power left even Ba Jing, a peak Grand Master, unable to comprehend. Initially, he looked down on Li Qi, a true essence practitioner, but now it was impossible to continue ignoring him. If Li Qi was left unchecked, those powerful beings attacking the Songhe Wanshou sect might be wiped out by this freak. Ba Jing cast a mocking glance at Ji Zizhang, saying, "Only fully matured geniuses are truly geniuses. If a genius dies halfway, then they are nothing at all." Saying this, Ba Jing swung his long knife, unleashing tremendous power towards Ji Zizhang, knocking him back before turning to attack Li Qi. Realizing Ba Jing's intent, Ji Zizhang quickly pursued him, loudly warning, "Li Qi, run away." Ba Jing's silhouette transformed into an exaggerated afterimage, swiftly closing in on Li Qi, the blade's aura swirling as it struck towards him. Enhance the floating light seal. Li Qi gathered another set of potential points in his hands and used them all on the floating light seal technique. The floating light seal reached great mastery. Ba Jing's speed was incredibly fast, the long knife wielding unmatched might as it sliced towards Li Qi, the blade piercing through his chest. "I hit him." A fleeting joy flashed across Ba Jing's face, but it quickly vanished, replaced by a look of shock. The long knife clearly passed through Li Qi's body, yet there was no sensation of hitting anything tangible, as if he had struck a mass of air. Li Qi's figure gradually faded away, transforming into nothingness, while Ba Jing's face turned pale with horror. So fast. What he had just struck was merely an afterimage left by Li Qi, not his true body at all. After mastering the floating light seal, Li Qi's speed had reached an indistinguishable level of reality and illusion. Even Ba Jing, the peak Grandmaster, could not catch a glimpse of Li Qi's recent movements. At the moment Ba Jing's attack missed, Ji Zizhang's strike also arrived, a sharp sword aura slashing down from the sky. "Ba Jing, die." Ba Jing's expression changed just as he prepared to counterattack. Another hidden and swift sword light flickered at the corner of his eye, a long sword attacking him from an awkward angle. After Li Qi dodged Ba Jing's attack, he did not retreat far, instead seizing the opportunity during Ji Zizhang's attack to also strike at Ba Jing. Li Qi and Ji Zizhang flanked him too long, swords converging in an assault against Ba Jing. Such a predicament changed Ba Jing's expression. Not to mention Ji Zizhang, Li Qi already possessed combat power comparable to the mid-stage of true intent. Surrounded by these two, his situation had become extremely precarious. After his surprise attack on Li Qi failed, Ba Jing found himself in a dangerous position. This even caused him a momentary lapse. Between life and death, Ba Jing shouted loudly, his long knife slicing through the air, forming a heavy curtain of blades attempting to block the attacks from Li Qi and Ji Zizhang. As knives and swords clashed, violent blade energy and sword chi collided, annihilating, creating waves of pressure that swept in all directions. The commotion caused by the clash of the three was immense, and the shockwave spread out, injuring a true essence practitioner from the Five Colors sect who was unable to evade in time. Everyone looked on in shock at the core of the battlefield, gazing at the three figures locked in a fierce conflict. Ba Jing's expression grew increasingly grim. Originally his battle with Ji Zizhang saw both of their strengths evenly matched, with neither able to gain the upper hand. It was not an easy matter for the two of them to determine a winner. However, when the number of attackers increased to include Li Qi, the situation began to shift, turning unfavorable for Ba Jing. This is not good. Ba Jing was a peak Grandmaster, and even if Li Qi did not conceal his strength in his attempt to defeat him, it would not be an easy task. However, Li Qi did not reveal the true depth of his cultivation, relying solely on the fully mastered floating light seal could still pose a significant threat to Ba Jing. The Qi Men seal was created by terrestrial immortals possessing immense potential. If one could cultivate its techniques to the realm of mastery, it would undoubtedly unleash an astonishing power. Once the floating light seal reached mastery, even the peak Grandmaster Ba Jing would find it difficult to catch a glimpse of Li Qi's figure. Li Qi's figure flickered like a ghost, attacking Ba Jing's vital points from various unimaginable angles, sending shivers down Ba Jing's spine. Amidst the onslaught from Li Qi and Ji Zizhang, Ba Jing was in a state of panic, nearly unable to hold his ground, several times almost struck by the two. With the extraordinary speed granted by the floating light seal, Li Qi unleashed nearly 100 swords at Ba Jing in the blink of an eye. However, Ba Jing's defense was too tight, like a turtle shell, impenetrable. Oomph! Li Qi snorted coldly, tossing his longsword, then spreading his empty palm wide, fingers flexing as the intent of sharpness coalesced, locking onto Ba Jing's figure from afar. This action sent a jolt of alarm through Ji Zhizhang. Meanwhile, the locked-on Ba Jing felt a wave of trepidation. He had just witnessed how Li Qi had slain the 3 grandmasters. The terrifying swordsmanship was akin to the Tao. Li Qi's vast martial true essence surged violently within him, coursing through his meridians and then rushing towards his fingertips. 10 directions extinction. With his fingers slicing through the air, waves of terrifying sword energy erupted from his fingertips, howling towards Ba Jing. Each wave of sword energy manifested as a crane wing's sword chi, with the crane feathers vividly lifelike, distinct, and clear. The power was immense. Ba Jing felt as if he were being besieged by 10 swordsmanship grandmasters. To comprehend the transformation of sword energy and attain the status of a grandmaster was incredibly difficult. Even across the whole world, few swordsmanship grandmasters existed. Many people might never even see a single swordsmanship grandmaster in their lifetime. Yet Ba Jing was now experiencing the treatment of being besieged by 10 swordsmanship grandmasters. Such treatment was not something anyone could have. Even Ba Jing, a peak grandmaster, felt a pang of dread. The densely woven crane wing sword chi woven net towards Ba Jing, and before the sword energy even reached him, he could already feel the excruciating pain of being sliced. The sense of threat emanating from Li Qi was even greater than that of Ji Zhizhang. Just a mere true essence realm. Just a mere swordsmanship grandmaster. I can crush you with a snap of my fingers. Ba Jing no longer held back, unleashing his killing move. The martial true meaning behind him transformed into a massive black serpent, which opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar. The black serpent's true meaning flashed and entered the longsword in Ba Jing's hand. A feeling of heart-pounding dread rose within everyone. Ba Jing raised his longsword and slashed at the dense crane wing sword chi. A large number of crane wing sword chi were shattered by Ba Jing's strike. However, the one attacking Ba Jing was not just Li Qi. There was also another person beside him. Ji Zhizhang. Ji Zhizhang knew that this was the opportunity. Taking advantage of Ba Jing fully focusing on countering the crane wing sword chi from Li Qi, he silently approached Ba Jing. He was no less than Ba Jing, a peak grandmaster, and his combat experience was exceptionally rich. Seizing a moment when Ba Jing was vulnerable, Ji Zhizhang thrust his sword towards Ba Jing's lower back. The speed, angle, and timing of this sword were simply flawless. Ba Jing let out a scream of agony, feeling a sharp pain in his lower back, and then a sword tip emerged from his abdomen. Ji Zhizhang, you won't have a good end. Ba Jing endured the excruciating pain, lunging forward, pulling out the long sword behind him, and then turning around to slash, trying to repel Ji Zhizhang's pursuit. But the outcome was already predetermined. Even when in perfect condition, Ba Jing struggled to withstand the attacks of the two, now injured, and with his state declining. He was even more powerless to resist. More and more flaws began to appear on Ba Jing's body, while Li Qi and Ji Zhizhang's attacks became increasingly ferocious, with waves of sword energy continuously striking Ba Jing. His injuries continued to accumulate, and Ba Jing, weakened, yet frenzied, let out a shrill scream. A crane wing sword chi slashed towards Ba Jing's neck. He leaned back sharply, avoiding being decapitated, but the sword energy still clipped his top knot. Ba Jing's long hair fell, blood staining his face, and his expression, filled with resentment and ferocity, resembled that of a vengeful spirit. His eyes widened, glaring fiercely at Li Qi and Ji Zhizhang. Even if I am defeated by your hands today, you won't have it easy either. Ba Jing's eyes glinted as they fell upon Ji Zhizhang, his tone sinister. Ji Zhizhang, do you know why I survived back then? You wouldn't have guessed, would you? The divine lord of Fuyang is about to arrive. Back then, the Pine Crane Longevity sect had Ji Ying protecting it and faced no troubles. Now that Ji Ying has shattered the void and departed long gone, how will you respond? You are all doomed. Ba Jing laughed maniacally, while Ji Zhizhang's expression changed drastically, as if he realized something terrifying. Li Qi frowned, his fingers flicking, and the dense crane wing sword chi drowned Ba Jing's figure. Potential points 1,000. Killing a peak grandmaster granted Li Qi a full 1,000 potential points. With this, the Blood Robe Tower's alliance with many forces to besiege the Pine Crane Longevity sect had reached its conclusion. After the death of a peak grandmaster and several ordinary grandmasters, the Blood Robe Tower had no chance of defeating the Pine Crane Longevity sect. Many people had begun to feel the urge to retreat. Ba Jing is dead. How is that possible? Senior Ba Jing is a peak grandmaster. Run. It's urgent to escape. The wind is tight. Those who came under attack no longer lingered, turning to flee. Li Qi's gaze turned cold as he quickly activated the floating light seal to pursue. Such a rare opportunity to acquire so many potential points. How could he let these potential points escape? His speed was incredibly fast. Even Ba Jing, the peak grandmaster, found it hard to cope, and these ordinary characters had even less chance of escaping. Li Qi locked onto these fleeing figures, pursuing one by one, slashing them down, continuing to frantically harvest potential points. Soon all the enemies who had come were killed by Li Qi, and he returned to the mountain gate satisfied. After the battle, everyone's gaze fell on one another, rejoicing in their survival. Ultimately, all eyes turned to Li Qi. Ji Zhizhong the elder looked at Li Qi with a complex expression, walking over slowly. Li Qi, you did, thanks to you this time. After defeating the members of the Blood Robe Tower, they immediately began treating the wounded. This time they completely annihilated the invading enemy, but the Songhe Wanshou sect also suffered casualties with over 20 fatalities and nearly 100 injured. Although the casualties were somewhat severe, they were still within an acceptable range, having killed over 600 enemies at such a cost. Which was indeed a remarkable feat. Among them, the one who contributed the most was Li Qi. Li Qi fought bravely alone in the midst of the enemy ranks, killing a significant number of foes and distracting many of the opponents, alleviating a great deal of pressure from the disciples at the mountain gate. Moreover, he employed various tactics, eliminating several grandmasters. When the invading enemies retreated, Li Qi pursued them relentlessly, only returning to the mountain gate after killing all the enemies, showcasing his fierce killing intent. This left people in awe. After this battle, Li Qi's reputation soared to unprecedented heights, making him the center of attention. At Li Qi's feet, a disciple lay on the ground, his face pale and bruised, blood oozing from his mouth and nose with a palm print embedded in his chest, groaning weakly. Upon seeing the state of this disciple, Li Qi immediately understood what had happened. He was poisoned. Among the invading forces was a group called the Poison King Valley, whose members were all skilled in poison techniques. Many of the disciples had fallen victim to their poisons, suffering from severe toxicity. Li Qi bent down, placed his hand on the disciple's chest, and activated the Xianyu Gong. A tremendous amount of Xianyu true essence surged into the disciple's body. The Xianyu Gong is a health-preserving technique that has the effects of detoxification and healing. As the Xianyu true essence entered the disciple's body, the toxins within were quickly dissolving, and soon after they were completely eradicated. There were many poisoned disciples, and Li Qi went forward one by one to treat them, saving numerous lives. Not only Li Qi, but many disciples skilled in medicine also began their healing efforts, and the previously agonizing mountain gate gradually calmed down. After stabilizing the situation, Ji Zhizhong said to Li Qi, come with me. They walked together to a secluded area in the back mountain and found a chair to sit down. With no one around, Ji Zhizhong asked directly, Li Qi, have you broken through to the true intent realm? Li Qi did not answer, but instead asked with a chuckle, Elder, why do you ask such a question? Ji Zhizhong looked straight at Li Qi and said with certainty, because the martial arts true intent of those grandmasters has no effect on you. That's right, there are indeed some secret methods to resist the pressure from martial arts true intent, but such methods are extremely rare. I don't believe you possess such a method. Li Qi remained silent, simply smiling at Ji Zhizhong. Ji Zhizhong continued, rather than believing you have a method to resist martial arts true intent, I would prefer to believe that you have indeed broken through to the true intent realm and achieved the status of a grandmaster. This was Ji Zhizhang's judgment. The martial arts true intent of grandmasters exerts a strong suppressive effect on lower-tier martial artists, but it is not as effective against grandmasters of the same realm. Everyone comprehends martial arts true intent, who fears whom. Having reached this point in the conversation, Li Qi no longer felt the need to conceal his strength. His body trembled, and a pure white true intent of cloud emerged behind him. The aura emanating from him continued to rise. It soon broke through the limits of the true essence realm. Reaching the mid-stage of the true intent realm, you really are a grandmaster. Although Ji Zhizhong had been prepared for this, seeing the martial arts true intent behind Li Qi still left him in shock. Li Qi was so young, not yet past his youth, and had only practiced martial arts for a short time. Yet he had already broken through to the mid-stage of the true intent realm. If given just a bit more time to grow, the heights he could reach would be unimaginable. Ji Zhizhong took a deep breath, and his gaze towards Li Qi had completely changed. If anyone in the entire Songhe Wanshou sect could break through to the secret store realm and become an Earth Immortal, then that person must be Li Qi. What extraordinary talent and capability. Indeed, I was not mistaken, you have already achieved the status of a grandmaster. Ji Zhizhong muttered to himself. Li Qi maintained a calm expression and exchanged a few polite words. It is a good thing to reach this realm at such a young age. Oh, why hide your cultivation? Li Qi rolled his eyes. Why hide his strength? Of course, it was to avoid attracting the attention of the Earth Immortals in this world. He had inquired about the whereabouts of the Earth Immortals, but had gained little information. Existence like the Earth Immortals was extraordinarily powerful and mysterious, making it difficult for outsiders to discern their whereabouts. Some even said that these Earth Immortals had either died or shattered the void to leave, no longer existing in this world. But Li Qi did not believe that. Perhaps in some corner of this world an Earth Immortal was living in seclusion and might suddenly appear tomorrow. Descriptions of Earth Immortals were many, and even the mere fragments made Li Qi feel alarmed. He knew they were a terrifying existence, something he could not withstand. Li Qi possessed a system, and was rapidly advancing in realms perhaps already qualified to draw the attention of an Earth Immortal. If he were truly targeted by an Earth Immortal, then it would be troublesome. However, he could not elaborate to Ji Zhizhong. Li Qi could only vaguely say, "Sorry, Elder, I must do this for reasons I cannot disclose." Ji Zhizhong was astute, and although Li Qi did not elaborate, he could vaguely guess at some of the underlying. After the battle, Ji Zhizhong had several times been on the verge of asking Li Qi whether he had really broken through to Grandmaster, but he had held back. There were many people around at that time, and only now did he dare to speak up. "It's fine, but if you don't want to say, then don't." He gave Li Qi a reassuring look indicating that he need not worry. There was a mutual understanding between them. Ji Zhizhong valued Li Qi, and Li Qi trusted Ji Zhizhong, so they did not speak further on this matter. After a moment of silence, Li Qi asked a question that concerned him greatly. "Elder, what exactly is the Fuyang God Lord that Ba Jing mentioned before? Who is he?" At this moment a wry smile appeared on Ji Zhizhang's face. "This is also something I wanted to discuss with you. Speaking of the Fuyang God Lord, he is indeed extraordinary. He is an Earth Immortal. Lord Fuyang, a figure of great renown from centuries past, wielded the Fuyang divine art capable of burning all things and displaying astonishing combat power. He even broke through the secret realm, achieving the status of an earthly immortal. Although Lord Fuyang possessed terrifying combat strength, the martial art he primarily practiced was excessively domineering. The Fuyang divine art required one to envision the great sun soaring high, enabling the cultivation of the true essence of Fuyang. Not only did Lord Fuyang refine the true essence of Fuyang, but he also advanced further, reaching the realm of 9 suns in the sky. Such a terrifying martial realm not only established his power, but also backfired against him. The saying goes, a solitary yin does not generate and a solitary yang does not thrive. The Fuyang divine art is a supreme technique of utmost rigidity and brightness, and he has cultivated it to perfection, leading to the onset of calamities. As long as one could become an earthly immortal, they could gain 500 years of lifespan living easily, and without pain for those 500 years. However, Lord Fuyang could only live for 400 years. His technique and realm resembled a true great sun, continuously burning away his body and lifespan. Although Lord Fuyang was stronger than most earthly immortals, he was also shorter-lived than most earth. How could he bear this? Upon realizing the hidden dangers within himself, Lord Fuyang sought every possible way to resolve this issue, traversing every corner of the world searching for renowned doctors and experts, yet he could not solve his own problems. Until one day, he learned of the existence of the Pine Crane Longevity Sect. The sect's ultimate skill, the Pine Crane Longevity art, is unfathomably profound, containing the true essence of evergreen pine, which possesses great life-extending abilities. If one could cultivate this method to the secret realm, they could easily live for 600 years, far longer than other earthly immortals. Moreover, the essence of evergreen pine from the Pine Crane Longevity art belongs to the wood element, while the Fuyang divine art belongs to the fire element, making them an exceptional match. The 5 elements generate and restrain each other, and what can give rise to fire. If I can acquire this Pine Crane Longevity art and cultivate it alongside my Fuyang divine art, not only could it resolve the issue of my shortened lifespan, but it could also complement the Fuyang divine art, enhancing its power further. When this thought appeared in Lord Fuyang's mind, his body trembled with excitement, and he was uncontrollably eager to seize this Pine Crane Longevity art. He immediately sought out his former master Ji Ying, hoping to exchange for the Pine Crane Longevity art from Ji Ying, despite Lord Fuyang being willing to pay a significant price for it. However, he was still rejected by Ji Ying. The Pine Crane Longevity art was Ji Ying's ultimate skill and the culmination of his life's work. How could it be easily entrusted to another? After being rejected, Lord Fuyang erupted in anger, directly attempting to seize it. Influenced by his martial art, Lord Fuyang's temperament was as fierce as fire, seldom displaying a pleasant demeanor, yet today he came to plead earnestly. "How dare you show me disdain? How dare you refuse me? I will kill you, you ungrateful wretch." The 2 earthly immortals clashed fiercely. Lord Fuyang exhibited astonishing combat strength, manifesting the true intent of martial arts, revealing the terrifying phenomenon of 9 suns in the sky. The earth was ablaze and mountains shattered, presenting a scene of devastation, like a drought demon emerging from the depths. However, Ji Ying was not someone to be trifled with either. Ji Ying was also an earthly immortal and a powerful existence capable of shattering the void. The two earthly immortals battled for 3 days, shattering vast landscapes, yet neither could prevail over the other. Lord Fuyang could only leave in frustration. Thus a deep-seated grudge was formed between them. Following this, Lord Fuyang continued to seize and attack Ji Ying, deepening their animosity with each encounter. Ultimately, it turned into a deadly feud. In the end, neither side could gain the upper hand, and Ji Ying could only guard his mountain gate, protecting the disciples within while quietly cultivating. Time passed slowly. Until Ji Ying exhausted Lord Fuyang's lifespan, the name of Lord Fuyang disappeared from this world. Only then did Master Ji Ying break through the void. After Ji Zhang explained, Li Qi understood the reasons behind it, his face filled with shock. I never expected it would be like this. The events of the past greatly impacted Li Qi's mind. In a daze, he seemed to see two terrifying powerhouses erupting in earth-shattering battles, even the mountains and rivers shattering beneath their feet. Their ferocity was akin to that of demonic gods. So this is the world of earthly immortals. Li Qi sighed with yearning. Sitting opposite him, Ji Zhang wore a worried expression and continued logically, Lord Fuyang should have died hundreds of years ago, or perhaps he shattered the void and left it as impossible for him to appear in this world. Yet Ba Jing insists that Lord Fuyang is about to come for revenge. Could it be? Ji Zhang's eyes widened as he considered a possibility. Although Master Ji Ying did not teach the pine crane longevity art to Lord Fuyang back, then it is possible that he found some method to extend his lifespan and survived. If Ba Jing was revived from near death by Lord Fuyang's intervention, it would imply that Lord Fuyang possesses some ability akin to resurrection. Regardless, this is not good news. Ji Zhang shared his suspicions with Li Qi, whose expression became unusually serious. An earthly immortal may come seeking revenge. What is the Elder's plan? Ji Zhang fixed his gaze on Li Qi. The key to breaking this situation may very well lie within you. At this moment, the key to breaking the deadlock may very well lie within you. Ji Zhang said solemnly, looking at Li Qi. The combat power of an earth immortal is terrifying. To them, a grandmaster and an ordinary person are indistinguishable, easily slaughtered like pigs and dogs. To withstand the attack of a grandmaster, only another grandmaster can achieve that. Back when the ancestor Ji Ying was still around, he could protect the sect, but now he is long gone, and the divine monarch Fuyang is about to come knocking again. What then? Rely on Ji Zhang. Don't joke. He has reached the pinnacle of Grandmaster for nearly 100 years and has attempted to break through the secret realm multiple times. Yet he has never succeeded. If Ji Zhang could break through the secret realm, he would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? The difficulty in becoming an Earth Immortal is immense. How many peak Grandmasters spend their lives unable to break through, remaining trapped in the true intent realm only to end in regret? Alas, what can be done? But when Ji Zhang saw Li Qi's talent and current level, he immediately had a different thought. Li Qi's martial talent is terrifying, even surpassing that of the ancestor Ji Ying. Since the ancestor Ji Ying could break through to become an Earth Immortal, then why can't Li Qi? Ji Zhang's heart suddenly ignited with hope. Li Qi, you will definitely be able to break through the secret realm and achieve Earth Immortal status. Ji Zhang's eyes shone with conviction as he spoke. Li Qi was taken aback and then smiled, saying, Haha, I do have some confidence in that. He did not deny this. The Songha Wanshou sect has ready secret realm cultivation methods. As long as his potential points are sufficient, he can break through to become an Earth Immortal. Li Qi glanced at his system page, the corners of his mouth twitching upwards. Potential points 6320, that is quite a substantial amount of potential points, enough for him to elevate his strength to the peak Grandmaster level. Perhaps he still lacks some potential points needed for breaking through to become an Earth Immortal, but the gap is small, and he can find ways to make up for it. Li Qi, since you have become a Grandmaster, continuing to hold the identity of a disciple in the sect is no longer appropriate. Have you considered becoming an elder of my Songha Wanshou sect? Even looking at the entire world, it is unreasonable for a Grandmaster to still be a disciple. Such a formidable existence can easily destroy a small country. Even a revered king would not dare to ignore the presence of a Grandmaster. Thus Ji Zhang invited Li Qi to become an elder of the Songha Wanshou sect, a proposal only he could make. If Li Qi were to propose it himself, it would lose its flavor. As long as you become an elder of my sect, you will be part of the higher echelons, and can use the elder token to freely enjoy most of the resources of the Songha Wanshou sect. You can learn various martial arts and techniques from the scripture pavilion. After pondering for a while, Li Qi slowly nodded, saying, All right, I am willing to become an elder. Ji Zhang was overjoyed. His desire for Li Qi to serve as an elder of the sect was also driven by his own considerations. Now a great enemy is about to attack, and Li Qi's time in the sect is too short. Still a disciple, if he cannot withstand the pressure from the Earth Immortal and has to flee, then Ji Zhizhong would be at a loss. Once Divine Monarch Fuyang comes knocking, Ji Zhizhong can only lead the entire Songhua Wanshou sect to perish together. Li Qi is the key to breaking the deadlock. He must be firmly tied to the war chariot of the Songhua Wanshou sect. Making him an elder is the most appropriate course of action. Li Qi also sensed Ji Zhizhang's concerns and was not averse to the idea of becoming an elder of the sect. Firstly, he was not afraid of the Divine Monarch Fuyang. Secondly, he truly needed the secret realm cultivation methods of the Songhua Wanshou sect. Such divine skills and techniques are readily available here, whereas acquiring such level techniques outside the sect would be exceedingly difficult. Therefore, it is impossible for Li Qi to choose to leave the sect at this time. That would not only damage his reputation, but also be highly unprofitable. After a deep discussion between Ji Zhizhong and Li Qi in the depths of the sect, many details were finalized, and a significant piece of news quickly spread throughout the Songhua Wanshou sect. Not only did Li Qi's strength soar, but he also killed many formidable enemies when the Blood Robe Tower attacked, saving numerous disciples and achieving remarkable merit, and will take up the position of elder of the Songhua Wanshou sect. Thus, Li Qi will become the 6th elder of the Songhua Wanshou sect. This is an incredible piece of news that shocked the entire Mountain Gate. Li Qi had only joined the sect for a very short time, not even half a year, but in this brief span, not only did his strength skyrocket, he also secured the position of chief disciple in the disciples competition, and now he is appointed as an elder, making him the envy of many disciples. Soon many people came to express their gratitude, and Li Qi's courtyard was bustling with visitors. After cleaning up the battlefield, tending to the wounded, and burying the fallen disciples, a grand celebration banquet was held in the Mountain Gate. Hosted by the Supreme Elder Ji Zhizhong and the sect leader Pang Jing, Li Qi officially assumed the position of elder of the Songhua Wanshou sect. After handing a beautifully crafted elder token to Li Qi, Ji Zhizhong solemnly said, "Li Qi, from now on it will depend on you." Li Qi's strength still appeared to be at the peak of the true Yuan realm. On the surface, he seemed no different from Wang Huan, but only Ji Zhizhong and Pang Jing truly understood Li Qi's real power. This was also intentional on Li Qi's part. He still needed some time to elevate his martial arts realm, and did not wish for the outside world to know that he had already broken through to the Grandmaster level. If he truly alerted that venerable Fuyang, the opponent, might come to kill him early, that would be unfortunate. After the ceremony for the elder position concluded, Li Qi returned to his residence and began to attend to serious matters. Enhance Fei Higuan. After consuming 20 potential points, Fei Higuan was also initiated. Fei Higuan is one of the 3 visualization techniques of the Song Wanshou Gong, capable of cultivating the true meaning of the flying crane. The main effect of this martial true meaning is not merely to temper and enhance the practitioner's spiritual power, but to produce a powerful amplification effect on the sword techniques within the martial art. The sword techniques in Song Wanshou Gong are often named after cranes, imitating the essence of the crane's spirit. Once the true meaning of the flying crane is comprehended and mastered, the true meaning and sword techniques will complement each other, resulting in a strong amplification. After Li Qi initiated Fei Higuan, a gigantic white crane phantom began to appear behind him, and this was Li Qi's true meaning of the flying crane. However, this white crane true meaning was very vague and dim, resembling a cloud of indistinct mist, as if it would dissipate with a gentle breeze. Continue to strengthen. A large number of potential points were continuously consumed, and the mastery level of Fei Higuan increased, while the white crane true meaning behind Li Qi became clearer and more agile. When Fei Higuan was enhanced to its full potential, the white crane true meaning behind Li Qi was also completely manifested. Li Qi's martial arts realm progressed from the mid-phase of the true meaning realm to the late phase, and an exceptionally powerful aura erupted from him. Li Qi was constantly operating the hidden breath technique for mirror image reflection, and the immense momentum only spread about a foot away before being suppressed by the technique, preventing outsiders from noticing. After breaking through to the late phase of the true meaning realm, Li Qi did not hesitate and continued to enhance the 3rd visualization technique, Qing Ming Guan, which is also the most difficult to cultivate among the 3 techniques. Soon Qing Ming Guan was also initiated, and a brand new martial true meaning appeared behind Li Qi again. It was a vast azure sky, emanating a sense of obscurity and depth. This illusory sky was the 3rd martial true meaning that Li Qi had mastered. Qingming true meaning. With the massive consumption of potential points, the mastery level of Qingming Guan was also continuously rising, becoming skilled, proficient, minor achievement, major achievement. At this moment, the aura around Li Qi underwent another transformation, growing even more terrifying as his martial arts realm reached the peak Grandmaster level. At the same time, 3 different martial true meanings simultaneously manifested behind Li Qi. Bai Yun true meaning, Fei He true meaning, Qingming true meaning. The 3 completely different yet intricately connected martial true meanings began to draw closer to each other, and then started to merge. Li Qi closed his eyes, concentrating fully on controlling the fusion of the 3 martial true meanings. The white cloud entwined around the flying crane, adding a touch of agility and elevation to the crane. And the crane then flapped its wings, rising into the air, directly vanishing into the Qi. Time slowly flowed by. After an unknown amount of time, when Li Qi opened his eyes, he found that the night had deepened. It was now late at night. The 3 martial true meanings behind him had also completely merged into one. This was a brand new martial true meaning. Yi Pa Qing Ming. This was the true form of the martial true meaning of song, He Wan Shou Gong. The ancestor Ji Ying was extraordinarily talented throughout his life, creating countless impossibilities, and this song, He Wan Shou Gong, was his proudest work. To directly cultivate the martial true meaning Yi Pa Qing Ming of song, He Wan Shou Gong, is extremely difficult. Ji Ying knew that apart from himself, it was almost impossible for others to cultivate Yi Pa Qing Ming. In order to ensure that his martial art could be passed down, he had no choice but to split Yi Pa Qing Ming, resulting in Bai Yun Guan Fei, He Guan, and Qing Ming Guan. He first allowed the disciples in the sect to cultivate these 3 visualization techniques separately, and then merged the 3 martial true meanings they had cultivated into one. This was a shortcut. Although the process was somewhat tedious, the difficulty of cultivation was greatly reduced, making it far easier than directly comprehending Yi Pa Qing Ming. However, regrettably, over the years, very few people in the sect have been able to achieve this. Until today, Li Qi successfully refined 3 different martial true meanings and fused them into one, successfully cultivating the martial true meaning Yi Pa Qing Ming. If this matter were to be known to outsiders, it would surely cause a stir within the entire sect again. At this level, Li Qi had not only reached the peak Grandmaster. He was mere steps away from becoming a terrestrial immortal. Li Qi glanced at his system page and smiled gently. Alright, it's time to check the secret techniques in the scripture pavilion. Moreover, my potential points have been exhausted, so I need to collect some more potential points. Li Qi slowly got up, pushed open the door, and walked towards the scripture pavilion. Li Qi spent an entire day merging the true meaning of martial arts. At this moment, the night was deep and the disciples had all gone to sleep, leaving the mountain gate in a tranquil silence. Even so, there were still a few places within the mountain gate that glimmered with light, and the scripture pavilion was one of them, where disciples were stationed even in the dead of night. Upon seeing Li Qi approach, the managing disciple of the scripture pavilion was startled and hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects, saying, "Disciple greets the elder. You've worked hard. It's late, yet you're still on duty." With Li Qi's praise, the disciple stood tall and said earnestly, "It is my duty, it should be so." Li Qi nodded and entered the pavilion. He did not stop on the first floor, but directly ascended to the second. The martial arts manuals stored on the second floor were far fewer than those on the first, yet they were much more precious. Li Qi quickly found what he needed. The Songhe Wanshou Gong Secret Edition. This is the most important and core part of the Songhe Wanshou Gong, the true inheritance of the entire sect. If it were to be exchanged through normal channels, it would require nearly 10,000 contribution points to obtain. However, as an elder within the sect, Li Qi was a core figure who could freely enjoy most of the sect's resources, and this Songhe Wanshou Gong Secret Edition was no exception. After presenting his elder token, Li Qi successfully acquired this Songhe Wanshou Gong Secret Edition without cost. Back at his residence, Li Qi quickly integrated this martial art into his system. Discovery of a collectible martial art. Collecting martial art. You have acquired the Extreme Dao Secret Songhe Wanshou Gong Secret Edition. Extreme Dao Secret Method. Li Qi raised an eyebrow. It was his first encounter with such a high-level martial art, and he immediately began to check the related information. Songhe Wanshou Gong Secret Edition Level Extreme Dao Secret Method Mastery Level Not Yet Initiated Secret Repository Qingming Heaven Introduction. This is the sect's supreme skill, with lofty aspirations and immense potential, allowing one to cultivate to the secret repository realm. Achieve the status of a land god. After reading through the Songhe Wanshou Gong Secret Edition, Li Qi understood the true meaning of this martial art. Such high-level martial arts are classified in the system as extreme Dao secret methods, powerful enough to cultivate to the secret repository realm. At this stage, practitioners can unearth the deeper secrets and potentials of the human body and spirit, developing various incredible abilities. And that is the martial art's divine powers. The human body is an extremely intricate and profound machine in the eyes of a land god. The human body is a complete universe. Within it lies endless treasures. Human strength is finite, but the universe is boundless. What a land god must do is continuously excavate the treasures from this small universe within themselves, unearthing the terrifying powers hidden deep within the human body. The Songhua Wanshou Gong Secret Edition deals with a secret repository known as Qingming Heaven. So what is Qingming Heaven? The Baihui acupoint is located at the very center of the top of the head, the pinnacle acupoint of the human body. Yet just 2 feet above the Baihui acupoint, there is actually another acupoint hidden. And that is the extraordinary external acupoint. Qingming. The Qingming acupoint is not part of the 12 meridians, nor is it within the 8 extraordinary vessels. It is not even within the human body. It exists outside the human body, suspended 2 feet above the head. Every person has a Qingming acupoint, but the position of each person's Qingming acupoint varies slightly. One must use the specialized methods within the martial art to measure and accurately locate their Qingming acupoint. The Songhua Wanshou Gong Secret Edition is precisely the extreme Tao secret method that continuously develops and excavates the power of the Qingming acupoint to gain martial arts divine powers. Li Qi repeatedly flipped through this martial art, gaining a deeper understanding of its intricate theories and growing in admiration for the former ancestor Ji Ying. Ji Ying's ability to create this Songhua Wanshou Gong is truly remarkable, with various mysterious aspects that amazed Li Qi. After perusing the secret edition for a long time, Li Qi reluctantly closed the book, his heart yearning for the realm of the land gods. Yet he had exhausted all his potential points and could not continue to enhance his martial art. It's time to go out for a stroll. Li Qi sighed, tidied up the manual, and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Li Qi sought out the Grand Elder Ji Zhizhong to express his intentions. Elder Ji, I wish to go out for a while. Ji Zhizhong. His heart skipped a beat, and he almost spilled his tea on the ground. Go out. Li Qi smiled, yes, just to take a walk. This timing is too sensitive, no one knows when the Lord of Fuyang will come knocking. Who knows if Li Qi will return after he leaves. It's no wonder Ji Zhizhong would think more. He cautiously asked, what do you wish to do outside? Is there any way this old man can assist you? The incident of the blood-clad tower's people coming to the door is not something that happens every day, or Li Qi cannot simply wait for potential points to come to him. Once the potential points in his hands are used up, he must find a way himself. Going out for a stroll and collecting some potential points is quite easy. However, as an elder of the sect, he cannot leave the sect as freely as before. He must inform Ji. When Ji Zhizhong saw Li Qi's martial intent wings breaking the azure sky, he could hardly believe it. Wings breaking the azure sky. He knew very well what it was. That was the complete form of the pine crane longevity art martial intent, far surpassing the half-baked martial intents of White Cloud Temple and Flying Crane Temple. Ji Zhizhong had also practiced those 3 visualization methods and refined 3 different martial intents. But he just couldn't merge them into one. Despite years of cultivation, Ji Zhizhang's 3 foundational martial intents still lacked some refinement and were not yet proficient. He had no way to combine the 3. During one attempt to break through, Ji Zhizhong tried to forcibly merge the 3, but not only did he fail again, he also suffered backlash, requiring him to recuperate for a long time. And today, Li Qi unexpectedly surpassed that threshold, reaching a realm that even he had not attained. Ji Zhizhong understood what this meant. This meant that Li Qi had stepped into the realm of Earth Immortals. Although Ji Zhizhong had considered that Li Qi could achieve the Earth Immortal status, he had thought that day would come soon. But he did not expect it to come so quickly. Ji Zhizhong looked at Li Qi in shock, and then smiled wryly. Truly remarkable. If the ancestor were here, he would certainly accept you as a disciple. Elder, you flatter me. Ji Zhizhong took a deep breath. Do you want to go out for a bit? Then go ahead. He knew that Li Qi's current situation was like a dragon trapped in a shallow pool. The other party was on the verge of a breakthrough, but the sect could offer very limited help. If Li Qi was not allowed to go out, it would only stifle his potential. Li Qi nodded and said, Elder, don't worry, I won't stray far from the mountain gate, just wandering around nearby. If anything happens here, I will return quickly. This was not Li Qi bragging. His current realm was already the peak Grand Master, and with his fully realized floating light seal, he could move at incredible speed. In just a short span of 10 breaths, Li Qi could cover hundreds of miles and return swiftly. Ji Zhizhong, who had been tense, relaxed and nodded. That's good. As he spoke, Ji Zhizhang's body trembled, and a giant white crane appeared behind him. This was his flying crane martial intent. The massive flying crane martial intent blinked, and then turned its head, pecking a feather from its wing, which it presented to Li Qi with its long beak. This is a part of my martial intent. Keep it safe. If you find this feather suddenly shatter or vanish, it means something has happened here. Li Qi understood and carefully accepted the feather. Martial intent is a manifestation of a martial artist's spiritual power, which possesses the ability to transcend space and time. Even if separated by thousands of miles, once there is a change in spiritual power, this spiritual feather in Li Qi's hand can respond. This is also an effective means of communication. As long as Ji Zhizhong focuses his thoughts, he can shatter the feather, allowing Li Qi to sense the anomaly. The spiritual feather transformed into a faint illusion, slowly merging into Li Qi's body and lying dormant. After accepting the feather, Li Qi said slowly, "Elder, rest assured, I will handle everything." After exchanging a few simple words, Li Qi took his leave. Watching Li Qi's departing figure, Ji Zhizhong remained silent for a long time, his heart filled with mixed emotions, unable to speak. Li Qi left the Pine Crane Longevity sect, not alarming anyone except Ji Zhizhong. To avoid causing a stir within the sect, he only informed Ji Zhizhong about his secret departure. Even the sect master Peng Jing was unaware. The mountain gate of the Pine Crane Longevity sect grew smaller behind Li Qi. After walking a distance, he stopped and looked at the newly repaired Vermilion Mountain Gate in the distance, his expression calm and unperturbed. "Next time I return, I should have broken through to become an Earth Immortal." Soon Li Qi stopped lingering and turned to leave. The mountain gate behind him grew smaller until it completely disappeared. After leaving the Pine Crane Longevity Gate, Li Qi had already made preparations for what to do next. First, he would harvest a wave of potential points, and then he could try to gather some intelligence regarding the terrestrial immortals. As for harvesting potential points, it was a very simple task. What is most abundant in chaotic times? It's the scraps. In this chaotic era, the evil within people's hearts was fully unleashed, with bullies, mountain bandits, and roving thieves everywhere, making it easy to find them. Li Qi particularly favored those notorious bandits, as they acted flamboyantly and were numerous, making it easy for him to harvest a large number of potential points. The Pine Crane Longevity Gate was located at the border between the Han and Qi nations, situated in a conflict-prone area. Now that the Han was in turmoil, it had even sparked some dangerous thoughts in the neighboring Qi nation. In the past 6 months, the Qi army had repeatedly invaded the borders of the Han, not only burning, killing, and looting, causing numerous tragedies, but it was also said to have captured several border cities and claimed them as its own. Meanwhile, the Han's official army was engaged in endless battles with insurgents, unable to attend to the gains and losses at the border, and had not reacted much to the Qi nation's minor provocations. The Qi nation's attacks on cities and lands were also a form of probing. When these people saw the incessant fighting within the Han court, and that the official army had no time to care for the border, their audacity grew and their actions became bolder, leading to the capture and occupation of more cities. This further exacerbated the chaos at the Han border, leaving the common people in misery with bandits rampant, and even the Qi army would disregard military discipline for 3 days, burning, killing, and looting within the cities, acting with impunity. Li Qi walked along the border between the two nations, witnessing too many tragic events, feeling sorrow within. No matter the world, whether thriving or declining, the common people always endured endless suffering. The prosperity of the people brings suffering. The downfall of the people brings suffering. This is an unchanging truth. As Li Qi walked along the official road at the border, he occasionally saw fleeing refugees or corpses scattered in the grass. His expression remained calm, serene as water. If he had felt some stirring when he first saw such scenes after witnessing too many, Li Qi's heart gradually, "Young master, could you spare some food?" An old man in tattered clothes, accompanied by a small grandson, approached Li Qi. Looking at the flowing cloud sword at Li Qi's waist and the faint aura of sharpness emanating from him, he spoke timidly. Li Qi smiled faintly. "Sorry, I have no food with me." As he spoke, Li Qi flicked his finger, sending an invisible gust of wind that struck a plump mountain sparrow resting on a nearby branch. Bang! A faint muffled sound echoed as the mountain sparrow trembled violently, feathers bursting out, and it fell straight to the ground, no longer moving. Li Qi pointed to where the sparrow had fallen and said with a faint smile, "There's a sparrow, pick it up and take it to eat." The old man realized he had encountered an extraordinary person, repeatedly thanked him, and picked up the sparrow with his grandson before leaving. Li Qi indeed had no food on him, but he was not worried about it. With his skills, he could easily catch some wild game to fill his stomach. After casually helping the encountered refugees, Li Qi continued walking ahead. The official road was sparsely populated, almost entirely filled with refugees, all in tattered clothes and looking gaunt. If this were in the past, it would never have looked this way. Suddenly, some commotion came from the nearby forest, and a large number of figures wielding knives and clubs rushed out, shouting robbery. "Everyone stand still. Hand over your money or die." The two ends of this official road were blocked by the suddenly appearing mountain bandits. The refugees had no way to escape, and seeing the fierce-looking bandits approaching, they cried out for help in despair. A thin man was knocked to the ground by the bandits, who rummaged through his belongings and found a tattered bag containing a few pieces of silver. The bandit's face lit up with joy as he stuffed the bag of silver into his own bosom. The man who had been knocked down, ignoring his injuries, struggled to his feet and clung to the bandit's leg, crying out, "That was my last silver. That's my life. You can't take it away." This behavior thoroughly infuriated the bandits, and more of them surrounded the frail man, pummeling him with fists and kicks. These bandits would rob not only passing merchants, but also the refugees without hesitation. Some refugees still had a bit of silver on them, though little, it was still money. Even if a fly passed by, they could scrape together some oil. Even if these refugees had no money, they would grab her. A somewhat attractive woman smeared dirt on her face, appearing disheveled, but she was still seen through by the bandits, who laughed as they hoisted her away into the nearby forest. The woman cried out frantically, struggling to escape from the bandits' grasp, but it was all in vain. Everyone knew what would happen next. Several knife-wielding bandits saw that Li Qi was dressed exquisitely, looking like a wealthy young master, and immediately surrounded him. "Kid, if you don't want to suffer, hand over your money. Your clothes are nice, take them off. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me?" Seeing the bandits' brazen demeanor, Li Qi knew they were seasoned criminals. His gaze swept over the faces of the bandits, his eyes exuding a hint of coldness as he sighed lightly. "You all deserve to die." The bandits were filled with anger and surprise. They had been rampaging for so long without ever encountering someone who dared to speak to them like this. "You're quite bold. Kill him." The bandits shouted angrily, ready to attack Li Qi, but his movements were even quicker. He flicked his fingertips, and sharp sword energy shot out from his fingers, slicing through the necks of the bandits. With just a casual strike from Li Qi, the dozens of shouting bandits all stopped moving their bodies, standing still in place. And a thin line of blood appeared on their necks. Puffed, puffed, puffed. The sound of liquid gushing followed, and heads rolled to the ground. Dozens of headless bodies transformed into a fountain of blood, spraying high. After slaying dozens of bandits, the refugees present were stunned into a death-like silence. Moments later, a wave of terrified screams erupted. Many refugees were scared and fled, not daring to stay longer. Only a few brave refugees approached cautiously to thank Li Qi for saving them. Li Qi nodded, not saying much to the refugees. His figure flashed, and he disappeared from there in an instant. Finding a secluded spot, Li Qi stopped and looked at the system page where he had collected thousands of potential points, a smile slowly appearing on his face. "I can attempt to break through to become a terrestrial immortal now. Enhance the secret scroll of the Pine Crane longevity art." After consuming several hundred points of potential, the Song Huan Shou secret vault chapter was elevated to the level of mastery, and a flood of cultivation memories rushed into Li Qi's mind, making him feel as though he had practiced for several years. Li Qi performed the probing technique from the secret vault chapter, beginning to search for the Qingming point outs. A vast amount of mental energy transformed into thin strands that pierced out of his body, gently swaying like dandelions, and these delicate strands of spiritual energy surged upwards towards the space above Li Qi's head. The fine threads of spiritual energy wove and intertwined, filling every inch of space above his head. Soon a starry sky woven from spiritual energy was born. In the starry sky, countless stars twinkled, reminiscent of the dazzling Milky Way in the night sky, incredibly mysterious. At that moment, Li Qi's consciousness penetrated outward, entering this starry expanse. It begins. Li Qi took a deep breath and activated the probing technique. His consciousness trembled slightly in the mini starry sky above his head, and a transparent wave swept through the entire starry expanse, causing numerous stars to dim. His consciousness seemed to transform into a heart, rhythmically pulsing each beat, radiating waves throughout the starry sky, causing more stars to fade away. Gradually, more and more stars vanished from sight, leaving fewer and fewer stars in the sky, while the aura emanating from Li Qi grew stronger. After 10 breaths, fewer than 100 stars remained shining in the starry sky. After 100 breaths, the number of stars above Li Qi's head was halved again, leaving less than 50. After 2 incense sticks, only 9 stars remained above his head. After half an hour, only 3 stars were still shining. Soon another star faded away. Only 2 stars remained twinkling. Li Qi's heart tightened. The location of the Qingming point is among these last 2 stars. As Li Qi continuously operated the probing technique, his mental and physical energy were being consumed. When a slight sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead, yet another star faded away. At this point, only 1 star remained above Li Qi's head. "Found it!" Li Qi shouted. This remaining star shone brightly, located 2 feet, 3 inches and 9/10 of an inch above Li Qi's Baihui point. This star was none other than Li Qi's Qingming point. Li Qi simulated the boundless starry sky with his spiritual energy, and used the probing technique to lock onto the one correct star among the vast constellations, confirming the location of his Qingming point. "Huh!" Li Qi uttered a low shout, firmly locking onto this star. Then all of his essence, energy, and spirit surged towards it. He began to fully open this extraordinary point outside his body. With the sound of a crane's call, Li Qi's martial intent burst forth, piercing through the Qingming, as the long beak of the crane lunged toward the last remaining star. This star directly exploded. The sharp beak pierced through the void, seemingly touching upon some mysterious location, with continuous crackling sounds echoing from deep within the void. The void trembled. A tremendous roar erupted. The phantom of the giant crane continuously called out its sharp beak, resembling a sword forcefully stabbing into the depths of the void. The world around Li Qi was shaken. Vibrations echoed through space, and the roar resounded with dark clouds spreading across the once clear sky. Suddenly the resistance from the crane's beak lightened significantly, and it plunged deep into the void, seemingly breaking through a certain barrier. Li Qi's mind was connected with his martial intent, and through the giant crane, he could clearly sense a faint point being pierced by the crane's beak. This faint point was hidden deep within the void. It was clearly not within Li Qi's body, yet it was tightly connected to him. Successful development. Li Qi's eyes brightened. He dared not hesitate. His boiling essence, energy, and spirit finally found their direction and continuously poured toward this elusive point. The hidden point in the void trembled violently, becoming clearer and brighter, beginning to emit a soft glow. Meanwhile, Li Qi's martial intent leaped forward, diving directly into this small point. As Li Qi continuously infused his essence, energy, and spirit, his Qingming point became more and more perfect, no longer as illusory as it had been at first. Li Qi felt as though his Qingming point was a small world within the void. It was being born and evolving. And this was the secret vault mentioned in the song, Hewan Shou Gong's Secret Vault chapter. Qingming Heaven. After Li Qi infused 30% of his essence into the Qingming point, its development finally concluded, and he felt the connection between his body and the Qingming point was incredibly close. Although it was a small world concealed in the void, it felt just like a part of his body, within reach. The Qingming point was not within his body, but rather in the depths of the void outside the human form, acting as a marvelous fulcrum between the human body and the outer world. Through this fulcrum, Li Qi could leverage the entire world. Having successfully opened the Qingming Heaven secret vault, Li Qi finally broke through the limits of the true intent realm, stepping into the secret vault realm and becoming a terrestrial immortal. At the same time, he also comprehended his first martial divine ability, Shen Tun Qingming. Every terrestrial immortal, upon breaking through the secret vault realm and excavating the powers within their own secret vault, will comprehend their own martial arts divine ability. For instance, Lord Fuyang possesses a martial arts divine ability named Nine Suns Across the Sky, and his title derives from this. The founder of the Songhua Wanshou sect, Ji Ying, has also comprehended a martial arts divine ability named Void Slash. Founder Ji Ying opened the Qingming Cavern, utilizing the power from the Qingming Heaven to unleash sword energy that ignores spatial distance, striking targets 1,000 miles away in an instant. This is a terrifying strike that disregards space, nearly impossible to evade. Nothing can escape its cut. Strike unerringly. Combined with founder Ji Ying's formidable martial arts cultivation, any target locked onto by him is almost certain to be cleaved in two. Without adequate means, it is utterly impossible to withstand Ji Ying's dreadful strike. Today, Li Qi has also successfully broken through the secret vault realm, achieving the status of a terrestrial immortal. He has opened the Qingming Heaven and obtained a martial arts divine ability. However, his martial arts divine ability is entirely different from that of founder Ji Ying. His divine ability is named Body Escape into Qingming. What does Body Escape into Qingming mean? As the name implies, it allows his body to slip into the void, directly entering his own Qingming Heaven. If founder Ji Ying's Void Slash exemplifies the ultimate speed of a strike, then Li Qi's Body Escape into Qingming maximizes the essence of concealment and evasion. It is worth noting that he expended tremendous effort and energy merely to locate his own Qingming Heaven and confirm its position. If outsiders were to seek the Qingming Heaven concealed within the void, the difficulty would increase 100-fold. Once hidden within, it would be nearly impossible to find Li Qi again. This is an incredibly unfathomable ability, as long as Li Qi's tactics are somewhat unscrupulous. He will stand invincible. Li Qi and Ji Ying both cultivate the same technique, the Songhua Wanshou technique, and have opened the same secret vault of Qingming Heaven, yet the martial arts divine abilities they comprehend from it differ greatly. Body Escape into Qingming and Void Slash are two entirely different divine abilities. Why is this so? Because individuals have different physiques and cannot be generalized. Even if two people cultivate the exact same technique and excavate the same human secret vault, it is entirely possible for them to acquire different martial arts divine abilities. After comprehending Body Escape into Qingming, Li Qi quickly began to experiment. With a gentle leap, a pulling force emerged from the Qingming Cavern above him, yanking Li Qi's spiritual form directly into the cavern. The Qingming Cavern, also known as Qingming Heaven, earns its name for a reason. This cavern is hidden deep within the void. It is minuscule, so small that even a needle's tip would struggle to pierce it, yet it is also vast. It is a complete world in its own right. Just like a mustard seed containing Mount Sumeru. Though the Qingming Cavern is merely a tiny mustard seed, it can accommodate the vast expanse of Mount Sumeru stretching for thousands of miles. Within it lies both greatness and smallness. Within smallness lies greatness. There are losses within gains, and gains within losses, embodying profound truths and boundless mysteries. After performing body escape into Qingming, Li Qi's figure vanished without a trace. He arrived in a marvelous place where all around him was a misty blue, silent and cold, spacious and serene, as if deep within the cosmic void. In this misty blue space, a gigantic figure stood at the center. The massive white crane was entwined with clouds, exuding an ancient and powerful aura, harmonizing perfectly with this realm. It was as if an eternal deity resided here. This enormous crane figure represents Li Qi's martial arts' true intent, the winged break of Qingming. It is his ultimate comprehension of the Songha Wanshou technique. At this moment, this martial art's true intent stood within Qingming Heaven, intimately fused with it, becoming a part of Qingming Heaven itself. Upon entering his Qingming Heaven, Li Qi examined this wondrous realm carefully, and upon seeing the massive and formidable crane figure at the center, he finally revealed a satisfied smile. I have finally reached this realm. I have finally achieved terrestrial immortal status. Li Qi's heart surged with excitement. Since arriving in this world, countless individuals have fallen before. To survive in this chaotic and frenzied world, and to gain more potential points, Li Qi climbed to new heights, treading upon heaps of corpses, never daring to relax, even for a moment. At last he has reached this realm. Terrestrial immortals are already the pinnacle of this world. Truly, there are few existences capable of threatening Li Qi. Aside from a few terrestrial immortals in this world, Li Qi has no rivals. Even though he has just achieved terrestrial immortal status, still in the early stages of the secret vault realm, he wields his martial arts' divine ability, body escape, into Qingming. Even against Lord Fuyang, he possesses the strength to fight. Body escape into Qingming has a potent ability for concealment and evasion and exceptional survival capacity. As long as other terrestrial immortals do not happen to possess abilities that specifically counter him, even if all terrestrial immortals in this realm join forces, they still may not be able to restrain him. Li Qi continuously practiced body escape into Qingming, familiarizing himself with the power of this martial arts' divine ability and adapting to his new realm. The white tiger symbolizes the warding off of evil, the averting of calamities, and is one of the sacred beasts. Cats are also referred to as little white tigers, which is why many households keep cats to protect their homes. The White Tiger Pass is a vital frontier stronghold of the Great Han Dynasty, an essential checkpoint that guards against invading enemies. Much like the sacred beast, White Tiger protects the peace of the region, hence the name. But it is lamentable that the White Tiger Pass has fallen. A month ago, a general from the Qi Kingdom led an army of 100,000 to launch a surprise attack on the White Tiger Pass. Though the White Tiger Pass is a natural fortress, easy to defend and hard to attack, with 50,000 soldiers stationed there, certain individuals within the court, in order to preserve their own power and maintain their influence, ordered the defending troops to withdraw and relocate to the rear. Such absurd actions directly handed the White Tiger Pass over to the enemy, leaving the rear city of Hulao completely exposed to danger. The soldiers of the Qi Kingdom captured the White Tiger Pass without losing a single soldier and also seized the rear city of Hulao. Thus, the suffering began. The cowardice of the Great Han's army greatly emboldened the Qi Kingdom, with its soldiers becoming increasingly arrogant. To boost military morale and strengthen their presence, the Qi general ordered a 3-day period of lawlessness. Soldiers were allowed to rampage in Hulao City to burn, kill, and loot at will. Everything that was seized belonged to the soldiers. Such an order was catastrophic. Hulao City turned into a hell on earth, with burning, killing, looting, and rampant violence. All sorts of horrors unfolded continuously within the city. Li Qi walked along the path, encountering numerous refugees fleeing from Hulao Pass. From their lips, he learned of the events happening in Hulao City, his heart growing cold. And Li Qi's journey was precisely for Hulao City. I will take care of those soldiers from Qi Kingdom. Li Qi's heart brimmed with murderous intent. He had grown to this level, having killed many, yet all those who perished at his hands deserved it. And those soldiers from the Qi Kingdom were no exception. In war, casualties are inevitable. Dying on the battlefield is the fate of soldiers. But that fate is limited to soldiers. If the blade is turned against the common people, then one becomes a beast. In these chaotic times, what wrong have the common people committed? Li Qi needed a vast amount of potential points, and these potential points would come from these soldiers of the Qi kingdom. From a high vantage point, Li Qi, clad in black, walked toward Hulao City, with refugees constantly fleeing from the city. These refugees wore tattered clothes, their faces covered in dust, stumbling along, while Li Qi appeared as a small figure moving against the current, conspicuously heading toward Hulao City. An old man with white hair, escaping from the disaster, saw Li Qi going against the flow and looked surprised before quickly approaching. "Young man, where are you going?" Li Qi turned to the old man and smiled faintly. "I am going to Hulao City." This old man was merely a peasant from near Hulao City. The soldiers at Hulao Pass had lost their sanity to bloodlust, and he had barely escaped with his life from their clutches. Hearing that Li Qi was heading toward Hulao City shocked the old man. "You can't go to Hulao City. The Qi soldiers there are beasts. They have already lost their minds in bloodlust. If you go, it's death." Li Qi nodded to indicate he understood. "I know, old man. Please do not concern yourself with me." The old man grew anxious seeing this reckless youth. He urged him repeatedly, but Li Qi remained unmoved, quickly disappearing into the crowd of refugees. The old man sighed helplessly. Having tried multiple times without success, he could only turn and continue fleeing. Many kind-hearted people like the old man tried to persuade Li Qi not to proceed, but all were refused. As he walked, many eyes were upon him. Some offered kind advice, others mocked maliciously, and there were those who merely observed coldly. Li Qi remained indifferent, undeterred, and pressed on. The closer he got to Hulao City, the fewer refugees he encountered. When he approached within 10 miles of Hulao City, there were no refugees in sight. It was as if there lay a clear line between life and death. Within this range, people had either fled or, looking up the distant Hulao City, came into view. Li Qi could see the tall city walls from afar. He took a deep breath, catching the scent of blood wafting from Hulao City. The air was tinged with a faint metallic smell of blood. If one closed their eyes and listened closely, they could almost hear the wails of the departed. Li Qi smiled. They all deserve to die. These people all deserve to die. He no longer lingered and quickened his pace toward Hulao City. With the technique floating light shadow, Li Qi's figure moved like a phantom, each disappearance and reappearance covering distances of several miles. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the 10-mile distance and reached Hulao City. The towering walls could not halt Li Qi's steps. He flickered and appeared deep within the city. As Li Qi beheld the scene within the city, a rush of blood surged to his head. Even though he had long been accustomed to life and death, his heart hardened like iron. He could not suppress the boiling, murderous intent within. They must die. You all must die. Ji Zhizhong is the oldest and most knowledgeable figure in the Pine Crane longevity sect. During a heartfelt conversation with Li Qi, he posed a question. Since the terrestrial immortals are so powerful, able to annihilate a city with a snap of their fingers, have these terrestrial immortals ever committed such shocking atrocities? Ji Zhizhong shook his head and provided a relatively affirmative answer. According to the words of our ancestor, terrestrial immortals are prohibited from large-scale massacres of ordinary people. If conflicts break out between terrestrial immortals, they should choose to engage in battle in sparsely populated areas to avoid collateral damage to ordinary people. This is one of the unspoken rules among all terrestrial immortals. As for why such a rule exists, it is naturally because terrestrial immortals also have their own disciples and descendants. Over the hundreds of years of a terrestrial immortal's life, their disciples and descendants would have proliferated throughout the land, making it full of their own kind. If terrestrial immortals were to engage in slaughter without restraint, it would be easy to harm their own people. Moreover, if terrestrial immortals truly unleashed their fury and slaughtered indiscriminately, ordinary people would have no chance of survival. Even peak grandmasters would not survive in the hands of a terrestrial immortal. This world cannot withstand the slaughter by terrestrial immortals. Therefore, there are mutual constraints among them. If someone dares to defy the heavens and recklessly harm ordinary people, causing a massacre of an entire city, they would be besieged by all terrestrial immortals. After all, no one wishes to see such a massacre. Li Qi's question to Ji Zhizhong naturally stemmed from his own intentions, as it concerns the acquisition of potential points. The system's potential points can be obtained flexibly. He does not need to personally kill a target to gain potential points. As long as there is a target's death within 100 steps of him, he can acquire potential points. Therefore, for Li Qi, joining a large battlefield and frantically reaping lives is the fastest way to earn potential points. However, Li Qi also had concerns. In this world, there are many capable of slaughtering an entire battlefield, capable of killing millions, and grandmasters can do so. And those terrestrial immortals can do the same. If these individuals have never done so, there must be some. Thus, Li Qi has never taken that path. Today, having just broken through to becoming a terrestrial immortal and comprehended a powerful martial art, the shadow escape of the Azure Void, his concerns have lessened significantly, allowing him to disregard those rules and taboos. Li Qi can now finally look at the moon from a height, letting out a shout that comes from the soul. I can do whatever. Upon arriving at Hulao City, Li Qi witnessed the scene before him. Surrounding him were ruined houses, many of which had been burned down and collapsed, with some embers slowly smoldering. On the streets lay the corpses of civilians, men and women of all ages. Severed limbs and broken arms were everywhere, and blood stained every corner of the street. After Qi nations successfully captured the city, their ambitions swelled further, contemplating the annexation of more Han Kingdom cities. To incite the bloodlust and ferocity of their soldiers, many civilians were brutally slaughtered by the soldiers, dying in horrific ways. Now the only survivors in the city were some women who had become playthings for the soldiers of Qi nation, their only value for remaining alive. Even though these women were still alive, their existence was worse than death. The hell is empty, and the devils are all here. At this moment, Hulao City has turned into a hell on earth. From a nearby relatively intact courtyard came a burst of raucous laughter mixed with the screams and wails of women. Li Qi's expression turned cold as he walked straight in. Upon entering the courtyard, Li Qi saw the scene he expected. A group of Qi soldiers were reveling, roasting meat and drinking wine, indulging themselves with naked women at their disposal. Li Qi's arrival attracted their attention. Dressed in black, he was completely different from the soldiers' military attire, and it was obvious he was not one of them. There's actually a survivor. Isn't this guy a fool? Clearly overlooked, he escaped by luck, yet he doesn't find a place to hide and prolong his life. And he dares to come to us. Ha ha ha. Just right. It's been a while since I've killed anyone. My hands are itching. Let's use this fool to practice my blade. I want his head, but it's just right for a stool. He'll chop it off and use it to sit on. A few soldiers put down their food and drink, drawing their blades as they slowly approached Li Qi, already contemplating how to deal with him. Looking at these soldiers in the courtyard, Li Qi remained silent. In his eyes, they were all just... Li Qi did not have the habit of exchanging pleasantries with the dead. There was nothing to say. As a Qi soldier came close, he shouted loudly, raising his long knife towards Li Qi. Li Qi flicked his fingertip lightly, and a thin strand of sword Qi shot out from his fingertip, passing swiftly through the soldier's waist. The soldier's body was sliced in half, collapsing to the ground, blood and entrails spilling everywhere. A strong smell of blood assaulted the senses. A scream erupted as the soldier endured excruciating pain. His upper body was not yet dead, writhing and rolling on the ground. Before anyone could react, another sword Qi shot out, cutting down all the soldiers who had surrounded Li Qi. Such a scene completely stunned everyone present. What audacity! You dare to attack my Qi soldiers. You shall die, brat. Among them was a bare-chested Qi lieutenant at the initial stage of the true Qi realm. Seeing Li Qi's formidable strength, he shouted and charged at him with a knife. In Li Qi's eyes, a lieutenant in the true Qi realm was no different from an ordinary soldier. Another sword Qi shot out from his fingertip, rapidly stretching and transforming, extending over 10 zhong, resembling a soaring dragon. The shadow of the dragon-shaped sword Qi twisted and danced, sweeping across the soldiers in the courtyard, and the originally noisy yard fell silent. Moments later, the standing soldiers collapsed like a landslide, turning into a ground of minced flesh. After slaughtering all the soldiers in the courtyard, Li Qi did not linger and left directly, leaving behind a few bewildered women. These women had endured too much suffering in just a few days, living lives worse than death. Initially, they were destined to die, but they never expected someone would come to save them. Someone with overwhelming strength has killed all the soldiers in the courtyard, rescuing them from the claws of despair. Soon the suppressed cries erupted from the courtyard. Li Qi moved swiftly, darting through the streets, constantly searching for gathering spots of Qi soldiers. He charged in, killing all the soldiers in a single blow before withdrawing and continuing to search for the next location. Soon Li Qi's footsteps covered every corner of Hulao City. The number of Qi soldiers who died at his hands increased, and the commotion grew larger, finally attracting the attention of powerful beings. Who dares to act recklessly here? A booming voice echoed throughout the city. Upon arriving at Hulao City, Li Qi slaughtered wave after wave of soldiers from Qi Kingdom, quickly gathering a substantial number of potential points. He was not afraid of other earthly immortals, nor of offending taboos that might provoke an assault from them. But even if he were to confront other earthly immortals, it was not the right time yet. He still needed a little more time. Li Qi aimed to collect as many potential points as possible before drawing the attention of other earthly immortals. To avoid causing too much commotion, he did not reveal the powers of an earthly immortal. He merely displayed the strength of a peak grandmaster, which was already sufficient to handle the current situation. After Li Qi eliminated 70% of the soldiers in Hulao City, he was finally noticed by a formidable opponent. Which scoundrel dares to act insolently here? A thunderous roar echoed throughout the city. A rough-looking figure emerged from a tent, his toes pressing down heavily on the ground, and with a leap he ascended into the air, standing 100 feet high. From the height of the city, one could clearly see the courtyard and streets below littered with the corpses of many Qi soldiers. These men had just been clamoring, and in the blink of an eye they lay silent. Li Qi looked up at the figure standing high above. It was a martial general at the early stage of the true essence realm, exuding an air of authority. Although he appeared to hold a significant position, Li Qi remained calm, ignoring the call, and turned to focus on a person he had grasped tightly. This was a Qi Kingdom officer, disheveled, who had just been seized by Li Qi from a woman's belly. The occurrence filled the officer with a mix of shock and rage, and as he was about to explode in fury, a terrifyingly powerful essence surged into his body through Li Qi's grasp. The officer's body swelled like an inflated balloon, with veins bulging on the surface, rendering him momentarily incapacitated. He realized he was up against a being far stronger than himself. A grandmaster. As this thought crossed the officer's mind, terror gripped his heart. He wanted to plead for mercy, but his neck was firmly held by Li Qi, and although he opened his mouth, no sound escaped, like a fish stranded on shore. A cold smile appeared on Li Qi's face as he exerted force from his fingers, causing the officer's head to spin 180 degrees with a crisp snap. Crack! After having his neck broken, the officer did not immediately die. His body collapsed to the ground, convulsing involuntarily while emitting low whimpers. The commotion alerted the mighty Qi general above, who shifted his gaze, locking onto Li Qi below, and shouted, "I found you." This martial artist at the early stage of the true essence realm surged with essence, diving down from above, brandishing a long knife at Li Qi. 100 split slash. A massive blade aura plummeted from the sky, emitting a piercing shriek. Li Qi struck out with his palm, reaching directly for the descending blade aura. The blade aura was incredibly sharp. Typically, no one would dare to touch it with their bare hands, lest their palms be sliced in two. However, the moment the blade aura made contact with Li Qi's palm, it shattered explosively, like glass smashing against a stone. The blade aura was forcefully crushed by his palm, and the rushing true essence realm martial artist suddenly froze in shock before he could react. That very hand swiftly grasped his neck. Farewell. Feeling the overwhelming power emanating from that hand, the true essence realm martial artist's expression changed dramatically. A grandmaster. Mercy. Before he could finish his words, Li Qi exerted force with his fingers, and the martial artist's head also spun 180 degrees, his breaths becoming shallow. Li Qi seized the true essence realm martial artist by the neck and hurled him backward, his body soaring into the air, and landed neatly beside the officer, whose neck had also been twisted. The commotion from the clash with the true essence realm martial artist was immense. All the surviving soldiers in the city witnessed their general being struck down from the sky, and many saw Li Qi effortlessly crush the general, which left them in utter shock. Is the general truly a powerhouse of the true essence realm? Did that blade aura just get shattered? Could it be that the general was no match for that man? I think I heard the general mention a grandmaster. The general is dead. Run. With their commander killed, and having lost more than 70% of their forces to Li Qi, the remaining soldiers dared not fight any longer and turned to flee, wanting to escape from Hulao City. However, it was already too late. Li Qi's figure flickered, appearing above Hulao City, standing in the air looking down at the fleeing crowd below, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He extended his palm fingers, spreading wide, and a sharp aura began to coalesce at his fingertips. Songhua Wanshou Gong's 10 Directions Annihilation. A dense barrage of sword energy shot forth from Li Qi's fingertips, raining down like a storm from the sky, instantly piercing through bodies that were trying to escape. Since the arrival of Li Qi, Hulao City has been plagued by the worst weather in its history. Endless sword qi fell from the sky like rain, sharp enough to slice through gold and jade. Even the towering city walls could be easily pierced by this sword qi. Under the barrage of sword qi, one Qi Kingdom soldier after another was pierced, their bodies riddled like a beehive, turning into a mass of flesh. Even if these soldiers sought refuge in houses, it was of no use. Many buildings collapsed under the onslaught of sword qi. They, along with their shelters, were shattered by Li Qi's sword qi. Such a horrifying scene resembled a cataclysmic disaster. Those who witnessed it were struck speechless with terror, only able to emit cries of fear. A cascade of notifications surged before Li Qi's eyes, forming an exaggerated stream of data. Meanwhile, the potential points on his system page were rising at a terrifying speed. Potential points 7,000, potential points 8,000, potential points 9,000. Once Li Qi eliminated the last Qi Kingdom soldier in Hulao City, his potential points rapidly surpassed the 1,000 mark. This was an extraordinarily frightening amount of potential points. Li Qi had never possessed so many before. After the battle, Li Qi's figure descended from the sky, landing atop a gate tower. Looking at the grim scene in the city, his expression remained calm. The corpses of the Qi Kingdom soldiers lay in tatters on the ground, buried under the rubble. No matter how one looked at it, it was utterly ridiculous. Just moments ago, these soldiers had been rampaging here, indulging in pleasure, but who could have imagined that these people would soon meet a tragic end? The brutal revelry would ultimately conclude in brutality. At this moment, there were no more thieves causing havoc in Hulao City, only a silence of death. Tap tap, tap tap, tap tap. Soon this tranquility was shattered. Footsteps echoed as disheveled women emerged from various corners of the city, fearfully surveying their surroundings, only to find that no thieves remained. All the Qi Kingdom thieves had met a grim fate on the ground. Yet Li Qi's figure had long since vanished. Are we saved? Whoa, we are finally saved. I never thought someone would really come to rescue us. Whoa, where is the immortal? The one who just saved us. He is no longer here. Such great grace, we cannot thank the immortal face to face. Whoa, from now on I will build a temple for the immortal, offering daily worship. These women had witnessed Li Qi's intervention. They did not see his face high in the sky, nor knew his name, only the sword Qi that resembled a natural disaster. Even if an immortal descended, it would be no different. Thus these women referred to him as the immortal, deeply. After this matter, Li Qi left Hulao City. There were many cities like Hulao City occupied by the Qi Kingdom. Their scenes not much different from Hulao City, if not hellish. But not far from it. The Qi Kingdom established itself through military might, venerating strength, its people fierce, and their soldiers even more so, mercilessly slaughtering cities as if it were child's play. The inaction of the Great Han court only emboldened the Qi Kingdom's soldiers, yet the border between the two nations, the common people, suffered greatly, the ground littered with tragedy. Given this situation, Li Qi planned to venture into this border area both for the sake of the common folk and for himself. Li Qi had already attained the realm of terrestrial immortals. His time here was unlikely to be long. Perhaps soon he would follow in the footsteps of his master Jiying and break through the void to depart. Li Qi had also inquired Ji Zhizhang about the matter of breaking through the void. However, the complexity of this question was too profound. Ji Zhizhang, being merely a peak grandmaster, had limited knowledge, yet he still conveyed everything he knew to Li Qi. Once a martial artist reaches the realm of terrestrial immortals, they stand at the pinnacle of this world. Further advancement in martial arts becomes a distant hope. If one wishes to break through to an even higher realm of martial arts, they must venture to another world. Is breaking through the void. Just as a shallow pond cannot nurture a dragon can only be born in the deep ocean. As for the world one must venture to when breaking through the void. It is referred to as the upper realm. The upper realm is not the true name of that world, it is merely a general term, and it is said that there is not just one upper realm, but many. These upper realms are places even more powerful and mysterious than this world, and the opportunities to break through the limits of terrestrial immortals and reach higher realms of martial arts are found within the upper realms. Li Qi yearned for the upper realm immensely. Even Ji Zhizhang's few words ignited great excitement within him. However, Li Qi did not know whether it would be relatively easy to acquire potential points in the upper realm, or if difficulties would arise. Given this, it was only sensible to gather more potential points now. Li Qi's gaze flickered as he continued on toward the next city captured by the Qi Kingdom. The armies of the Qi Kingdom are interconnected, often using carrier pigeons to relay military messages, and at times they employ scouts skilled in Lightfoot techniques to convey important information. However, after Li Qi performed the Nine Heavens mystic art to hasten his journey, his speed surpassed that of any carrier pigeon or scout. Before the news of the annihilation of the 100,000 Qi soldiers in Hulao City could spread, Li Qi had already arrived at his next destination. Lingyan City. Lingyan, meaning soaring into the clouds with swirling mist, evokes a beautiful artistic conception, thus the city is aptly named. Lingyan City is also a crucial stronghold on the border of the Great Han, renowned for its lofty terrain and picturesque scenery, thriving with prosperity. But now it lies in utter devastation. Lingyan City was breached by the Qi army, a smoke billowed throughout the city, remnants of walls lay in ruins, and the once thriving metropolis had turned to ashes. Corpses of the common people littered the streets, blood flowing freely, the stench overwhelming. A large number of Qi soldiers are stationed within the city, indulging in revelry, acting recklessly much like they did in the previous Hulao City. Li Qi sighed softly, slipping once more into Lingyan City, commencing his slaughter. After half an incense stick's time, Li Qi vanished again, retreating into the wilderness. Li Qi's figure had nearly transformed into a streak of lightning, traversing the borders of the two nations at incredible speed, continuously launching surprise attacks on city after city, covering vast distances in the blink of an eye. Among these cities, the stationed Qi soldiers numbered from tens of thousands to over 100,000. all fell to Li Qi's blade. After Li Qi eliminated the Qi soldiers in 4 border cities, the potential points in his possession surged to an astonishing 3,000. With so many potential points at his disposal, Li Qi did not hesitate and proceeded to enhance his martial arts techniques. His 9 Heavens mystic art is an independent martial arts divine ability that can be enhanced separately. After consuming 1,000 points of potential, this art was elevated to the realm of great accomplishment. A flood of memories related to the cultivation of martial arts surged into his mind, quickly comprehended and assimilated by Li Qi. What was once somewhat unfamiliar about the 9 Heavens mystic art became extraordinarily proficient, allowing Li Qi to vanish into the void in an instant. Additionally, Li Qi also upgraded the Pine Crane Longevity Technique Secret Volume. After expending 2,000 potential points, this profound secret technique was also raised to the realm of great accomplishment. This is the primary cultivation method upon reaching the realm of great accomplishment. Li Qi's martial arts realm surged dramatically. A tremendous and terrifying wealth of cultivation memories materialized, continuously battering against his consciousness. A terrestrial immortal has a lifespan of 500 years. If one wishes to cultivate from the initial stage of the secret realm to its pinnacle, it typically requires at least 100 to 180 years. If one takes their time, it could take several hundred years. Yet Li Qi felt as though he had traversed 100 years in a brief moment, the vast and unimaginable cultivation experience overwhelming his mind. Li Qi felt as if struck by lightning. His whole body shook, and he staggered back a few steps, finally steadying himself against a large tree at the roadside. Furrowing his brows, Li Qi's spirit and consciousness sank deep into his mind, beginning to absorb and digest this massive reservoir of cultivation memories with all his might. At the same time, the aura emanating from Li Qi surged higher, swiftly reaching the pinnacle of the... However, while this aura was immensely powerful, it remained unstable, trembling, as if it were a raging river. This was not intentional on Li Qi's part, but rather a result of his rapid elevation in realm and the incomplete digestion of the cultivation memories in his mind. Leaning against the tree, time slowly passed. His figure appeared like a still painting, exuding a heavy and mysterious aura. An hour later, Li Qi's previously furrowed brows gradually relaxed. He opened his eyes and let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, I have preliminarily digested these memories. It took Li Qi an hour to absorb all of the cultivation memories, but it was merely the most superficial understanding, akin to hastily swallowing food. Many subtle aspects within those memories remain to be fully comprehended, requiring further in-depth understanding in the future. At this point, Li Qi finally reached the pinnacle of this world, achieving the peak of the secret realm. After spending some time acclimatizing to his current realm, Li Qi did not linger and continued on his way, heading towards the next occupied city. The 5th city he selected is called Suwei City. After its capture by the Qi Kingdom, it is said that there are 5,000 soldiers stationed inside. Although this number isn't large, Li Qi did not mind and decided to take it. He used the 9 Heavens mystic art to rush towards Suwei City, but as he approached within 5 miles of the city, a shadow suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Benefactor, you should stop now.